Chapter 195. A Union. Before us lies an expansive and boundless prairie, vibrant green hues saturating the landscape, exuding an exuberant vitality. At the heart of this vast expanse stands a magnificent stone plaza, towering majestically. This grand stone plaza, elevated approximately 100 feet above the ground, is supported by countless colossal stone pillars, resembling a giant standing between heaven and earth, evoking a sense of awe. Upon this immense plaza, the air shimmers with a distorted hue, intermittently flashing with silver light as figures dart forth from within, gracefully descending onto the stone. Platformed 8T this moment. The vast plaza is teeming with people, the cacophony of voices merging into a resounding chorus that reaches the heavens. This ancient stone plaza, in close proximity to the ancient sacred city, is particularly lively due to recent significant events. ZZZ.I in the air above. The space warps violently as two figures emerge from a spatial wormhole, landing steadily upon the grand stone platform. Are we finally arriving? Gazing at the distant, colossal ancient sacred city, Xiaoyan exhales softly, a fervent warmth creeping into his heart as the enchanting visage of a captivating beauty grows. Increasingly vivid in his mind, the haha Xiaoyan, it's all up to you now. Yichun, observing the distant city and sensing the aura of those around them, smiles at Xiaoyan. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nods resolutely. Everything stems from strength for the once insignificant Dome Master Xiaoyan. The ancient clan was an unfathomable chasm. Yet now, he possesses the confidence to declare that he can stand beside Gu Suner. His formidable strength fills him with assurance for this journey. Let us proceed. Seeing Xiaoyan's unwavering confidence, Yichun nods in agreement. The two do not tarry any longer. They take to the skies, soaring towards the distant silhouette of the city. In the void surrounding the ancient sacred city, figures dart through the air like shooting stars. Among them are formidable Dou Zong and even Dou Zun experts. The central state is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This is no mere saying. Among the throngs heading to the ancient sacred city, many are powerful individuals, some even comparable to elders of first-rate forces, yet they remain remarkably discreet in their daily lives. Among the crowd, there are those who recognize Xiaoyan and Yichun, greeting them with warm smiles. Alchemists are revered across the continent, and even more so for Yichun, a master of the 9th grade medicinal arts. Though the prairie is vast, it poses little challenge for Xiaoyan and his companions. In less than 10 minutes, the once elusive grand city comes into clear view before them. The city exudes an ancient charm, constructed from pale, blue colossal rocks, an exceptionally archaic aura wafting from its depths, allowing one to catch a glimpse of an ancient essence. The ancient city is enveloped in a translucent aura, seemingly fragile, yet it imparts an overwhelming sense of reverence to all, as if emanating from the very essence of the soul. This imposing presence alters the expressions of many, particularly those well-versed in the city's origins, who wear a countenance marked by awe. The living space of the ancient 8 clans was carved out by the Emperor of Battle himself, and the structures within are the handiwork of mighty emperors. This luminous shield contains a trace of the Emperor's power with such a guardian. The clans are as secure as a fortress, Yaoshan murmured to Xiaoyan, who stood beside him, revealing his profound understanding of these cities. After all, the Yao clan once shared a similar fate. Let us proceed. We cannot fly any further. Each clan has its regulations, forbidding flight within 1,000 zhang of the holy city as a sign of respect for the Emperor of Battle, Yaoshan remarked with a smile, guiding Xiaoyan downward. Upon landing, their pace did not falter. They transformed into indistinct shadows, racing towards the ancient city with the swiftness of the wind. At the gates of the ancient holy city, a rare flow of people traversed. The interior of the city is a vital stronghold for the ancient clans, typically off-limits, accessible only to the true powerhouses of the ancient lineage. As they approached the entrance, nearly 100 figures clad in black armor stood with long spears at the ready, their piercing, icy gazes sweeping the surroundings. A formidable aura radiated from these sentinels, their potent presence palpable in the air. Among the crowd, Xiaoyan spotted a familiar figure, the long-haired man in fitted attire. Upon noticing Xiaoyan, a fleeting complexity flickered in his eyes as he approached with a calm demeanor, stating, "You have indeed come. There are reasons compelling me to be here." Xiaoyan replied earnestly, locking eyes with Guzhun. "Even though you have attained the rank of 9-star Dou Zun and triumphed over many of the Imperial clan's prodigies, is still." Guzhun paused, delivering his words with solemnity, "Not sufficient. I understand the Dou Sheng level. I will reach it. However, I assure you, I shall not be absent today." Xiao Yin shrugged nonchalantly, as if the daunting challenge of becoming a Dosheng were merely a stepping stone within his grasp. Gu Zhan remained silent at Xiao Yan's words, shaking his head before respectfully addressing Yaoshan. Saint Alchemist, welcome to the ancient holy city. Alchemists of Yaoshan's caliber are a rare breed among the clans on the continent. There are but a few grandmasters of mystical pills, regrettably not among the ancient clan. Nonetheless, Gu Zhan held a deep admiration for Yaoshan's alchemical prowess. Thank you for your kindness. Yaoshan replied with a smile to Gu Zhan. As they entered the ancient city, steeped in an aura of antiquity, the atmosphere buzzed with activity, owing to the upcoming Comingafage ceremony of the ancient clan, making this a notably lively period for the ancient holy city. One can frequently observe a flow of people on the streets. While the crowd may not be as overwhelming as in other cities, the individuals traversing this city are predominantly formidable figures of considerable strength. After the two had meandered around the ancient city, they arrived at the heart of the city, where a vast manor loomed majestically. At its entrance, a continuous stream of figures came and went, exuding a potent aura. This was a temporary lodging prepared by the ancient clan for those attending the coming rite of passage. Their arrival was premature, as many had yet to gather, thus the ancient realm had not yet commenced operations. Have the members of the Flame clan yet to arrive? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's inquiry, the grand hall fell into an uneasy silence. The elders of the ancient clan exchanged glances, astonished that the day of the rite of passage was upon them, and yet the Flame clan had not made an appearance. Although the relationship between the Flame clan and the ancient clan was not particularly close, it was certainly not hostile. How could they fail to extend even this minimal courtesy? It was noteworthy that even the Soul clan, with whom the ancient clan had the most tenuous ties, had sent representatives. Finally, an elder of the two-star Dou Saint rank spoke. Clan leader, the jade token from the Flame clan has been delivered. It may be that unforeseen circumstances have delayed their arrival. In that case, there is no need to wait for them. After the rite of passage, we shall visit the Flame clan to ascertain the situation, Gu Yuan affirmed, nodding and addressing the assembly. Understood, the elder replied, settling into a contemplative silence. Regardless of the reason, it was crucial to investigate the matter thoroughly afterward. If Yanjin had made significant advancements in power, the Flame clan's heightened vigilance would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Should this be the case, the ancient clan would be timely informed of the Flame clan circumstances. Clan leader, the descendants of the Shao clan have also arrived in the ancient realm. Should we at this moment? Gu Dao, one of the three immortals of the ancient clan, gazed at Gu Yuan, his eyes glimmering with speculation. Initially, Gu Sun'er's assertion that the Shao family lacked ancient jade had indeed startled them, but given the passage of time, they had devised means to ascertain the truth of the matter. However, due to the increasingly formidable presence of Gu Sun'er, the ancient clan had refrained from proactively reclaiming the ancient jade. Now that Xiao Yin had fortuitously come to the territory of the ancient clan, might it be an opportune moment to reconsider? Though gathering all 8 pieces of ancient jade was a daunting endeavor, acquiring even one more piece would inevitably enhance their prospects. This matter shall be resolved at my discretion, Gu Yuan stated, his gaze steady upon Gu Dao. While he indeed desired the imperial jade, he could not disregard Gu Sun'er's stance, not only because she was his daughter, but also due to her position as a future leader of the ancient clan. Who from the Pill Tower has arrived? At this juncture, Gu Lai interjected, his voice breaking the tension. Upon hearing his query, the assembly stirred, their expressions shifting subtly, for they understood that Gu Lai was inquiring about the identities of those from the Pill Tower. Jiang Yun, the prodigy who compelled them to intervene, has not been heard from in nearly 4 years, despite the ancient Bodhi tree's attempt to render his opponents fruitless. Given the formidable talent he previously exhibited, it remains uncertain how far he has progressed or whether he has surpassed the threshold of semi-holy status. Gu Yuan cast a curious glance, recalling that when Jiang Yun first showcased such alarming potential, there were even voices within the clan advocating for him as a prospective son-in-law, including that of Gu Sun'er, who played a pivotal role in those discussions. Thus, his interest in this genius, who nearly became his son-in-law, was palpable. Apparently, one of the 3 great leaders, Xian Kongzi, is leading a group comprising his disciples and several core disciples of the Alchemist Guild. An elder spoke hesitantly. After a prolonged silence, is Jiang Yun not among them? Gu Lai's disappointment was evident as he spoke up. It seems the Alchemist Guild has not received any news from him in quite some time. His whereabouts remain a mystery. What a pity. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's latest developments, the crowd retracted their gazes, settling back into their seats with a calm demeanor. Let Elder Gu Ling oversee the ceremony, Gu Yuan suggested, directing his attention to a notably aged figure within the Grand Hall. I am honored to accept this responsibility. Elder Gu Ling rose, visibly excited. Though his prowess was unremarkable, standing at the peak of a one-star Dou Saint, his seniority surpassed that of most present. To preside over the commingafage ceremony was a privilege he cherished. Esteemed elders, please prepare as you see fit. I had thought you would completely consume it, Zhu Kuan remarked, holding the golden thunder pearl while gazing at Jiang Yun, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The 9 golden thunder that has reached the spirit gathering stage is exceedingly rare throughout the extensive history of the Dou Qi Continent. It may be the only one. My actions can be seen as forging a beneficial bond, Jiang Yun replied, smiling and shaking his head gently. Indeed, the 9 golden thunder at the spirit gathering stage bears similarities to that old fellow, the ancient emperor Dou Qi. Given adequate source energy, it could become a thunder emperor akin to Dou Qi. I am eager to witness its form after gathering spirit. Zhu Kuan nodded in agreement, expressing his reflections. He then casually tossed the golden thunder pearl, which landed precisely on the table beside Jiang Yun. Your time is limited. The Soul Clan is rapidly approaching the necessary conditions. Zhu Kuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. While the movements of the Soul Clan might evade the notice of the Ancient Clan and the Medicine Clan, they could not remain hidden from an astute Imperial-level soul. He had accurately discerned the Soul Clan's encroachment upon the Stone and Spirit clans. Once these 2 clans are eradicated, the remaining 3 clans will be incapable of halting the advance of the Soul Clan. Indeed, noticing the serious expression on Zhu Kuan's face, Jiang Yun nodded earnestly, casting his gaze upon the golden thunder pearl that lay quietly on the table. Boomed at the edge of Dragon Island, amidst a tranquil mountain peak. A resounding roar echoed through the void. Those present atop the mountain could distinctly sense the energy being siphoned from the surroundings, converging towards this very spot. In the blink of an eye, the energy enveloping the mountaintop intensified to a terrifying degree. Having completed this process, Jiang Yun formed a hand seal, unleashing a stream of golden light from his palms. Rumble, rumble! As this golden light surged forth, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar. The golden glow expanded dramatically, morphing into a colossal golden thunder dragon, stretching thousands of feet in length. Its massive body flickered with wild arcs of lightning, generating a cacophony of thunder that resonated through the heavens. Gazing at the formidable golden thunder dragon hovering in the sky, several ancient dragons nearby paled, hastily retreating to a safe distance. They knew that should this lightning strike, even their formidable physiques would likely be reduced to ashes. Truly a spectacle. It has been many years since I last beheld the Jiuxian golden thunder. Zhu Ming, resembling a ghostly figure, silently appeared beside Zhu Kuan, his murky eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia as he beheld the golden thunder in the sky. Perhaps in the future, sightings of the Jiuxian golden thunder on Dragon Island will become quite frequent, Zhu Kuan remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on the magnificent entity. In the distance, Zhu Ming paused for a moment, then quickly responded with a hearty laugh. Then I shall eagerly await that day. Listening to their conversation, the little medicine fairy gazed gently at the figure beneath the golden thunder dragon. Chapter 196, Thunder Tribulation Pill, Understood. Roar. The thunder dragon roared across the sky, its golden eyes devoid of any emotion, for it now existed solely as a pure energy. Lacking any semblance of wisdom, Jiang Yun gazed at the rampaging thunder dragon above, a faint smile gracing his lips as he distinctly sensed the ferocity and might of that energy, comparable to the 9 golden thunder of the 7-star Dou Saint. Given Jiang Yun's current strength, he had to focus intently to respond. Moments later, as Jiang Yun altered his hand seals, the holy celestial demon flame surged forth like a tempest, and in an instant, a pitch-black magic dragon, several times larger than the thunder dragon, materialized in the sky. Although Jiang Yun had not yet attained the level of a 7-star Dou Saint, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dark magic dragon surpassed that of the thunder dragon. Deep and formidable, the sensation was akin to encountering a sovereign of souls, compelling one to prostrate in order to evade the harm of such oppressive force. This young lad, Jiang Yun, truly is remarkable. In just a few short years, he has grown to this extent. I still recall when he was merely at the Dozun level. Who could have anticipated that he would surpass the Dou Saint realm in the blink of an eye? Perhaps with just a moment's respite, he would reach our level. On a peak 10 miles from Jiang Yun's location, several elderly patriarchs of the Taishu Dragon clan were filled with astonishment. Is it not fortuitous that we seek to rescue the old Dragon Emperor? The more extraordinary Jiang Yun becomes, the better. Moreover, the princess is about to become the 3rd supreme dragon phoenix on the continent. Her husband's cultivation must certainly not be lacking. Cultivation is secondary. What truly bewilders me is his remarkable progress in alchemy. Given the scale of his endeavor, he must be refining a 9th-rank profound pill. Such alchemical prowess is truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Yun has not only restored Princess Xian to our clan, but has also brought news of his majesty. He is indeed a fortunate star for our Taishu ancient dragon clan. As the elders conversed, the dark magic dragon in the void opened its enormous maw, resembling a black hole, extending from the clouds to devour the 9 Xian golden thunder. Boom. Sensing danger, the golden thunder dragon's scales bristled as it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a barrage of immense golden lightning spheres, each hundreds of feet in size, which crashed violently into the dragon's mouth, producing a deafening roar. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying thunder continually rumbled against the dark dragon's mouth. Within that maw, black flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, intertwining with a multitude of thunders. And then the devouring force erupted, ravenously consuming the relentless lightning. The pitch-black magic dragon weaved through the golden thunder, exuding a terrifying pressure as it directly engulfed the body of the golden thunder dragon. As the 9 Xian golden thunder was consumed, Jiang Yun let out a fierce shout. And then with a change of hand seals, the black magic dragon transformed back into a swirling inferno, unleashing a resounding explosion from within. In the next moment, the thunder dragon erupted, instantly transforming into a vast expanse of viscous golden liquid suspended in the sky, suffused with unparalleled waves of potent energy. Accompanying the emergence of this golden substance, the black flames that pervaded the heavens began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In an instant, they shifted from black to white, and a colossal fire cauldron, towering 100 feet, suddenly took shape. The lid of the cauldron flew open, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in the golden liquid, cascading down from the heavens like rivers of gold, all pouring into the cauldron. Observing this, Jiang Yun remained unfazed, sweeping his large sleeves to release a multitude of medicinal herbs, which soared through the air, forming an expansive ocean of herbs. The rich aroma of the herbs was intoxicating, enveloping anyone who caught a whiff in its enchanting embrace. The soul force of his perfected realm surged with fervor, each time the white flames within the cauldron swept forth. It cleared a substantial array of herbs. Under such meticulous control, each batch of hundreds of herbs was systematically transformed into pure medicinal liquid. In merely half a day, this intricate and monumental task of refining myriad herbs had been accomplished solely by Jiang Yun, who felt not a hint of mental fatigue. As the essence of the numerous herbs came into contact, a remarkable wave of energy radiated from the cauldron, shattering the space within a radius of several thousand feet. Allowing this wave to spread unchecked, Jiang Yun did not intervene. Instead, he formed hand seals. Gather the power of heaven and earth. With Jiang Yun's commanding voice, a tempest suddenly erupted around ancient Dragon Island, and the energies of the surrounding expanse began to converge rapidly under his control, surging towards the cauldron. The immense energies of heaven and earth coalesced, gradually forming a colossal energy storm that roared and spiraled through the sky, its base connected to the cauldron, resembling a funnel that drew in the energies of the cosmos. Jiang Yun's hand seals shifted continuously as he focused intently on the massive cauldron, within which a vibrant lake of energy began to take form. The waves rippling across the surface of the lake were so powerful that even a formidable fighter at the saint level would be swept into its depths. Overwhelmed by the lake's pure energy, the magnitude of energy within this lake far surpassed that of an ordinary saint. The white flames danced violently, meticulously sorting through the tumultuous energy. This was a delicate process, and Jiang Yun was in no rush. For the refinement of a 9th-grade profound elixir could not be completed in less than a month. Seated cross-legged in the void, Jiang Yun patiently awaited the birth of the elixir. Was that the void-swallowing flame? As Jiang Yun quietly nurtured the elixir, a voice of curiosity emerged from the assembly of elders from the ancient dragon clan. The void-swallowing flame belongs to the Soul clan. It cannot possibly be. The world is vast. I have never seen either of Jiang Yun's two on the. Perhaps they are newly birthed. Coughing lightly at the murmurs from the elders behind him, Zhu Kuan interjected. Enough of this discussion on. You seasoned veterans have no use for such things, so why concern yourselves so? Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, the previously animated elders ceased their discussions, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Zhu Ming who broke the silence, asserting, indeed, thee is an instrument for alchemists. For our clan, a pair of fists is far more effective. His statement elicited a wave of hearty laughter from the crowd. In the ensuing month, the skies above ancient Dragon Island were filled with relentless thunder as a colossal fire cauldron hovered in the distant heavens, its ethereal white flames captivating all who gazed upon it. At that moment, Jiang Yun abruptly opened his eyes, and within the immense cauldron, which loomed 10 zhang away, golden light shimmered, revealing that the golden liquid lake had been entirely depleted. At the center of what once was liquid, a pill the size of a fist, radiating an exquisite brilliance akin to gold, floated serenely. Surrounding the pill, streaks of golden lightning surged forth, accompanied by a resounding roar. From the surface of the pill, a dazzling light emanated. Upon closer inspection, amidst the endless radiance, a vague dragon silhouette flickered, exuding a terrifying aura that surged forth from the cauldron. With a thunderous boom, a sound erupted from the fire cauldron, and simultaneously, the skies above Jiang Yun darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds that enveloped the entire dragon island. Black lightning, imbued with destructive power, darted swiftly through the cloud layers. The deep rumble of thunder left many elders of the ancient dragon clan in a state of shock. They had never before witnessed such formidable dan thunder. Jiang Yun gazed upward at the black lightning, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, the cauldron's lid was cast aside. An intoxicating aroma of herbs spread rapidly, eventually coalescing into vibrant beads of various hues, cascading down like a grand rain of pills. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhu Kuan's face broke into a smile as he turned to Zhu Ming, saying, "The Dan rain falls, the Xian Dan emerges. This lad Jiang Yun has indeed exceeded my expectations. Zhu Ming, you might as well remain my Imperial Guard commander for several hundred more years." In response to Zhu Kuan's words, an expression of excitement surfaced on Zhu Ming's face as he softly replied, "Very well. I shall serve as the Imperial Guard commander for a lifetime." With a resounding thunder, pure bolts of lightning poured down from the storm clouds, all converging upon the resplendent pill within the cauldron. As the lightning surged within, the last vestiges of impurities were meticulously refined away. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the cauldron, forcibly propelling the lid off, as the thunder tribulation pill transformed into light and soared toward the heavens at an astonishing speed. To let you escape on my territory would be akin to slapping my face. Before Jiang Yun could act, Zhu Kuan's amused voice resonated from afar, and in the next instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, piercing through the void to grasp the fleeing golden light firmly in hand. Soon, a pill radiating golden light gently floated before Jiang Yun. It is not yet the time for consumption. Gazing at the thunder calamity pill, feeling the vast energy within, Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He reached into his spatial ring, retrieved a jade vial, and placed the pill inside. After securing the thunder calamity pill, Jiang Yun's gaze turned towards the direction of the central continent, and he murmured to himself, "I wonder how the various clans are faring after such a long time." Shaking his head, Jiang Yun temporarily set aside his doubts, watching as Zhu Kuan and others approached with joyful expressions. While Jiang Yun was refining pills, the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony was successfully concluded. Xiao Yin had also defeated several renowned talents from the ancient clan, gaining initial recognition from them. After the attendees departed, at the request of Gu Suner, Gu Yuan forcibly opened the heavenly tomb, sending Xiao Yin and the disciples of the ancient clan inside. After 3 days of tranquility, a piece of news swept through the ancient realm, instantly inciting a tumultuous uproar. All the powerful figures of the ancient clan were stirred into action. The Yin clan, a power second only to the Soul clan and the ancient clan, had been annihilated without a trace, leaving not a single survivor. The members of the ancient clan felt a chill run through them. They knew this was not of their doing. And only the Soul clan possessed the strength to accomplish such a feat. However, the methods employed by the Soul clan surpassed the capabilities of the ancient clan. Did the Soul clan harbor even more terrifying power? In the tense atmosphere of the Grand Hall, numerous elders of the ancient clan had gathered. At the forefront, Gu Yuan, with a solemn expression, gazed down at the elders and spoke in a deep voice. "Gu Dao, please elaborate on the situation." Nodding gravely, Gu Dao addressed the assembly. "The root of the matter lies in the Yin clan's absence from our coming-of-age ceremony. After the ceremony, I went to inquire at the Yin clan and discovered the entire Yin realm was desolate. Not a single descendant of the Yin clan could be found, as if they had vanished into thin air." Despite being mentally prepared, the elders erupted in disbelief as the sound of shattering wine cups echoed through the hall. At that moment, a voice filled with dread echoed from outside the hall. A 3-star Dou Saint elder stumbled in, instilling fear in every heart as he announced, "Clan leader, the spirit realm and stone realm, they have all been sealed off." What? Even Gu Yuan's expression shifted. With a surge of soul energy, a figure emerged from within him, disappearing from the Grand Hall in an instant. If the destruction of the Yin clan was akin to an 8th-grade earthquake, then this was a 10th-grade tremor. Within the hall, the elderly figures hurriedly approached the newcomer, bombarding him with questions. "Gu Qian, did you witness this with your own eyes? Was the spirit realm and stone realm as devoid of life as the Yin realm?" Have you seen the Soul Clan? What do those scoundrels intend to do? A grave situation is unfolding. Gu Lai spoke solemnly as he listened to the sounds emanating from the Grand Hall. Within the hall, many elders silently observed the unfolding events. It was evident that the Soul Clan had set its sights on all clans, particularly the ancient imperial jade held by them. Thus, it was inevitable that the confrontation would be one of life and death. However, if a war against the Soul Clan were to be initiated, it would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic conflict, one that they might win or lose. Victory would mean survival, while defeat would lead to utter annihilation. After a few breaths, Gu Yuan's soul avatar entered the hall, his expression as somber as water, leaving no one aware of his thoughts or what he had witnessed among the clans. With Gu Yuan's arrival, the murmurs ceased, and all gazes turned towards him, seemingly awaiting his decision. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Gu Yuan looked at Gu Lai and spoke in a deep voice, "Send word to the Medicine Clan and the Thunder Clan," inviting their leaders to discuss the matter of survival. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's resolution, the elders in the hall displayed expressions that were momentarily complex. They understood that the days of tranquility had irreversibly passed. Chapter 197. Gu Yuan in distress. Gu Yuan's decree swiftly spread throughout the upper echelons of the ancient clan, creating an atmosphere of urgency across the ancient realm. Numerous powerful individuals were dispatched to Central Continent, meticulously monitoring every movement of the Soul Clan. After the departure of the ancient clan members, Gu Yuan gazed deeply into the distance, his mind replaying the events witnessed within the Stone Clan's domain. In the skies of the Stone Realm, two colossal hands collided violently, unleashing a cataclysmic storm that tore open a significant rift in the already tumultuous sky. The anomaly even reaching Central Continent, drawing the attention of countless factions. Soul Emperor, do you seek to instigate war with such actions? As the two massive hands collided, the radiance surrounding Gu Yuan dimmed considerably, and a barely perceptible voice of fury echoed in the heavens. Hey, Gu Yuan, you uttered those very words long ago when my Soul Clan annihilated the Shao Clan, a sentiment echoed for over a millennium. Yet here you are, still clinging to the same rhetoric. You remain too indecisive. Your current display of righteousness is disingenuous and far too late. The Soul Emperor's faint chuckle resonated, and as his words fell, a massive spatial rift tore open in the sky, a torrent of black mist swirling within, emanating an exceptionally oppressive and chilling aura. The Soul Clan's army. Upon sensing the overwhelming presence from the rift, Gu Yuan's countenance shifted. A rift manifested above the stone realm, black mist surging forth like a deluge, rapidly coalescing into a gargantuan black seal, suspended ominously in the sky. The seal of destruction. The Soul Emperor regarded Gu Yuan, a peculiar smile gracing his visage. With a flick of his sleeve, the pitch-black seal descended upon Gu Yuan. This matter is far from over. Feeling the terrifying crisis emanating from the Great Seal, along with the predatory gazes of the Soul Emperor and the Void Devourer, Gu Yuan's expression darkened slightly. With a sudden clap of his palm, he swiftly tore through the rift in space and departed. Gu Yuan, I have long stated that when the Shao Clan fell, the ancient clan lost the best opportunity to contend with the Soul Clan. We shall meet again soon. The cave of the ancient Emperor Tua, she will inevitably fall into the hands of my Soul Clan. Gu Yuan, I will reach that level, trust me. Observing Gu Yuan's hasty retreat, the Soul Emperor smiled and called out towards the Void Rift. Reflecting on the sights and sounds within the Stone Realm, Gu Yuan's face grew ominously calm. With a cold snort, his figure gradually vanished from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, the news received by the Lei clan and the Yao clan incited a wave of panic. They had not anticipated that within just a few short years, such horrifying news would emerge. Unbeknownst to them, the 8 great imperial clans, after the Shao clan, had quietly witnessed the destruction of the Ling, Shi, and Yin clans by the Soul Clan. The demise of the Yin clan, in particular, sent waves of shock through the two clans. The Yin clan was a superpower, only second to the ancient and Soul clans, possessing formidable strength. Even a full-scale assault from the ancient clan could not have eliminated them in such a short time, let alone with such subtlety. They had not sensed any anomalies. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. What hidden powers does the Soul Clan possess? This left Yao Dan and Lei restless. That day, the 3 clans hastily constructed a spatial passage to guard against a potential strike from the Soul Clan. Yao Dan and Lei rushed to the ancient clan, eager to discuss significant matters. Within the ancient realm, the upper echelons of the 3 clans gathered, with Dosheng powerhouses visible everywhere, and a terrifying pressure permeated the grand hall of the ancient clan. Gu Yuan, do you have proof that the Soul Clan has annihilated the Shi clan, the Yin clan, and the Ling clan? Lei, a man resembling an iron tower with slightly dark skin, posed the question. His imposing presence was striking, as if a dragon were stirring beneath his skin. emanating a dreadful sense of power that made those near him tremble. Yet, this formidable figure regarded Gu Yuan at the head of the table with utmost seriousness. Speaking in a low voice, Yao Dan also turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan. Although both were already 90% convinced of Gu Yuan's assertions, they still desired more specific details. Gu Yuan scanned the crowd, his expression turning grave, and finally addressed Yao Dan. Do you recall the last time the Soul Emperor visited the Yao clan? You mean to say? Yao Dan suddenly recalled the scene from the Soul Emperor's visit, responding in a solemn tone, that she had already made her move at that time. Gu Yuan nodded solemnly and remarked, initially, I believed his millennia-old wounds had yet to heal, which is why he sought the 12-petal 9-colored snow lotus from your medicinal clan for his recovery. However, it appears we have all been deceived. He was merely diverting our attention, allowing the Soul Clan's forces to maneuver right beneath our noses. His earlier frailty was likely a result of dividing his soul essence. What a cunning individual he is. The crowd, upon hearing this, observed in silence, contemplating the implications. It was only Gu Yuan who was truly bested in the clash with the Soul Emperor, and yet they refrained from exposing his weaknesses to spare him embarrassment. But how could he execute such movements without a whisper of sound? The annihilation of clans, even if less tumultuous than the earlier destruction of the Shao clan, should not have escaped our notice entirely, inquired Lei Ying, lifting his gaze to Gu Yuan with curiosity. In the span of a millennium, Su Wu had ascended to the 9th level of the Dou Saint realm, mastering the art of devouring with increasing finesse. Glancing at the still perplexed onlookers, Gu Yuan traced a gentle circle in the air with his finger before grasping it, stating, he has consumed the entirety of this space into his own being. A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. Could such an act even be accomplished by a mere mortal? Noticing the astonishment in their eyes, Gu Yuan offered a calm smile, though a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Now that the truth is clear, let us return and rally our forces to wage war against the Soul Clan. After steadying himself with the weight of this revelation, Lei Ying inhaled deeply, gazing gravely at Gu Yuan and Yao Dan as he declared, indeed, the Soul Clan has obliterated the Yin, Ling, and Shi clans. We cannot allow them to continue unchecked. Yao Dan quickly concurred, noting that among the remaining 4 clans, the medicinal clan is the weakest. If the Soul Clan has another target, they will undoubtedly be first in line, causing him considerable anxiety. Gu Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the hall, reappearing outside. This prompted a reflexive tension among the others, who hastily followed him out. At that moment, Gu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward into the void of space. His calm voice resonated like a thunderclap, startling all who had emerged with him. Soul Emperor, given your stature, why must you resort to such underhanded tactics? His words struck like a bolt from the blue, rendering the assembly momentarily rigid. In an instant, a wave of astonished glances shot upward toward the empty space. Within the ancient holy mountain, countless black swallowing legion soldiers took to the skies, their internal energies erupting in a torrential surge. Ancient clan, prepare. As the black swallowing legion ascended, the 3 celestial beings of the ancient clan simultaneously darted through the air, their commanding shouts echoing through the heavens. Behind him, a series of elders swiftly transformed into streaks of radiant light, manifesting as the formidable ancient clan warriors emerged in unison. In an instant, the sky was charged with a vast, overwhelming aura. Gu Yuan, I foretold our imminent reunion. In the void, ripples suddenly stirred, accompanied by a gentle, melodic laughter that echoed forth. The very emergence of this sound compelled all ancient clan warriors to slightly bow, their internal energies surging like a torrential flood, ready to unleash a tempestuous assault at the slightest provocation. The space quivered, coalescing into a vortex, from which a slender hand emerged, resting atop the swirling mass. Clad in grayish-white robes, the Soul Emperor stepped forth with deliberate grace. Following his appearance, several figures emerged from the vortex behind him, none other than the Void Devourer and the 4 demonic saints of the Soul Clan. The moment these individuals appeared, the expressions of all ancient clan elders tightened, defensive barriers rising from the mountains in a dazzling display of light. Soul Emperor, was the disappearance of the Ling, Stone, and Flame clans orchestrated by you? Lei Ying demanded sternly. Though he already possessed the answer from Gu Yuan, his desire to inquire remained unquenched. Some truths are best understood without words, the Soul Emperor replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his response, both Lei Ying and Yao Dan's faces fell into a solemn silence. Soul Emperor, the ancient realm is not a place for you. Gu Yuan stepped forward, gazing intently at the Soul Emperor and the Void Devourer. In this world, there exists no realm that I am barred from, the Soul Emperor retorted with a smile, then turned his gaze nonchalantly towards Yao Dan, asking, Are you also willing to wade into these murky waters, Yao Dan? At these words, Yao Dan instinctively trembled, only to hear the Soul Emperor continue. Your clan's alchemical skills still hold value for me. If you depart now and surrender the Imperial Jade, I can assure the safety of the Medicine Clan. The weight of the Soul Emperor's words left Gu Yuan and Lei Ying in contemplative silence as they turned to Yao Dan, cursing inwardly. Yao Dan regarded the Soul Emperor with a serious countenance. Do you truly believe the words you speak, Soul Emperor? Alas, the Soul Emperor sighed, shaking his head, yet his eyes betrayed no sense of regret. Gu Yuan, it is rare for the four of us to gather. Can you guess what thoughts occupy my mind? Ignoring Yao Dan, he regarded Gu Yuan with a knowing smile. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing every gesture of the Soul Emperor, pondering the underlying significance of his words. Just then, he exchanged glances with the other two, their pupils constricting in sudden realization as they whispered, the Dou Qi ancient Imperial Jade. In the next moment, the rings on Lei Ying and Yao Dan's fingers began to glow, transmitting a wave of soul energy laden with information into their minds. Upon receiving this revelation, their expressions turned icy. The ancient jade of the Lei clan has been lost. The ancient jade of the Medicine clan has been lost. Suddenly, from the depths of the mountains, a frantic wailing sound emerged, the alarm of the ancestral hall. The urgent sound reverberated harshly across the land, swiftly spreading outwards, causing the expressions of all the ancient clan members to shift dramatically. The Soul Emperor. Gu Yuan's demeanor turned icy as his gaze fixed upon the Soul Emperor. The sky darkened considerably at that moment, and the vast energies of the universe howled behind him, connecting heaven and earth, resembling an endless tide of energy from afar. With the sound of crashing waves echoing incessantly, Patriarch, Elder Gu Yang has injured the Elder of the Ancestral Hall and stolen the ancient jade. Just as Gu Yuan's expression turned frigid, a streak of light suddenly darted from the depths of the mountains, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure who swiftly emerged, crying out in distress. What? Upon hearing this cry, the entire ancient clan was thrown into turmoil, disbelief etched on everyone's faces. Gu Lai, dispatch the Black Yen army to search the mountains. Find Gu Yang. Gu Yuan commanded without turning his head. Haha, you cannot escape. As the ancient clan began to mobilize, the four demon saints of the Soul Clan and the void-devouring flame approached the crowd leisurely. Nowhere to run, Gu Yuan coldly retorted, and the boundless tide of energy behind him surged violently, transforming into a colossal tidal hand soaring tens of thousands of feet high, aiming to strike down upon the members of the Soul Clan. Gu Yuan, the grand spectacle has commenced. Let us be mere spectators for now. Witnessing Gu Yuan's earth-shattering offensive, the Soul Emperor chuckled, raising his palm to form a black hole that rapidly expanded to an enormous size, effortlessly devouring Gu Yuan's attack. Kill. As the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan clashed, the Soul Clan's elites surged forth towards the many powerful members of the ancient clan, led by the void-devouring flame. You two shall not go anywhere. The void-devouring flame smiled slightly, stepping forward to cross the space and appear before King He Yin and Lei Ying. Black flames surged continuously from his being, ultimately coiling into several massive black dragons surrounding him, their roars shaking the heavens. Gu Dao, Yao Dan, where are you headed? Let us have some fun together. Simultaneously, the four demon saints of the Soul Clan obstructed the seven-star fighting saint in the arena. In the sky, Gu Dao's expression grew grave as he shouted, Elders, set up the great formation to protect the clan, sealing off the ancient realm and the mountains. Do not allow the Soul Clan any opportunity. Whoosh. As Gu Dao's words fell, a figure burst forth from the mountains. Its cultivation at the late stage of the five-star fighting saint granting it incredible speed, quickly approaching the Soul Clan's stronghold. Seize him. The moment Gu Yang emerged, the Black Yin army reacted swiftly, casting a gigantic fighting spirit net that descended upon the figure from the sky. Binding spirit net? Observing the massive net approaching, Gu Yang remained unperturbed, letting out a cold laugh. Do not forget, I am also of the ancient clan. Explode. As he spoke, he came to a halt, swiftly altering the intricate hand seals, unleashing a barrage of ferocious winds that relentlessly struck every corner of the immense net. Soon after, a howling gale erupted, shattering the colossal web into fragments. Without hesitation, he lifted his gaze toward the distant sky, propelling himself forward with utmost speed. Along his path, numerous ancient clan experts attempted to intercept the ancient ram, yet its formidable prowess, being at the pinnacle of a five-star battle sage, positioned it as a formidable force within the ancient clan. With many top-tier combatants preoccupied, the clan was unable to wholly prevent the adversary's escape. Ancient ram, where do you think you can flee, traitor? Just as the ancient ram soared skyward, a six-star battle sage materialized before it, his countenance frigid. as a tremendous palm infused with boundless fury surged toward the ram. Kakik, you are a significant benefactor of our clan. How can we allow you to be easily captured and dealt with? At that moment, one of the 4 demonic saints of the Soul Clan, the enigmatic Soul Sha, appeared like a specter, unleashing a vast, dark beam from his palm, striking fiercely at the 6-star battle sage. The terrifying might of the 7-star battle sage was laid bare, as the 6-star battle sage's attack was swiftly devoured, only to be retaliated with an even more ferocious assault. Soul Sha, a furious roar resounded from behind him, as the ancient figure clad in a tattered blue robe and possessing an ageless appearance, rushed from the distance. His aura fluctuated wildly, clearly having endured intense combat. His eyes burned with unquenchable rage, wielding a long azure staff that danced with the energies of the universe, transforming into an endless barrage of fierce strikes aimed directly at Soul Sha. Ancient Dou, combat is not merely a contest of who can shout louder. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Soul Sha chuckled darkly, conjuring a ghostly blade in his grasp, its blood-red energy swirling ominously around it. With swift, decisive motions, the blood blade was unleashed, its lethal crimson arc enveloping Ancient Dou. Clang! The clash of staff and blade erupted, seemingly mundane, yet exuding an astonishingly violent tempest, distorting the very fabric of space within thousands of feet. Withering finger, Soul Sha bellowed, extending a finger into the void, releasing an exceptionally profound black light that shot forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Ancient Emperor Seal. In the instant Soul Sha struck, Ancient Dou countered with an Imperial Seal technique, a colossal energy imprint tearing through the air, forcefully aimed at the sinister black light. Boom. In the midst of this intense confrontation, waves of horrific energy collided against the protective barrier, the overwhelming force tearing a gaping fissure into it. Seizing this opportunity, the ancient ram transformed into a streak of black light, racing toward the distant sky. Do not let him escape. In the tumultuous sky, shadows darted forth, pursuing the ancient sheep. Among the ancient clan, there were no shortage of formidable experts at the level of 3- or 4-star battle saints. Individually, they were no match for him, but when several joined forces, coupled with the Black Yin army, they swiftly cornered the ancient sheep into a tight encirclement. Surveying the confining circle around him, the ancient sheep made a decisive move. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself directly towards the energy shield above. Seeing his audacious charge, the crowd was unrelenting, unleashing a barrage of terrifying energy attacks aimed at his back. Sensing the impending danger, a fierce expression suddenly crossed the ancient sheep's face. Just 100 feet from the shield, his body began to expand rapidly. He intended to self-destruct. At this sight, the expressions of the ancient clan members shifted dramatically. The self-detonation of a late-stage 5-star battle saint would unleash immense power, causing their speed to falter. Haha, Soul Slayer has declared you a hero of the Soul Clan. How could we allow a hero to meet such a fate? At that moment, a light chuckle resonated from the void, and a black cloud spread at an astonishing speed, arriving beside the ancient sheep in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with a low, mournful wail, reminiscent of a soul's lament. When the ancient clan's attacks struck the black cloud, they vanished without a trace. Concurrently, the ancient sheep's expanding form halted as the black cloud dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man clad in black, who silently appeared before him. Soul Void. Upon recognizing the newcomer, gasps of astonishment echoed through the ancient clan. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him, akin to that of the 3 celestial beings of the ancient clan, their advance came to an abrupt halt. Master Soul Void. The ancient sheep, relieved to see him, quickly expressed his respect, revealing a palm-sized, translucent ancient jade, the treasured Dou Qi ancient emperor jade of the ancient clan. You have done well, Soul Void remarked, taking the jade and patting the ancient sheep's shoulder with a smile. Just then, a cold snort echoed from above, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger surging through Soul Void's heart. Boom. As the feeling of danger surged, the light above dimmed ominously. Suddenly, the space overhead erupted, and a hand, as pure and white as jade, emerged, reaching towards Soul Void with an overwhelming destructive force beyond anyone's imagination. Ancient Yuan. Soul Void's expression turned icy as he seized the ancient sheep and swiftly retreated. Soul Void was incredibly fast, yet the hand moved even quicker, tearing through space to grasp downwards. Ancient Yuan, it seems this round is yours to lose. As that colossal hand was about to descend, the space surrounding Soul Void trembled violently, and in an instant, another gigantic palm tore through the air, colliding fiercely with the pristine white hand. Bang! The two forces clashed with ferocity, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of destruction. Soul Emperor, since you seek to instigate war, my ancient clan shall accompany you to the bitter end. The voice of Gu Yuan, tinged with a hint of wrath, resounded through the heavens. Heh! You had the opportunity to bring me to my demise long ago when the Shao clan was annihilated. Later, during the conflict with the Yao clan, you had the chance to grievously wound me. Alas, you squandered both chances. Now, it is far too late, Gu Yuan. The Soul Emperor's faint laughter echoed as. At that moment, the void of space suddenly split open, revealing a massive rift through which a torrent of black mist surged forth, carrying with it an exceptionally oppressive and chilling aura. With a roar, the rift unleashed a deluge of black mist, rapidly coalescing into a colossal black seal, towering tens of thousands of feet above, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire ancient sacred mountain. Activate the formation. Upon witnessing the immense black seal hovering in the sky, the expressions of all ancient clan warriors grew grave. As anticipated, the Soul Clan had prepared a counterattack. Fortunately, the ancient clan's warriors were on high alert, and a chorus of commanding shouts erupted. Across the vast expanse, the luminous barriers suddenly blazed with brilliance. An overwhelming surge of energy materializing into columns of light that ascended with a thundering roar. Ultimately, these energies swiftly condensed in the sky into a resplendent ancient mirror, its surface shimmering with radiant ripples, pulsating with astonishing waves of energy. Seal of destruction, mirror of the ancient emperor. The two terrifying attacks, under the watchful eyes of countless anxious spectators, collided with a resounding crash. Boom. The very heavens seemed to collapse in that moment, waves of unfathomable destruction raging wildly, even the sturdy fabric of the ancient realm fracturing into numerous inky fissures. With the dispersal of the ancient mirror and the black seal, numerous ancient clan warriors and soul clan warriors shrouded in the black mist erupted with blood, their anguished cries echoing amidst the chaos. It was evident that the overall strength of the two clans remained closely matched. The storm of annihilation ravaged the sky, constraining the battlefield within its grasp. The three immortals of the ancient clan, Yao Dan, and the four demonic saints of the Soul Clan, including Soul Void, retreated in fear. Such a tempest of destruction was something they wished to remain untouched by. Only the 9-star fighting saint could disregard the magnitude of such devastation on this continent. With the ancient jade in hand, the numerous warriors of the Soul Clan wasted no time, their figures darting towards the spatial rift. Leave none behind. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing ripples in the fabric of space as Gu Yuan materialized, his countenance shadowed with unease. Yet, before he could make a move, the Soul Emperor, clad in grayish-white attire, appeared before him, effortlessly countering Gu Yuan's assault with a flick of his wrist. The devouring palm. At the moment of their clash, Shiwu Tunyan, like a specter, materialized onto the battlefield, unleashing a black hole shimmering with dark light towards Gu Yuan. Upon witnessing the descending vortex, Gu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, compelling him to retreat. He regarded the Soul Emperor and Shiwu Tunyan standing side by side, his visage darkening further. Meanwhile, Lei Ying and Gu Lai, panting heavily, arrived at Gu Yuan's side, their condition far from ideal. In the original narrative, it was only with the combined strength of Lei Ying and Yan Jin that they could barely withstand Shiwu Tunyan. However, with Yan Jin replaced by the comparatively weaker Gu Lai, the balance of power had swiftly shifted. In the ensuing battle, Shiwu Tunyan held the upper hand, and if the conflict continued, both Lei Ying and Gu Lai faced the peril of imminent demise. Observing the unfolding scene, the Soul Emperor's spirits soared. His smile directed at the increasingly sullen Gu Yuan as he slowly articulated, Gu Yuan, I have previously stated that when the Shao clan fell, the Gu clan lost its greatest opportunity to contend with the Soul clan. Do not rejoice prematurely, Soul Emperor. The ancient jade is divided into 8 fragments. Even now, you have only gathered 7. You celebrate too soon. Lei Ying retorted coldly. Oh, is that so? The Soul Emperor replied, a peculiar smile illuminating his face. He continued softly. The last piece belongs to the Shao clan, does it not? The Shao family of Wutan City is but a shadow of the once mighty Shao clan. A family devoid of even a Dou zone, having been subdued by my clan long before my arrival. Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's words, Lei Ying's expression shifted at last. Had the Soul Emperor truly gathered all 8 fragments of the ancient jade? Observing the ashen faces of Lei Ying and the Gu clan, the Soul Emperor chuckled. Regrettably, I did not find the final piece within the Shao family. It must be in the possession of that Shao Yan, I presume? Gu Yuan felt the probing gaze of the Soul Emperor and remained silent, while Lei Ying and the others regarded Gu Yuan with a mixture of surprise and hope. As long as the Soul Clan had not assembled all 8 fragments, there remained a glimmer of hope. Unperturbed by their expressions, the Soul Emperor continued. That Shao Yan must have entered the heavenly tomb. When he emerges, Gu Yuan, inform him that if he wishes to save his father, he must wager the ancient jade. and we shall settle this matter once and for all in the Zhongtian mountain range. As the Soul Emperor's words lingered in the air, he and Shiwu Tunyan gradually retreated into the rift in space. Soul Emperor. With a thunderous rumble, the rift pulsated ominously, a colossal black imprint materializing once more, silencing the crowd. Even the powerful members of the Gu clan hurriedly reconstructed the ancient mirror to guard against the Soul clan's devastating onslaught. At that moment, the Soul Emperor halted, turning back to Gu Yuan with a gentle smile, saying, "Gu Yuan, this is your third and final opportunity. I shall not grant you a fourth." As the voice of the Soul Sovereign gradually faded, both he and the shadow of the void-devouring flame vanished entirely into the rifts of space. Above, the immense black imprint trembled and slowly dissipated. Faced with the formidable black mark conjured by the Soul Clan's army, even the ancient sovereigns dared not act recklessly. They could only watch as the Soul Sovereign and his followers retreated unscathed. Gazing at the slowly healing rift in the sky, the mountain range fell into an eerie silence. Many powerful figures of the ancient clans wore somber expressions. Although the ancient clans were not crushed as the Spirit Clan had been, they had still lost the ancient jade. From a certain perspective, this encounter with the Soul Clan had cost them dearly. Moreover, supported by the 8-star and 7-star battle saints, Lei Ying and Yao Dan, they found themselves at a disadvantage in direct confrontation with the Soul Clan. If not for their presence, it would suggest that the ancient clans were utterly incapable of contending with the Soul Clan. How could the first imperial clan, which prided itself on its millennia of history, not appear disheartened? The myriad light screens across the mountains gradually retracted, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Fortunately, the command had been executed with precision. Otherwise, this mountain range would have been reduced to ashes in the conflict, resulting in significant losses for the ancient clans. In the sky, Gu Yuan gazed at the spot where the rift had vanished, his expression darkening. Behind him, the three immortals of the ancient clan sighed softly. They were aware that the void-devouring flame had ascended to the 9-star battle saint rank, yet they had not anticipated the Soul Clan's profound scheming. With crucial internal supporters in every clan, they had seized the ancient jade without shedding a drop of blood, deftly manipulating the clans as if they were mere puppets. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, his countenance gradually calming. He gestured for Gu Dao to manage the aftermath, then turned to swiftly enter the hall. As he entered, his voice echoed, "We shall discuss matters in detail within the hall. Given the current circumstances, there is no turning back. The Soul Clan's methods clearly afford us no chance for survival." Lei Ying and Yao Dan exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they nodded in agreement. One by one, the assembly made their way into the hall. Inside, the members took their seats, yet the atmosphere remained heavy with the weight of recent events. Esteemed colleagues, the situation has become clear. I trust you all comprehend the Soul Clan's tactics. The Soul Sovereign may be correct. Had I been more resolute during the ancient conflict between the Shao Clan and the Soul Clan, the outcome might have been vastly different. Gu Yuan sighed, a deep sense of regret swelling within him. The assembly fell silent. The ancient 8 clans had never been a monolithic entity, and no one could justly blame Gu Yuan for his actions. Moreover, those present were primarily beneficiaries of past events, with only Lei Ying and Yao Dan as outsiders. Yet they could hardly scold Gu Yuan on behalf of the Shao Clan. The strength exhibited by the Soul Clan exceeded our initial estimations. Thus, Lei Ying, Yao Dan. It seems there is no dissent regarding the alliance, is there? Feeling the weight of Gu Yuan's gaze, Lei Ying and Yao Dan solemnly nodded. An alliance was imperative. The Soul Emperor had descended into madness, and not a single member of the Stone, Spirit, or Flame races had survived. Should such a man ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor, this continent would inevitably fall under the dominion of the Soul Clan, plunging it into eternal unrest. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. If the Soul Emperor truly reached that level, they would lose all capacity for resistance. Suddenly, Lei Ying turned to Gu Yuan and inquired, "The last piece of ancient jade resides with Xiao Yan. When will he emerge from his seclusion? Is it possible to retrieve the jade from him?" Surely, compared to the fate of the entire continent, Xiao Yan will deliberate carefully. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yao Dan echoed the question. Many present brightened at the suggestion. Using the ancient jade as leverage in battle was fraught with uncertainty. However, placing the jade in Gu Yuan's possession would significantly complicate the Soul Emperor's acquisition of it. After all, no one on this continent had yet succeeded in defeating Gu Yuan to seize the jade. Gu Yuan remained silent for a while before slowly shaking his head. That child holds his family in high regard. Upon hearing this, Lei Ying and Yao Dan trembled slightly, nodding before turning away in contemplative silence. Then we shall wait for Xiao Yan to emerge before making a decision, Gu Yuan sighed, observing the varied thoughts of Yao Dan and Lei Ying. The 9 Nether Abyss served as a principal passage into the subterranean world, guarded meticulously by the 9 nether demonic python clan. However, Jiang Yun made his approach without disguise, heading directly to the entrance of the abyss. "Greetings, my lord." The guards of the 9 nether demonic python clan, upon spotting the token in Jiang Yun's hand, immediately bowed in respect. "Where is Yao Ming?" Chapter 199, The Powerful Queen. Hearing Jiang Yun directly address the clan leader by name, the two 8th-tier magical beasts, both of Dou Qi strength, exchanged curious glances but responded respectfully. "My lord, the clan leader is within the Nether Palace." "Very well," Jiang Yun nodded, his figure becoming blurred before vanishing entirely. The two 9 nether demonic pythons, having witnessed the scene unfold, were momentarily stunned before they quickly regained their composure, gazing in awe at the spot where Jiang Yun had disappeared, in the depths of the abyss, within the veins of the nether serpent. The current headquarters of the 9 nether demonic python clan, Yao Ming looked reverently at the calm figure of the woman in green, standing by the window. He spoke solemnly. "Mistress, the disturbance caused by Medusa last time has alarmed the Celestial Phoenix clan. I hear that their leader is personally leading an attack against our 9 nether demonic python clan." Qing Lin's gaze shifted from the direction of the 9 nether yellow springs, her eyes revealing a hint of concern as she responded earnestly. "I have already sent word to the ancient dragon clan. Once Brother Jiang Yun learns of this, he will come to our aid. For now, the most critical matter is that Sister Medusa must not encounter any mishap. Otherwise, Brother Jiang Yun will be heartbroken." "What has happened to Medusa?" At that moment, a voice unexpectedly echoed within the great hall. Yao Ming and Qing Lin turned simultaneously, their eyes widening in disbelief as they recognized the speaker. Qing Lin reacted swiftly, her graceful steps carrying her into Jiang Yun's embrace in an instant. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Yun, I've missed you so much." Warmth and softness enveloped him as he smiled, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist, and gently remarked, "Qing Lin, your strength has grown remarkably. You have already reached the rank of 2-star Dou Saint." In the beast realm, Qing Lin had unexpectedly discovered the remnants of the 9-headed heavenly serpent soul. Otherwise, her ascension to 2-star Dou Saint would not have occurred so swiftly. With a cheerful smile, she lifted her head from Jiang Yun's chest. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she joyfully continued, "The 9-headed heavenly serpent." Jiang Yun gazed into Qing Lin's deep, captivating eyes, as if peering through the azure serpent's 3-flower pupil to witness the countless slumbering 9 nether earth serpents and the imposing 9-headed heavenly serpent within. Sensing no threat to Qing Lin, he felt reassured and inquired, "You mentioned that Medusa has shown signs of anomaly. What exactly is happening?" At that moment, Yao Ming stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Yao Ming pays homage to the master." Jiang Yun nodded, guiding Qing Lin to the throne at the center of the grand hall, and waved his hand, saying, "Rise." "Yes." As Yao Ming stood, Jiang Yun asked with a serious expression, "Now, please explain the situation." "Upon your command, I have diligently guarded the vicinity of the 9 nether yellow springs day and night, ensuring the safety of our matron Medusa. One day, a breathtaking 9-colored brilliance erupted from the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs. Initially, I believed it was a sign that the matron was about to emerge. Yet it has been half a month, and there has been no word from her. While I was in a state of anxious despair, our clan received news that the Phoenix clan's Huang Tian, having acquired intelligence from an unknown source, is preparing to invade shortly. My strength is insufficient, and for the safety of our 2 matriarchs, I had no choice but to seek assistance from ancient Dragon Island." Upon hearing Yao Ming's grave report, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. The phenomenon from half a month ago should have been a harbinger of Medusa's emergence, yet why was there still no sign of her? Logically, there should be no entity capable of threatening her at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs. Why was she delayed for so long? "Let us go and investigate." Jiang Yun decisively rose, taking Qing Lin's hand as they headed toward the 9 nether yellow springs, with Yao Ming swiftly following behind. Deep within the abyss of the nether serpent's veins, Jiang Yun led Qing Lin across a vast, dark chasm to the immense 9 nether yellow springs. A chilling aura, potent enough to freeze one's internal Dou Qi, surged forth. Yet it posed no harm to him now. The water of the 9 nether yellow springs remained a deep yellow, interspersed with streaks of blood-red hue, appearing timeless. Faint streams of yellow mingled with the essence of blood continuously seeped out, rising and howling toward the heavens. "Brother Jiang Yun, look over there." Ever since Sister Medusa stirred, a small whirlpool has formed in this tranquil 9 nether yellow springs. Standing at the edge of the 9 nether yellow spring, Qing Lin grasped Jiang Yun's arm, her delicate fingers gesturing toward the distance. There, in one direction of the 9 nether yellow spring, a small whirlpool with a diameter of less than a meter emerged, appearing somewhat peculiar. "I shall descend to take a look. If the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan attacks, you need only shatter it, and I will emerge." After observing for a moment, Jiang Yun spoke in a low voice. handing Qinglin a silver jade stone. All right, brother Zhang, take care. Understanding that she could not dissuade him, Qinglin sensitively accepted the jade stone and spoke softly. Zhang nodded, glancing back at the approaching Yao Ming. With a swift movement, he plunged directly into the depths of the 9 nether yellow spring, his figure darting like a flash of lightning toward the bottom of the spring. Swish! Within the murky yellow waters, a silhouette zipped by with astonishing speed. The chilling forces surrounding the 9 nether yellow spring surged toward Zhang Yun from all directions. Yet they could never break through the layer of black and white energy that enveloped him. His soul force, at the peak of the heavenly realm, swept across the surroundings, causing Zhang Yun's speed to surge once more. A deep watermark surfaced in his wake, only to be submerged by the rushing waters afterward. Hiss! Suddenly, a faint strange sound reached his ears, and the surrounding waters began to swirl rapidly. Zhang Yun abruptly turned, his deep-set eyes scanning the area as an invisible soul force struck a shadow violently, obliterating it entirely. Ignoring the life he had just extinguished, Zhang Yun's speed soared, transforming him into a bolt of lightning that tore through the waters, racing toward the depths of the 9 nether yellow spring. Moments later, Zhang Yun reached the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring, where he beheld an immense expanse of sandy ground, littered with countless fist-sized fragments of rock. These stones emanated a faint radiance, which illuminated the dark lakebed surprisingly well. Finding no trace of Medusa, Zhang Yun swiftly navigated the lakebed, searching for the lair of the 7-colored devouring python. His search persisted for over 10 minutes, yet yielded no results. At that moment, a flicker of realization crossed Zhang Yun's face as his expanding soul force seemed to sense something. He quickly directed his gaze toward the lower left and darted out, his body slicing through the water with a splashing sound. Zhang Yun moved with incredible speed, and within minutes, he arrived at the location he had sensed, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance at the lake's bottom, faintly surrounded by spatial energy. Zhang Yun's expression remained calm as he surged toward the cave entrance. Swish! After a dizzying spin, Zhang Yun found himself before a resplendent, multicolored hall. Before he could thoroughly observe his surroundings, a terrifying 9-colored sword light descended upon him with ferocity. Medusa? Zhang Yun's eyes widened with surprise, yet his hands moved swiftly as a pitch-black void materialized in his palm, aimed to devour the oncoming sword light. Zhang Yun. At that moment, a voice laced with surprise broke the stillness, reaching Zhang Yun's ears. He lifted his gaze to behold a dazzling burst of 7-colored light, unfurling magnificently. Within that radiant glow lay a figure as exquisite as sheep-fat jade, resting serenely, her flowing azure tresses cascading down, reminiscent of a mermaid beneath the water's surface. Coupled with her cold, enchanting visage, exuding a mesmerizing allure capable of bewitching nations, an unparalleled beauty was thus born. At this juncture, she regarded Zhang Yun, her eyes brimming with delight and an undercurrent of disbelief. In the next instant, a subtle smile graced her alluring cheeks, blooming like a peony, captivating and breathtaking. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her surprise momentarily overshadowing her state of undress. "Half a month ago, Yao Ming detected movements from the 9 nether yellow springs. When I noticed your prolonged absence, I feared something had gone awry, hence I rushed to investigate," Zhang Yun replied, inhaling deeply to quell the tumult within, a gentle smile adorning his face. "Half a month ago?" Medusa responded with a slight pause, her gaze dropping to her current state, a tempting flush creeping onto her delicate features, adding to her allure. Realizing Zhang Yun's earlier unease, Medusa swiftly suppressed her shyness, adopting a playful yet commanding demeanor as she gazed at him, her lips curving into a dazzling smile. "Do I look good?" In response, Zhang Yun's lips curled into a smile as he approached her, inquiring, "So, what is your current situation? Have you emerged from your seclusion?" The surrounding space was vast, with colossal serpent-like bones intertwined across the ground, undoubtedly remnants of the fallen 7-colored sky-devouring python. Zhang Yun's actions took Medusa by surprise, causing a momentary flutter in her heart. Yet, she maintained her composure, gesturing towards a distant cluster of colorful light. "I emerged half a month ago, and am currently awaiting that little one." Following Medusa's, Zhang Yun spotted a 9-colored orb floating in the distance, emanating a familiar spiritual aura. "Is that Little Nine?" he murmured, sensing the recognizable soul waves. "Indeed, I discovered the lair of our ancestors here. Little Nine has been sharing a body with me, and during this breakthrough to Dou Qi, I intend to seize this opportunity to fully solidify my physical form with the legacy left by our forebears. In another month, I shall succeed." Nodding, Zhang Yun's gaze returned to Medusa, playfully examining her exquisite form as he inquired, "And what about you?" With a playful smile, Medusa's elongated, beautiful eyes swept over him, her finely arched brows raising slightly as she beckoned. "Come closer, And I shall tell you. Jiang Yun's expression shifted as a smile danced on his lips, and he took slow steps toward her. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed within the grand hall, causing both their hearts to race inexplicably. Approaching Medusa, the vibrant, multicolored energy enveloped her exquisite form like a delicate veil, outlining her alluring curves. Now, it could be said, suppressing the tumult within. A crimson glimmer flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Boom. Medusa smiled enchanting at Jiang Yun, offering no response. In the next instant, an alluringly fragrant, slender jade finger darted towards him with lightning speed. At its tip, a shimmering nine-colored glow flickered, as a peculiar energy quietly diffused. Observing this, Jiang Yun could not help but shake his head. He clenched his palm, and a swirling, pitch-black vortex of devouring energy began to rotate slowly. Medusa's jade finger halted just outside the black hole, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yun, and remarked with a smile, "Your strength has ascended quite rapidly, hasn't it? You have already broken through to the 3-star Dou Saint." Indeed, Jiang Yun, at the pinnacle of 2-star Dou Saint, had effortlessly advanced to 3-star after refining the Thunder Tribulation pill. He shook his head helplessly. Upon emerging from seclusion, Medusa seemed to have reverted to her former self. The untamable Queen Medusa, exuding an even greater confidence alongside her cold, enchanting demeanor. Before Jiang Yun could utter a word, Medusa suddenly smiled triumphantly. "Unfortunately, a 3-star Dou Saint is not my match." As her words fell, Jiang Yun instantly felt an overwhelming force emanating from his waist, and in the next moment, space shifted, transporting them both to a realm of nothingness. There, a massive bed draped in purple curtains lay before them, and through the vast violet drapery, 2 figures could be discerned, one above the other. Space had shifted, a 6-star Dou Saint. Realizing the peculiarities surrounding him, Jiang Yun gazed in astonishment at the Medusa pressing down upon him. He had not sensed her strength upon entering, and now he was met with a delightful surprise. He was certain he had not misperceived. Only a 6-star Dou Saint could perform such spatial displacement, not merely through innate spatial talent. At that moment, did you truly care about such matters? However, Jiang Yun's inquiry seemed to displease Medusa. She seized both of his hands with one of her own, lifting them above his head, her gaze imposing as she looked down upon him. This action showcased Medusa's voluptuous curves and enticing angles in all their glory. Hearing Medusa's words and feeling the sensations coursing through him, the suppressed fire within Jiang Yun reignited. Noticing his reaction, Medusa smiled playfully, leaning closer to Jiang Yun's ear, her voice dripping with allure. "While it is true that that girl, Xian, appeared by your side first, in this regard, she cannot compare to me." With that, Medusa's face rapidly enlarged in Jiang Yun's vision, her cool yet fervent red lips crashing down upon his. Boom! The 9-colored energy surged upward, morphing into a radiant sphere that enveloped them both tightly. Within the chamber, this 9-colored orb emitted resplendent flashes of light. Chapter 200, The Azure Scales Strike. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, the exquisite Qinglin stood gracefully by the shore, her gaze fixed intently upon the tranquil surface of the lake, not allowing a single movement to escape her notice. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air, and the figure of Yao Ming appeared behind Qinglin, urgency lacing his voice as he implored, "Mistress Qinglin, the Celestial Phoenix clan approaches. For your safety, it would be wise for you to take cover." "No, I shall wait here for Brother Jiang Yun to emerge." Qinglin gently shook her head, her soft words unwavering as her eyes remained glued to the lake of the 9 nether yellow springs. Upon hearing Qinglin's response, Yao Ming hesitated momentarily, but the resolute determination in her gaze compelled him to sigh, turning away to soar into the distance. On a distant peak, several figures stood. Among them an elderly man with a frosty demeanor, who addressed the descending Yao Ming with a grave tone. "Clan leader, the Celestial Phoenix clan is exceedingly arrogant, threatening to annihilate our kin. If we remain idle, we shall surely become a laughingstock. What clan would then dare to ally with us?" As the elder's words echoed, a chorus of agreement followed, clearly incited by the audacious actions of the Celestial Phoenix clan. "Oldemo, this matter is far from simple. The leader of the Celestial Phoenix clan, Huang Tian, personally leads the charge and possesses the strength of a late-stage 5-star Dou Saint. Who among our 9 Nether Serpent clan can stand against him?" remarked a stern-faced elder clad in gray, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The might of a 5-star Dou Saint was indeed beyond their reach. "Clan leader, what did that esteemed individual say?" someone inquired. Peering at Yao Ming, a frown etched on their face. The existence of Jiang Yun and Qinglin was no secret among the upper echelons of the 9 Nether Serpent clan. They were aware that the clan leader had secured a formidable ally, suspected to be linked to the ancient dragon of the void. Sensing the gathering gazes upon him, Yao Ming spoke solemnly. That esteemed individual is currently at the bottom of the lake. Should Huang Tian dare to come, this place shall be his grave. At Yao Ming's declaration, many felt an instinctive sense of relief. With his assurance, whether true or not, the morale of the crowd surged, and they eagerly prepared to teach the approaching Celestial Phoenix clan a lesson. Yao Ming, I have heard that you have returned from the dead. I have yet to extend my congratulations. Suddenly, a voice imbued with overwhelming authority resonated, booming like thunder in the ears of every member of the 9 Nether Serpent clan. Upon hearing this voice, the elders atop the mountain adopted grave expressions. Yao Ming's countenance darkened as he soared into the sky, his gaze directed beyond the mountains. There, in the sky, a colossal phoenix flapped its massive wings spanning hundreds of feet, and upon the phoenix's head stood a figure clad in purple and gold robes. Arms crossed behind him, his golden eyes gleaming with an imposing aura fixed upon Yao Ming. Huang Tian, is this not a rather inappropriate way to offer your congratulations? Yao Ming remarked, his voice resonating with gravity as he regarded Huang Tian and the figures standing behind him. The 3 individuals present are the esteemed elders of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. The 3 phoenixes, Phoenix, Kun Phoenix, and Eagle Phoenix, ranked as a 2-star Dou Saint, a 1-star Dou Saint at the late stage, and a 1-star Dou Saint at the mid-stage, respectively. Yao Ming, I shall not indulge in idle chatter. Disclose the truth regarding the disturbance caused by the 9 Underworld Yellow Spring half a month ago, or else. Huang Tian's gaze fell upon Yao Ming with a serene intensity, and as his words lingered in the air, a terrifying aura emanated from him, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the surroundings. Chief Huang Tian, I advise you against coveting that which is beyond your reach, for it will bring catastrophic ruin upon the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. Do not lead yourself astray. Yao Ming's demeanor was grave as he earnestly addressed Huang Tian. Upon hearing Yao Ming's words, a chilling contempt surged within Huang Tian's golden pupils. Preposterous. Is there truly anything within the beast domain that I, Huang Tian, cannot attain? The icy tone of Huang Tian caused Yao Ming's expression to darken gradually. It appeared that today's events would not conclude amicably. I am most eager to uncover the true nature of this place. With that, Huang Tian ceased any further trivial talk, and with a ripple in the surrounding space, he surged directly towards the depths of the 9 Underworld Yellow Spring, the headquarters of the 9 Underworld Serpent clan. Witnessing Huang Tian's audacious attempt to force his way through, many elders of the 9 Underworld Serpent tribe wore expressions of deep dismay. Such an act was a blatant slap to their faces before the multitude. Huang Tian, do not overstep your bounds. This is the territory of my 9 Underworld Serpent clan. With a flash, Yao Ming appeared before Huang Tian, his face grim as he shouted in anger. Yao Ming, are you truly foolish enough to pit your 2-star Dou Saint against me? As the leader of your clan, are you prepared to jeopardize your people? Huang Tian's countenance was indifferent, his golden eyes coldly scrutinizing Yao Ming and the numerous elders of the 9 Underworld Serpent clan behind him. Huang Tian, there is no need for such pompous rhetoric. You shall not step beyond this place today. Yellow Spring Palm. Yao Ming's gaze hardened. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to be daunted by the vast difference in their strengths. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a palm imbued with terrifying wind energy, accompanied by a series of deep sonic booms, hurtling towards Huang Tian. Overestimating yourself. As Yao Ming dared to strike, a mocking glint flickered in Huang Tian's eyes, and his expression turned icy cold. With a casual flick of his elongated fingers, a golden feather of light surged forth, clashing with Yao Ming's fierce palm wind with the speed of lightning. With a resounding thud, the two forces met, and Yao Ming's formidable palm wind crumbled upon contact, while the golden feather, akin to a divine weapon capable of slicing through iron, effortlessly tore through Yao Ming's fierce attack, leaving a half-inch-long gash on his hand, which was harder than metal. The moment of contact resulted in injury. Yao Ming's expression shifted, and the golden energy spread from the wound like venom, rendering the muscles of his hand numb. Killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. The figure of Huang Tian appeared before Yao Ming like a specter, his indifferent golden eyes casting a fleeting glance at him. With a mere wave of his sleeve, Yao Ming felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. With a resounding thud, he was violently propelled backward, crashing into a mountain peak, causing the earth to tremble and the mountain to shatter. Tribe leader. Upon witnessing that Yao Ming was no match for Huang Tian, the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of fury. Form the formation. A roar resonated from the debris of the mountain. Yes, the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan, their faces darkened, responded in unison. Soon, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as nearly 100 figures soared into the sky, their movements subtly imbued with an air of mystery. The coiling serpent formation. Columns of light erupted from within them, intertwining in a magnificent display. In less than a minute, a colossal formation, towering at 1,000 feet, materialized in the sky. A shadow darted through the air as Yao Ming descended rapidly into the heart of the formation. The coiling serpent formation? Huang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard of this formation. In the past, the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan had employed it to vanquish many formidable opponents. However, casting a glance at Yao Ming at the formation's core, Huang Tian spoke with disdain. The formation is impressive. Yet you are no longer the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan of old. Celestial Phoenix, ancient formation. As his words fell, Huang Tian waved his sleeve lightly. Behind him, the formidable members of the Celestial Phoenix clan swiftly arranged themselves, and in a harmonious roar, a thunderous cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Hiss, cry, accompanied by 2 terrifying roars. Boundless energy swirled and coalesced within the 2 formations. Moments later, a massive serpent, thousands of feet long, and a phoenix of equal stature emerged into view. The serpent exuded an ancient aura, radiating formidable power, while the ancient phoenix unfurled its colossal wings, casting a shadow over the land, its presence even more commanding than that of the serpent. The confrontation between the 2 clans stirred the powerful beings within the earth's veins, drawing their gaze in astonishment. The sudden appearance of the clan-defining formations took everyone by surprise, prompting a collective intake of breath. Attack! The shouts of both clans echoed in the sky. The spectators beheld the colossal serpent, forged by the combined might of the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan, as it whipped its massive tail, causing the surrounding space to erupt violently. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Huang Tian, presiding over the formation of the Celestial Phoenix clan, merely raised an eyebrow. A piercing cry resonated through the skies as a gigantic wing, shimmering like gold, pierced through the air, colliding with the mighty serpent. Thud! Above the heavens, a terrifying wave of air spread forth, and the ancient phoenix's silhouette flickered. In contrast, the monstrous serpent's form appeared somewhat ethereal. Following the recent clash, the 9 Nether Earthly Serpent clan had inevitably fallen into a disadvantage. Observing this, the phoenix leaped a few times, and under the gaze of countless eyes, charged directly towards Yao Ming, the chieftain of the 9 Nether Earthly Serpents. How outrageous! Upon witnessing the full might of his clan still being disregarded by the adversary, Yao Ming's rage surged. Yet, the disparity in strength left him with a sense of helplessness. Phoenix Claw. With a cold glare fixed upon the formation housing Yao Ming, the phoenix unleashed a claw capable of shattering space, imbued with a lethal threat, aimed directly at him. Yao Ming was captured by Jiang Yun's brother, and without his command, Qinglin could not allow him to perish before her eyes. Just then, a soft, mellifluous voice echoed in everyone's ears. Although the voice was exceedingly gentle, it sent chills down their spines. Roar! In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted. Suspended in the air above the 9 nether yellow springs was a woman clad in green garments. Behind her loomed a colossal serpentine shadow, boasting 9 heads, which surged towards the phoenix. Battle Sage, Ancient Sky Serpent. As the ancient serpent's shadow approached, a flicker of astonishment crossed the phoenix's eyes. The ancient sky serpent was renowned alongside the ancient phoenix as a formidable beast of yore, both of which should have faded into history on the continent of Dou Qi. The Celestial Phoenix clan was indeed descended from the ancient phoenix. How could the ancient sky serpent still exist in this world? With no time for further contemplation, the phoenix reacted swiftly, opening his mouth as dark energy surged forth, instantly transforming into a massive, ghastly maw, seemingly intent on devouring the ancient sky serpent whole. Devour the heavens. A resounding boom echoed as terrifying energy rippled outwards, sending the green figure of Qinglin staggering backward under the immense force. The phoenix, observing the retreat of Qinglin, revealed a cold smirk. What of the ancient sky serpent? If it were a living creature, I might respect it. But a mere soul entity is overestimating itself. Kuanping blood stomach. Dark energy erupted from within the phoenix, rapidly forming a bizarre, enormous entity overhead that resembled a gigantic stomach. Atop this stomach, a gaping maw opened, akin to a ferocious jaw, swiftly lunging towards Qinglin. Yellow Spring's finger. Mid-flight, sensing the phoenix's attack, Qinglin steadied herself, extending a finger. Instantly, the energy within space surged violently, conjuring a massive, deep yellow finger that tore through the air with a thunderous sound, colliding with the menacing maw. Boom! The maw effortlessly consumed the Yellow Spring's finger, and at that precise moment, Qinglin landed at the very center of the 9 nether earthly serpent clan's formation, taking the place of the recently displaced Yao Ming. Upon entering the formation, Qinglin swiftly formed seals with her hands, and dozens of silhouettes simultaneously flickered into existence within the grand array. Concurrently, deep within her irises, emerald petals quietly unfurled, marking the foreheads of all the formidable members of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan with an unmistakable emblem. Heavenly Serpent, return to your place. With a delicate command, the colossal serpent conjured by Qinglin's summons gradually dissipated, giving way to the ancient Heavenly Serpent, which became increasingly substantial. From a bird's-eye view, one could observe that, centered around Qinglin, a myriad of verdant lines interconnected the numerous strong members of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan, channeling boundless power into the body of the ancient Heavenly Serpent, the three-hued eyes of the Azure Serpent. At this moment, Huang Tian also discerned the anomaly within Qinglin's gaze and spoke with a serious tone. Casting a glance around, including at Yao Ming, the assembly of the 9 Nether Earth Serpents suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder Yao Ming was willing to sacrifice the entirety of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan to thwart him. They had already been utterly annihilated. What of the three-hued eyes of the Azure Serpent? After a moment of astonishment, Huang Tian let out a cold laugh, bellowing, "Great cracking demon claw." With a swift motion, he unfurled his massive wings, spanning several tens of feet. In a flash, he appeared above Qinglin, a gigantic black claw descending with ferocity, the fierce gale sealing off Qinglin's surrounding space, before lunging ruthlessly at her head. Huang Tian's speed caused Qinglin's expression to tighten momentarily, yet she did not evade. Instead, she altered her hand seals, and the ancient Heavenly Serpent in the sky unleashed a deafening roar, its 9 heads radiating 9 distinct energy waves, charging towards Huang Tian. Boom. In the sky, Huang Tian's colossal claws struck all 9 heads of the ancient Heavenly Serpent, unleashing a tempest of violent energy that swept wildly, causing the surrounding space to erupt in explosive bursts. In this frontal confrontation, an immense force surged forth, causing Huang Tian's body to tremble and retreat several steps, while those of Qinglin's faction, already at a disadvantage, suffered even more. The numerous elders maintaining the formation of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan coughed up copious amounts of blood, their spirits waning. Even Yao Ming, a 2-star Dou Saint, turned pale, his insides roiling tumultuously. However, Qinglin remained undeterred, her expression impassive, once again forming seals to extract the Dou Qi from the bodies of her allies. Under normal circumstances, such exploitation would have incited dissatisfaction and prompted others to flee. Yet, under the control of the three-hued eyes of the Azure Serpent, even if it meant sacrifice, they would not hesitate in the slightest, let alone over mere Dou Qi. With the support of her companions, dark mist enveloped the sky, heralding the reappearance of the ancient Heavenly Serpent. Meanwhile, Huang Tian, with a grim countenance, gazed at Qinglin and her allies. It was a deep humiliation for a 5-star Dou Saint to be repelled by the tactics of a mere 2-star Dou Saint. Demon Phoenix, Holy Image. Huang Tian glared coldly at the ancient Heavenly Serpent in the sky, unleashing a furious roar. In an instant, its body began to swell rapidly, and amidst the eruption of golden light, a colossal demon phoenix, towering thousands of zhang, manifested beneath the vast sky, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Waves of terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Gazing at the gargantuan entity in the heavens, Qinglin's expression gradually shifted to one of grave concern. While the physical form of a magical beast was inherently formidable, the body of the celestial demon phoenix, though not as powerful as that of the ancient void dragon lineage, was undeniably intimidating. Now revealing its true form, the Phoenix of Heaven could likely disregard any assault from a 4-star Dou Saint and below. The situation had grown increasingly precarious. Yet, no matter how daunting it became, she would not retreat an inch. Taking a deep breath, Qinglin's emerald green eyes, with their 3 floral patterns of the Azure Serpent, operated at their utmost, sending waves of slight pain coursing through her mind, which she resolutely ignored. At that moment, the ancient celestial serpent's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of vitality. The Phoenix of Heaven gently flapped its wings, summoning a tempest that roared through the realm. Its keen gaze fixated on Qinglin, a cruel glimmer passing through its eyes. Boom! In a fleeting thought, the Phoenix of Heaven, with its immense wings stretching across 1,000 zhang, suddenly trembled, causing the sky to dim instantaneously. The colossal figure moved with astonishing speed, tearing through space. A massive black rift in the fabric of reality appeared, suspended ominously in the sky. The sound of an explosive shockwave reverberated like thunder, and below, the towering peaks were reduced to ashes under the force of the terrifying shockwave. Hiss! Confronted with the fierce advance of the Phoenix of Heaven, the ancient celestial serpent let out a roar of defiance. As its form twisted, a terrifying black beam shot forth from its maw toward the Phoenix of Heaven. Bang! The pitch-black energy beam struck the body of the Phoenix, momentarily slowing its velocity. However, the tremendous wind pressure generated by the beating of its wings cleaved through the black beam, inflicting only minor damage to its iron-like feathers. Boom! The phoenix of heaven tore through the energy beam, and with a powerful flap of its wings, its massive form appeared mere hundreds of zhang in front of Qinglin. The fierce currents of air viciously tugged at Qinglin's body, the swirling Dou Qi on her surface dissipating almost instantly under the chaotic winds capable of easily shattering mountains. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun's brother noticed that there was no trace of fear in Qinglin's eyes. Instead, she cast a wistful glance towards the direction of the 9 nether yellow spring, murmuring softly to herself. Boom! Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the 9 nether yellow spring erupted violently, and a towering 9-colored beam of light surged forth, interposing itself between Qinglin and the phoenix of heaven. The enormous 9-colored pillar shot into the heavens, its resplendent radiance transforming the very fabric of this world into a vibrant tapestry of color. Bang! The colossal body of the phoenix collided directly with the multicolored light pillar, instantly unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the heavens. The very sky and earth quaked under the force of such a violent impact. With a grunt, the phoenix transformed into human form, clutching its chest and abruptly spewing forth a mouthful of blood, gazing at the radiant pillar with a look of sheer astonishment. Was that the disturbance that echoed from half a month ago? The unexpected turn of events captivated the attention of everyone present, particularly the elders of the 9 Nether Serpent clan, who stared at the light pillar with expressions of horror. From that pillar, they sensed a pressure that resonated deep within their bloodlines and souls. What a foolish girl! If you suffer even the slightest harm, not even the annihilation of your kin can atone for it. A languid female voice emerged from the luminous column. Strangely, despite the ordinary nature of her words, many present were entranced, their breaths growing heavier. As the multicolored light dissipated, a stunning figure with alluring curves materialized before their eyes. Coldly enchanting, she was a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. Upon her gaze landing on the azure scale, a hint of tenderness flickered in Medusa's eyes as she reached out to gently ruffle the girl's hair, softly admonishing, "You mustn't act recklessly again. If anything were to happen to you, I and Jiang Yun would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime." Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint flush crept along Medusa's neck. Had it not been for her prolonged entanglement with Jiang Yun, Azure Scale would never have found herself in such peril, thus rendering her words a genuine reflection of her heart. However, Azure Scale would remain oblivious to the deeper implications, interpreting Medusa and Jiang Yun's concern as mere care. She nodded softly, replying, "I understand, Sister Medusa." Pleased, Medusa nodded in satisfaction before turning her gaze towards the distant Phoenix and the Celestial Phoenix clan. In that fleeting moment of her turn, the warmth in her expression vanished entirely. A cold, piercing gaze swept across the expanse, exuding the demeanor of a sovereign surveying her subjects, detached and authoritative. As her eyes fell upon the Phoenix, a glint of frost flickered within them, the aura of murderous intent swirling. "You have caused me considerable discontent. How do you propose I deal with you?" Medusa addressed the Phoenix with a calm yet menacing tone, her intentions unmistakably lethal. Had the Phoenix not launched its assault, given the strength of her and Jiang Yun, they would not have emerged for at least 10 days to half a month. Now, their timeline had been compressed to a mere 3 days, a significant dampening of their spirits. At this moment, Medusa resembled a powder keg on the verge of explosion, in dire need of an outlet for her frustrations. And the Phoenix along with the Celestial Phoenix clan became her ideal targets. "Who are you?" Feeling the weight of pressure emanating from Medusa, the Phoenix's heart tightened as it clasped its heavy chest, regarding Medusa warily. "Weren't you seeking me? Why now do you inquire about my identity?" Medusa's elongated, beautiful eyes fixed on the Phoenix, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Was it you who caused the phenomenon that day?" Upon hearing the words, Huang Tian gazed at Medusa in astonishment, a wave of unease suddenly swelling within him. Medusa offered no further response to his inquiries, her eyes retaining a chilling glint, while a resplendent 9-colored radiance surged upon her form. A sense of foreboding gripped Huang Tian's heart as he swiftly sought to retreat. However, Medusa moved with even greater swiftness. A terrifying roar reverberated through the void, as the 9-colored sheen enveloping Medusa intensified dramatically. Before the multitude of astonished gazes, a colossal serpent, seemingly endless in its dimensions, emerged with overwhelming force, a 9-colored giant python. Gasping in disbelief, the onlookers were swept by waves of shock. The 9-colored devouring python. How could this be? How could such a creature still exist on the continent? Huang Tian, witnessing the emergence of the gigantic serpent, was equally struck with incredulity, his voice rising in a disbelieving shout. Yet, the only reply he received was the massive tail of the 9-colored serpent, nearly 1,000 feet long. Yao Huang step. Huang Tian's pupils constricted as he unleashed a powerful roar. He unfurled his wings, producing a thunderous sound as he propelled himself into the air. leaving behind fleeting afterimages while retreating at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. But could he truly escape? Medusa's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as she observed. Huang Tian's speed was indeed remarkable. As a late-stage 5-star Dou Saint, he could rival even 6-star Dou Saints in swiftness. However, Medusa too mastered the power of space. Her speed formidable, and with her enhanced strength, Huang Tian's velocity appeared trivial in her eyes. As her words echoed, the surrounding space around the retreating Huang Tian warped bizarrely. With a sudden shift, his body was inexplicably drawn back to his previous position, while Medusa, like a specter, appeared mere 3 meters before him. Space displacement. You're a 6-star Dou Saint. Huang Tian stared at Medusa's enchanting visage, realization dawning upon him, and he gasped in horror. Boom. Without receiving an answer from Medusa, Huang Tian was struck heavily in the chest by the descending tail of the 9-colored serpent. In an instant, the overwhelming force shattered his bones as if they were mere iron. The eerie sound of cracking bones echoed from within Huang Tian, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. With a violent thrust, Huang Tian's figure flew backward like a cannonball. Yet, Medusa would not allow him such an easy escape. From the serpent's mouth, dozens of 7-colored scales suddenly fell away, transforming before the astonished eyes into numerous colossal 7-colored devouring pythons. Their tails intertwined, forming a serpentine net that relentlessly pursued the retreating Huang Tian with lightning speed. Surrounded by layers of ethereal energy, the majestic phoenix, in a desperate plight, was met with the united cries of dozens of resplendent 7-colored, sky-devouring serpents. The serpent net, visible to the naked eye, rapidly constricted with terrifying speed. The air was rent with a cacophony of thunderous sounds as the serpent net shrank, and within its grasp, an indescribable force of compression took shape, causing the very fabric of space to collapse instantaneously. Already disoriented from a prior strike, the phoenix endured yet another fierce assault from Medusa. Even with its formidable strength, the phoenix was gravely wounded, letting out a mournful cry of agony. The suffocating pressure enveloping its body caused the phoenix immense suffering, prompting an uncanny shudder that allowed it to break free from the serpent net momentarily. In a flash of golden light, its form diminished, accompanied by the roaring sounds of wind and thunder as it pierced through the spatial rift, hurtling towards the distant formation of the demon phoenix. Tribe leader. The members of the celestial demon phoenix clan were thrown into a state of panic at the sight of their beleaguered leader. They had never witnessed the phoenix in such a dire predicament. The events had unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to assist. Some even struggled to comprehend how their leader, who had seemed to hold the upper hand, was now teetering on the brink of disaster. Can it escape? Medusa mused, her cold gaze fixed upon the unfolding chaos, unfazed as though she held all strings in her grasp. With a sudden explosion, a flame, dark as night, yet suffused with a crimson halo, surged forth from her being. Fueled by her fierce energy, the flame immediately sprang to life, devour the heavens and earth. With a delicate yet commanding exclamation from Medusa, the unique beast firebirth during her evolution into the 9-colored sky-devouring serpent erupted with terrifying might. A black fire serpent unleashed a torrent of flames, creating an immense ocean of fire capable of incinerating all in its path. The searing blaze consumed everything, and the crackling sounds echoed as a dreadful black hole materialized in the space it traversed. Upon sensing the overwhelming sea of flames conjured by Medusa, the phoenix's pupils constricted sharply, and it bellowed with fervor, "Holy image of the demon phoenix." As the words left its mouth, the formidable warriors of the celestial demon phoenix clan positioned themselves with precision behind it, reactivating the ancient formation of the heavenly phoenix. Holy image of the demon phoenix bell. With blinding speed, the phoenix formed dazzling seals with its hands, summoning a colossal phoenix that solidified and radiated an oppressive aura that thickened the atmosphere. A piercing cry echoed as a massive obsidian bell, towering over a dozen yards, loomed above the assembly. Its surface, dark and intricate, bore the exquisite carving of a soaring black phoenix. Strange black flames continuously billowed from the bell, which, although comprised of condensed energy, appeared more tangible than any corporeal object. With swirling shadows that mirrored reality perfectly, the moment the demon phoenix bell solidified, the infernal sea above plummeted towards it with a cataclysmic crash. Clang! In the moment of collision, a thunderous tolling resonated abruptly. The colossal sound waves surged forth from the surface of the great bell, as if corporeal, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding space, which instantly fractured, accompanied by a series of explosive booms. Chapter 202, Growing Stronger Through Flames. Medusa's prowess is advancing rapidly. In the distance, Qing Lin and the other onlookers, engrossed in the unfolding battle, suddenly heard a gentle voice resonate beside them. In the next instant, All eyes were momentarily dazzled as Jiang Yun's figure materialized quietly beside Qing Lin, who was observing the battlefield. Brother Jiang Yun, you have emerged. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's voice, Qing Lin's attention was instantly diverted from the ongoing conflict. For no matter how fiercely Huang Tian struggled, Medusa was destined to prevail. This is the final time. Jiang Yun, rather than greeting Qing Lin with his usual warm smile, wore a grave expression and issued a solemn warning. I understand. Qing Lin replied cheerfully, her heart swelling with sweetness at his words. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Verbal agreement was one thing, but he was utterly convinced that they would ultimately make the same choice again. However, why had Brother Jiang Yun been gone for so long? Medusa did not appear to be freshly emerged from her seclusion. At that moment, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Qing Lin's eyes as she leaned closer to Jiang Yun, sniffing the air playfully and gazing at him with a smile. Moreover, Brother Jiang Yun carries a strong scent of Sister Medusa, and conversely, Sister Medusa is also imbued with Brother Jiang Yun's essence. Have you and Sister Medusa already emerged from your seclusion? With these words, Qing Lin's clever gaze scrutinized Jiang Yun. Taken aback by her observations, Jiang Yun instinctively paused, then chuckled and shook his head, extending his wrist concealed within his sleeve. I was merely waiting for this little fellow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Qing Lin looked down to see a diminutive, 20-centimeter-long rainbow-hued serpent rising from Jiang Yun's wrist, softly hissing, as if greeting her. Ah, this is little Gio. Qing Lin exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at the small creature, reaching out to playfully tease it, rendering her earlier curiosity irrelevant. At the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs lies the lair of the 7-colored devouring python, where the spirit of the previously perished ancestor resides. They not only aided Medusa in significantly enhancing her strength, but also facilitated little Gio's complete embodiment. Half a month ago, Medusa had already emerged, and during this time, we were merely waiting for little Gio to achieve success, Jiang Yun remarked, watching the interaction between little Gio and Qing Lin with a smile. Indeed, Qing Lin replied, gently lifting the colorful serpent from Jiang Yun's wrist and cradling it in her arms. Master. At that moment, Yao Ming approached Jiang Yun with a bow. You have done well. Take this and distribute it among everyone. Jiang Yun nodded in admiration towards Yao Ming, presenting 2 jade vials to him. One vial contained a 9th-grade treasure pill, sufficient for Yao Ming to transcend to a 3-star Dou Saint, while the other held several 8th-grade healing pills. Treasures that were rare and coveted by all. Thank you, Master. This is merely my duty, Yao Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he accepted the elixirs, feeling the pulsating energy emanating from the jade vials, causing him to tremble even more. Rewards and punishments are clear. I have my own judgments. You need not thank me. It is all a result of your own efforts. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, observing Yao Ming with an indifferent gaze. Yes. Noticing the calmness in Jiang Yun's expression, Yao Ming instantly regained his composure and replied respectfully. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion reverberated from the heavens, creating a massive pit nearly 1,000 feet deep on the ground below. The tremendous commotion immediately drew everyone's attention, as the Celestial Phoenix clan's sacred image shattered in the sky above, causing all present to cough up blood on the spot. The dreadful power of Medusa struck fiercely upon them, displacing their internal organs, while their bodies soared downward like cannonballs. They smashed into mountains, shattering them to pieces, and carved a deep chasm in the earth before finally coming to a halt. However, many members of the Celestial Phoenix clan could not withstand the formidable force of the 9-colored swallowing sky python and were obliterated on the spot, dispersing into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing the tragic fate of the Celestial Phoenix clan, the members of the Jiuyo Diamond Python clan instinctively shivered, their expressions frozen as they gazed at the enchanting silhouette with alluring curves in the sky. Coughing violently, the fallen Huang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror as he looked up at Medusa descending upon them. If I had known a 9-colored swallowing sky python was in seclusion here, I would not have come to court disaster, Huang Tian thought, his gaze flickering with endless regret. Lamenting his impulsiveness and his insufficient understanding of the changing world, the beast domain was no longer a realm where the Celestial Phoenix clan could reign supreme. What shall we do? Medusa coldly regarded the fallen members of the Celestial Phoenix clan and turned her head slightly towards Jiang Yun, inquiring softly. Upon seeing this, the Celestial Phoenix clan's gaze shifted towards Jiang Yun, filled with hope and envy. How could a mere 3-star Dou Saint like Jiang Yun command the affection of Medusa, the only 9-colored swallowing sky python in the Dou Qi Continent, now grown to a 6-star Dou Saint? It was enough to drive one to madness. What do you think? Jiang Yun asked with a smile, approaching Medusa with Qing Scale at his side, his curiosity piqued. Kill them. Medusa responded, glancing at Jiang Yun. recalling that it was Huang Tian who had interrupted their affairs. At that moment, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Yao Ming behind her instinctively raised his head to argue, but ultimately fell silent. As one of the three great clans of the Beast Realm, the Tianyao Phoenix clan would undoubtedly unleash a frenzied retaliation if the likes of Huang Tian were to perish here. At that moment, even the likes of the Jiuyou Earth Serpent clan and Zhang Yun would find themselves in a dire predicament. However, the thought of Zhang Yun's backing from the ancient dragon of Tai Su brought a sense of tranquility to his heart. Should the ancient dragon intervene, the very existence of the Tianyao Phoenix clan would be called into question. This time, this king concedes defeat, yet if you wish to detain me, it shall not be so simple. I believe a 5-star Dou Saint's interference would be something even you cannot overlook. Sensing Medusa's relentless approach, Huang Tian's expression darkened, and with a voice cold as ice, he issued a threat of desperation. Rising swiftly, his wings flared, summoning the sound of thunderous winds once more. One must admit, the vitality of magical beasts is indeed formidable. Despite sustaining grievous injuries moments ago, Huang Tian was already capable of movement. Do you think you can escape? Upon hearing Huang Tian still daring to threaten them, a fierce intent to kill surged within Medusa's eyes. Her foot striking the ground as a radiant 9-colored glow emanated from her palm. Observing Medusa's demeanor, Huang Tian's countenance grew grim, anxiety gripping his heart. He was acutely aware that he had merely feigned his prowess by forcibly channeling his Dou Qi. Despite his terrifying vitality and rapid recovery, Medusa's strength surpassed his own. And the injuries she inflicted were severe. He could feel his internal Dou Qi disintegrating. Reflecting on this, Huang Tian's heart grew increasingly bitter in his current state. Even confronting Zhang Yun, a mere 3-star Dou Saint, would likely lead to his demise. Recognizing the threat he faced, it was imperative to extinguish it swiftly. Zhang Yun observed Huang Tian with a smile, yet Huang Tian felt an even deeper chill than when he faced Medusa. With a flicker of his gaze, Huang Tian's wings beat powerfully, abandoning his comrades from the Tianyao Phoenix clan as he darted away into the distance. Can you truly flee? Zhang Yun smirked coldly, grasping Medusa, who was ready to pursue. With a rapid shift of hand seals, a purple flash coursed across his brow, and in the next moment, a terrifying wave of soul power surged forth. Yellow Springs, Heaven's Wrath. With a low exclamation from Zhang Yun, a dreadful and peculiar wave erupted from his being like a tempest, accompanied by the strange intonations resonating in the heavens and earth. The realm fell into an eerie silence for a fleeting moment before the overwhelming force caught up with Huang Tian, a terrifying soul shock enveloping him entirely. Soul attack. Huang Tian, caught unawares by the movements behind him, was rendered defenseless. Magical beasts are inherently weak in terms of soul prowess, and with the severance of their lineage, few on the Dou Qi Continent mastered soul attacks. Thus, Huang Tian was completely unprepared, and as he hastily attempted to summon his Dou Qi for defense, the dreadful sound wave struck him directly. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave penetrated through Huang Tian's body, emanating a low, muffled resonance. With a sudden gasp, Huang Tian's rigid form froze momentarily. His complexion turned ashen and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. A relentless, saw-like agony surged through his mind, instilling within him an overwhelming urge to tear his head apart. A piercing scream escaped Huang Tian's lips. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Zhang Yun's figure appeared before him like a specter, a finger enveloped in black flames darting toward his brow with lightning speed, accompanied by Zhang Yun's calm voice. Threatening me? I happen to be in need of a mount, and you seem to have a decent appearance, barely passable. You'll do for the time being. As his finger struck Huang Tian's brow, the terrifying holy celestial demon flame instantaneously seared a deep imprint into the essence of the opponent's soul, effortlessly consuming all obstacles in its path. A colossal plume of black flames erupted skyward as Huang Tian reverted to his true form, the celestial phoenix, unfurling his wings of cloud and fire, soaring through the heavens. The resounding cry of the phoenix reverberated across the world. Onlookers gazed upward in astonishment, perceiving that under the scorching flames, the soaring Huang Tian's aura grew increasingly formidable, while his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. What a show-off, Medusa remarked, her eyes glimmering as she observed Zhang Yun in the distance. Rather than feeling displeased by Zhang Yun's decision to spare Huang Tian and instead refine him into a fire servant, she chuckled softly, her gaze imbued with warmth. At that moment, Huang Tian's aura reached a critical threshold, and in the next instant, his bottleneck shattered, unleashing a terrifying momentum that enveloped the realm. Suddenly, he has broken through. The likes of Yao Ming and his companions gazed incredulously at Zhang Yun's silhouette. They had just witnessed Huang Tian, consumed by Zhang Yun's flames, ascend from a late-stage 5-star Dou Saint to a 6-star Dou Saint, shattering their understanding of limits. Many regarded Jiang Yun with fervent admiration, wishing fervently that they, too, could be the ones ignited. Do not be naive. This method comes at a cost. It merely exhausts one's bloodline potential, providing a singular surge in strength. With no possibility of future advancement, Qing Lin softly elucidated. Although Yao Ming and his companions were under Qing Lin's influence, their individuality remained intact, and they, like before, harbored an insatiable thirst for power. Indeed, upon hearing Qing Lin's explanation, the fervor in their eyes diminished somewhat. However, some still gazed at Jiang Yun with longing. They were ancient beings, having lived for centuries, their own cultivation stagnant, relying solely on others for progress. Meanwhile, the celestial phoenix, ablaze with black flames, descended and ultimately transformed back into Huang Tian's form amidst a swirl of dark light. "Greetings, master," he declared reverently, bowing before Jiang Yun, his eyes alight with fervor. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Celestial Phoenix clan gazed in astonishment at Huang Tian and Jiang Yun. Even with prior mental preparation, the actual visual impact was profoundly overwhelming. Return and consolidate the Celestial Phoenix clan, forming an alliance with the 9 Nether-Earth Serpents to unify all forces in the Beast Realm. "Await my command," Jiang Yun stated, disregarding the onlookers and addressing Huang Tian and Yao Ming with a calm demeanor. "Understood." In response to Jiang Yun's directive, both Yao Ming and Huang Tian immediately replied with deep respect. Nodding, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the nearby Qing Lin and Medusa, smiling as he said, "Xian is about to emerge from her seclusion. With you both here, she will surely be delighted." Upon hearing this, Qing Lin beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Is Sister Xian finally coming out? It has been many years since we last met. Are we truly about to reunite?" Medusa, too, wore a smile, albeit one tinged with mischief. "I have missed Xian as well, and I have so much to discuss with her." Sensing the sly glimmer in Medusa's eyes, Jiang Yun felt an unfamiliar wave of guilt wash over him. "Let us depart." Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he softly urged the two. With that, Jiang Yun tore open a dark space portal, which immediately took shape. He stepped forward, leading the way, followed swiftly by Medusa and Qing Lin. As the trio departed, Huang Tian and Yao Ming exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of cold intensity. Though not sworn enemies, the two clans had maintained a distant relationship for ages, and it was only under Jiang Yun's orders that they found themselves calmly discussing an alliance. Yao Ming, clan leader. Huang Tian, clan leader. Chapter 203, The Birth of the Dragon Phoenix. In the void, turbulent streams of space surged like the monstrous jaws of a hidden demon, silently emerging to rend apart all that they encountered. Whoosh! In the stillness of the void, a rainbow light suddenly streaked by at an astonishing speed, creating a tempestuous airflow that echoed thunderously throughout the expanse. I never imagined that the little medical sage has also advanced to the saint level. Within the rainbow light, Medusa, held by Jiang Yun, gazed at the surrounding void, her tone filled with awe. "Now we truly possess the ability to aid you." Clenching her hand tightly, she regarded Jiang Yun's back with a gentle voice. "You have always been of help to me," Jiang Yun replied, turning his head to meet Medusa's gaze with warmth. "You have always supported me." Feeling the affection in Jiang Yun's eyes, Medusa smiled, revealing a captivatingly enchanting expression. At this moment, within the depths of Dragon Island, in a concealed space, Xian sat quietly in the center of a vast purple-gold pool, meditating. The liquid within the pool had transformed into a clear and transparent state, devoid of any residual energy. As Xian swiftly formed intricate hand seals, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy permeating her body, seeping through her limbs and bones. After several cycles, this energy transformed entirely into her own power, causing her aura to visibly ascend, radiating strength. This sensation of ceaseless enhancement felt more tangible than ever before. Suddenly, an immense energy erupted from within her, causing the surrounding space to fracture into minute rifts. In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. Behind Xian, a pair of majestic, violet golden wings unfurled, gently flapping, accompanied by the subtle sounds of wind and thunder that resonated deeply. With a swift motion, Xian's figure seemed to vanish from her original spot, akin to teleportation, reappearing at a distance. "What time is it now?" she murmured softly, raising her gaze to survey her surroundings. At this moment, she was adorned in a flowing violet golden gown, where dragons and phoenixes danced upon the fabric as if alive, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. Her slender figure was accentuated by cascading violet hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, flowing down to her delicate waist, and then cascading to her curvaceous hips. Her beauty was striking, her once violet eyes now transformed into a mesmerizing violet gold, enchanting and mysterious. Under the gaze of these ethereal eyes, it seemed even the heavens and earth bowed in submission. Forget it, I shall venture out. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, the concept of time was swiftly cast aside. She stepped forward towards the outside world, and the space around her seemed to meld with her essence, rippling with waves of energy. In the next heartbeat, her figure completely vanished. Upon her emergence in the outside realm, a dragon's roar, albeit not particularly resounding, emanated from within her. In that instant, all the inhabitants of ancient Dragon Island looked up in astonishment towards her direction. They felt an irresistible pressure that resonated deep within their souls, stirring their very bloodlines. They distinctly sensed a bubbling within their veins, driven by this fervor, compelling them to kneel before the heavens. This was the bloodline of a fully realized royal lineage. Within the Dragon Palace, Zhu Ming suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his aged face as he turned to see the equally exhilarated Zhu Kun at the main seat. Indeed, a fully realized Dragon Emperor bloodline. And not merely a Dragon Emperor, but also the supreme being of the beast realm, the Dragon Phoenix, has re-emerged in this world. Suppressing his excitement, Zhu Kun spoke with a calm demeanor, but could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter. Figures began to appear as if teleporting to the vicinity where Ziyin stood, as they gazed upon her ethereal presence. The crowd was momentarily entranced by the regal aura she emanated. Suddenly, her gaze intensified as it fell upon the figure behind her, where a pair of magnificent, purple gold wings, each nearly 10 feet long, gently fluttered. As these wings vibrated, a faint sound of wind and thunder resonated, stirring the soul. The wings of the celestial phoenix. The body of the ancient dragon. This was the fabled supreme dragon phoenix. Beholding the resplendent wings of Ziyin, the leader of the Tai Su ancient dragons, Zhu Yu, felt an overwhelming thrill course through him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The supreme dragon phoenix, the Tai Su ancient dragon clan has finally welcomed a new dragon phoenix sovereign. At that moment, Zhu Kun appeared silently beside Ziyin, his face alight with satisfaction as he gazed at her, who radiated an astonishing aura. Father, Ziyin said softly, looking at Zhu Kun. However, before she could utter another word, Zhu Kun raised his hand to interrupt her. Turning to the assembly of Tai Su ancient dragons with a serious demeanor, do not you bow to the dragon sovereign. Upon hearing Zhu Kun's command, the crowd exchanged surprised glances. At this juncture, Zhu Ming's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement as he respectfully bowed to Ziyin. We welcome the dragon sovereign. Witnessing Zhu Ming's change of address, the numerous powerful members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan fell to their knees in a fervent display, chanting in unison. We welcome the dragon sovereign. Ziyin gazed in astonishment at Zhu Kun's silhouette before her, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Zhu Kun smiled at Ziyin, gently stating, Ziyin, you have grown. You are now the newly appointed dragon sovereign of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Seeing the earnestness in Zhu Kun's expression, Ziyin nodded in solemn agreement. She turned to the many powerful members of the Tai Su ancient dragons who were bowing before her, subtly waving her hand as she declared, You may rise. In that moment, she seemed to have transformed entirely. The innocence and youthfulness in her eyes had faded, replaced by a cool demeanor that exuded a regal essence, one that seemed to rival the heavens and the earth. Ziyin has changed so much. In the void, Jiang Yun, Qing Lin, and Medusa quietly observed the scene before them as they had just arrived to witness this moment. Qing Lin's eyes sparkled with astonishment at the remarkable transformation of Ziyin. Beside her, Medusa also regarded Ziyin with surprise, for in that instant, she saw a reflection of her own past self when she became the queen of the Serpent Clan. How strikingly similar they were. Jiang Yun maintained a gentle smile, his heart filled with myriad emotions as he had watched Ziyin grow. As he took in the scene, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ziyin's noble gaze. It felt somewhat imperfect that Jiang Yun was not present to witness her ascendancy to the Dragon Sovereign's throne. Just then, her eyes shifted, and in the distance, 3 figures stood quietly observing, one of whom was the very presence she longed to see. Xiao Yun. In an instant, Ziyin's cold demeanor transformed, and she excitedly called out to Jiang Yun. With a single flap of her purple gold wings, she appeared before him like a wraith. Warm and tender jade embraced him. And before he could fully comprehend the moment, with the astonished gazes of the onlookers upon her, Ziyin eagerly pressed her lips against Jiang Yun's. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, Jiang Yun felt an unprecedented, fervent affection radiating from her gaze. Upon sensing this, his own eyes softened, and he gently wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. Beside them, Medusa observed without a trace of jealousy, instead pondering how and when to inform Ziyin that she had already captured Jiang Yun's heart, a step she had taken before Ziyin. The thought brought a mischievous smile to Medusa's lips. Meanwhile, The powerful members of the ancient dragon clan exchanged furtive glances, their eyelids twitching as they cautiously glanced at Dou Qi, acutely aware of how the new dragon emperor had won the old emperor's favor. The sight of the two displaying such affection before the old emperor was unsettling. Would there be no repercussions? What might the emperor feel about this? A teasing voice echoed in Dou Qi's ear, and among all present, only Zhu Ming dared to speak to Dou Qi in such a manner. What feelings could I possibly have? Dou Qi retorted, retracting his gaze from Jiang Yun and Xian with a hint of irritation. Jiang Yun is my acknowledged son-in-law, and besides, Xian has become the new dragon emperor. She is now grown and can manage her own affairs. Seeing the relief in Dou Qi's eyes, Zhu Ming nodded in understanding. Indeed, Xian had ascended to the position of the new dragon emperor. She was capable of making her own decisions. Just as Zhu Ming was lost in contemplation, Dou Qi continued. However, that young man is accompanied by a woman who happens to be a 9-colored devouring python. And after several years apart, he has inexplicably advanced to a 6-star Dou Saint. Such a remarkable ascent, yet he keeps it hidden. It's utterly outrageous. Zhu Ming mentally crossed out his previous thoughts. The emperor was still very much the emperor. Xian, with a playful demeanor, had entwined herself around Jiang Yun's arm, appearing as if she wished never to part from him. Sister Xian, congratulations on your evolution into a dragon phoenix, came the cheerful voice of Qing Lin from behind. Ah, Qing Lin, you've also broken through to Dou Saint. Xian joyfully replied, though she still did not release her hold on Jiang Yun's arm. Humph. Medusa, feeling overlooked, let out a soft huff. Surprisingly, Xian turned to Medusa with an expression of newfound recognition, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, you have emerged from your seclusion. What a pity that you are only a 6-star Dou Saint. I have already reached 7 stars. Unexpectedly, Medusa did not respond with her usual cold demeanor. Instead, she bore a smile befitting a victor, which left Xian perplexed. In the next moment, Medusa turned to Jiang Yun, her voice softening. Jiang Yun, the likelihood of my lineage conceiving is exceedingly high. You must prepare in advance for the elixirs needed for our child's baptism. What did you say? Before Jiang Yun could respond, Xian gasped in disbelief, her expression shifting between him and Medusa in utter astonishment. Pregnant? Under the gaze of Xian, Jiang Yun felt a touch of awkwardness as he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. It was not entirely his fault. He merely succumbed to a temptation that every man is bound to encounter, the allure of Medusa. Who could resist such charm? Moreover, he was in a passive position, merely a trifling 3-star Dou Saint, while Medusa stood as a formidable 6-star Dou Saint, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. Indeed, it was precisely as you might imagine. With her objective achieved, Medusa placed a hand on her belly, her face radiating the warmth of maternal affection as she chuckled softly. However, to Xian, this was nothing short of blatant boasting. Come with me. Gritting her teeth, Xian indignantly seized Jiang Yun and hurried away, leaving him with no opportunity to protest. Observing the retreating figures of the duo, Medusa wore a triumphant smile, while Qing Lin's ears flushed crimson. Her emerald eyes fixed in a daze at the direction the two had departed. Deep within her gaze, 3 verdant petals quietly unfurled. Xian, where are you going? Dou Qi called out, bewildered as he watched Xian whisking Jiang Yun away in a flurry. To have a child. A hurried voice echoed from afar moments later. Upon hearing this, Dou Qi's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but wish to slap himself for having asked. The surrounding powerful members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, who had also overheard, wore expressions of suppressed laughter, desperately holding back their amusement. Sensing the atmosphere, Dou Qi's face grew even darker as he muttered, "What are you doing? Don't you all have work to attend to? Get back to your duties." With a swish, upon hearing Dou Qi's words, the crowd promptly dispersed, hastily fleeing the scene of this commotion. Outrageous. Watching the space around him quickly empty, Dou Qi finally managed to utter 3 words before vanishing from sight. It seems I arrived just in time. A celestial voice echoed in the ears of Medusa and Qing Lin, revealing the serene figure of Xiao Yixian standing not far away, gazing at the 2 women with tranquility. Sister Xiao Yixian. Upon seeing her, Qing Lin joyfully leaped into her embrace. Congratulations on your breakthrough to 6 stars. I wonder how long it will take me to reach that level. Embracing Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian looked at Medusa and expressed her heartfelt sentiments. I can only hope that I may assist him now, Medusa replied, gazing at Xiao Yixian and gently shaking her head with a sigh. Upon hearing Medusa's lament, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin fell into a thoughtful silence. Surely, we can. A resolute voice echoed from the 3, reflecting their unified sentiments on the matter. However, at this moment, he likely does not require our assistance, Medusa remarked teasingly while observing Xiao Yixian. Having witnessed the recent events, Xiao Yixian fully understood the implications of Medusa's jest. In response to Medusa's playful banter, Xiao Yixian could only think to herself, all present are but trifles. Although you are the first in reality. I have lost count of how many times I have been the first in the cycle, and even more absurdly, she has not been without her own experiences. They have grown so familiar that with just a glance from Jiang Yun, she understands precisely what posture is required. Naturally, the little medical fairy would not take the initiative to speak, but merely returned a meaningful smile to Medusa. This left the latter perplexed, a chill inexplicably creeping into her heart. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, and a small nine-colored serpent was flung out. As soon as it was released, the rift closed instantaneously. Hissing, Little Nine landed before the three, shaking its head in confusion and excitedly calling towards the direction from which the rift had opened. The trio, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle and shake their heads. Chapter 204, Unleashing Power. When Jiang Yun and Xian reappeared, 7 days had already passed. Within the Grand Hall, Xian sat regally upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, her authoritative gaze sweeping across the chamber. On her left, seated in the foremost position, was Zhu Qi, followed by Jiang Yun, Medusa, Qinglin, the little medical fairy, and others. To her right, leading the assembly of the Taishu ancient dragon clan was Zhu Ming, accompanied by powerful Dou saints. After a moment, Xian turned her attention to Zhu Ming, inquiring in a neutral tone, how many elders have returned to Dragon Island? In response to Xian's question, Zhu Ming replied solemnly, excluding the old Dragon Emperor, our clan boasts 1 9-star Dou Saint, 1 8-star Dou Saint, and 6 7-star Dou Saints, with an additional 37 Dou Saints of various ranks. Upon hearing Zhu Ming's report, the assembly nodded in agreement, many of the Taishu ancient dragons displaying expressions of pride. This was the strength of their supreme beast race. Standing unchallenged against the ancient imperial clans, their lineage even more profound. When they roamed the continent, the current 8 great imperial clans were perhaps still a distant thought. Medusa, Qinglin, and the little medical fairy were struck with astonishment, finally grasping the substantial foundation of the Taishu ancient dragons. They nodded in understanding. Observing the numerous powerful members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Medusa's eyes, and a thought quietly emerged in her mind as she turned to Jiang Yun. When Medusa glanced towards Jiang Yun, she found him gazing at her with a warm smile. Before she could speak, Jiang Yun lowered his voice, saying, having been preoccupied with numerous matters, the continent has finally found a rare moment of tranquility. If you wish to visit the Serpent People's tribe, I would be happy to accompany you. Startled by Jiang Yun's words, Medusa looked at him in surprise, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. He had always known. The once suitable territory now seemed less than perfect. You are now a 6-star Dou Saint and fully capable of establishing a realm for the Serpent people to thrive. If you wish to avoid complications, the Dark Serpent's veins would also serve as an ideal tribal land. I believe Yao Ming would be more than pleased to see you take charge there. Gently grasping Medusa's delicate hand, Jiang Yun continued, and as he spoke, he could not help but tease her. Sure enough, Medusa was immediately amused, gazing at Jiang Yun with tender affection, stating that she would inquire about the elders' opinions upon her return. Their whispered exchange did not disturb the fervent atmosphere within the Grand Hall. Zhu Qi observed the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction, remarking that while their strength had yet to reach the zenith of their clan's glory, it was still commendable. Alas, the demise of the old ones, Zhu Mu and Zhu Wu, left him with a tinge of regret, as he lamented that he had never even had the chance to meet them. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I am quite well. Zhu Qi waved his hand in response to Zhu Ming's inquiry. With our clan's strength, we are fully capable of engaging in battle with the other races. Let us mobilize our forces to seize the ancient jade and rescue the old Dragon Emperor. At this moment, an elder from the ancient dragon clan stepped forward, fervently expressing his enthusiasm. Indeed, being cooped up on Dragon Island has made me restless. Our strength is formidable now. It is time for the people of the continent to know that the ancient dragon clan has returned. Your Majesty, please issue the command. Upon hearing the warlike sentiments echoed throughout the hall, Jiang Yun and his companions exchanged glances, a trace of amusement flickering in their eyes. Very well then. Who among you will confront the Soul Emperor and the ancient Yuan? Ziyin inquired, her eyes glinting with mischief as she scanned the solemn faces in the hall. As expected, her words silenced the previously boisterous assembly. Those who had been the most vociferous moments ago struggled to articulate a response. To acquire the ancient jade from the Soul Clan and the ancient clan, confrontation with the Soul Emperor and ancient Yuan was inevitable. And these two were of the same caliber as His Majesty Zhu Qi. Among all present, even Zhu Ming might not escape unscathed from their grasp, for they possessed a terrifying advantage over him, imperial-level souls. Zhu Ming's soul realm only reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, leaving a vast chasm between him and the Imperials, rendering him utterly powerless in combat. Observing the hushed hall, Jiang Yun rose and softly stated, "It is not us who should be anxious, but rather the Soul Emperor. He has gathered 7 pieces of ancient jade. He only lacks the one from the Shao clan. The remaining clans, the Ancient Clan, the Medicine Clan, and the Thunder Clan, will undoubtedly guard that piece with utmost vigilance. Neither side will relent without engaging in a fierce battle." His words instantly captured the attention of everyone in the hall, and many nodded in agreement upon hearing Jiang Yun's analysis. "Esteemed elders, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We are currently in the shadows while they are in the light. This is our advantage. Whichever side collects the ancient jade will ultimately head to the ancient emperor's cave, and that will be our prime opportunity to strike. Indeed, you are all of considerable age, yet you lack the composure of this young lad, Jiang Yun. Have we waited for millennia only to falter in these final years?" Zhu Kuan remarked, gazing at the assembly with a blend of amusement and reproach. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's admonishment, many present could not help but chuckle awkwardly, scratching their heads. "Return and diligently cultivate. Should you fail to match the strength of your adversary, I shall see how you fare once this emperor emerges." After enduring Zhu Kuan's reprimand, the crowd exchanged sheepish smiles and gradually exited the grand hall. Moments later, only Jiang Yun, Zhu Ming, and the 2 Zhu brothers remained. Jiang Yun. Zhu Ming suffered internal injuries due to his breakthrough to the 9-star Dou Saint. It is likely that he does not have many years left. With your current alchemical skills, do you possess a remedy? Zhu Kuan turned to Jiang Yun with a grave expression after the others had departed. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhu Ming was the strongest force on Dragon Island, serving as a stabilizing anchor. If he were to perish before even engaging in battle, it would be a dire misfortune. "Senior Zhu Ming, do not resist." Jiang Yun approached Zhu Ming with a serious demeanor, gently placing his hand on Zhu Ming's wrist, his soul power probing to assess the condition within. After a moment, under the anxious gaze of the others, Jiang Yun pondered briefly before declaring, "Although Senior Zhu Ming's condition is rather dire, the ancient dragon's vitality is formidable, coupled with Senior Zhu Ming's extraordinary strength. A 9-revolution Phoenix returning pill is sufficient for his recovery." The 9-revolution Phoenix returning pill, ranked among the 9th-grade mystical pills, embodies the essence of the Phoenix's rebirth, capable of reviving even the deceased, provided that their soul has not completely dissipated. That is reassuring. Your life should not be extinguished. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zhu Kuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, laughing heartily as he patted Zhu Ming's silver hair, now streaked with age. Zhu Ming scratched his head, beaming with a childlike innocence, as if transported back to his youth. "Thank you, young friend Jiang," he expressed with a respectful gesture. "Senior, as a venerable elder of the ancient dragon clan, it is only natural for me to do my utmost, given my ties with Xian," Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Shao Yun, what medicinal herbs are required? I shall dispatch someone to procure them." Xian interjected eagerly from the side. "During my previous visit to the Dragon Island's repository, I noted that most herbs were available, though some can only be found in the Demon Phoenix realm," Jiang Yun elaborated. "Do those feathered creatures possess valuable items?" Zhu Kuan furrowed his brow, instinctively skeptical. "During my recent expedition to the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, I have already subdued Huan Tian. You need only send an elder to the Demon Phoenix clan, and I shall ensure that Huan Tian prepares the necessary herbs," Jiang Yun explained, looking at Xian. "You have managed to subdue those creatures?" Xian gazed at Jiang Yun in astonishment, then mused aloud. "Well, given their feeble strength, how challenging could it have been?" "Understood. I will dispatch Elder Zhu Zhou." Xian nodded softly in agreement. Zhu Kuan and Zhu Ming departed to gather the medicinal materials based on the prescription provided by Jiang Yun. Once they had left, the little medical sage furrowed her brow, regarding Jiang Yun with a puzzled expression. "I recall that while the 9 Transformations Phoenix Rebirth Pill possesses remarkable healing properties, it may not be sufficient to fully cure the deep-seated afflictions accumulated over countless years for someone like Elder Zhu Ming." Upon hearing Shao Yixin's inquiry, Xian, Medusa, and Qinglin cast curious glances at Jiang Yun. Naturally, they trust that Jiang Yun speaks with purpose, yet they too yearn to understand his reasoning. A common 9 Transformations Phoenix Rebirth Pill alone may indeed be inadequate. However, when combined with my holy heavenly demon flame, it becomes entirely feasible. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, offering an explanation to the ladies. At present, Jiang Yun has begun to grasp the profound principles of life and death, possessing the ability to revive the deceased from mere bones and flesh. Even should a Dou Zong perish before him, he has the capacity to restore them without external aid. Moreover, this ability will only grow more formidable as his strength increases. Now it makes sense. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's elucidation, the women nodded in agreement, reassured that if Jiang Yun is confident, there is no cause for concern. Deep within the depths of the heavenly tomb, in the shadowy and eerie sepulchre, Xiao Yin sat quietly in the blood pool, waves of dense and almost tangible energy continuously flowing into his being. Outside the blood pool, two figures stood vigil, one of whom was naturally Gu Suner, while the other was a man clad in pale blue garments. He remained fixated on the blood pool, never once diverting his gaze from Xiao Yin. This man was none other than Xiao Xian, the closest individual to becoming a Dou emperor on the Dou Qi Continent a millennium ago. As he observed the blood pool gradually becoming clear, a smile grew ever broader on Xiao Xian's face. After all, this was the only wealth he could bestow upon Xiao Yin. Shortly thereafter, as the last vestiges of crimson vanished from the blood pool and the waters returned to their tranquil state, both Gu Suner and Xiao Xian turned their attention to the unconscious Xiao Yin within the pool. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted as Xiao Yin let out a mighty cry, as if breaking free from shackles, his momentum soaring to new heights. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the barriers of the Saint realm, ascending to the rank of a one-star Dou Saint. Indeed, a one-star Dou Saint. When Xiao Yin entered the heavenly tomb, he was a 9-star Dou Zun. This time was different from before, as Gu Yuan personally opened the path and escorted him directly to the third layer, where Xiao Xian awaited. Recognizing that the outside world was embroiled in great conflict, Xiao Xian began to provide Xiao Yin with his first extraordinary boon, the Dou Saint Energy Crystal Core in abundance. With the assistance of the Dou Saint Energy Crystal Core and the Bodhi Pill, Xiao Yin broke through to the pinnacle of half-saint within just a year. Subsequently, during the remaining time, he completed the bloodline transmutation process, achieving his current status as a one-star Dou Saint. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Xiao Yin howled towards the heavens, relishing the long-awaited surge of power. Witnessing this scene, both Xiao Xian and Gu Suner wore smiles upon their faces. In the next moment, Xiao Yin let out a long howl, and a blood-red rune gradually emerged from the center of his brow. As the rune descended, an overwhelming aura surged forth, accompanied by a fleeting sense of desolation and extinction, swiftly followed by a terrifying, searing energy that howled into existence. In the blink of an eye, his power ascended from the initial stage of a one-star Dou Saint to the pinnacle of the one-star Dou Saint, and this enhancement was entirely devoid of any adverse effects. Such was the terrifying nature of the clan's rune. You have now cultivated the complete Xiao clan rune. The last vestiges of the clan's bloodline power have been entrusted to you. The final hope of the Xiao clan rests upon your shoulders. At the moment the clan's rune manifested, a familiar resonance of bloodline echoed in the air, bringing a glimmer of joy to Xiao Xian's eyes as he spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression abruptly turned grave. The rune on his brow gradually faded beneath his skin with a mere thought. The next moment, he slowly knelt before Xiao Xian, his demeanor unusually earnest as he declared, Xiao Yin shall not disappoint the ancestors' trust. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xian's body trembled slightly as he spoke in a low voice. A surge of energy propelled Xiao Yin upright. Turning his back, Xiao Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, chuckling lightly. Heh, young one, you have lingered in the sky tomb for quite some time. It is time for you to depart. A light laugh escaped Xiao Xian's lips, yet within it lingered a faint sense of solitude and desolation. While the sky tomb had allowed him to exist in another form until now, it had also bestowed upon him an endless loneliness in this lifeless realm. They were akin to prisoners, shackled by the very world around them. Is there any way for you to be fully revived? Xiao Yin inquired after a moment of contemplation. I understand that as an alchemist, you possess high-tier elixirs that can indeed restore life to the dying. However, I am merely a remnant soul. Having been dead for countless years, I have only managed to exist due to the wonders of the sky tomb. If there were truly a method to revive me, Xiao Xian smiled, appearing rather magnanimous as he patted Xiao Yin on the shoulder. Then strive to break through to the Dou Emperor. Chapter 205, each with their own plans. Then strive to break through to the Dou Emperor. Hearing Xiao Xian's encouraging words, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Xiao Xian, nodding earnestly with newfound determination in his eyes. Ancestor, take care. Xiao Yin will undoubtedly find a way to set you free. Xiao Yin spoke earnestly to Xiao Xian, and as his words fell, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. An irresistible force emanating from the area, as if it sought to draw him into the fabric of space itself. Sensing the sudden shift, Gu Suner looked at Xiao Yin with her beautiful eyes and softly said, Brother Xiao Yin, the time has come. Xiao Yin nodded in response, extending his hand to grasp Gu Suner's and cast one last glance at Xiao Xian. In the next moment, the surrounding space abruptly tore open, a tremendous force surging forth, and in an instant, it consumed Xiao Yin and his companion. Observing the spot where they had vanished, Xiao Xian offered a contented smile, followed by a soft sigh as he murmured, Ancestors of the Xiao clan, please watch over this young lad. The fate of the Xiao clan Whether it faces annihilation or revival rests entirely upon him. In the ancient realm, amidst the vast, deep mountains, several figures hovered in midair, their expressions etched with concern as they gazed at the rippling space ahead, which undulated like water. Chief Gu Yuan, when will Xiao Yin emerge? It has been 4 months since the arrival of the Soul Emperor. If Xiao Yin does not appear soon, I fear the Soul Emperor may not remain patient much longer, remarked Lei Ying, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the celestial tomb. He turned to Gu Yuan, his brow slightly furrowed. Behind them, Yao Dan's countenance flickered with uncertainty. Though it was somewhat unkind, he secretly hoped for the Soul Emperor to renege on the deal. If that transpired, the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's possession would not easily fall into the hands of the Soul Clan. Ultimately, it might end up in Gu Yuan's grasp, thereby significantly increasing the difficulty for either the Soul Clan or the Ancient Clan to gather the ancient jades. Perhaps they would revert to the initial scenario of the coexistence of the 7 clans, albeit now reduced to 4. In such a case, the Yao clan would not need to risk their annihilation by waging war against the Soul Clan. Among the 3-clan alliance, it was the Yao clan that least desired conflict with the Soul Clan, as they were the weakest, and facing them could spell dire consequences. As long as no Dou Emperor emerged, the balance of power suggested at least a century of tranquility. According to the timing of their entry, they were expected to emerge in just a few days. Gu Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, gazing serenely into the void ahead. During this period, he had been quite occupied, venturing into the domains of the 3 clans that had been annihilated, seeking traces or remnants of the Soul Clan to estimate their strength. He was not surprised by the Soul Clan's silent extermination of the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan, as the Ancient Clan possessed similar capabilities. However, the demise of the Yin Clan compelled him to exercise caution. Ultimately, his efforts yielded no results. The domains of the 3 clans had transformed into desolate wastelands, the once thriving vibrancy now replaced by an eerie silence. The Soul Emperor did not personally engage in the war against the Yin Clan, and with the strength of Yin Jin, it was implausible that no signs of conflict emerged. Even with the presence of the 9-star Dou Saint, Su Wu, such silence was unattainable. Gu Yuan surmised that the Soul Clan must be concealing unknown forces, as the initial contingent that arrived in the ancient realm could not have accomplished this alone. This conjecture weighed heavily on Gu Yuan's heart. At that moment, the fabric of space before them suddenly tore open, revealing a dark rift. Amidst the fluctuations of this space, a man and a woman stepped forth, gracefully traversing the void, drawing the attention of all in the vicinity. Xiao Yan and Sun Er, upon observing the 2 figures appearing in unison, felt many gazes linger momentarily upon them, before a subtle astonishment flickered in their eyes. The individuals present were all masters of at least 5-star Dou Sheng, and with their discerning eyes, they could easily discern the current prowess of Xiao Yan and Gu Sun Er. Gu Sun Er had ascended to the pinnacle of half-saint, while Xiao Yan had achieved the true breakthrough to Dou Sheng, a staggering enhancement compared to his previous status as a 9-star Dou Zun at the time of the coming-of-age ceremony before entering the heavenly tomb. However, how could this be possible? The elders exchanged glances, their faces betraying undeniable shock. They were well aware of the extraordinary potential of the heavenly tomb. Yet the notion of advancing directly from Dou Zun to Dou Sheng seemed utterly fantastical. Could it be due to Xiao Xian? This display was rather excessive, was it not? As Xiao Yin and Gu Sun Er emerged, their expressions shifted dramatically upon spotting the multitude of ancient clan elders in the sky, including Gu Yuan. How did you accomplish this? Yao Dan, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, licking his lips. Who is this? Xiao Yin, unfamiliar with the elderly man with white hair and beard, furrowed his brow and glanced at Gu Yuan. This is the leader of the Yao clan, Gu Yuan gently explained to the 2. The Yao clan? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yin's expression abruptly soured, turning icy. Observing this change, Yao Dan's countenance stiffened slightly. He understood the reason behind Xiao Yin's sudden shift and could only shake his head with a wry smile. This is the leader of the Lei clan, Lei Ying. Gu Yuan continued, pointing to the side at Lei Ying. This time, surprise also flickered across Xiao Yin's visage, followed by a respectful nod towards Lei Ying. Ha ha! What a remarkable young man from the Xiao clan. None of my Lei clan youngsters can compare to you. The Xiao clan truly is fortunate. Lei Ying remarked with a booming laugh, his admiration evident. Your praise is unwarranted, clan leader Lei. Xiao Yin replied modestly, shaking his head with a sigh. If it weren't for the assistance of ancestor Xiao Xian, how could Xiao Yin have achieved today's accomplishments? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then exchanged knowing smiles. Their respect for that legendary figure was profound. Even after so many years since his demise, his formidable legacy continued to resonate. Disregarding the spectators' reactions, Xiao Yin turned to Gu Yuan with a serious expression. Uncle Gu Yuan, has something happened? Upon learning the identities of Lei Ying and Yao Dan, Xiao Yan sensed the gravity of the situation. Indeed, something significant must have transpired for clan leaders to take time out of their schedules to welcome him upon his emergence from seclusion. If he lacked such keen perception, he would have long succumbed to the life and death crises he faced over the years. The disappearance of the Spirit Clan, Stone Clan, and Flame Clan prompted Gu Yuan to nod slowly, casting a serious glance at Xiao Yin and Gu Suner. Upon hearing the news of the three clans' extinction, Xiao Yin and Gu Suner's pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming in shock. Before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, Gu Yuan continued, stating that the ancient jade of the Gu clan, Thunder clan, and Medicine clan had also fallen into the hands of the Soul clan, leaving only the ancient jade of the Shao clan in my possession remains, does it not? Gu Yuan had not finished his sentence when Xiao Yan's expression turned grave, murmuring softly. Suddenly, he reacted with urgency, looking at Gu Yuan and asking, Uncle, what about the Shao family? Indeed, the Soul Emperor has taken your father, using him as leverage to exchange for the ancient jade in your possession. Before Xiao Yan could finish, Gu Yuan nodded, revealing a piece of news that left him momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan seemed to deflate, biting his lip as coldness surged in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly. Just as he suspected, the Soul Emperor's intention was to use his father as a bargaining chip for the ancient jade. Brother Xiao Yan, Gu Suner said, gazing at her brother who was silently gripping his fists. The sudden influx of such news rendered Xiao Yan speechless. Having just inherited the last vestiges of the Shao clan's bloodline power from Shao Xian, the joy of breaking through to the Dou Sheng level vanished entirely. From great joy to overwhelming sorrow, had it not been for the trials he endured over the years, he might have been utterly lost and bewildered in this moment. Xiao Yan, what are your thoughts? Gu Yuan inquired calmly, observing the silent Xiao Yan. At this juncture, the gaze of the others shifted toward Xiao Yan. This ancient jade was their final bargaining chip. Some were reluctant to see the Soul Emperor easily gather all the ancient jades, as it would diminish the unpredictability of the situation. With varying thoughts, the group fell into a contemplative silence, awaiting his decision. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, and then spoke in a low, resolute tone. I must rescue my father. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an unwavering determination akin to granite. Should the Soul Emperor gain access to the cave of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, you must understand the consequences. The head of the Medicine clan remarked, his expression grave and his tone inevitably tinged with urgency. Xiao Yan fell silent, then shook his head once more. If there was one person he cared for most in this world, it was Xiao Zhan. He would never abandon his father, head of the Medicine clan. The ancient jade belongs to the Shao family. It is brother Xiao Yan's, and he holds the authority to decide. Sensing the shift in the Medicine clan leader's tone, Gu Suner furrowed her brow, standing resolutely beside Xiao Yan, her voice unusually serious. Upon hearing her words, the head of the Medicine clan trembled slightly. Even if Xiao Yan had broken through to the Dousheng level, he still regarded him from a position of superiority. However, Gu Suner was different. She, in a sense, represented the will of the Gu clan. With no other recourse, he could only turn his gaze to Gu Yuan standing nearby. Gu Yuan's gaze was fixed upon Xiao Yan and the steadfast Gu Suner by his side. After a moment of contemplation, he could only manage a bitter smile and sigh. Our course of action now is to summon everyone swiftly. We must unite our forces and, when the time comes, reclaim some ancient jade from the Soul clan. At his words, a tremor ran through the crowd. The day of an all-out war with the Soul clan was drawing near. Uncle, the Soul clan is formidable. We should ally with all possible forces on the continent to combat them, with the Pill Tower being a particularly strong ally, Xiao Yan said earnestly, turning his attention to Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan pondered, the Pill Tower is indeed a commendable ally, but I wonder if they would be willing to assist. I share a good rapport with them. During this period, I can visit the Pill Tower to establish contact, Xiao Yan continued. As it stood, he was somewhat of a lone wolf within the alliance, though he could consider himself a half-member of the Gu clan. However, he had yet to truly solidify his position. He needed to secure a significant voice within this coalition. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. The news of your emergence from seclusion will undoubtedly reach the Soul clan. Our time is limited. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement with Xiao Yan's thoughts. The ancestor of the Pill Tower, being a 6-star Dou saint, was indeed a rare powerhouse among the clans. Gaining their support could enhance their odds of success, so why not seize the opportunity? A short while later, the group dispersed, each returning to rally their forces in preparation for a decisive battle against the Soul clan. Gu Yuan stood atop the ancient sacred mountain, watching the departing figures, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. He could have forcibly taken Xiao Yan's ancient jade, ensuring that the Soul Emperor would not easily breach the ancient Emperor's cavern. Yet he refrained from doing so. Although the Soul Emperor had gathered 8 pieces of ancient jade, placing them in a perilous position, this also presented an opportunity. Gu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint realm for a millennium. For 1,000 years, the ancient jade had remained divided. No one had the chance to gather it all and explore the ancient emperor's cavern, to glimpse the chance of becoming an emperor. Yet now, the Soul Emperor was on the verge of accomplishing this feat. This could very well be Gu Yuan's opportunity as well. Being at the same pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint realm, he did not feel inferior to the Soul Emperor. When it came time to explore the ancient emperor's cavern and vie for the emperor-grade embryonic pill, their chances would be equal. For the slender hope of becoming an emperor, Gu Yuan resolved to take this risk. This was a somewhat dim space, shrouded in black mist that permeated the skies, the chill of darkness seeping into every corner. Deep within this space, above a pitch-black palace, a figure sat cross-legged in the void. From within him, an incessant stream of pitch-black flames seeped forth, resembling a black hole that continuously devoured everything in existence. Surrounding him were the 8 destruction flames, the red lotus karma fire, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, the turtle spirit earth fire, the wind fury dragon flame, the yin-yang twin flames, and the volcanic stone flame, 7 unique fires, all treasures of the 3 clans. Now at the disposal of Yun-Yi. Suddenly, a roaring wind erupted from within Yun-Yi, followed by an overwhelming surge of black flames that erupted forth, drawing in the myriad unique fires around him. Engulfed by an insatiable force, the otherworldly flames instinctively resisted with fervor. Yet, upon contact with the inky black fire, they succumbed as if encountering a nemesis, swiftly absorbed into its depths. Within the obsidian flames, strands of the otherworldly fire's essence were extracted and consumed entirely, transforming into pure energy that surged into his being. As this energy flowed in, Yun-Yi's aura began to ascend imperceptibly. With the increase of energy within him, it permeated every cell of his body, the exceptionally refined fighting spirit further enhancing his already formidable physique, gradually amplifying its strength. This enhancement was accompanied by the expansion of his meridians, signifying the dissolution of his bottleneck and heralding a significant elevation of his power. This was merely the beginning. It was believed that upon completion, his strength would undoubtedly reach an impressive pinnacle. As time flowed gently onward, Yun-Yi's body roared with ferocious energy, the violent power of flames transforming into a fiery dragon that darted wildly within him. Before him, numerous impenetrable barriers were effortlessly shattered, and upon breaching these barriers, the fiery dragon morphed into a torrent of pure fighting spirit, integrating seamlessly into Yun-Yi's essence. In the void, Yun-Yi sat cross-legged amidst the dark flames, his eyes tightly shut and his demeanor solemn. With the enhancement of his strength, subtle ripples of celestial energy began to rise, ultimately converging above the plane, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a celestial tide. To harness one's fighting spirit to evoke the energies of heaven and earth is an accomplishment achieved by only a select few in this realm. While Yun-Yi's current prowess could not match the formidable presence of figures such as Gu Yuan or the Soul Emperor, the celestial tide he stirred was significantly weaker than the ones they once invoked. Nevertheless, achieving this feat at his current level was commendable. At this moment, he had merely utilized the boundless bloodlines of the 3 clans to break through to the initial phase of the 6-star Dou Saint. The commotion caused by Yun-Yi naturally caught the attention of the powerful beings of the Soul Clan. As they gazed upward at the small energy tide in the sky, they could not help but be moved. Truly, young Master Yun-Yi is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. When he first arrived at our Soul Clan, he was merely a Dou Wang. Though he did manage to defeat a Dou Huang of a higher rank, it was still a minor skirmish. To think that in the blink of an eye, he has ascended to the rank of Dou Saint, and even after reaching this stage, he continues to forge ahead, now breaking through to the 6-star Dou Saint. Such velocity is nothing short of terrifying. Perhaps in the future, he might indeed surpass even the esteemed Void Lord or reach the level of the clan leader. Truly, we are blessed by the heavens in our Soul Clan. Only upon ascending to the Dou Saint rank can one comprehend the astonishing speed of Yun-Yi's ascent. Regardless of the resources provided to him by the clan, even if they were given the same, none would dare claim they could achieve the same heights as Yun-Yi. Amidst the conversations of the crowd, there was an overwhelming admiration for Yun-Yi's extraordinary talent. As they gazed at his silhouette in the sky, profound reverence welled up in their eyes. His current achievements left them in awe, making them concede to his superiority. The surging tide of energy persisted for a full 10 days before gradually waning. And it was not until 2 days later that the energy completely dissipated. At that moment, as the energy receded, a pillar of black flames suddenly surged skyward, appearing as though it pierced through the heavens, a truly magnificent sight. The pillar of black flames soared, and a figure slowly ascended from within. gracefully stepping onto the ground from the void. As his feet touched the earth, the radiant column quickly dimmed and ultimately vanished from the realm. Yun-I lifted his gaze, observing the almost entirely dissipated energy tide in the sky. His expression was tranquil, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet within his obsidian eyes, flickers of fiery brilliance occasionally ignited, only to return to a profound stillness that conveyed an unusual sense of pressure. 6-star docent. Yun-I sensed the state within himself, his face betraying neither joy nor sorrow, his heart remaining unruffled, as if the immense leap in power did not pertain to him. This level of strength ranked among the elite even within the Soul and Ancient clans, placing him in the top 5 of the Lesser Flame and Thunder clans. Naturally, should battle arise, Yun-I was confident that even the formidable 4 demon saints of the Soul clan and the 3 immortals of the Ancient clan would not be his match. He even harbored confidence in contending with the Black Annihilation King. Void, it seems your foresight was exceptional. Atop the mountain peak stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ascendant Yun-I with a faint smile. Clad in white, he appeared strikingly out of place in the predominantly dark and ominous environment, yet none dared to question this peculiarity. The renowned Soul Clan warriors behind him regarded him with a mixture of fervor and awe. Only the Soul Clan leader, the Soul Emperor, warranted such reverence. Ha! Laughed the Soul Emperor, standing beside the figure in black, Void Devourer. Your contributions are also significant in this, for without your unwavering support, he may not have attained his current prowess. In response, the Soul Emperor merely smiled in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to the distance. Within his indifferent eyes, a flicker of fervor ignited as he remarked, "News has come from within the Ancient clan. Xiaoyan has recently emerged from his seclusion. It is time to gather the 8 pieces of ancient jade. Has he finally come forth?" Void Devourer licked his lips, then, with a teasing tone, added, "However, you may have to wait a while longer." Why? Suddenly, the Soul Emperor emanated a terrifying chill, feeling that his long-held aspirations were now within reach. However, at this moment, Xihua Tunyan unexpectedly informed him that it was not yet the right time. Instantly, a terrifying murderous intent surged within the heart of the Soul Emperor. Even though this individual was Xihua Tunyan, if he obstructed his path to becoming an emperor, he would not spare him. Sensing the shift in the Soul Emperor's demeanor, Xihua Tunyan felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he maintained a calm facade as he explained, "Those old fellows from the Soul clan, during their last confrontation with the Flame clan, expended a considerable amount of vitality. They have yet to fully recover, and it will take at least a month for them to garner sufficient vitality to arrange the realm of death." Upon hearing Xihua Tunyan's explanation, the Soul Emperor's expression transformed instantly. The murderous intent in his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a smile akin to a gentle spring breeze as he remarked, "So that is the case. A month, I can certainly wait." Xihua Tunyan nodded, but a chill crept into his heart. Indeed, the Soul Emperor could no longer resist the temptation of ascension, and he himself needed to secure an escape route. With this thought, Xihua Tunyan gazed into the distance at Yun-I, his eyes shimmering with a flickering light. Oh, the extraction of the soul essence within the descendants of the 3 clans was nearly complete. This should suffice to compensate for the Soul Palace's 1,000-year deficit. Xihua then looked at the Soul Emperor and smiled. "You can finally attain the realm of an Emperor-level soul. This provided the perfect opportunity to further enhance our strength during this month, thereby increasing our odds of victory." Ha. Upon hearing this, Xihua Tunyan's expression shifted dramatically, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Generally speaking, for beings of his caliber, cultivating the soul to the Emperor level was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Fortunately, over the years, the Soul Palace had refined a significant amount of soul essence, utilizing that immense and unparalleled power to elevate him. Although the cost of such a method was exorbitant, Xihua Tunyan, due to his esteemed status within the Soul clan, faced no objections regarding such treatment. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the distant Grand Hall, and in the next moment, numerous luminous orbs began to drift out from within. These orbs were nearly transparent, yet they emanated a pure energy that could alter one's complexion. These luminous spheres were the soul essence collected by the Soul clan over a millennium. One orb alone was sufficient to forge a soul at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, and here, there were at least hundreds. Cackling with delight at the sight of the soul essence in the sky, Xihua Tunyan grinned widely as torrents of black flames erupted from his body. The force of attraction surged forth, directly pulling the multitude of soul essence orbs upwards. As these soul essences made contact with the black flames, they were instantly devoured. With an increasing number of soul essences being forcibly consumed by Xihua Tunyan, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy began to emanate from within that shadowy figure. Roar! As the fluctuations intensified, they grew increasingly potent, almost taking on a tangible form, warping the very fabric of space. A deep, resonant roar emanated from the mouth of the Void Devourer, who then abruptly rose to his feet. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of soul energy erupted like a volcano, saturating the surroundings. Congratulations to Lord Void for ascending to the realm of the Emperor's soul. As the immense pressure of his soul descended upon them, the multitude of dark figures below immediately prostrated themselves in reverence. Their voices resonated like a torrent, echoing through the space, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the crowd's attention was fixed on the Void Devourer high above. Within the grand hall of the Starfall Pavilion, Yao Chun, Xiao Yan, and others sat apart, with the former listening intently as Yao Chun and the Wind Sovereign recounted the events of the past 2 years. Even though the ancient clans were already aware of the Soul Clan's movements, upon hearing the details again, Xiao Yan felt a heavy pressure wash over him. Given that a full-scale war with the Soul Clan was imminent, and despite the alliance of 3 clans, one holding the ancient jade must not lack a voice among them. Regarding the matter of the alliance with the Dan Tower, Yao Chun pondered for a moment before nodding, signifying his agreement with Xiao Yan's thoughts. The Soul Palace had committed numerous acts that outraged both gods and men in its pursuit of soul collection over the years. Previously, out of concern for their strength, the Dan Tower had refrained from engaging in full-scale conflict. However, with the support of the 3 clans, it was unlikely that the Dan Tower would refuse to act now. Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. In addition to the Dan Tower, the Flower Sect and the Burning Flame Valley also represented formidable options, both possessing high prestige in the Central State. Should they join the alliance, it would undoubtedly encourage several other sects that had suffered under the Soul Palace's tyranny to join as well. The convergence of these forces would indeed be quite formidable. Yao Chun mused before speaking thoughtfully. Then I shall trouble you with this matter, teacher. Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and with a teasing tone, he gazed at Yao Chun. At his level, even if Yao Chun did not bring it up, he had heard whispers of the latter's past charm. You rascal. Yao Chun's expression darkened, and he chastised with a rare hint of embarrassment. Chuckling, Xiao Yan instinctively shielded his head, but upon noticing Yao Chun's lack of retaliation, he smiled sheepishly. Yao Chun then chuckled lightly. I do indeed have some connections with the Flower Sect, which should be manageable. As for the Burning Flame Valley, there exists an elder who suffered severe injuries in his youth, leaving him with lasting repercussions. If we can resolve this issue, given his disposition, persuading the Burning Flame Valley to join the alliance should not be difficult. Listening to this, Xiao Yan nodded slowly, a spark of eagerness igniting in his eyes. The stronger the alliance, the greater their chances of defeating the Soul Clan, which stirred his excitement, prompting him to exclaim, there is no time to lose. Let us set off at once. Wait, I just remembered, there is one more person to consider for the Dan Tower. Yao Chun suddenly raised his hand to stop Xiao Yan from departing, his tone turning serious. Who? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan suppressed his excitement and curiously gazed at Yao Chun, inquiring about the name that echoed in the air. Zhang Yun. Yao Chun slowly uttered a name that was both familiar and foreign to the crowd. It is he. Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and he murmured softly. This once dominant prodigy who had overshadowed the continent had not been heard from in years. One could only wonder about his current whereabouts and strength. Yet, feeling the surging power within him, Xiao Yan brimmed with confidence, assured that he was no weaker than anyone else. According to Xin Kongzi, although the Dan Tower had not received news of Zhang Yun for several years, the elder of the tower firmly asserted that he was still alive. Thus, given Zhang Yun's innate talent, it was likely that his current strength had reached an extraordinary level, granting him significant influence within the Dan Tower. And his opinions could not be overlooked. Yao Chun nodded and added slowly, Master, your disciple is confident he is no weaker than others. Xiao Yan's voice was gentle and calm, yet it resonated with a profound confidence. Yao Chun, taken aback by his words, smiled, his aged face reflecting a sense of pride and reassurance. To have such a disciple, fate had not been unkind to him. At the pinnacle of the Dan Tower, the 3 great leaders convened. Xin Kongzi, glancing at the letter in his hand, turned to Xian Yi and Tian Lei, stating, Yao Chun wishes to form an alliance to confront the Soul Clan, uniting the 3 great imperial families. The notion of an alliance posed some complications, as a few stubborn old-timers were not oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing Xin Kongzi's words, Tian Lei furrowed his brow, replying, those old geezers are indeed obstinate. Even if the Soul Clan possesses formidable strength, they are bound to meet defeat. If we do not seize this opportunity to avenge the fallen alchemists of years past, how shall our Dan Tower retain its dignity as a sacred ground for alchemy? Xian Yi interjected disdainfully, expressing his contempt for the individuals mentioned by Tian Lei. In a conflict of such magnitude, even a Doushang can only protect themselves. This matter is of utmost importance. We should seek the elder's guidance. Hearing this, Xian Kongzi and Tian Leizi exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a wry smile. Ultimately, Xian Kongzi's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "What could possibly warrant troubling the elder?" Chapter 207. The unsealing begins. Just as the three deliberated on whether to inform the elder of the Dan Tower, an unexpected voice resonated within the room. In the next moment, before the three could react, the familiar figure of Jiang Yun silently appeared before their gaze. Jiang Yun. Upon seeing the figure they had not encountered for years, Xian Kongzi and the others gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? After just a few years apart, esteemed Xian Kongzi, Senior Tian Leizi, Senior Xianyi, have you forgotten me? With a light smile, Jiang Yun approached them, leading Qing Lin by the hand. After successfully refining the 9-turn Phoenix Rebirth pill, Jiang Yun had harnessed the power of the Holy-Demon Flame to heal Zhu Ming of his internal injuries, relieving him of any lingering concerns. Following this, Jiang Yun proposed once again the idea of venturing to the continent. After much anticipation, Xian finally reunited with Jiang Yun, only to find herself thwarted by the combined efforts of Jiang Yun and Zhu Quan. With the various clans yet to notice the presence of the ancient dragon of the void, they could fully capitalize on this advantage, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Confronted by the dual resolve of Jiang Yun and Zhu Quan, our newly appointed Dragon Emperor, despite any lingering resentment, found himself reluctantly confined to the ancient Dragon Island. Among the 4 women, Xian remained on the island, while Medusa took the opportunity to return briefly to the Serpent Clan. Subsequently, she would lead the Serpent Clan to the underworld's Serpent Vein, secretly unifying the Beast Domain with the support of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix. The little medicine fairy was preparing to refine pills to break through to the 4-star Dose Saint, leaving only Qing Lin by Jiang Yun's side. You're quite easy to find. We thought Jiang Yun's laughter would snap the 3 back to reality, Xian Kongzi remarked, rising from his seat, pointing at Jiang Yun with a mix of amusement and incredulity. What do you mean? Jiang Yun maintained a smiling demeanor as he received the continuation from Xian Kongzi. Did you think I had perished at the hands of the Soul Clan? Were it not for the resolute assurances from the ancestor and senior Shenong that you would not easily fall, we might have truly believed you met with misfortune. Xian Kongzi nodded, speaking with sincerity. Thank you all for your concern. Jiang Yun replied, nodding graciously. By the way, who is this? Once his emotions settled, Xian Kongzi's face brightened, his gaze shifting to the closely situated Qing Lin beside Jiang Yun, curious to inquire. I am Qing Lin, Jiang Yun's mate. I look forward to your guidance. Esteemed seniors. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Qing Lin had already introduced herself to the 3. Hearing Qing Lin's words, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then, upon meeting her gentle gaze, he smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. Xian Kongzi and the others exchanged peculiar glances at the evident mutual affection between Jiang Yun and Qing Lin. They were not blind, and with a century of experience, it was apparent that their relationship was far from a simple master-servant dynamic. However, they refrained from meddling, though Xian Kongzi felt a twinge of regret for his disciple. Xiaoying was a proud individual who had only ever admired Jiang Yun throughout her life, even harboring a degree of infatuation. Yet, Jiang Yun had consistently overlooked her overtures. Following Jiang Yun's disappearance, Xiaoying had mobilized the resources of the Chao family in search of him, but to no avail. Consequently, Jiang Yun held an even greater significance in her heart. Now that the little medicine fairy was absent and Jiang Yun had a new companion in Qing Lin, the joy of their reunion seemed destined to become somewhat muted. I believe I just heard something of great importance that requires the ancestor's decision. Jiang Yun's voice interrupted Xian Kongzi's thoughts. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's inquiry, the expressions of Xian Kongzi and his companions grew solemn. Xian Kongzi spoke in a low tone. We have just received news from the Starfall Pavilion that the Soul Clan has seized 7 pieces of the ancient Emperor Jade from the various clans, leaving only the piece held by the Shao Clan in Shao Yan's possession. The Soul Clan has issued a declaration of war against the 3 clans, having taken Shao Yan's father hostage as leverage to demand the Imperial Jade. Yao Chen believes this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if we do not eradicate the Soul Clan decisively. What hope will we have once the Soul Emperor ascends to power? Thus, Yao Chen intends to ally with several major forces in Zhongzhou to unite with the 3 clans in the annihilation of the Soul Clan. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed across Xian Kongzi's face. The enmity between the Soul Palace and the Pill Tower has persisted for over a millennium. It traces back to when the Soul Void Master covertly learned from his teachings and ultimately led to the demise of the Pill Tower's ancestor. Though the Soul Palace may now be but a shadow of its former self, the Soul Clan still lurks in the shadows. This presents a rare opportunity for retribution that may not arise again for centuries. Unless we take action, who knows how long it will be before the Pill Tower can seek vengeance against the Soul Clan again. This matter is of great importance. And with numerous high-ranking Dou saints within the imperial clan, we lack the certainty to agree without the elders' approval, Tian Lazy solemnly remarked. Jiang Yun, what is your perspective? Xian Yi nodded in agreement, turning to the silent Jiang Yun, who had listened attentively. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun replied in a low voice. I believe we should consent. However, the strength of the Pill Tower pales in comparison to the vast imperial clan. We could establish 2 battlefronts beneath the Dou saints. Although the Soul Palace appears to be defunct, there are still many remnants of the enemy scattered throughout Zhongzhou. Indeed, your suggestion is commendable. I believe the elders will find it more palatable. I shall contact the ancestor and relay this to Yao Chun. Xian Kongzi exclaimed with excitement, rising to his feet and hastening toward the exit. Tian Lazy, here is my soul jade slip. Should any news arise, you may reach me through it. As Xian Kongzi departed, Jiang Yun turned to Tian Lazy, producing a silver jade slip and handing it to him. Where are you headed? Tian Lazy asked, momentarily taken aback as he instinctively accepted the jade slip, regarding Jiang Yun with curiosity. I must retrieve something else, Jiang Yun replied with a serene smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of Tian Lazy and Xian Yi, the two quietly vanished from the room. What just happened? In an instant, Tian Lazy and Xian Yi stood up in shock, exchanging alarmed glances. Only then did they realize that they had not even perceived Jiang Yun's presence in the room until he had spoken, drawing their attention. It is noteworthy that the 3 of them had already transcended to the half-saint level, and Xian Kongzi had even broken through to the heavenly spirit realm. The fact that he had not sensed any anomaly indicated that Jiang Yun's power must be at the Dou saint level. Suddenly, the sound of a door crashing open startled the two. They turned to see Chao Ying, clad in black, panting and clutching her chest, her beautiful eyes darting around the room. Ultimately, upon failing to catch a glimpse of the figure she longed to see, a profound sense of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Where's Jiang Yun? A vague answer began to form in her heart, yet Chao Ying still clung to a glimmer of hope. Gazing at Tian Lazy and Xian Yi with expectation, observing their demeanor, it seemed to evoke memories of her former self. A flash of compassion crossed Xian Yi's gaze as she slowly approached Chao Ying and spoke. After hearing the answer, the last vestige of hope faded from Chao Ying's eyes. Jiang Yun did not pause in his steps for her. It appeared that she held no place in his heart whatsoever. In the end, it was merely her unrequited feelings. Indeed, how could such a prodigious figure as he be expected to linger for an ordinary girl like herself? For the first time, Chao Ying felt a wave of resentment towards her own lackluster cultivation talent. Were her thoughts to be revealed, countless would undoubtedly cast aspersions upon her. Though Chao Ying was already a top-tier genius in the Dou Qi Continent, when one broadens their perspective to the vastness of the world, even the most exceptional talents become but a part of the multitude. This disparity can shatter one's will. Thus, those who ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of strength possess an indomitable spirit. In a certain region of Zhongzhou, amidst towering mountains, 2 figures suddenly appeared, a handsome man and a charming woman, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. They were Jiang Yun and Qing Lin. Observing the verdant trees adorning the mountains, Qing Lin curiously inquired of Jiang Yun, "Is this the place, Brother Jiang Yun?" Upon hearing her question, Jiang Yun directed his probing spiritual energy toward a particular space and gently replied, "Right there." Following Jiang Yun's gaze, Qing Lin initially discerned nothing amiss. But in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with a brilliant azure light as she sensed an anomaly. The space before them exhibited a profoundly distorted quality, with a faint milky glow seeping from within the warped dimensions. As time progressed, the stability of the space waned alarmingly. If this trend continued, it would not be long before the entire area succumbed to fragmentation. Gazing at this peculiar space, Qing Lin extended her spiritual energy to explore, only to withdraw it abruptly moments later. What a formidable seal, she exclaimed in astonishment. With her innate talent from the Bai Shi San Hua Tong enhanced by Jiang Yun's spiritual essence, Qing Lin had attained the pinnacle of soul power. Just moments ago, she had sensed the disintegration of the soul within that sealed space, a testament to the extraordinary prowess of the one who had crafted this formation. This array connected the energies of heaven and earth, harmonizing with the 9 stars in the void. It could only be activated when the stars converged to induce a dramatic shift in energy, making any attempt to force its activation akin to an insurmountable challenge. Observing Qing Lin's reaction, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and explained, "However, the inheritance of the pure lotus demon saint contains methods to bypass this, thus sparing me considerable effort." With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Yun conjured a multitude of spiritual seals in the heavens above. As his hand movements altered, these seals transformed into strands of radiant light, vanishing into the void of the distorted space. With the descent of the final seal, Jiang Yun's gesture abruptly shifted, while he murmured an incantation. Open. Boom. An intense wave of energy surged throughout the realm, resonating with a sound reminiscent of roaring tides emanating from the void. The distorted space quietly fractured, revealing a slender fissure from which a milky white luminescence poured forth, exuding a terrifying heat unbearable even for the soul. In the soul realm, two formidable beams of divine light pierced through layers of space, landing in the northwestern region of Zhongzhou. Suddenly, the distant sky erupted with a brilliant radiance. Beneath this brilliance lay an extremely terrifying temperature, the ripples expanding outward, affecting an unknown expanse. This energy transcended layers of space, reaching the soul realm. Purifying Lotus Demon Fire. Who has opened the space of the purifying Lotus Demon Fire in advance? A voice, filled with exasperation, echoed in the minds of many soul clansmen after a brief moment of shock. Void-devouring Flame had believed that after breaking through to the imperial realm of the soul, this old acquaintance was in his grasp, only to find that someone had intercepted him midway. How could he bear such an affront? Void, we shall discover the truth for ourselves. The calm voice of the Soul Emperor followed. Indeed, should I ascertain who it is, I shall ensure their utter destruction. As their words resonated, a spatial rift opened, and they stepped through, disappearing into the soul realm. Similar occurrences transpired within the ancient clan, the Medicine Clan, and the Flame Clan. If someone had indeed opened the seal of the purifying Lotus Demon Fire, had they perhaps inherited the legacy of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint? Otherwise, even the Soul Emperor could not forcibly unlock this space. Who, besides the purifying Lotus Demon Saint, possessed such capability? This implied that the purifying Lotus Demon Fire, which had remained masterless for millennia, was on the verge of finding its rightful heir. Facing the impending conflicts among the clans, a successor bearing the purifying Lotus Demon Fire would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable ally. Beyond the imperial clans, throughout Zhongzhou, numerous significant sects and powerful factions were stirred into action, their figures soaring through the air with the sound of rushing winds, one after another, all converging towards the northwestern region of Zhongzhou. The previous commotion had set the entire region abuzz. Xiao Yin and Yao Chun, en route to Holy Pill City, also noticed the unusual activity. They halted, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the source of the intense heat. Xiao Yin, his face contemplative and silent, refrained from speaking. The burning technique required the consumption of to evolve, and as one of the top three, the purifying Lotus Demon Fire was something he naturally yearned for. It now appears that it has become utterly impossible. Let us depart. This matter has drawn far too much attention for us to covet. Yao Chan withdrew his gaze from a distance, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret as he regarded Xiao Yin. Indeed, the premature emergence of the pure Lotus Demon Fire has disrupted the plans of the various factions, and only the most skilled individuals can arrive at this moment. A mere one-star Dou saint like Xiao Yin cannot partake in this. Xiao Yin exhaled deeply, responding calmly, I understand, Master, it is merely a pity regarding this item. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of ancient parchment, yellowed with age, from his spatial ring. The parchment bore a series of seemingly chaotic patterns, and in one corner, there was a vague image resembling a lotus flower. This lotus appeared black, with a thin layer of dark flames seemingly adhering to its surface, and upon closer inspection, it imparted an eerie sensation. This was indeed the last fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire S diagram, which had somehow come into Xiao Yin's possession, though it ultimately proved to be of no use. Gazing at the fragment, Xiao Yin sighed in regret, and then the two continued their flight towards Shengdan City. In the void, the yellowed parchment danced with the wind, its fate unknown. Chapter 208. The Frenzy of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire approaches. Outside the Demon Fire space, Jiang Yun withdrew his gaze from the distance, murmuring softly. In the next moment, he chuckled lightly and, accompanied by the azure scales, soared into the milky white light circle, vanishing from sight. As they entered, the milky white space erupted with a tremendous force. The spatial passage opened by Jiang Yun began to contract violently, closing completely in an instant. Curse it! A furious roar reverberated throughout the central continent, shaking the heavens and earth, accompanied by a mournful resonance. In the next moment, boundless flames surged forth as if summoned from the void, radiating an insatiable, devouring power. The surrounding mountains were swiftly consumed and incinerated by these flames. Dark red magma erupted from the depths of the earth, bubbles roiling as waves of extreme heat surged forth. The endless black flames took on the form of the void-devouring flame, its expression grim as it gazed upon the completely sealed demon fire space. An overwhelming heat enveloped the area, a torrent of flames erupting around it. At that moment, it resembled a blazing sun, continuously emitting blinding light. While a terrifying temperature rose from the magma, distorting the surrounding space for thousands of miles. Did you think you could exploit a loophole? The void-devouring flame coldly observed the demon fire's space, and the next moment, a roar escaped its lips. I shall open it. With a flick of its finger, it pointed into the void. As the finger descended, an immense sea of flames erupted, transforming into a colossal finger aimed at the demon fire space. Boom! As the void-devouring flame moved, a resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. From the void, a colossal fire formation, nearly tens of thousands of feet in size, gradually emerged. This fire array, vast enough to obscure the sky and block the sun, enveloped the space like an immense fiery disk. As the giant finger approached, the grand array began to rotate slowly, akin to a grinding wheel, producing a thunderous sound. With the rotation of the fire formation, the energy in this realm became exceedingly tumultuous. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of molten lava, creating a profound pit several 100,000 feet deep in the ground. Damn it, how many ancient beings have perished, yet still dare to obstruct me? Witnessing the first attack thwarted, the expression of the void-devouring flame darkened further as it prepared to strike again. Void! Hold on a moment. The Soul Emperor emerged at this juncture, frowning as he gazed into the distance, halting the void-devouring flame's intentions with his words. Dou Yuan, when did you take a liking to being a peeping Tom? The thwarted void-devouring flame cast an unkind glance in the direction indicated by the Soul Emperor, who wore a slight smile, his tone teasing. In the distance, a figure stood with hands clasped behind their back, slowly materializing from the void. Dou Yuan. The face of the void-devouring flame darkened, and black flames roared around him as he shouted, What brings you here? What I seek is precisely what you seek. Why feign ignorance? Dou Yuan replied calmly, a smirk on his face, before appraising the void-devouring flame. Jesting, had I not come, I would not have witnessed you in such a disheveled state. Upon hearing Dou Yuan's words and observing his amused expression, the void-devouring flame's fury ignited. With a grim countenance, he glared at Dou Yuan, the extinguished black flames reigniting around him. Ha ha, Dou Yuan, you need not provoke the void. If it were you here, the outcome may not have been favorable either. Facing the wrath of the void-devouring flame, the Soul Emperor spoke with a calm demeanor, then turned to Dou Yuan, asking, You see the situation at hand. What is your decision? As he spoke, the Soul Emperor surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping through the void. Dou Yuan's expression also grew solemn as he sensed the formidable auras surrounding them, indicating the multitude of powerful beings gathered at this moment. However, due to the closure of the demon fire space and the intimidation posed by the three of them, none dared to act recklessly. If the three were to engage in battle, chaos would inevitably ensue, making the situation unmanageable. Now that someone has already entered the demon fire space, do you still wish to contend with us here? After speaking, the Soul Emperor watched Dou Yuan intently, awaiting his choice. The void-devouring flame sneered at Dou Yuan, knowing that even if he could not obtain the pure lotus demon fire now, the outcome would remain the same once the thief who had secretly entered emerged. The Soul Emperor, there is no need for you to provoke me. The pure lotus demon fire can be taken by anyone, yet it must never fall into the hands of your soul clan. Otherwise, countless innocent lives would be lost at the hands of your people, Ancient Yuan proclaimed. His gaze fixed intently upon the Soul Emperor, his voice imbued with righteous fervor. Ancient Yuan's sentiments aligned perfectly with those of the void-devouring flame. His immediate priority was to prepare for the impending battle against the Soul Clan. Should victory be his, the pure lotus demon fire would naturally be within his grasp. Conversely, in the event of defeat, the identity of the fire's possessor would become inconsequential. He spoke no falsehood. His sole intent was to prevent the two from acquiring the fire, thereby avoiding an enhancement of their power and introducing uncertainty into the final confrontation. Observing Ancient Yuan's earnest demeanor, the smile on the Soul Emperor's face gradually faded, and he fixed a serious gaze upon his opponent. Silence enveloped them both until, suddenly, the Soul Emperor let out a hearty laugh. Ancient Yuan, I must admit, I underestimated you. Xiao Yan has emerged from his seclusion, hasn't he? Shaking his head with a bemused smile. The Soul Emperor promptly dismissed thoughts of the pure lotus demon fire regarding Ancient Yuan with certainty. Before he could respond, the Soul Emperor continued, Since he has indeed emerged, let us convene a month hence. Upon hearing this, Ancient Yuan's expression darkened, and he cast a grave look at the Soul Emperor and the void-devouring flame. Inform Xiao Yan that if he wishes to save his father, he must come to the buried Heaven Mountain range in a month, bearing the ancient jade. As the Soul Emperor's words faded, he, along with the void-devouring flame, slowly approached the spatial rift behind them, vanishing entirely from Ancient Yuan's sight in an instant. Gazing at the slowly mending rift in the sky, the mountain range fell into an eerie silence. with his hands clasped behind his back and fists tightly clenched. Ancient Yuan murmured, "The buried heaven mountain range, a month's time?" A chilling resolve ignited in his eyes. As a gentle breeze swept past, Ancient Yuan's figure mysteriously disappeared from the heavens. After the trio departed, the hidden Dou saints surrounding the area revealed themselves, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the vast expanse of scorched earth caused by the void-devouring flame. "Such terrifying power," one elder gasped. "Elder, it seems we cannot enter," the members of the Dan Tower exclaimed, glancing at the elder at the forefront. After their emergence, they searched the vicinity, only to find no trace of any spatial rift, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. They were not foolish enough to attempt a reckless entry, especially after witnessing the overwhelming might of the void-devouring flame. "You all should return. This matter is beyond your involvement." Just as the elder furrowed his brow in concern, a green bull, bearing a young boy, sped towards them like lightning from afar. "It is the ancestor," the elder exclaimed, recognizing the figure with joy. Indeed, the venerable ancestor of the alchemy tower cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his gaze settling upon the ethereal realm of demonic fire behind him. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "The time for the awakening of the demonic fire realm has not yet arrived. This occurrence appears to be the doing of the heir to the Net Lotus Demon Saint's legacy. Whether it is a blessing or a calamity is not for us to intervene." The Grand Elder and others nodded in astonishment, taken aback by the underlying truths. If this were indeed the case, the continent was poised to welcome another pinnacle powerhouse. "By the way, Ancestor, there is a matter I must report to you immediately." The Grand Elder recalled the alliance and respectfully addressed the venerable ancestor of the alchemy tower. As the world outside stirred tumultuously, Jiang Yun and Qing Lin, at the moment their bodies surged into the luminous circle, beheld a fleeting shimmer of light before discovering that the surrounding space had undergone a transformation. The alteration in space imparted an immediate sensation akin to being ensconced within a furnace. They swiftly scanned their surroundings and realized they were ensconced within a peculiar realm suffused with milky white flames. This realm was enveloped in a haze of milky flames, emanating a searing heat that enveloped them. Nightmare mist, alas, we are still not home. As they felt the tendrils of flame attempting to penetrate their defenses, Jiang Yun chuckled softly. He had little interest in entangling himself with the subsequent puppets. With a subtle motion of his fingers, he unleashed a drop of his essence blood, which swiftly danced at his fingertip, coalescing into an enigmatic blood talisman, the talisman of breaking nightmares. "Break for me." A blood talisman shot forth, striking the void ahead, causing the space to shudder violently. In the distant depths, a figure seated upon a throne suddenly furrowed his brow. This figure, opening his eyes, gazed intently at the anomaly amidst the vast expanse of flames. "What is happening? It is not yet time to breach the realms. How could my nightmare mist be shattered?" The prior sensations were indeed authentic. Someone from the outside world has truly acquired the legacy of that ancient being. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the Net Lotus Demon Fire, accompanied by a sneer. In the next moment, strands of milky fire began to emanate from his being, enveloping the space in a cataclysmic wave of heat. At that moment, the space surrounding Jiang Yun and Qing Lin began to oscillate violently, and finally, under their watchful eyes, it erupted with a resounding bang. Before them lay an expansive sea of lava, within which milky flames intermittently surged forth. This milky lava extended to the horizon, rendering the space a veritable ocean of magma. A thunderous roar erupted, and from this sea of lava, a colossal lava pillar, towering around 100 feet, ascended. Perched atop this pillar was a strikingly handsome man clad in a white robe. The Net Lotus Demon Fire had indeed materialized into a form of fire spirit. Upon first encountering the pure Lotus Demon Flame, Qing Lin was unable to conceal her astonishment. This flame, akin to the void-devouring flame, had coalesced into a corporeal form of fire spirit, marking it as one of the two singular entities within the Dou Qi Continent. Truly, it deserved its place as the third entity on the pure Lotus Demon Flame fixed its cold gaze upon Jiang Yun, devoid of any emotion, and spoke in a chilling tone. "How is it that you have shattered my nightmare illusion? Surely, you have deduced the answer, have you not?" Unperturbed by the icy stare, Jiang Yun regarded it with a light-hearted smile. As he spoke, the pure Lotus Demon Flame's pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have acquired that ancient one's legacy? And even if you possess the inheritance of that old man, what of it? I have been ensnared by him for millennia. Even should he come in person, he would not succeed in binding me again. You, a mere 3-star Dou saint, think you can subdue me?" With its head bowed, the pure Lotus Demon Flame suddenly lifted its gaze, its eyes blazing red as it howled at Jiang Yun in a frenzy. "Can you succeed? Why not test it?" Jiang Yun maintained his relaxed smile, and as his words fell, he pointed toward the void. Uttering a phrase that plunged the pure lotus demon flame into despair, "Ancient array of heavenly refinement, arise." With Jiangyun's gesture, a thunderous roar erupted from the space around them, and from the astonished gaze of the pure lotus demon flame, a colossal fire array, nearly 10,000 zhang in size, slowly emerged from the void. As this grand formation took shape in the sky, an endless sea of lava surged, ultimately revealing a supermassive fire array that mirrored the one above. The expression of the pure lotus demon flame darkened instantly upon witnessing this spectacle. "This is absurd. Impossible. I have comprehended the ancient array of heavenly refinement for thousands of years and mastered it completely. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere child?" In a fit of rage, the pure lotus demon flame roared skyward, its form shooting upwards as lines of milky white flames surged forth, ultimately penetrating the ancient array of heavenly refinement. Moments later, its countenance shifted drastically, for it discovered that its control over the formation had completely vanished. "Do you think that a mere array can bridge the gap in our cultivation? Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." Following a fervent outburst, the pure lotus demon flame glared coldly at Jiang Yun, who was manipulating the grand array, and bellowed, "Demonic flame deity." The milky white flames enveloping the heavens swiftly converged toward the pure lotus demon flame, coalescing into a towering flame giant nearly 10,000 zhang high before their eyes. Roar. Chapter 209, The Light of Chaos. No one can stand in my way. The colossal flame giant plunged its feet directly into the molten sea below. Its gargantuan stature, a sight to behold for the first time, was enough to send tremors through the very souls of onlookers. When such a giant unleashed a punch, even a formidable fighter of the saint rank would likely be reduced to nothingness. Perched atop the demon fire statue, the nether lotus demon fire gazed down at the minuscule figures of Jiang Yun and Qing Lin, a sinister smile spreading across its face. In the next moment, the statue raised its fist, resembling an enormous mountain, and struck down towards the two. As that fist descended, a colossal whirlpool of lava, thousands of feet wide, erupted on the surface of the molten sea below, spinning and howling with ferocity. Faced with the overwhelming force of the punch, Qing Lin's delicate face was etched with seriousness, ever ready to assist Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed upon the descending fist, akin to a meteor falling from the heavens. He altered his hand seal and pointed gently in the direction of the giant fist. In an instant, the ancient sky array began to operate at an astonishing pace. And with a swift whoosh, a milky white pillar of lava erupted from the formation, crashing against the lava fist with a thunderous roar. The terrifying power shattered the lava fist into fragments. Roaring in fury, the nether lotus demon fire surged into the sky, torrents of milky white flames erupting from within, swiftly enveloping the surroundings like a fiery prison, racing towards the great array. For immense curtains of milky white fire cascaded from the heavens. "Fire of demon refinement," exclaimed Jiang Yun. "You should be all too aware of the might of the ancient sky array." Observing the overwhelming flames descending upon him, Jiang Yun smiled softly. He changed his hand seal, and the vast array began to rotate slowly like a grinding mill. As the two great formations turned, the energy within this realm grew increasingly tumultuous. With the rotation of the array, the milky white flames capable of incinerating even saint-level fighters seemed to encounter a dreadful force, instantly transforming into pure elemental energy. Refine. Watching the nether lotus demon fire growing anxious within the array, Jiang Yun smiled gently. In the next heartbeat, the array spun, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble violently. A circle of milky white light rapidly spread from the edge of the array towards its center, ultimately converging into a 100-foot-tall pillar of light before the astonished gaze of the nether lotus demon fire. With a swift motion of his finger, both the celestial and terrestrial formations of the ancient sky array quaked fiercely. Two milky white pillars struck the nether lotus demon fire with precise accuracy, eliciting a pain scream from it. Despite the injuries it bore, the demon fire glared at Jiang Yun with a fierce intensity, summoning formidable figures from the void to surround and protect it. Among them stood a gaunt figure wielding an enormous, exaggerated blood-red axe, exuding an aura as formidable as Mount Tai. This was none other than the ancestor of the Shao clan, Shao Chun. Jiang Yun had already cornered the pure lotus demon fire, yet it seemed to place its hopes on a few battle saint puppets. With a mere wave of his hand, Jiang Yun summoned a torrent of flames that enveloped everyone, the searing heat consuming them in an instant. "I have incinerated the pure lotus demon saint. Do you, a fortunate little brat who has merely inherited his legacy, dare to attempt to refine me? Dream on." As the puppets were destroyed, the pure lotus demon fire erupted with fury, its centuries-long confinement driving it to madness. Just as it was on the verge of breaking free, It was met with this unexpected assault, igniting its rage. Boom. Within the ancient formation of the heavenly refinement, the pure lotus demon fire unleashed its true form. The milky white flames expanded, and at the center, hues of pink began to coalesce, forming a somewhat crimson and eerie fire lotus. Throughout the vast expanse, the milky white demon flames permeated every corner, filling the space with an indescribable, terrifying heat. Such an extreme temperature rendered even a 4-star or 5-star battle saint unable to endure. The heat here was so intense that it could ignite fighting energy itself. Yet, despite this overwhelming heat, the pure lotus demon fire desperately realized it could not breach the confines of the heavenly refinement formation. Witnessing this predicament, the demon fire's eyes turned blood red. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. As a being that had controlled the heavenly refinement formation for millennia, it understood the formidable power of this array. Although Jiang Yun was not the pure lotus demon saint, his familiarity with the formation evoked a sense of dread akin to facing the demon saint himself. Panic surged within it. It vividly recalled the fate of being sealed, a monotonous existence it had endured for thousands of years, now filled with profound weariness. At the heart of the fiery sea within the heavenly refinement formation, a fire lotus exuding an eerie aura slowly rotated. With each turn, its color oscillated between dark red and white. Eventually, the rotating fire lotus solidified into a white hue, yet its petals were adorned with fine red veins, resembling human blood vessels, occasionally flickering with crimson light, imbuing this beautiful fire lotus with an uncanny and sinister aura. Has your original fire revealed itself? Jiang Yun smiled as he gazed at the bizarre fire lotus in the sky. Your cruelty is hardly the outcome the demon saint would desire. Allow me to assist you in restoring your true form today. Spare me your lamentations. My growth is my own affair. You are not the pure lotus demon saint. So cease your feigned sympathy. The aura surrounding the demon lotus shimmered faintly, and the roar of the pure lotus demon fire echoed forth from within. The venerable demon sage has vanished from this realm. Since you yearn for him so deeply, allow me to escort you to his presence. Jiang Yun smiled gently at the pure lotus demon fire, uttering words that nearly drove the latter to the brink of bloodshed. You wretch. The pure lotus demon fire glared at Jiang Yun with venomous resentment, and then the demon lotus began to spin violently. A terrifying surge of crimson flames erupted from within the lotus, causing the space sealed by the ancient refinement array to twist violently. Sever. Observing the struggling pure lotus demon fire, Jiang Yun waved his hand lightly, and to his astonishment, the colossal array encompassing tens of thousands of feet began to collapse from the outside in. The force of this collapse coalesced into a massive curtain of fire, from which countless fiery strands erupted, weaving into a net of flames that deeply imprinted itself within the demon lotus. Gradually, the fiery net was lifted, and wisps of crimson mist were forced away from the essence of the lotus. As these crimson mists ascended, the anguished wails of the pure lotus demon fire echoed from within the lotus. It spun frantically, yet no matter how immense the energy it released, it could not break free from the entangling fire net. The ancient refinement array had accumulated energy over thousands of years. Even an 8-star Dou saint would find no advantage here, so do not struggle. As Jiang Yun manipulated the fiery strands, he gradually exorcised the crimson mist, which symbolized the memories and intelligence of the pure lotus demon fire, from its core. Feeling the growing emptiness in its mind, the pure lotus demon fire felt a twinge of terror and roared, I am a divine entity of heaven and earth, shielded by the cosmos. If you slay me, divine retribution shall befall you. However, Jiang Yun paid no heed to the threat, changing his hand seal. The myriad fiery strands within the curtain of flames suddenly crossed through the demon lotus. A dense blood mist surged forth from the lotus, quickly forming a crimson silhouette in the air, a figure that was none other than the humanoid manifestation of the pure lotus demon fire. Forced out of its essence, the demon fire swiftly descended, attempting to plunge back inside, but a gaping abyssal maw suddenly opened in midair, devouring it whole. With the sacred demonic flame secured, Jiang Yun's gaze traversed the boundless sea of magma, landing upon a white lotus adorned with delicate pink veins, gracefully floating. As it moved, it seemed as though the entire sea's energy was inexorably drawn toward it. The essence of the demon fire gazed at the pale lotus with a faint pink hue, and the vigilant azure scales finally relaxed, casting a delighted glance at Jiang Yun. The pure lotus demon fire. Jiang Yun beheld the pink lotus above the sea, feeling an inexplicable sensation. This extraordinary flame, ranked among the top 3 in the flame ranking, struck him as fundamentally different from the flames he had previously consumed. It felt as though the pure lotus demon fire was a part of the very fabric of the universe, a native entity, while the others were merely outsiders. The varying degrees of intimacy evoke a starkly different sensation. Am I overly sensitive? After a brief silence, Jiang Yun lifted his gaze to the void above, ultimately suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. He gently addressed Qing Lin beside him. Qing Lin, I need to refine the pure lotus demonic fire. It shall not take long. Brother Jiang Yun, I shall await your return. Qing Lin replied obediently, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at him softly. Jiang Yun nodded appreciatively and slowly approached the pure lotus demonic fire. At that moment, the petals of the lotus had fully unfurled, revealing a cluster of pink flames coiling like an infant at its heart. Waves of soul-stirring heat emanated from this pink flame, which was the true essence of demonic fire. With determination, Jiang Yun extended his palm toward the heart of the pure lotus demonic fire, and suddenly, a jet-black flame surged forth from his hand, instantly isolating him from the fire's searing heat. As the holy demon flame manifested, the pure lotus demonic fire seemed to sense a disturbance, trembling slightly as if attempting to flee. However, Jiang Yun was resolute. With swift precision, he plunged his hand into the heart of the fire and seized the cluster of pink demonic flames. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming energy coupled with intense heat enveloped him, intent on incinerating him entirely. Yet, with the holy demon flame shielding him, the pure lotus demonic fire could inflict no harm upon Jiang Yun. Calmly, he guided the cluster of pink flames to his mouth, swallowing it forcefully into his being. Boom! As the essence of the demonic fire entered his body, pink flames erupted on Jiang Yun's surface, and indescribable agony radiated from every part of his being. Devour, refine, unfazed. Jiang Yun urged the holy demon flame within him toward the essence of the demonic fire, forcibly enveloping it. The terrifying power of absorption unleashed, gradually consuming the essence. In response to the refining force of the holy demon flame, the demonic fire essence began to struggle violently, its temperature escalating to a horrifying degree, incinerating Jiang Yun's fragile organs. His body appeared almost translucent, causing concern for Qing Lin watching from outside. Reversing yin and yang. Suddenly, Jiang Yun, in the throes of refining the pure lotus demonic fire, opened his eyes wide. He formed a seal with his hands, and the ancient array of refining heaven reemerged in the space around him, now manifesting in a contrasting black and white, resembling a colossal millstone. Endless energy coalesced from the ancient array, and at that moment, Jiang Yun's body seemed to transform into an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the influx of energy. The ancient array, having accumulated immense energy over millennia, now bestowed its bounty upon Jiang Yun. His meridians, flesh, muscles, bones, and cells fervently devoured the boundless energy as if they had been starved for decades. A formidable energy began to solidify outside of Jiang Yun's body, ultimately transforming into a crystalline orb that enveloped him completely. The azure scales outside sensed the rapidly ascending aura of Jiang Yun within the orb, and a silent sigh of relief escaped their hearts. The emerald glow in their eyes receded, and the three minuscule green blossoms at the bottom of their gaze quietly contracted. At that moment, Jiang Yun felt as though his consciousness was ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, where the sky and earth were cloaked in a dismal gray, with only a faint ethereal light shimmering beneath his feet. As he surveyed his surroundings, an overwhelming silence enveloped the realm, devoid of any signs of life, and a profound sense of solitude began to creep into his heart. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yun cast his gaze around, and suddenly, from the infinite distance, a flicker of pink ethereal light emerged, revealing a white lotus adorned with pink veins. As he approached, a terrifying, purifying energy surrounded him, sending a tremor through his heart. In an instant, vivid images flashed through Jiang Yun's mind, as if he were transported back to an ancient era, witnessing the birth of the pure lotus demon fire and the entire process of its gestation. Simultaneously, in an unknown region of the Dou Qi Continent, amidst a sea of chaos, a colossal chaotic light sphere, approximately 1,000 feet in diameter, began to tremble slightly. Chapter 210, Choice. The chaotic light sphere pulsated like a heart, and with each beat, the entire dimension quivered in response. As it inhaled and exhaled, winds and clouds converged, tides surged and receded, while the sun rose and the moon set. At that moment, the once pure spirit of this dimension was ensnared by tendrils of demonic energy, which clung to it like maggots, rendering the chaotic light sphere appear exceedingly discordant. Suddenly, the chaotic sea churned, revealing two visions. One depicted Jiang Yun within the realm of the demon fire, refining the pure lotus demon fire, while the other portrayed a dark void, where a massive black cloud surged forth into the distance. The black cloud exuded an overwhelming pressure that made one's soul tremble at a mere glance, hinting at impending collapse. As the image magnified, it became evident that the black cloud's target was a vast rift, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, from which endless malevolence erupted. On the other side of the rift lay a colossal crimson continent. From a bird's-eye view, this land was none other than the Dou Qi Continent. At this moment, the spirit of the dimension sensed an impending crisis. The chaotic light on its surface blazed fiercely, momentarily suppressing the demonic energy that entwined it. Within the chaotic sea, the scene shifted again. The black cloud vanished, revealing figures emerging from within. Gu Yuan, Emperor of Souls; Zhu Kuan, Void-Devouring Flame; Elder Wanhua; Yao Tian, Gu Suner, and Tang Hor, all possessing striking similarities. They were either supreme powerhouses who had reached the pinnacle of strength or practitioners harboring extraordinary flames. A fleeting silhouette passed by, ultimately freezing upon a young man clad in a black robe, who was currently surrounded by a multitude within the alchemist tower, engaged in earnest discussion. As anticipated, the young man was none other than Xiao Yan. At this moment, the scene in the chaos sea narrowed to just Jiang Yun and Xiao Yan, while the spirit of the realm seemed to ponder, traversing back and forth above them. Eventually, it appeared to reach a resolution. Jiang Yun's image gradually faded, leaving only the resolute visage of Xiao Yan. In the space of the demonic fire, Jiang Yun, refining the purifying lotus demon fire, unexpectedly found his consciousness transported to an unknown realm, witnessing the genesis of the purifying lotus demon fire. The purifying power unfolded before his eyes without reservation. Just as Jiang Yun intended to immerse himself in this experience, the scene abruptly halted. Within the energy crystal egg, seated in a meditative posture, Jiang Yun's brow momentarily furrowed, only to return to normal the next instant as he diligently elevated his cultivation. In the council chamber of the alchemist tower, a dozen elders sat in their respective places, while Xiao Yin and Yao Chen also found a spot nearby, directing their gaze towards the foremost seat occupied by Xian Kongzi. The alchemist tower has always prided itself on its neutrality, never favoring any particular faction. This principle stands as one of its cardinal rules. After surveying the assembly, Xian Kongzi's calm voice resonated throughout the hall. However, the recent confrontation between the Alchemist Tower and the Soul Palace is still vivid in our memories. Now, for reasons unknown, the Soul Palace has suffered devastating losses, yet the hidden puppeteer behind it, the Soul Clan, remains. This alliance of the three clans presents an unparalleled opportunity. Should we fail to eradicate the Soul Clan, the Soul Palace will undoubtedly rise anew, plunging the alchemists of our continent into peril once more. Thus, I am in favor of Xiao Yan's proposal to ally with the three clans. What are your thoughts? This matter is of grave importance. With the Grand Elder and the Ancestor absent from the Alchemist Tower, we cannot act without consensus. Upon hearing Xian Kongzi's inquiry, an elder opened his previously closed eyes and addressed him gravely. Esteemed seniors, as a subordinate force of the Soul Clan, the Soul Palace has, over the years, exploited the power of the Soul Clan to capture countless alchemist souls. The Alchemist Tower, as the sanctuary in the hearts of alchemists, inherently bears the duty of safeguarding their safety. While we shall not dwell on past events, this opportunity is indeed rare. Should the Alchemist Tower refrain from intervening, let us not forget that the alliance includes the Yao Clan. If the Yao Clan were to rally under the banner of avenging the alchemists, and the Alchemist Tower remained passive, it could lead to a significant decline in the tower's prestige as the sanctuary for alchemists. At that juncture, the hallowed name of the tower would be rendered hollow. Xiao Yan rose, surveying the assembly of elders, and gently shook his head, speaking in a low tone. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a heaviness settled in the hearts of the gathered elders. The Yao Clan was indeed part of the three-clan alliance. And while the Alchemist Tower and the Yao Clan could not be described as having no interactions, historically, they have been rivals, with a competitive relationship persisting between the two factions. In the past, the Yao Clan's disdain for external relations led most alchemists on the Dou Qi Continent to regard the Alchemist Tower as their sacred sanctuary for alchemy. At present, the matters concerning the Soul Clan have brought the Medicine Clan into the public eye, revealing that the realm of Dou Qi harbors the existence of the Medicine Clan, descendants of the first Medicine Emperor. As a sanctum for alchemists, the prominence of the Medicine Clan surpasses that of the Pill Tower, does it not? Had it not been for the recent confrontation between the Pill Tower and the Soul Palace, who knows how many alchemists would have been swayed by other thoughts. However, it is indeed the Soul Clan, and after Xiao Yan's analysis of the situation, many elders found themselves wavering, though some still wore expressions of concern. The Soul Clan is comprised of people. How is it that you, who are older, lack the courage of a mere child? At that moment, a youthful voice unexpectedly resonated within the hall. The crowd turned to the source, witnessing a spatial rift abruptly manifesting within the chamber, from which the venerable ancestor of the Pill Tower, riding a bull, emerged alongside the Grand Elder. Upon seeing the return of the Pill Tower's ancestor, everyone excitedly approached to pay their respects. Xiaoyan, too, gazed curiously at the Pill Tower's ancestor, a remarkable figure who, aside from the Emperor-grade elixirs, represents the pinnacle of alchemical prowess on the continent. "Ah, you must be the descendant of the Shao clan," the Pill Tower's ancestor remarked with a smile, observing Xiaoyan. "The Shao clan is indeed a remarkable imperial lineage. I never anticipated the emergence of such a prodigy like you after a millennium." At the praise from the Pill Tower's ancestor, Xiaoyan felt a jolt. The intensity of the elder's gaze rendered him exposed, as if stripped of all secrets before the venerable figure. "I have witnessed your profound mastery, esteemed elder," he said, bowing respectfully, acknowledging the strength of the elder's soul cultivation. "I heard everything you said earlier. The Pill Tower has consented to the Alliance's demands. The Soul Clan is indeed a formidable threat," the Pill Tower's ancestor affirmed with a nod, his expression solemn. "Thank you, venerable elder." In response, even with Xiaoyan's composure, an undeniable joy surged across his face as he bowed again. Observing Xiaoyan's elation, the Pill Tower's ancestor recalled their previous encounter in the demon fire space and advised with gravity, "The Soul Clan will not afford us much time. If there are more allies, we must expedite our efforts. Rest assured, this time we have not only contacted the Pill Tower, but also enlisted the participation of top-tier forces from the Central Plains, such as the Burning Flame Valley and the Flower Clan," Xiaoyan replied, nodding earnestly. With a smile, the Pill Tower's ancestor remarked, "Your talent is indeed rare. You have already broken through to the Dou Qi level, and remarkably, your soul realm has advanced to the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. Such a level of spiritual energy would be a pity to squander. The Pill Tower possesses many tomes on the soul. You should take this opportunity to explore them." The crowd stared in awe at the Pill Tower's ancestor, then turned enviously toward Xiaoyan. The application of spiritual energy is a rare inheritance in the Dou Qi Continent, known only to a few imperial clans. Even Yao Chun, hailing from the Medicine Clan, lacks advanced techniques in soul mastery. Within the Alchemist Tower, there exist numerous techniques and scriptures concerning the realm of the soul. However, these treasures are reserved solely for those who have made significant contributions to the tower. Now, with Xiaoyan, an outsider, unexpectedly receiving the favor of the tower's ancestor and the privilege to select from its soul techniques, it incites a wave of envy among many. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes glimmering with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Although he is a disciple of Yao Chun, he has always found himself lacking in soul-related techniques. It was not until he arrived in the central region that he fortuitously obtained a profound-level scripture to cultivate. Yet soul techniques remain exceedingly rare. Despite his subsequent efforts to gather more, his endeavors yielded little success. Had the ancestor not mentioned it, Xiaoyan might have nearly forgotten this shortcoming. The Soul Clan, being experts in this domain, poses a significant threat. A single misstep in battle could render him a prime target for their assault on his soul. Having resolved the matters concerning the Alchemist Alliance, Yao Chun did not linger and took his leave, hastily departing towards the Flower Valley and the Burning Flame Valley, under the melancholic gaze of the dark-clad figure. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan remained behind, now immersed within the tower's vast repository of knowledge. Before him stood rows of neatly arranged tall cabinets, their wooden shelves laden with an array of scrolls, each differing in hue. At a cursory glance, the collection seemed boundless, with no end in sight, leaving one to ponder the wealth of knowledge concealed within. This was the legacy of the sacred ground for refining demons, cultivated over a millennium. One could only imagine the grandeur of the archives belonging to the first imperial clan, the Shao clan. Casually flipping through a few tomes, he found them to be primarily advanced combat techniques, leading him to refrain from lingering and make his way upstairs. The second level housed fewer shelves, containing only earth-level scriptures. And still, Xiaoyan pressed on until he reached the final third level, where he paused. The moment his foot crossed into the third level, an overwhelming radiance appeared before him, only to be swallowed by darkness, revealing an endless expanse of starry sky. Staring in astonishment at the scene, Xiaoyan drew a sharp breath, exclaiming, "This is truly a realm unto itself." After his initial shock, he began to traverse the celestial landscape, gazing out at the vastness around him. Countless stars twinkled in the firmament, some bright, others dim, creating a breathtaking display. However, after wandering for some time, he found no traces of the heavenly tier combat techniques or advanced soul techniques he had envisioned. Suddenly, amidst his puzzlement, the starry sky seemed to quiver, followed by a resounding roar as an overwhelming cascade of shooting stars surged toward him. As they drew nearer, Xiaoyan discerned that these streaks of light were not mere meteoric fireballs, but rather an array of scroll-like objects hurtling through the cosmos, dazzling in their splendor. The secrets were indeed concealed here. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's face as he instinctively raised his head, gazing at the distant stars in the night sky. His soul force swept over, and in that fleeting moment, he appeared to perceive ancient scrolls shimmering faintly among those celestial bodies, emanating a mysterious and obscure aura. Clearly, within those stars lay extraordinary fighting techniques and cultivation methods. With this thought, Xiao Yan leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the countless meteors streaking across the cosmos. As he advanced, his soul force continually scanned the surroundings, seeking out any soul techniques that might provoke a tremor within him. After an extensive search, he encountered numerous formidable fighting skills and methods, many of which possessed terrifying powers akin to mid-tier heavenly techniques. However, he dismissed them all, focusing solely on the soul techniques he so desperately sought. Suddenly, an ancient star caught Xiao Yan's eye. Compared to the surrounding colossal stars, this one appeared diminutive, yet none dared to approach it. He noted that it hung suspended in the void, radiating an aura that transcended the heavens and the earth. Moreover, as his soul force swept over it, he could not discern what fighting techniques it concealed. What manner of technique could be so peculiar? Doubt clouded his mind as he gazed at the ancient star, and he gradually descended towards it. Upon stepping into the ancient star, Xiao Yan instantly lost consciousness. In a hazy state, his awareness seemed to drift through an endless expanse. Time lost all meaning as his consciousness floated amidst the cosmos. After an indeterminate duration, a dim light emerged, reminiscent of the chaotic light birthed at the dawn of creation. His awareness halted at a distance from this chaos, as the brilliance inflicted a sharp pain upon him, deterring him from approaching. In that moment of uncertainty, the burning art within him instinctively activated, and ethereal flames he had previously absorbed began to materialize around him. Myriad beast spirit fire, green lotus earth heart fire, wind fury dragon flame, tortoise spirit earth fire, and red lotus karma fire enveloped him, safeguarding his consciousness. Instantly, the piercing sensation from the chaotic light dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's awareness surged into the chaotic realm. An indescribable and peculiar sensation quietly took form, as if he were transcending the very fabric of existence. Chapter 211, Emergence. In this chaos, time seemed to stand still, and Xiao Yan could not fathom how long he had been immersed here. He vaguely felt that as his consciousness merged with the chaotic light sphere, his body trembled, and in the next instant, the vast and boundless power of chaos surged towards him, transforming into a stream of chaotic light that slowly infused itself through the crown of his head. Boom! A vast torrent of energy surged forth, instinctively prompting Xiao Yan's body to activate its cultivation techniques. In an instant, his flesh and blood trembled as if a ravenous maw, devouring and refining the immense power that flowed into him with the aid of the bizarre flames. Within a mere span of several breaths, Xiao Yan faintly sensed that he had broken through a significant barrier in his cultivation. Thus, his consciousness sat in stillness amidst the chaos, seemingly enduring decades of time. While his form remained as immovable as a boulder, even his breathing gradually dwindling to naught. In the haze of chaos, time seemed to stagnate, with only the chaotic light continuously pouring into Xiao Yan's crown. This state persisted until a certain moment, when a transformation finally occurred. One day, Xiao Yan's statue-like body appeared to shudder slightly, and the next instant his tightly shut eyes, closed for an indeterminate period, slowly opened. Buzz! As his eyes flickered open, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within, so dazzling it was indescribable, piercing through the chaos before vanishing into the void. Xiao Yan, bewildered, opened his eyes wide, his hands gradually clenching, feeling the indescribable surge of power within him. His body trembled slightly, as if countless bolts of thunder erupted within. What is happening? Xiao Yan gazed in astonishment at his palms. At that moment, he felt no joy from the elevation of his strength as he usually would, but rather a profound sense of fear and bewilderment. This sudden enhancement was utterly astonishing. Just a moment ago, he had barely broken through to the Dou Sheng level with the aid of Xiao Xian's bloodline legacy, yet now he had inexplicably ascended to the 5-star Dou Sheng, a staggering increase of 4 stars. Moreover, his soul power had also reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, which was utterly abnormal. What time is it now? Suddenly, Xiao Yan snapped back to reality. With his strength now elevated by 4 stars, he realized that considerable time must have passed. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open a rift in space, stepping through and vanishing from that realm. Just as Xiao Yan departed, the star beneath him shattered first, disappearing without a trace as though it had never existed. The vast star that had concealed the heavenly level combat techniques he had just witnessed gradually dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, the endless starry sky vanished, restoring the third layer of the scripture pavilion to its original form. Compared to the second layer, the third layer was relatively small and appeared quite spacious at first glance. At the corners of this layer, a rich radiance enveloped the area, while beyond that light, the space exhibited a twisted sensation, indicating that everything here was imbued with special protection. Surrounding the area, several dozen inheritance crystals floated in midair, and upon closer inspection, these crystals seemed to be filled with endless mysterious runes, quite peculiar indeed. However, in comparison to the boundless starry sky Xiao Yan had just encountered, everything here seemed rather mundane. Within the grand hall of the Dan Tower, several formidable figures sat in meditation. After a prolonged silence, Yao Chun, unable to contain his anxiety, turned to Xian Kongzi and inquired, "Xian Kongzi, is there still no word on Xiao Yan? Ever since he entered the third level of the scripture vault, for reasons unknown, we have been unable to approach it. Not even the ancestral elder has any means to do so." Xian Kongzi observed the anxious expression on Yao Chen's face and, after a moment of contemplation, replied solemnly, "How could this be?" Yao Chen, taken aback by the response, murmured in disbelief, "Do not worry, Yao Chen. Xiao Yan is a favored child of destiny. He will be unharmed. Moreover, the ancestral elder mentioned that Xiao Yan may have acquired the legacy of our forebears, which may not necessarily be a bad thing." Xianyi comforted him gently, shedding her usual reserve. Beside Yao Chen, a graceful woman in a green palace gown gazed at him with equally troubled eyes. If time passes and Xiao Yan has not emerged, the ancestral elder will take action. For now, our priority must be the matters concerning the Imperial Clan Alliance and the impending battle at the Burial Soul Mountain in 7 days, the Grand Elder stated. Surveying the crowd in silence before speaking, Jiang Yun had previously returned to the Dan Tower, asserting that during the conflict among the 4 clans, the Dousheng would be the primary force. Thus, he believed that the Alliance's Dousheng could proceed to the battlefield of the 4 clans, while the remaining personnel could sweep away the remnants of the Soul Palace in Zhongzhou. After hearing the Grand Elder's inquiry, Xian Kongzi gathered his thoughts and gradually articulated a suggestion that elicited a collective sigh of relief from the assembly. That proposal is indeed wise. There are designated battlegrounds for the Saint level. The aftermath of battles involving Dousheng is too perilous for those below that level to engage in. Xian Kongzi's council received the consensus of most present. Then it is settled. Who shall we send to liaise with the Imperial Clan? The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, decisively asking the next question. A moment of silence pervaded the hall, as they had no ties to those families, and sending them to negotiate with such haughty clans was hardly a prudent course of action. Just as the silence stretched, Yao Chen struggled for a while before finally summoning his resolve to stand. Yet, before he could voice his intention, a clear and resonant laughter abruptly interrupted, capturing everyone's attention. "I will take charge of contacting the 3 clans." The voice echoed through the hall, causing Yao Chen's eyes to brighten as he turned towards the entrance, a wave of excitement breaking through his previously worried demeanor. The sudden laughter momentarily stunned the assembly, but in an instant, all eyes shifted towards the entrance, where sunlight streamed from above, revealing a lean figure slowly stepping into view. Xiao Yan. As that figure appeared, Xian Kongzi, the Grand Elder, and others within the hall trembled, their faces etched with disbelief, as gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. Xiao Yan. Is he not Yao Chen's disciple, the descendant of Xiao Xian? The venerable fire cloud ancestor gazed at Xiao Yan with curiosity. During this period, the most renowned prodigies in the central state were undoubtedly Jiang Yun and Yunyi. However, Xiao Yan had been swiftly following in their wake during the silence of the crowd, and given his lineage as a descendant of Xiao Xian, Fire Cloud Ancestor paid him particularly close attention. Bang! Yao Chen's mouth fell slightly open, his eyes fixed intently on the figure that slowly approached. The vast fighting spirit within him erupted due to the fluctuations in his emotions. His eyes, filled with excitement, grew misty. Throughout the month of Xiao Yan's silence, he had been constantly preoccupied with thoughts of him. Having endured a life of tragedy, it could be said that Xiao Yan was the person he was closest to. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yan, he could hardly fathom how he would react. Upon witnessing Yao Chen's trembling form, Xiao Yan's figure flickered and appeared before Yao Chen, observing his quaking body with a familiar light laugh. "Teacher, I apologize for causing you concern." "Haha. As long as you are back, that is all that matters." Yao Chen managed to compose himself, and for the first time in half a month, a smile graced his face. His withered hands repeatedly patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, incessantly murmuring those words. "Yao Chen, I told you that Xiao Yan is destined for greatness. Now you must believe it," Xian Yi remarked, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes with a gentle smile. "Xiao Yan, wait your strength?" At this moment, the Grand Elder approached, his expression one of shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Seeing the Grand Elder's uncharacteristic demeanor, Everyone paused, taking a moment to appraise Xiao Yan. Before their expressions shifted dramatically, did you truly inherit the legacy of the Dan Tower's ancestor? This Dan Tower's ancestor is not to be confused with another, Yao Chun exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that everyone had misunderstood. Believing he had spent all that time in the scripture pavilion receiving the inheritance of the Dan Tower's ancestor. However, that was not the case. He was utterly unaware of how he had attained such terrifying strength. This matter was difficult to explain, and observing the curious gazes of the crowd, he slowly nodded in affirmation. You lad, have heard, Xiao Yan admitted. Everyone in the hall inhaled sharply, exchanging glances, and saw the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They all understood the significance of the Dan Tower's ancestor, a figure who could be regarded as the most formidable practitioner of alchemy beneath the Medicine Emperor. Who would not covet the inheritance of such a person? Let us not dwell on my affairs. We have 7 days until the decisive battle. I will first visit the ancient clan to discuss matters with them, while the alliance should also prepare in advance. Xiao Yan smiled faintly at the astonished gazes directed at him and spoke with a serious tone. Very well. Time is of the essence. You go to the ancient clan, and we shall organize our factions to monitor the movements of the Soul Palace in the central state. Yao Chen nodded slowly, then chuckled lightly. Agreed. In the realm of demonic flames, the atmosphere remains as fervent as ever. Above the sea of magma, a colossal crystal egg hovers, its surface shimmering with a radiant glow. Occasionally, delicate flames flicker to life, resembling ethereal sprites, imbued with a sense of vitality. Not far away, a charming girl clad in green gazes softly at the suspended crystal egg, her serene demeanor undisturbed by the searing heat surrounding her, a testament to her remarkable cultivation. Suddenly, a faint sound pierces the silence, causing Qinglin's attention to shift. To her astonishment, a fissure slowly emerges on the surface of the crystal egg. As this crack appears, more and more fractures begin to spread across the egg, culminating in the dramatic fall of a large shard from above. With a thunderous roar, as the crystal egg breaks apart, black and white beams of light surge skyward, eventually coalescing into a radiant curtain cascading down from the distant heavens. Brother Zhongyun, Qinglin exclaims with delight, her face alight with joy as she witnesses the ascending light. I have kept you waiting for so long. From within the luminous beams, an arm extends, and Zhang Yun gradually emerges, stretching languidly as the sound of cracking bones reverberates like thunder across the sky. No matter how long it takes, Qinglin will always wait for her brother Zhang Yun. As she gazes at him, her figure flashes, and she swiftly appears by his side, her voice gentle. Hee, let us go. All matters are settled. It is time to prepare for the impending storm. Zhang Yun affectionately ruffles Qinglin's hair, watching as she blissfully closes her eyes. And he smiles warmly. Qinglin nods obediently, believing Zhang Yun's words refer to the imminent battle in the ancient emperor's cave, where the void ancient dragon clan would no longer remain in the shadows but confront the victors of the 3 clans and the Soul clan head-on. However, only Zhang Yun understands that the battle he speaks of is not the one in the emperor's cave, but a far more terrifying conflict against the malevolent beings from beyond the realm. Recalling the experience of absorbing the pure lotus demon fire, a cold light flashes in Zhang Yun's eyes. Why is it that only the void devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire have attained sentience, transforming into fiery spirits? This is because these two are manifestations of the source power of the Dou Qi Continent, distinct from other anomalous flames, resulting from the unique laws of the continent after the demise of the master of the indestructible body of myriad flames. This uniqueness leads to the singularity of the pure lotus demon fire and the void devouring flame. For the primal essence of heaven and earth does not give rise to a second flame of the same kind. The so-called imperial flame does not require the absorption of the pure lotus demon fire or the void devouring flame. It merely needs to gather the remaining 21 types of anomalous flames to forge the imperial flame, claiming the top spot in the Dou Qi Continent's anomalous flame ranking. The reason lies in the fact that these 21 anomalous flames are originally one entity, and when combined, they unleash terrifying power. Moreover, there is another matter that has profoundly altered Zhang Yun's perspective. Thus, the spirit of the plane chose Xiao Yan over him. Logically, having refined the pure lotus demon fire and acquired the primordial force of the Dou Qi Continent, the spirit should have been more inclined towards him. Yet, akin to the symbol ancestor of the Tianxian continent, the spirit naturally repelled foreign entities, ultimately favoring the native Xiao Yan. In dealing with outsiders, it acted as it did with the symbol ancestor, enticing yet aloof. Faced with such disdainful behavior, Zhang Yun leaned towards the methods of the, "Do you dare to defy? Then I shall compel your submission." The spirit of the plane, in its self-perceived superiority, was oblivious to the choices it made, Yet Jiang Yun observed everything with keen awareness. Since the spirit favored Xiaoyan, he could not be blamed for resorting to extraordinary measures. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun, about to step into the void passage, cast his gaze across the sky. Chapter 212. The army assembles. Xiaoyan, the time has come. In the Dan Tower, the face of Yao Chun bore a smile as he gazed at the closed door, gently calling out, "Creak." The door responded, and Xiaoyan stepped out of his room. With each step he took, the energy in this realm subtly stirred, and within his pitch-black eyes, divine light flickered. In just a few days, his cultivation had made significant progress. Let us go. The allied forces await us. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze towards the void above Shengdan City. Sensing the gathering of a formidable aura, the day of the agreed battle had arrived. In the past few days, Xiaoyan had taken time to visit the ancient clan, aware of the challenge issued by the Soul Emperor, and had made arrangements with the various clans. The alliance would deploy 10 Dou saints to participate in the battlefield of the 4 clans, while the remaining powerful warriors would be led by semi-saints, launching a full-scale assault on the remnants of the Soul Hall across the continent. The 3 clans were astonished by the alliance's ability to dispatch 10 Dou saints. They paid little heed to lower-level Dou saints like the Firecloud Ancestor and Yao Chun, but the Dan Tower Ancestor, Shinong Elder, and the newly ascended 5-star Dou Saint Xiao Yan were the reinforcements they coveted. With these 3, the alliance's strength was nearly on par with the Yao clan. Yao Chen nodded, and without further hesitation, the two ascended into the sky. When Xiao Yan and his companion appeared in the sky above the front mountain, the air was filled with figures, numerous powerful beings rising into the sky, forming a neat formation. Amidst the surging vast aura, they seemed as one, exuding such might that even Xiao Yan could not help but glance aside. Is everyone gathered? Xiao Yan surveyed the crowd, ultimately resting his gaze on the Dan Tower Ancestor. The Dan Tower Ancestor nodded, and then turned to Xian Kongzi beside him, saying, "Once we depart, the allied forces will launch a full-scale assault to eradicate the influence of the Soul Hall from Zhongzhou. Do not forget that the Tianming sect was once an underling of the Soul Hall, Senior Xian Kongzi." Xiaoyan could not help but interject, recalling his past grievances with the Tianming sect during his rise to prominence. However, before he could exact revenge, a series of events caused him to momentarily forget about them. Now that he had ascended to the rank of 5-star Dou Shang, he found little interest in dealing with them. This situation presented an opportune moment. Xian Kongzi was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. Once everything was arranged, the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower gazed at the assembled Dou Shangs and spoke slowly. "You should all understand the gravity of our undertaking today. I shall not elaborate further. The strength of the Soul Clan is well known. Should we engage in battle, do not harbor any complacent or reckless thoughts." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. "Since you all comprehend the situation, let us set forth." Such a significant affair, as a candidate among the 3 giants of the Dan Tower, cannot miss it. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, a hearty laugh resonated from the distance. A spatial rift opened, and Jiang Yun, accompanied by Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian, gradually emerged before the crowd. Jiang Yun. Upon seeing him, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. The Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, along with the Elder of Shinong and Xiao Yan, regarded Jiang Yun and his companions with a profound sense of shock. Xiao Yan had thought his continuous fortuitous encounters and inexplicable advancement by 4-star levels had made him the foremost among the younger generation of the Dou Qi Continent. He had surpassed Jiang Yun, the once admired prodigy of Zhongzhou, but now he was confronted with an unexpected reality. Setting aside Jiang Yun for a moment, the depth of his aura left Xiao Yan unable to discern his true strength, yet he could clearly sense the formidable power of the 2 women beside him. Both were 4-star Dou Shangs, possessing the pinnacle of heavenly realm soul power. This remarkable enhancement led him to believe that the trio must be the offspring of some Dou emperor. In contrast to Xiao Yan's reaction, the astonishment of the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower and Elder Shinong was even more profound. Why had so many prodigies appeared recently? Was the Dou Qi Continent quietly evolving, becoming easier to cultivate in? Why hadn't they been included in this transformation? Have you acquired the Bodhi heart? Elder Shinong observed Jiang Yun and Xiao Yixian, memories from long ago flooding back into his mind as he regarded them knowingly. Jiang Yun and Xiao Yixian exchanged knowing smiles. And then Jiang Yun addressed the assembly. "Are we to engage in a decisive battle with the Soul Clan now? As a member of the Dan Tower, I am duty-bound to join. Moreover, there is a troublesome individual among the Soul Clan awaiting me." As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. A swift bolt of lightning streaked through the air before him, tearing open another spatial rift, eliciting gasps of shock from those nearby. A newfound reverence began to blossom within the crowd for Jiang Yun, the continent's foremost prodigy, living up to his illustrious reputation. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, The crowd nodded in understanding, while Xiao Yan and Yao Chun were once again reminded of that figure they had encountered in Wutan City, with those cold, merciless eyes. As memories of that fateful scene flooded back, Yao Chun instinctively shivered, recalling the moment when he was closest to death, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Noticing Yao Chen's unease, Xiao Yan stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and said, "Master, I shall avenge you. Do not overexert yourself." Yao Chen nodded, reassuringly patting Xiao Yan's shoulder in return. "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Yunyi, it is time to settle the grievances of the past." With that, the elder of the Dan Tower, upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, nodded slightly, and then turned to the assembled crowd, solemnly declaring, "Let us depart." The crowd nodded in agreement, and with a wave of his sleeve, the elder tore open a massive passage in the fabric of space, leading the way forward. Following closely were the solemn-faced Shinong elder, Xiao Yan, and others. Behind them, the various Dou saints filed in, and once the last person crossed the threshold, the spatial passage gradually dissipated. As the vast forces of the Dan Tower mobilized, countless lights suddenly soared from the great realms of the three clans, sweeping across the northwestern regions of Zhongzhou. With such a significant mobilization of powerful figures from the three clans and the allied forces, the entire Zhongzhou erupted into a fervor. It was clear to all that the only adversarial force capable of prompting such a response from the Heavenly Alliance was the enigmatic Soul Clan. The shadow of impending war loomed over Zhongzhou. The Zhangtian mountain range, nestled in the northwestern region of Zhongzhou, may feel unfamiliar to the current inhabitants, yet it resonates profoundly with the elders of ancient races. This very location was the battleground where the Soul Clan clashed with the Shao Clan, a conflict that once made Zhongzhou tremble. Deep within the mountains lay an ancient battlefield, vast in scope, typically teeming with magical beasts, rendering it a perilous territory shunned by many. Today, however, the ancient battlefield appeared rather peculiar. The multitude of magical beasts that once roamed freely had vanished without a trace. Not a single shadow of a beast could be seen across the expansive terrain, as if they sensed the impending cataclysmic clash on the horizon. Suddenly, amidst the eerie silence of the mountains, the sounds of rushing winds erupted, and a multitude of shadows emerged from the edge of the sky, swiftly materializing in the ancient battlefield. "We have arrived." The group descended gently, and Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the battlefield, now in ruins, his expression tinged with complexity. This was the very site where the Shao clan had once battled the Soul Clan, a place that had marked the beginning of the Soul Clan's grand design a millennium ago. Would it now serve as the stage for its conclusion? Search the mountains. As the crowd descended, numerous formidable figures swiftly emerged, quickly scouring the rugged mountains to prevent the Soul Clan from laying ambush. The members of the Soul Clan were not so foolish. This impending battle could not be swayed by mere schemes and deceit. Xiao Yan stepped forward, his spiritual force sweeping over the desolate ancient battlefield. After a moment, he retracted his spiritual energy and spoke. Yao Chen nodded slightly. Aside from the trembling magical beasts under their pressure, there were indeed no signs of any Soul Clan warriors. Suddenly, Jiang Yun lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, where hundreds of ominous auras surged towards them. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the crowd stiffened, following his gaze, yet saw not a single shadow. Just as confusion settled among them, the few beings at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, the ancestor of the Pill Tower, the elder of Shinong, and Xiao Yan, exchanged glances with Jiang Yun, astonished. Jiang Yun's spiritual realm was likely perilously close to the imperial realm. Noticing Jiang Yun's calm demeanor, Xiao Yan recognized that such composure could not be feigned for mere spectacle. Thus, it was evident that Jiang Yun's spiritual prowess surpassed his own. Before long, the sound of wind tearing through the air echoed from the northern horizon, followed by a dark mass of figures surging forth, their numbers vastly exceeding those of the alliance they had assembled. It appeared that all clans had indeed mobilized. Observing the vast array, Yao Chun let out a soft sigh. But his expression soon darkened as he spotted a figure among the Yao clan that he dreaded to see. The unusual behavior of his mentor caught Xiao Yan's attention. He turned to see Yao Chun, trembling slightly, fixated on Yao Wangu. "I'm fine." Yao Chen's voice was steadied by Xiao Yan's call, as he exhaled slowly, shaking his head. "Master, I assure you, Yao Wangu will pay for the events of years past." Xiao Yan was well aware of the enmity between Yao Chun and Yao Wangu. Now, seeing the source of their strife, he gently patted Yao Chen's arm, a smile gracing his face, though it bore a chilling undertone. "Haha, it seems we have not arrived too late." At this moment, the members of the three clans had swiftly gathered atop the mountains, and pleasantries were exchanged amongst them. "I did not expect the Pill Tower to assemble such a formidable group." Gu Yuan's gaze swept across the ancestor of the Pill Tower and the others, lingering particularly on Jiang Yun, the little medical sage, and Qinglin. You must be Jiang Yun, Gu Yuan said kindly, scrutinizing him. Instantly, the two drew the attention of the crowd, with the members of the Lei clan and the Yao clan curiously observing this young man, renowned as the continent's greatest talent. Greetings, clan leader Gu Yuan. Faced with numerous gazes, Jiang Yun remained neither humble nor arrogant, returning a calm salute to Gu Yuan. Fame is no substitute for a personal meeting. The latter surpasses the former. The continent's foremost prodigy, you are indeed worthy of the title. After scrutinizing Jiang Yun for a moment, Gu Yuan let out a sigh and spoke with a tone of profound emotion. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the crowd was utterly astonished, their gazes filled with uncertainty directed towards Jiang Yun. With the official endorsement of the continent's most powerful being, Jiang Yun had essentially secured his illustrious reputation. The members of the medicine clan were particularly affected, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were once wary of Jiang Yun's prodigious talent and had covertly employed numerous schemes against him. Now, faced with his unexpected growth, even with a great battle looming, they could not suppress their discontent. However, no one paid attention to the expressions of the medicine clan members as time slowly passed. When the sun reached its zenith in the sky, Gu Yuan's somber voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. It has begun. At this moment, Jiang Yun had already turned his gaze towards the distant heavens, where layers of black mist suddenly surged forth, coiling ominously and ultimately transforming into a vast spatial passage. A torrent of overwhelming and sinister energies erupted forth. The black mist in the sky obscured the sunlight, causing an immediate drop in temperature, as a chill permeated the atmosphere. It has been many years since the burial sky mountain has witnessed such commotion. In the sky, as the black mist writhed, the figure of the Soul Emperor materialized seemingly out of thin air. His gaze swept over the great army below, a faint smile gracing his features. Behind the Soul Emperor, figures such as the Void-Devouring Flame, Yun Yi, the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan, and numerous other powerful beings from the Soul Clan also appeared. Ever watchful of Yun Yi's position, Xiao Yan, who was closely observing Yun Yi, felt his pupils constrict sharply as he realized that Yun Yi stood above the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan. Within this race that epitomizes the survival of the fittest, such a position spoke volumes. Soul Emperor, where is my father? Without delving into the implications of Yun Yi's position, Xiao Yan fixed his intense gaze on the Soul Emperor, unwavering in his demand. In response, the Soul Emperor glanced at Xiao Yan, chuckling lightly before waving his hand. Suddenly, the space behind him rippled, and the sound of clanking chains echoed. Following this, a cage formed of black mist materialized in the sky. In that cage sat an ancient figure, ensnared by chains that coiled around him like venomous serpents. Xiao Yan's gaze fixated on the ancient figure upon the appearance of the cage, and he could not help but tremble violently. The middle-aged form of Xiao Zhan had aged significantly in the brief time he had been captured by the Soul Clan. Xiao Yan could only imagine the torment Xiao Zhan had endured at their hands. With this realization, a surge of rage ignited within Xiao Yan. Waves of murderous intent roiled in his heart, his fists clenched tightly, fingertips digging deep into his palms, as drops of blood fell like crimson rain. Were the Soul Emperor to comprehend Xiao Yan's intentions, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence, for the plight of Xiao Zhan was not a product of his clan's torturous methods. Upon capturing Xiao Zhan, the Soul Clan, fearful that he might resort to self-destruction or reveal unexpected truths, treated him with utmost care, resulting in a remarkable surge in his cultivation over a brief period. The Soul Emperor would stake his honor on the fact that Xiao Zhan's current state had no connection to him. It was purely a consequence of a shift in mentality. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, he would disdain to defend himself. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, a hint of a smile gracing his countenance. He gently nodded and spoke with a smile. A transaction? Observing the smile upon Xiao Yan's face, Lei Ying and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to be enveloped by an icy dread. The Soul Emperor's expression also flickered slightly. Xiao Yan's talent rivaled that of Xiao Xian. However, his ruthless disposition outshone it. If left unchecked today, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. Yet, this opportunity was one the Soul Emperor would not extend. Xiao Yan clenched his fist, and an ancient jade appeared in a flash. Indeed, it was the final piece of the Dou Qi ancient Emperor's jade. Upon seeing the jade in Xiao Yan's hand, a glimmer of greed and fervor crossed the Soul Emperor's eyes. With this last piece of jade, he would ascertain the location of the Dou Qi ancient Emperor's cave and unlock its secrets, acquiring the Emperor-grade nascent pill within, thus elevating himself to yet another Emperor of the Dou realm. At that point, no one would be able to thwart his ambitions. Exchange the person for the jade. Do not attempt any deceit, lest you make a decision you will regret for eternity, the Soul Emperor intoned as he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Yan cast him a sidelong glance, opening his palm to allow the ancient jade to rise slowly under his control. In response, the Soul Emperor waved his sleeves, causing the black mist-formed cage to dissipate. With a flick of his fingers, the chains binding Xiao Zhan began to shatter, and at last, he grasped him in a circle of black light. With a swift motion, both individuals propelled the ancient jade and Xiao Zhan towards one another, their forms darting toward their respective targets. Just as Xiao Yan caught hold of Xiao Zhan, the Soul Emperor seized the ancient jade, feeling its coolness in his hand. Even with his composure, he could not suppress a hearty laugh that echoed towards the heavens. Attack! In the next instant, the roar of Gu Yuan reverberated throughout the world, and a tempest of murderous intent surged forth. Instantly, the energies of heaven and earth began to oscillate violently. The formidable warriors of the Lei, Gu, Yao, and Soul clans swiftly formed their battle formations, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of fighting spirit that ascended to the skies. The Nine Dragons Thunder Array, the ancient Emperor Mirror, the pillars of the world. The colossal ancient mirror obscured the sun, and thousands of meters of thunderous dragons appeared, as if they were an immense cauldron pressing down upon the mountains and rivers, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. 3 terrifying assaults, imbued with the force of annihilation, relentlessly surged toward the Soul Clan army above, causing the very fabric of space to shatter along their path. The heavens were engulfed in the funeral of souls. In the sky, the Soul Emperor, with a gaze of indifference, observed the ferocious onslaught descending from below. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the ominous black clouds behind him resonated with the clanking of chains, followed by a hissing sound as countless black chains shot forth from the mist, swiftly weaving a celestial net across the sky. Within this dark web, grotesque faces emerged, emitting chilling cries of despair. Boom! The moment the assaults collided, the world quaked violently under the weight of that terrifying impact, and the earth itself split open, revealing gaping chasms akin to abysses. The energy ripples unleashed by the strikes obliterated towering peaks, reducing them to nothingness. As the dreadful storm in the sky gradually subsided, the dark net crumbled, yet before its collapse, it had successfully withstood all incoming attacks, once again showcasing the formidable power of the Soul Clan. Let us determine our victor this time, Ancient Yuan. With a firm step into the void, Gu Yuan soared into the heavens, his commanding voice echoing across tens of thousands of miles. The Soul Emperor smiled faintly, instantly appearing before Gu Yuan. Both were pivotal weapons of their respective factions, necessitating mutual restraint. Otherwise, the outcome would merely hinge on who could kill more swiftly. Kill. After Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor departed, Lei Ying and Gu Lai simultaneously roared, prompting the formidable warriors of the 3 clans and the alliance to surge forth, with numerous powerful figures from the Soul Clan also taking to the skies. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with the imminent clash of battle. Lei Ying and Gu Lai had a singular focus, the void-devouring flame. None among them could contend with the void-devouring flame alone. Only their combined efforts could offer a semblance of resistance. Upon witnessing their advance, the void-devouring flame sneered. Do you still believe I have stagnated like you? You were no match for me last time, and this time will be no different. With that, the void-devouring flame waved his grand sleeves, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged toward Lei Ying and Gu Lai, instantly radiating a fearsome power of devouring. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure emanated from his brow. The Imperial Realm Soul. This terrifying soul pressure caused the spirits of Lei Ying and Gu Lai to tremble instantaneously. Being seasoned warriors, they swiftly comprehended their dire predicament. Gazing at the void-devouring flame in horror, an even heavier weight bore down upon their hearts. As more and more powerful combatants engaged, the entire mountain range trembled violently, the battle becoming an unbridled chaos and ferocity. Bang! Xiao Yan, with an expressionless demeanor, struck down a Soul Clan warrior who had reached the pinnacle of the Dou Zun realm, shattering both body and soul into dust. In an instant, his figure flickered, reappearing before another formidable adversary. With each strike he unleashed, a member of the Soul Clan would fall. Even some Dou saints, renowned for their prowess, were compelled to retreat, grievously injured, after mere exchanges with Xiao Yan. Boom! From the distant void, a tempest of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings like a storm, shaking the very fabric of space with its terrifying might. The astounding collision captured Xiao Yan's attention. As he turned to behold the spectacle, his pupils constricted in shock. Before him, a deluge of black and white flames erupted from Jiang Yun and Yun Yi, a relentless torrent that swiftly engulfed the entire sky, connecting heaven and earth in a furious onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the black and white flames clashed violently, akin to 2 ferocious dragons locked in a battle, each striving to tear away a bloody morsel and then devour it whole. At the heart of the inferno, Two fists, imbued with unimaginable power, collided with the force of meteors streaking across the sky. Visible ripples surged forth with their encounter, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly, the vicinity of their clash warping and displaying ominous fissures. Xiao Yin watched in trepidation as he witnessed a 3-star Dou Saint inadvertently drawn into the fray, only to be instantaneously engulfed by the sea of flames, losing all vitality in the blink of an eye, their very soul reduced to naught. Yet, instead of fear, a surge of fervor ignited within him. This was the pinnacle battlefield of the younger generation on the Dou Qi Continent. Previously, he could only gaze up in admiration, but now, he possessed the strength to partake. Yunyi, Xiao Yin bellowed, his gaze fixed upon the figure clad in white. With a clenched fist, 8 radiant flames erupted from his palm, swiftly coalescing into 8 colored fire lotuses the size of heads, which then shot forth like lightning towards the engaged Yunyi. Amidst his fierce battle with Jiang Yun, Yunyi's spiritual perception detected this intrusion. With a disdainful snort, he extended his left hand, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged forth, exuding an insatiable gravitational pull, as if he were a black hole. In the next moment, a pitch-black void rapidly formed before the fire lotus, consuming it without a sound, leaving behind only the quietly fracturing spatial lines and a surge of annihilating force. Holy Demon, Great Hand Seal. Yun-Yi was not one to remain passive in battle. After repelling Jiang Yun with a single palm, he turned to confront Xiao Yin, unleashing a terrifying wave of black flames. Boom! The ocean of black flames was abruptly torn asunder, countless tendrils of dark energy spiraling skyward. A colossal hand, seemingly conjured from the depths of the abyss, surged forth from the chaos, as if traversing the very fabric of space, extending ominously toward Xiao Yin. The obsidian giant hand seemed to envelop the entirety of heaven and earth, rendering escape utterly impossible. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from this colossal hand, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically as 8 distinct flames erupted around him, spiraling violently. In an instant, they coalesced into a peculiar ring, vibrant with 8 colors and spanning 100 feet in diameter. This ring slowly rotated, its interior shrouded in darkness, an abyssal void more profound than the blackest of cosmic chasms. The two forces collided violently in the sky, creating a resounding shockwave that momentarily silenced the world, as if all of creation held its breath. Yet, amidst the stillness, the point of impact manifested as massive rifts in space, resembling ferocious dragons with claws outstretched, emanating an unsettling energy. With a flick of his sleeve, Yun-Yi dispelled the surrounding energy storm and coldly regarded the watchful Xiao Yin and Jiang Yun, indifferently proposing, "Shall we engage together? What fear do I have in facing two?" Before either could respond, his voice resonated with overwhelming confidence. Despite his seemingly frail form, an immense and terrifying aura erupted forth from him. Noticing the shift in Yun-Yi's presence, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly, his wariness heightened to an extreme. "Huh? Do you believe to overwhelm me with 2 against 1, thinking my soul clan lacks defenders?" At that moment, 2 vast and chilling auras rippled through the sky, revealing 2 elder figures hovering above, their faces adorned with smiles that belied a malevolent chill. Upon recognizing their arrival, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. These 2 were both 7-star Dou Saints, formidable adversaries. Scanning the battlefield with his soul power, he discerned that several additional 7-star Dou Saints from the Soul Clan had emerged, their strength surpassing his expectations. It was these formidable beings that had restrained the experts of the 3-clan alliance, allowing Huan Sha and Huan Jing to take action. "Xiao brother, which one do you wish to confront?" Jiang Yun approached with a smile, his demeanor calm and untroubled by the presence of the 2 elders. The composed tone soothed Xiao Yan's tense spirit. "Brother Jiang, I hold a grudge against Yun-Yi. Allow me to face him." After exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan fixed his serious gaze upon Yun-Yi. "Have you considered this? That fellow is far more challenging than the 4 demon saints." Jiang Yan replied, his gaze steady upon Huan Jing and Huan Sha, not turning back as he spoke softly. "I am confident." Recalling his hidden trump cards, Xiao Yan nodded slowly, affirming his resolve. "That's reassuring," Jiang Yun acknowledged with a nod, his figure moving steadily toward Huan Jing and Huan Sha, his tone flat as he declared, "It is an honor to finally meet the renowned 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan. Let me test your mettle, you insolent brat." The conversation between the 2 could not escape the ears of the 3, nor did they intend to conceal it. Observing that Jiang Yun and Xiao Yin were at a disadvantage, they treated the 2 as if selecting goods. This incited the wrath of Hun Sha and Hun Jing, prompting a furious shout from Hun Sha. He stepped into the void, and in a flash, appeared above the 2, looking down upon them with a sinister grin that revealed his beast-like, ivory teeth glinting with a menacing aura. Blood Soul Slash. with a blade resembling solidified blood in hand. Han Sha swung down fiercely, unleashing a colossal, blood-red blade of light nearly 1,000 feet long, slicing through the sky with a sharp intent aimed at Jiang Yun and Xiao Yan. Having made their decision, they could not allow this to disrupt their duel. Jiang Yun gazed at the immense blade of light, chuckling softly. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a torrent of spatial light blades, formed entirely from the power of space, cascading down like a silver downpour. Chapter 214, The Supreme. To flaunt spatial abilities before me? Han Sha scoffed upon witnessing Jiang Yun's attack. He raised his hand, exuding a dense wave of spatial energy from his palm, intending to erase Jiang Yun's offensive with his control over space. However, the outcome was beyond his expectations. The spatial light blades launched by Jiang Yun were impervious to his manipulation, racing towards him like a bolt of lightning. What? Han Sha exclaimed in shock. Unable to evade in time, he could only muster a defensive aura, coalescing a thick layer of black-red battle energy into an armor around him. Boom. The spatial light blades struck with astounding speed, leaving dozens of gashes on Han Sha's body in an instant. Puff. Realizing Han Sha had been wounded so swiftly, Han Jing was taken aback and hurried to his side to assess his condition. Yet, Jiang Yun would not grant them a moment's respite. He moved gracefully above them, extending a hand that gleamed like jade. As he clasped his hands together, the space before him twisted rapidly, and suddenly, a colossal flame blade surged forth, exuding a terrifying power capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, descending upon the two with lethal intent. Do not be arrogant. Han Jing, noticing this spectacle, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he bellowed, summoning dark mist to swirl from his palm, unleashing a fierce strike. Bang! Jiang Yun's gaze was impassive as he took a sudden step back. The space before him rippled, revealing an ancient figure that dashed out, a gust of deathly energy brushing past him. Prepare to perish. Following Han Jing, Han Sha advanced swiftly, his figure almost instantaneously positioned before Jiang Yun. With his blood-colored blade, he sliced through the space with astonishing speed, aiming for Jiang Yun's neck. The crimson glow within his eyes swelled rapidly. Jiang Yun clenched his palm, and the vast, undying sacred flames coalesced into a pristine long sword within his grasp, clashing directly against the soul-slaying blade. The sound of metal striking metal echoed, and a fierce gale surged outward, slicing through the air. Beneath them, a mountain peak was cleaved in two by the ferocious energy of the sword and blade, crashing down with a thunderous roar that caused the entire mountain range to tremble. In the sky, three figures intertwined, their weapons dancing in a blur of motion. Within mere moments, they exchanged blows 10 times, each attack executed with lethal intent, yet deftly countered by the others. The intensity of their confrontation rendered the onlookers solemn. Both the Soul Slayer and Soul Mirror were seasoned warriors, having roamed the realms for a millennium, yet the emergence of Jiang Yun, this rising star, who could single-handedly take on two opponents and gain the upper hand, astonished everyone present. As the battle unfolded, Xiao Yan regarded Yun Yi with a serious expression and spoke in a deep voice. Do you remember your actions against our master and disciple in Wutan City? The affairs of ants are not worth my remembrance, even if this ant has grown, Yun Yi replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yan nodded, unfazed by the response. Flames, fused from multiple sources within him, surged forth like a tempest, transforming into a colossal fiery hand aimed at Yun Yi. Petty tricks. Yun Yi scoffed, and dark currents enveloped him like a raging serpent, emitting a deep roar that resonated through the air, sending ripples of pressure across the space around him. With unyielding resolve, Yun Yi did not flinch as the black energy erupted, coiling around his arms like a dragon and phoenix, their cries echoing as he unleashed a punch imbued with the power to shatter mountains toward the fiery hand. Upon impact, a fierce wind exploded outward, forcing Xiao Yan back several hundred feet, a sweetness rising in his throat, though he quickly suppressed it. Without a moment to ponder, Yun Yi vanished and reappeared behind Xiao Yan, his fingers shrouded in deathly energy, pressing down forcefully. Finger of death, annihilating fire body. The menacing gale surged from behind, prompting Xiao Yan to shout as he witnessed a minuscule 8-colored flame lotus whirl within his pupils, emanating a cataclysmic aura akin to a tempest that erupted from his body. With the destructive energy flowing forth, Xiao Yan's form became translucent, his black hair igniting spontaneously, entwined with 8 distinct flames. Oblivion Finger, Great Stone Hand. As the annihilating fire body was unleashed, Xiao Yan's aura transformed into a wild and fierce force. He swung his hand down decisively toward Yun Yi, his fingers snapping with each motion. Humph! As Xiao Yan continuously unleashed formidable fighting techniques, Yun Yi let out a cold snort, bringing his palms together to swiftly expand a circle of black holes before him. the terrifying power of absorption sweeping outward. The swallowing black hole took shape, and with a thrust of his palm, Yuan Yi devoured all the aggressive fighting techniques that surged towards him. In that fleeting moment when the techniques were entirely consumed, Yuan Yi suddenly darted forward, revealing a massive halberd engulfed in dark demonic flames in the palm of his hand. The halberd emanated an intensely violent gale, enveloping Xiao Yan's vital points. Feeling the fierce wind emanating from the halberd, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He roared, condensing flames in his palm to form a heavy ruler, wielding it without any pretense, striking down upon Yuan Yi with brute force. Previously, he had only heard of Yuan Yi's might through hearsay. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he truly felt the suffocating pressure. From the onset of their clash, he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Had it not been for the enhancement of his cultivation through the destruction fire body, he would not have lasted this long. Moreover, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure under the current circumstances. Is this all you are capable of? With another strike that resembled the might of Mount Tai, Xiao Yan's arm grew numb, and he was forced to retreat 1,000 paces, reducing several peaks to dust. His expression increasingly grim. If this is your only level of strength, how do you intend to seek vengeance? With mere words? Xiao Yan, with such limited ability, do you dare to dream of preventing my clan from opening the ancient emperor's cave? Like your ancestors, you are destined to be a failure. Merely witnessing the impending glory of my soul clan. Once our clan leader ascends to the Dou Emperor rank, you and your ilk will find it impossible to stir up any turmoil. You will all become prisoners. Ignoring Yuan Yi's taunts, Xiao Yan, his hair disheveled and body aching, suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes fixated on Yuan Yi, and he roared defiantly, I will not allow such a result to transpire. A storm of invisible energy flowed around Xiao Yan, forming a river of energy, within which countless sparkling crystals shone like diamonds. These energy rivers converged into an ancient and esoteric formation, radiating a wave that perfectly harmonized with the surrounding world. The power of heaven and earth surged continuously from the void, ultimately coalescing into the ancient formation suspended in midair. Beneath Xiao Yan's feet, tangible fighting spirit materialized into a colorful fire lotus. Sitting quietly at its center, he formed a unique hand gesture, his fingertips lightly touching, creating a wondrous arc between his palms that seemed to encompass the entire world. An indescribable wave of energy quietly emanated forth. Above his head, a sudden radiance emerged, ethereal and indistinct, seemingly confined to a mere half-zhang. Yet, within this minuscule expanse, an ancient and profound vibration emanated, shrouded in a haze reminiscent of chaos. This abrupt transformation instantly captured the attention of Yuan Yi and Zhang Yun, both whispering in unison, at last, the power of the Supreme. Or perhaps the force of the realm. Boom. In the air, the boundless force of heaven and earth thundered down, entirely pouring into Xiao Yan's frail form. An energy potent enough to shatter a high-level Dou Saint, yet he received it unharmed. Swish. As the celestial power surged into Xiao Yan's body, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, revealing depths as vast and clear as the ocean, now exhibiting a peculiar resonance, as if transcending the very world itself. His gaze swept across Yuan Yi, calm as still water, and a tranquil voice emerged, the second round begins. With those words, his figure transformed into a flurry of afterimages, instantly appearing before Yuan Yi, delivering a powerful punch. Dark red flames adorned his arm, bursting forth in dazzling brilliance. The sheer force of his fist shattered the surrounding space into countless fragments. His strength had increased tremendously. As Xiao Yan's fist expanded rapidly in Yuan Yi's vision, he felt the searing winds of the strike, and a thought echoed in his mind. However, his expression remained unfazed. Deep within his eyes, black demonic flames flickered, rapidly condensing into a dark imprint in his palm, which he unleashed with a fierce slap. Boom. In the next moment, their fists and palms collided with great force, sending visible ripples cascading outward. The sky around them tore open, revealing thousands of spatial rifts in an instant. Feeling the purifying energy emanating from their clash, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuan Yi's eyes. This purifying force bore an uncanny resemblance to the pure lotus demon fire, almost identical. The once invincible devouring power faltered at this moment, feeling as if it were being suppressed. It was as if the entity before him was not Xiao Yan, but an entire world. Intriguing. Let me see how far you can ascend. Yuan Yi remarked indifferently, his eyes ablaze with intensity, as if the very heavens were caught in a tempest. The nine heavens moon snatching hand. Yuan Yi slowly raised his palm, a chilling voice laced with murderous intent resonating throughout the cosmos. Behold, boundless energy converged within his palm, swiftly transforming into an enormous hand that obscured the sun. the overwhelming black flames coalescing as if a hand of a demon god descended from the skies. At that moment, the energies of the world surged, coalescing into a seemingly endless tide of power, the sound of crashing waves resounding incessantly. The combat skills exhibited by Yuan Yi astonishingly reached the level of an energy tide that only a 9-star Dou Saint could provoke. What caliber of skill is this? I am inexplicably sensing a presence akin to that of a clan leader emanating from it. This is an energy tide. Even a high-tier heavenly Dou skill would not allow a 6-star Dou Saint to even approach the threshold of a 9-star Dou Saint, regardless of the intensity of their clash. The commotion caused by Yuan Yi and his companion captivated the attention of most onlookers on the battlefield. Upon witnessing the skill demonstrated by Yuan Yi, even high-ranking Dou Saints felt an unsettling chill. Many gazed incredulously at Yuan Yi and Xiao Yan, marveling at how far these two had progressed. However, in the face of Yuan Yi's terrifying onslaught, Xiao Yan remained composed. Grasping the Xuanzhong, he stepped forward with deliberate poise and unleashed a powerful diagonal strike. As he executed this strike, the very fabric of energy in the surroundings surged violently, a beam of ethereal light piercing through the void at an indescribable speed, as if even space itself was being cleaved apart. With a sharp swish, the unparalleled attack split the immense demonic hand in two, the severed edges smooth as glass. Yuan Yi's pupils constricted in shock, momentarily forgetting his astonishment as Xiao Yan advanced once more. With a swift formation of hand seals, a fiery inferno erupted, radiating blinding light. And in the next instant, tangible battle spears coalesced amidst the flames. Each spear exuded a potency capable of rending a Dou Saint when amassed in such numbers. Even a 7-star Dou Saint would find it difficult to evade catastrophe. With a flick of his fingers, Yuan Yi unleashed a torrent of spears that surged forth like a tempest, enveloping Xiao Yan in a shadow akin to a dark cloud. The piercing sound of sonic booms resonating through the sky. As Xiao Yan beheld the overwhelming onslaught resembling a torrential downpour, his gaze sharpened. He rapidly formed hand seals, and a mysterious chaotic radiance erupted from him. The chaotic light rippled around him, resembling a gossamer veil that encased him protectively. From a distance, Xiao Yan appeared ensconced within a dense thicket of spears, akin to a hedgehog ready to strike. With a fierce stomp of his foot, he released a resounding howl, his solidified sound waves carrying with them a formidable soul pressure, sweeping towards Yuan Yi. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle between Yuan Yi and Xiao Yan, Zhang Yun was engaged in a ruthless confrontation with Han Sha and Han Jing, unleashing a flurry of relentless assaults. Chapter 2:15, Identity Revealed. Yellow Spring's Finger. Yellow Spring's Palm. Zhang Yun radiated an overwhelming aura of ferocity as he swung his arm, delivering a powerful palm strike towards Han Sha, while simultaneously flicking his fingers. Multiple, terrifyingly potent and varied combat skills coalesced almost simultaneously, launching a fierce barrage against the Han Jing and Han Sha. The two individuals, still reeling from the relentless onslaught of Zhang Yun, beheld the overwhelming array of combat techniques surging towards them, their already pale faces growing even more ashen, their hearts lamenting in despair. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Yun, a 6-star Dou Saint, possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of Dou Qi, effortlessly unleashing heavenly tier techniques in rapid succession? Such an ability to instantaneously deploy multiple combat techniques was beyond the capability of either of them. Exchanging a glance, they forced their internal Dou Qi to surge forth. Tomb of Death. A dense aura of mortality erupted from the soul mirror, coalescing into a colossal black tombstone towering 1,000 feet high, its surface echoing with mournful wails. Blood Goddess Rift. The eyes of Soul Sha gleamed with ferocity as he altered his hand seals, releasing the blood knife from his grasp. Amidst the torrent of crimson light, the enormous blood knife swelled to 1,000 feet, hovering ominously in the sky, its malevolent energy palpable. The blade shimmered with bloodlight, causing even the very souls beneath its shadow to tremble. Boom. Numerous heavenly tier techniques rained down, crashing violently against the massive black tombstone, sending ripples of immense energy cascading outward, fracturing the space within 1,000 feet into a void of inky darkness. Simultaneously, the blood knife in Soul Sha's hands, imbued with terrifying sharpness, sliced towards Zhang Yun, producing a piercing sonic boom that reverberated through the heavens, the space within 10,000 feet collapsing in its wake. Below, the earth split open, revealing a deep chasm 1,000 feet wide, narrow yet unfathomably profound. Bang! In the face of such a ferocious barrage, the deathly aura enveloping the black tombstone dissipated rapidly, culminating in a thunderous explosion. As the combat techniques were shattered, the soul mirror spewed forth a mouthful of blood, its figure hurtling backward for dozens of feet, its aura sharply diminishing. In that instant, Soul Sha's assault surged towards Jiang Yun with unrelenting ferocity. Jiang Yun, sensing a shift in the air, pivoted sharply, his fingers forming an arc as he thrust them forward into the void. White flames swirled around him, transforming into a mystical finger imbued with profound energy. Aimed directly at Soul Sha. Swoosh! The incisive finger imprint manifested as a fleeting ray of light, instantly shattering the blade's onslaught. The seemingly fearsome storm of blade energy failed to impede its progress in the slightest. What? Soul Sha's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the ferocity of Jiang Yun's counterattack, which had escalated to such an extent in an instant. Whoosh! The white tail flame pierced through the fabric of space, reaching Soul Sha's forehead in the blink of an eye. Confronted by the impending finger imprint, Soul Sha's countenance paled, an overwhelming sense of danger sending chills throughout his being. Lord Void, save me! Soul Sha cried out in desperation, as torrents of black Dou Qi erupted from his back, transforming into a pair of massive bat-like wings. He then propelled himself backward in a frantic escape. Humph! A faintly chilling grunt suddenly descended from the heavens, accompanied by a swift surge of danger emanating from Jiang Yun's heart. Boom! The light in the sky abruptly dimmed, and almost immediately, a hand as pure as jade emerged from the void before the soul destruction, reaching out to grasp the imprint. Moments later, the destructive force contained within that palm obliterated the imprint into nothingness. Void Devourer. Jiang Yun observed the figure in black robes ahead with a grave expression, speaking in a low voice. Upon witnessing the crisis dissipate, the soul destruction breathed a sigh of relief and approached the Void Devourer alongside the soul mirror, nervously cupping their hands in greeting. The indifferent Void Devourer, with a cold demeanor, unleashed a furious reprimand at the two, causing their faces to flush red. Yet they dared not utter a word of rebuttal. This was indeed the truth. Both were at the late stage of 7-star Dou Saint. Yet they had been suppressed and almost met their demise at the hands of a mere 6-star Dou Saint, which was undeniably shameful. Who could have foreseen Jiang Yun's terrifyingly formidable prowess? The Soul Mirror and Soul Destruction felt that only the Soul Emperor and the Void Devourer among the Soul Clan could assuredly contend with him. Even the late-stage 8-star Dou Saint, the Soul-born Celestial, would likely not match Jiang Yun's strength. At that moment, Lei Ying and Gu Lai, tasked with restraining the Void Devourer, rushed to Jiang Yun's side. Both were visibly agitated, their bodies marked with charred traces, revealing that their confrontation with the Void Devourer had not fared well. Not only had they failed to hold him back, but one misstep could have led to their utter obliteration at his hands. The enhancement from the Imperial Realm spirit was simply overwhelming, leaving them no means of defense. Throughout the battle, the Void Devourer had not even shown signs of fatigue, indicating that he was not taking the fight seriously, effortlessly engaging both of them while maintaining an overview of the entire battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have arrived in an instant to rescue them after Soul Destruction's cry for help. Realizing this, Lei Ying and Gu Lai's expressions soured. Despite employing every tactic at their disposal, they found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. If this continued, it was likely that, should the Void Devourer wish, they might meet their end today. Jiang Yun remained cautious. The Void Devourer's strength was exceedingly terrifying. Lei Ying cast a quick glance around the battlefield, noting the numerous fallen warriors of the Lei clan. Though it pained him, he felt helpless, as this was the brutal reality of war. Gu Lai similarly observed the fallen from the Gu clan, his heart heavy yet resolute. No matter the cost, they must retrieve some of the ancient jade. For they understood that if the Soul Clan were to unlock the tomb of the ancient emperor and uncover the mysteries of ascension to the Dou Emperor, it could very well lead to the obliteration of the three clans, marking the true existential crisis. Hearing Lei Ying's reminder, Jiang Yun nodded calmly, scanning the battlefield. Yun Yi and Xiao Yan were still locked in fierce combat. With the enhancement of the planar power, Xiao Yan had remarkably bridged the chasm of strength, standing on equal footing with Yun Yi. Even so, Jiang Yun keenly observed that Xiao Yan's strength was gradually escalating with each passing moment in battle. Qing Lin and the little doctor exhibited extraordinary prowess, effortlessly navigating the fray without a hint of life-threatening peril. Meanwhile, the various factions suffered their own injuries, yet overall, a precarious equilibrium persisted. You are indeed Jiang Yun. I never anticipated that such a figure would emerge in this generation. After reprimanding Jiang Yun, Su Wu Tun Yin turned his icy gaze upon him, speaking slowly. However, suddenly, Su Wu Tun Yan's soul power swept across the battlefield, detecting an unusual fluctuation. In the next instant, he extended his hand, drawing a small cluster of white flames from the void into his palm. His deep-set eyes scrutinized the undying sacred flame in his grasp, and moments later, he looked up at Jiang Yun in astonishment, then erupted into wild laughter, leaving the others bewildered. Ha! Lei Ying and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by Su Wu Tunyan's sudden bout of madness, but Jiang Yun understood. The other had discerned the flames that did not belong to the Dou Qi Continent. In matters of understanding, even Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor fell short of Su Wu Tunyan's expertise. The deception of newly emerging might fool the Dan Tower. But to Su Wu Tunyan, the notion of new was utterly ludicrous. So it turns out you are also one of them. No wonder you and Yun Yi are at such odds. You are indeed arch-rivals. After his laughter, Su Wu Tunyan regarded Jiang Yun with newfound clarity. I was concerned that one alone would not suffice. Now with you here, truly, heaven has favored me. Su Wu Tunyan licked his lips, a chilling smile gracing his lips. You wish to devour me? Are you not afraid your appetite may exceed your capacity? Jiang Yun responded with a cold laugh, mirroring Su Wu Tunyan's greedy expression. I hope you remain this composed when the time comes. Su Wu Tunyan chuckled disdainfully at Jiang Yun, then raised his gaze to the void above, a smile that sent shivers down Lei Ying and Gu Lai's spines playing on his lips. In the next moment, a somewhat urgent voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Withdraw quickly, the situation has changed. The unexpected command left the three factions momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically as they recognized the voice belonged to Gu Yuan. What could be so pressing that even he sounded alarmed? Buzz. In the next instant, a strange humming echoed from the black clouds enveloping the sky, as waves of chilling energy rapidly spread forth. Has it finally been completed? Hearing the ominous hum, Su Wu Tunyan raised his head, the smile on his face growing increasingly sinister. Meanwhile, the Soul Mirror and Soul Sha beside him felt a slight sense of relief. The combined strength of the three factions and the alliance was now on par with the Soul Clan. If they did not act soon, many strong members of the Soul Clan would likely perish here. Buzzing. The humming intensified, and simultaneously, several indescribably sinister auras began to emerge from the black clouds. Amidst the unfolding chaos, the entire battlefield turned its gaze upward, their expressions rife with confusion and vigilance, fixated on the ominous clouds. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, dark clouds roiled ominously, and several shadowy figures shot forth from within, hovering at various points in the sky. Were they coffins? The crowd gasped in shock as they beheld the objects emerging from the black mist. 4 black coffins, exuding a chilling and sinister aura that seeped from within. With a resounding crash, the 4 coffins suspended in midair abruptly flung open, and 4 skeletal figures, resembling gaunt specters, slowly stepped out. In an instant, a terrifying presence surged across the sky, causing the coalition forces to change countenance dramatically. Could it be that Han Shengtian and Han Yao, these ancient specters, were still alive? As they regarded the 4 figures, Lei Ying and Gu Lai's eyes narrowed in alarm, their faces etched with horror. These 4 held a status in the Han clan that even surpassed that of the Han Emperor. They had long been thought to have perished. So how could they possibly reappear now? Hiss. 8-star Dou Saints. The Han clan concealed 4 8-star Dou Saints. As the 4 emerged, the palpable aura they radiated made the onlookers collectively draw a sharp breath, an overwhelming sense of despair rising within them. The Han clan, possessing such formidable strength, still harbored 4 8-star Dou Saints, truly terrifying. These 3 were the living dead. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Jiang Yun's calm voice resonated in their ears, assuring them that they were indeed the living dead, their vitality insufficient to sustain prolonged combat. With Jiang Yun's reminder, the crowd felt a subtle relief. At least they were not alive. However, the subsequent words of Shi Wu Tunyan shattered their hopes anew. Shi Wu Tunyan regarded Jiang Yun with the predatory gaze of a hunter and chuckled, a discerning eye. Indeed, but it is sufficient to deal with all of you. For corners, silence, the realm of death. In an eerie synchronicity, the 4 figures of Han Shengtian suddenly opened their mouths, and 4 luminous points shot forth, transforming into 4 massive, towering black gates, suffused with the aura of death. These black gates loomed in the 4 corners of the sky, releasing a torrent of deathly energy that enveloped the realm. Under the suffocating weight of this deathly aura, the coalition's powerful warriors were horrified to discover that their own life force was gradually waning. It was the gate of silence. Fall back. Lei Ying and Gu Lai's expressions changed drastically, clearly recognizing this ancient and notorious formation. They urgently shouted for retreat. Retreat? It is already too late. Our last vestige of vitality was prepared for your demise. With so many powerful warriors, even Xiao Xian did not receive such a grand burial. This life was not lived in vain. As they observed the panicked retreat of numerous warriors, Han Yuan Tian cackled malevolently. In the next moment, the 4 gates of silence interconnected, encompassing the entire mountain range within a shroud of darkness, the deathly aura eroding all living beings within. Amidst the formation, the gathered powerful warriors stood vigilant, their eyes warily scanning the encroaching black mist. The pervasive aura of death was infiltrating their bodies, an insidious penetration that neither martial energy nor spiritual power could thwart. This was the fabled great formation of the realm of death, and they needed to escape swiftly, otherwise. Lei Ying and numerous other formidable beings, their expressions darkened by the suffocating presence of death that enveloped the heavens and the earth, felt an undeniable sense of unease creeping into their hearts. If this continued, with the passage of time, even they would falter under the consuming fatigue, gradually succumbing to the encroaching deathly miasma. It was a dire situation. They found themselves in a constructed space of demise, where the very essence of death could sever the probing of souls. Reckless intrusion would only hasten the depletion of their powers, Gu Lai remarked with a grave countenance. Chapter 216, Invasion. Remaining here was a perilous gamble. Gu Dao, one of the three immortals of the Gu clan, offered a wry smile, as their current predicament left them feeling somewhat trapped. The clan leader was undoubtedly restrained by the Soul Emperor, and attempting to intervene might prove exceedingly difficult. Gu Lai's expression grew even more somber. His breath was labored. The recent battle with the void-devouring flame had left him severely injured. If he lingered here, he feared he might be the first among the three immortals of the Gu clan to be consumed by the deathly aura. A somber silence fell over the group, as they had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed, and they were on the brink of annihilation. The Soul Clan had genuinely prepared extensively for this battle, possessing the capability to eradicate the three clans. Among the crowd, Jiang Yun, holding the hands of the little medicine sage and the gentle Qing Lin, remained quietly within the formation, his gaze serious as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of an escape route. Yet, to the anxious onlookers, Jiang Yun was remarkably calm, devoid of any urgency. He possessed the means to thwart the formation's completion and avert this crisis. However, he refrained from doing so, eager to observe the extent to which Xiao Yin could harness the power of the realms. Moreover, engaging in battle with Xiao Yin also provided Jiang Yun an opportunity to comprehend the power of the realms. Moments ago, the embryonic form of a scripture had begun to crystallize in his mind, akin to the ancient text of the supreme induction technique passed down by the symbol ancestor of the Tianxian continent, which, upon successful cultivation, would allow for direct communion with the supreme power. Having only recently begun to explore the power of the realms, this nascent scripture was but a preliminary concept. Once he gleaned more from Xiao Yin's prowess, he envisioned a scenario where he could descend into the Realm S space without requiring the consent of the Realm S embryo to find it. Of course, this was merely one of Jiang Yun's thoughts. Another more straightforward method would mirror that of the evil demon emperor, unleashing malevolence to taint the entire continent, thereby compelling the Realm S embryo to manifest and be forcibly refined. These were but a few of Jiang Yun's contemplations. How to proceed and whether to refine this Realm S embryo would ultimately depend on the circumstances. As the crowd stood uncertain of their next move, a faint sound of wind breaking through the pervasive deathly aura suddenly echoed around them, followed swiftly by a barrage of black spears, steeped in a thick aura of death, shooting forth from the surrounding darkness. The sudden onslaught left the coalition forces in a state of disarray, as the dark spears exuded a palpable aura of death, rendering even their defensive energies largely ineffective. In a moment of carelessness, several formidable individuals within the coalition were brutally pierced by the black spears, collapsing instantly into lifeless heaps, from which wisps of dark energy seeped forth. Cursed be it! Witnessing the coalition's predicament, the expressions of the onlookers darkened with foreboding. Suddenly, a brilliant gleam flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes as his mind raced to decipher the unfolding situation. The fury of the flame god. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon, and the onlookers beheld the deathly aura ahead writhing violently. Subsequently, a vast wave of energy surged forth, leaving the crowd in astonishment as innumerable fire lotuses, born of concentrated flames, surged toward them. Boom! In an instant, within the realm of death, countless fire lotuses erupted with frenzied explosions. It was Xiao Yin. Upon sensing the commotion, the crowd erupted into joyous exclamations as they gazed upon the massive fissure that had formed within the deathly formation, where a colossal energy storm rampaged uncontrollably. Charge forth! Observing the crack in the formation, the individuals within seized the opportunity, unleashing terrifying combat techniques towards the breached area. You scoundrel! A furious roar resonated from the outside world, imbued with a hint of weakness. At that moment, the pervasive aura of death surged forth, coalescing into a massive, several thousand-foot-tall hand of death, descending upon the coalition with tremendous force. Ha! Did the old ghost not want me, Lei Ying, to accompany you to the afterlife? I shall send you off myself. Thunderclap palm. In light of the unfolding chaos, Lei Ying let out a boisterous laugh as he summoned crackling lightning within his palm, which transformed into a diminutive thundercloud pulsating like a heartbeat. In an instant, a thunderous palm imprint, reduced to the size of a mere half-hand, shot forth from the cloud. Not only Lei Ying, but the very essence of heaven and earth surged with terrifying attacks that erupted simultaneously, striking fiercely against the barrier of the formation. Bang! A cataclysmic explosion resounded, unleashing a dreadful energy storm that spread uncontrollably across the expanse. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the intangible barrier trembled violently, ultimately emitting a distressing creak before shattering with a crisp sound. As the barrier dissipated, the oppressive aura of death swiftly dissipated, allowing warm sunlight to once again pour down from the sky. As the realm of death fractured, the four emaciated elders in the sky turned pale, spewing forth blood, their already dim eyes nearly plunging into eternal darkness. Bang! The terrifying clash reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, revealing that the void-devouring flame was actually engaged in a fierce battle with Xiaoyan. As for Yun Yi, he sat quietly in a meditative posture atop the mountain, his white robe stained crimson with blood, his breath feeble. Within his invisible form, a chaotic energy surged, rampaging uncontrollably. Were it not for a thread of dimensional power, Yun Yi would not have been reduced to such a state, devoid of even the strength to engage. What on earth are you? As the battle progressed, the countenance of Su Wu-tun Yin grew increasingly grim. He gazed at the figure of Xiaoyan, who, with 3 swift taps in the void, conjured 3 colossal energy imprints in an instant, and shouted in a fit of exasperation, "Xiao Clan, Xiaoyan." At that moment, a flicker of chaos passed through Xiaoyan's eyes, and he unleashed a 1,000-foot flame from the heavy ruler in his hand, intoning solemnly. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's response, Su Wu-tun Yan's breath caught, and he thrust out his palms, unleashing a torrent of black flames, an insatiable pull emanating from him, rendering him akin to a black hole. Is that Xiaoyan? The allied forces, having just escaped their predicament, were struck with astonishment at the sight of Xiaoyan engaging Su Wu-tun Yan. What sort of 9th-grade golden elixir has he consumed to elevate his strength so rapidly? Kill. However, the crowd had no time to ponder as the grim-faced higher-ups of the Soul Clan surged forward with their army once more. Su Wu, this ends today. Just as the two sides were poised to clash again, a chilling voice echoed in their ears, causing them to shudder. It was the voice of the Soul Emperor. Humph. Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's words, Su Wu-tun Yin snorted coldly and swiftly retreated. In the process, his body began to swell uncontrollably, torrents of black flames erupting from within him. Boom. Almost immediately, a tall figure appeared before Su Wu-tun Yin, extending a hand as pure and white as jade. Reaching towards Xiaoyan, with a storm of destruction swirling in its palm. Observing this, Xiaoyan remained unfazed, extending a finger that swiftly shattered the surrounding space into nothingness. Aiming it towards the Soul Emperor. Bang! The two forces collided violently, and the storm of annihilation swept forth. What a formidable Xiaoyan! Following this brief exchange, the once calm visage of the Soul Emperor was now marred by a chilling intent to kill. The meticulously laid plan, once deemed foolproof, had faltered, and he was acutely aware of Xiaoyan's role in this disruption. Truth be told, he could not comprehend how Xiaoyan had achieved such a transformation. Ascending from a 5-star Dou Saint to a 9-star Dou Saint, this was no mere secret technique. Had the Xiao clan possessed such a method initially, not even the combined might of the 7 clans would suffice against them. There must be some hidden truth, though the Soul Emperor remained unaware of it. Contemplating this, a chill crept into his heart, realizing there were still facets of this world that eluded his understanding. Bang! At this moment, fully prepared, Su Wu-tun Yin cast a cold glance at Xiaoyan, and his body rapidly expanded to several hundred feet in size before erupting with a deafening explosion. A sudden explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing a violent tremor. Black flames enveloped the sky, and from the site of the void-devouring flames detonation, black fire began to converge at an alarming speed. Within mere breaths, a rapidly rotating black flame vortex manifested in the sky. Upon witnessing the formation of this black hole, numerous powerful souls from the Soul Clan seemed to receive an unspoken command, swiftly darting forth without uttering a word, all directed towards the abyss. Attempting to flee? At this sight, Lei Ying and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. In an instant, many powerful beings soared into the air, unbidden, unleashing torrents of formidable fighting spirit that surged forth, overwhelming the black hole with their relentless assaults. Humph. In the face of the coalition's furious bombardment, a cold snort resonated from within the black hole. Suddenly, the black flames erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, clashing violently with the multitude of attacks. unleashing a devouring force that voraciously consumed the onslaught. Escaping is no simple task. Xiao Yin discerned the situation with clarity, letting out a cold chuckle. With a change in hand seals, a surge of chaotic light abruptly cascaded from within him. As the chaotic radiance spread forth, the very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to resonate, an infinite torrent of celestial power converging frantically at that moment. However, just as Xiao Yin was poised to unleash his attack, a muffled groan emanated from within him, followed by a rapid depletion of celestial power. As if it were a receding tide. What was happening? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yin sensed the complete vanishing of his celestial energy. Although having ascended from a 5-star Dou Saint to the late stage of a 6-star Dou Saint due to prior experiences, the stark disparity in strength left him momentarily astonished. Sensing a shift, Jiang Yun abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, a grave voice echoing in his mind. They have arrived. Buzz. As Xiao Yin faced this unexpected turn of events, countless strands of black light suddenly burst forth from the black hole, manifesting as a black beam that traversed the heavens. Colliding violently with the coalition's offensive. Instantly, an indescribable wave of terrifying energy rippled through the sky, causing the entire mountain range to fracture violently, splitting it in two, creating a vast chasm that extended from the mountains to the limits of visibility. Ancient Emperor Seal. A commanding shout rang out as Gu Yuan appeared. His long hair billowed, and a chilling aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to shatter and repair in a relentless cycle. A colossal energy crystal handprint descended with fury towards the black hole. Gu Yuan, have you forgotten my presence? As the crystalline imprint was about to descend upon the black hole, a light chuckle followed, and a slender figure suddenly materialized, tearing apart the air with both hands. A colossal rift, stretching thousands of fathoms, erupted open, swallowing the formidable attacks of Gu Yuan and his companions in an instant. Hun Tiandi. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this figure, Gu Yuan and the others felt their expressions darken. This time, consider yourselves fortunate, Gu Yuan. I have gathered the ancient jade. Once I ascend to the Dou Emperor, it will be your time to perish. Hun Tiandi's gaze swept over the group, a chilling smile curling upon his lips. Hun Tiandi, do you believe I would allow you to escape? Gu Yuan's countenance grew grave as he addressed Hun Tiandi in a low voice. My fate is of no concern to you. A thunderous roar resonated from the distant void, as if deep, ominous thunder was emanating from an unfathomable distance. Echoing in the ears of the gathered crowd, the sudden turn of events caused the expressions of Hun Tiandi, Gu Yuan, and the others to darken, their gazes shifting towards the horizon, revealing horror-stricken faces. In the far distance, a rift spanning 100,000 fathoms appeared, seemingly boundless. Slowly writhing like the gaping maw of a demon, beginning to devour the very fabric of this realm. A torrent of demonic energy, thick as substance, surged forth from the rift. In that moment, the heavens and the earth dimmed. What is that? Countless individuals gazed in terror towards the shifting sky, where miasma spread across the land, accompanied by a pair of blood-red eyes, indifferent yet surveying the world with a chilling gaze. Suddenly, within the black hole, the figure of XWT New York N re-emerged, staring in shock at those crimson eyes, feeling a tumult within his veins, a dark expression crossing his face. Where is Yuni? As if realizing something, XWT New York N roared, his soul power sweeping through the black hole in search of a figure. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Very well, very well. Hearing the furious roar of XWT New York N, Hun Tiandi regarded him with a grave expression and inquired. What is happening? Are you aware of the current situation? Hun Tiandi scrutinized XWT New York N's troubled demeanor, suspecting something amiss, and spoke in a low voice. Are you concealing something from me? This matter is rather complex. We shall discuss it further upon our return, XWT New York N replied, his gaze instinctively averting as he addressed Gu Yuan in a serious tone. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Observing the situation, Hun Tiandi cast a deep glance at XWT New York N, ultimately prioritizing the greater scheme given the imminent threat. He spoke slowly. Gu Yuan, await your fate. When we next meet, you shall tremble and crawl beneath my feet. Hun Tiandi turned once more to Gu Yuan and his companions, a cold smile lingering on his lips, resonating throughout the realm for a long time. Hun Tiandi, do you think you can escape? Gu Yuan, with a grim expression, gazed at Hun Tiandi, yet before he could finish his words, Hun Tiandi interrupted him once again. It is of paramount importance to comprehend the situation at hand. With a light chuckle, the Soul Emperor's gaze drifted toward the ever-present crimson eyes in the distance. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor and the Void Devourers slowly retreated, their final step leading them into the black hole, which flickered momentarily before vanishing. As the black hole dissipated, The overwhelming black flames that filled the heavens also rapidly faded away. How infuriating that they managed to escape. The onlookers, witnessing the disappearance of the black hole, wore expressions of cold fury, their fists clenched tightly. They had not anticipated that the combined forces of the three clans and the Pill Tower would be insufficient to detain the Soul Clan, whose strength was undeniably formidable. The power displayed by the Soul Clan far exceeded their previous understanding. Lei Ying's countenance grew grave. From a certain perspective, the Soul Clan could no longer be contended with by any singular faction. Even the ancient clan would find it impossible to stand against them. This realization only heightened his sense of impending doom. Should the three clans fail to unite swiftly, they would inevitably be picked off by the Soul Clan, facing a fate not unlike that of the Flame Spirit Stone Clan. The Soul Clan had concealed their true strength for far too long. Ancient Yuan, with his long hair cascading down, wore a similarly grave expression, while the high-ranking members of the ancient clan appeared troubled. They had long believed that, even if they could not vanquish the Soul Clan, they should at least be their equals. Yet, the harsh reality presented today revealed that they were, in fact, no match for the Soul Clan. The Soul Emperor was correct. When the Shao clan fell, no other force on this continent could rival them. Regrettably, it was only now that they came to this realization. Ancient Yuan sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Had the Shao clan still existed, even if the Soul Clan had the audacity, they would likely have hesitated to instigate such a war. Upon hearing his words, Lei Ying and the others could only offer bitter smiles. It was indeed too late for such reflections. Now was not the time for such discussions, for it seemed that a monumental event was unfolding on the Dou Qi Continent. At that moment, Yao Qin stepped forward, gazing at the vast, dark fissure slicing across the sky, and spoke solemnly. In response, the eyes of the crowd turned toward the ominous sky, and after a moment of contemplation, Ancient Yuan declared, "Such a phenomenon is not recorded in our ancient texts. The circumstances remain unclear. Nevertheless, we must dispatch scouts to investigate. The aura emanating from that fissure is deeply unsettling. Indeed, that malevolent presence has not even been felt from the Soul Clan. Something grave is undoubtedly afoot," Lei Ying added, following closely behind. "I believe I understand what is occurring." Just as the crowd was mired in speculation, a weighty voice resonated among them. They turned to see Xiao Yan, who had appeared atop a distant mountain peak, his expression as grim as the water's surface, gazing intently at the colossal crack in the sky. The crowd regarded Xiao Yan with curiosity. How could he possess knowledge of information even Ancient Yuan did not? However, the astute among them began to connect the dots regarding Xiao Yan's abnormal surge in power during this battle, sparking a flurry of conjectures as they gravitated toward his side. "Xiao Yan, what on earth is happening?" Lei Ying, impatient as ever, inquired with curiosity as he gazed at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan's expression bore an unprecedented gravity as he scanned the faces of those present and solemnly declared, "Uncle Gu Yuan, Master, Chief Lei Ying, and esteemed seniors. The true life and death crisis of the Dou Qi Continent has arrived." The crowd trembled at his words. Their minds flooded with the image of those crimson eyes they had just witnessed, evoking a chilling sense of dread reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. "Do you elders know of the world beyond the Dou Qi Continent?" Before anyone could gather their thoughts, Xiao Yan dropped another bombshell. "What do you mean? There is a world beyond the Dou Qi Continent?" Gu Yuan's face changed, and he hastily inquired. At that moment, he recalled much. The reason why no Dou Di had emerged from the Dou Qi Continent in nearly 10,000 years was that the world lacked a certain element. He had previously believed that this element existed only within the ancient emperor's abode. Now, with Xiao Yan's assertion that a world lay beyond, could it be that this source of energy still existed outside? If so, even if the Soul Emperor gathered the ancient jade and extracted the imperial-grade embryonic pill, should he obtain the source energy through another means, the distinction would be rendered insignificant. What I know is still vague. I only grasp a fragment that there exists a far grander world beyond, and this impending crisis is related to the existence outside, Xiao Yan slowly elucidated, shaking his head. As disappointment flickered among the crowd, Xiao Yan's tone shifted as he turned to Jiang Yun, softly asking, "However, I believe Brother Jiang must possess some knowledge on the matter?" Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted toward Jiang Yun, their eyes filled with curiosity. On either side, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin remained tense, their vigilant gazes scanning the assembly. Should they detect any hint of malice directed toward Jiang Yun, they would not hesitate to unleash their wrath. Jiang Yun met Xiao Yan's gaze, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny of others, and spoke in a deep voice, "I hail from beyond this realm." A thunderous reaction erupted among the crowd. Disbelief etched on their faces as they processed Jiang Yun's revelation, never having anticipated such an outcome. Those like Yao Chun, the ancestor of the Dan Tower, and the elder of Shinnong, after their initial astonishment, soon found it quite plausible. With Jiang Yun's formidable talents, he hardly seemed like an ordinary individual. Yet, if he were from the higher realms, everything would fall into place. A glimmer of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, and he quickly regained his composure, asking, "What about Yunyi?" "Indeed, he also hails from the same place as I, though we are not of the same faction," Jiang Yun affirmed with a nod. "In my youth, I encountered a rare spatial tempest, and, by a stroke of fortune, descended from the vast world to the Dou Qi Continent, where I was taken in by the Jianan Academy." "The Jianan Academy? Is that not the institution founded by the illustrious Meng Tianqi?" A voice of confusion arose from within the Lei clan as Jiang Yun's words hung in the air. The gazes of the crowd immediately fell upon the elder who had spoken. Under the scrutiny of so many powerful figures, he instinctively shuddered and hurriedly said, "I am a half-saint elder of the Meng Tian clan." He established an academy in the Black Corner domain, called the Canaan Academy. Understanding dawned upon the assembly, who had not anticipated such a connection. The onlookers from outside the Lei clan gazed at them with a hint of envy, realizing that Jiang Yun had a natural affinity with the Lei clan, perhaps hinting at future opportunities from the upper realms. The members of the Lei clan, too, recognized this implication, their gazes toward Jiang Yun growing fervent. Seemingly oblivious to their attention, Jiang Yun continued to elucidate. "The universe we inhabit is named the Great Thousand World, an immensely vast expanse that connects to 3,000 lower realms, with the Dou Qi Continent being one of them. However, 3,000 is merely a general term. The actual number far exceeds this. The prodigies of the lower realms, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, can ascend through the planar passages to the Great Thousand World, where they can pursue higher realms of cultivation." As Jiang Yun narrated, he gradually unveiled the mysterious veil of this world, allowing the crowd to envision a grand scene where countless prodigies converged and clashed. A surge of ambition ignited within many, evoking a sense of noble aspiration. Was this the reason behind the ancient Dou Emperor's disappearance? Gu Yuan, curious, voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred. The Dou Qi Continent had once flourished in ancient times, yet the Dou Emperors vanished overnight, becoming one of history's great enigmas. If what Jiang Yun spoke was true, could the mystery behind their disappearance soon be unraveled? Jiang Yun slowly shook his head, observing the disappointment in their expressions before continuing to discuss this. "We must address the enemies of the Great Thousand World. Is it him?" Xiao Yan's heart stirred as he pointed towards the ominous black rift in the sky, asking gravely. "Indeed, that is the common enemy of the Great Thousand World, the Outer Evil Clan." "The Outer Evil Clan?" The mention of this name sent a ripple through the crowd. They have always sought to devour the Great Thousand World. 50,000 years ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted, during which countless powerful beings perished, and the Great Thousand World fell into disarray. Fortunately, a remarkable hero emerged, thwarting their advance, and thus, the two sides have been at a stalemate for millennia. 50,000 years ago, could it be that our Dou Qi Continent was also a participant in the fight against the Outer Evil Clan? Is that what led to the collective disappearance of the Dou Emperors? Yao Chun inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Dou Qi Continent of that era was indeed formidable. According to the information I have gathered, there was a figure of unparalleled prowess who led countless strong warriors to confront the enemy here. I cannot ascertain the exact number of Dou Emperors present on the Dou Qi Continent, but it is certain that nearly 100 super-strong beings clashed in that battle. And some may have included warriors from our continent, Jiang Yun stated gravely, casting a serious glance at Yao Chun. The Great War of the Vast World concluded 50,000 years ago, yet friction persists along the borders of both factions. During this interval, the continent of Dou Qi faced invasions from the opposing side, and it is likely that the various clans Dou Emperors participated in these battles, as the lower realms present the most enticing targets for invasion. According to the heritage I have obtained from the pure Lotus Demon Saint, it was in the clash against the extraterritorial evil clan that Jiang Yun sustained grave injuries, ultimately succumbing to the backlash of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. His countenance gradually grew solemn. If the pure Lotus Demon Saint had indeed engaged in combat with them, it indicates that they have perpetually sought to invade our Dou Qi Continent. Why, then, have our clans remained oblivious to this revelation for millennia? Or are you deceiving us? At this moment, Gu Dao turned his piercing gaze towards Jiang Yun and inquired fervently. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere shifted into a subtle tension, and the onlookers cast doubtful glances at Jiang Yun. Gu Dao's remarks instantly ignited a fierce glare from Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's intervention, they might have already taken action. This is because the Dou Qi Continent has been sealed, severing the pathway to the vast world. Originally, a Dou Saint could traverse the void and venture into the extraterritorial realm, and with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even find a foothold amidst the boundless cosmos. Alas, now only a Dou Emperor possesses such capability. Without allowing Jiang Yun to elucidate, Xiaoyan hastily provided a response. Since it has been sealed, it must have been your arrival on the Dou Qi Continent that attracted them, leading to the perilous predicament we face today. At this juncture, Yao Dan suddenly pointed at Jiang Yun and exclaimed sternly, "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander my brother Jiang Yun, you decrepit old fool?" Yao Dan's words ignited a blaze of fury within Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian. However, before they could take action, a detached voice reverberated around them. Where did this fly come from? Boom. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yun lifted his palm slightly, as if swatting a fly, and brought it down. Thud. In an instant, a figure was sent sprawling backward, leaving a long trail upon the ground. An eerie silence suddenly enveloped the crowd. Disbelieving gazes were directed towards Jiang Yun, who remained poised with his palms still raised, his feet firmly planted in place, utterly unmoving. The seven-star Dou Saint, Yao Dan, had been repelled merely by a wave of the hand. The opponent's strength was on par with that of a 9-star Dou Saint. Uffed. Yao Dan finally regained his footing, immediately spewing a mouthful of blood, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he regarded Jiang Yun. Earlier, he had distinctly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying force enveloping him from all directions. It was the power of space itself. Yet, this vast spatial power had instilled fear even within him, a 7-star Dou Saint. Tribe leader. The members of the Yao clan, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed towards Yao Dan in a panic, their expressions a mix of alarm and trepidation as they gazed at the composed Jiang Yun. Surely you understand the dangers of speaking carelessly, old man? Moreover, who says there are no forces from the opposing side within our Dou Qi Continent? Jiang Yun's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon Yao Dan, exuding an aura that suggested he could erupt into violence at any moment. Jiang Yun, you speak of an extra-mundane evil race existing on the continent of Fighting Qi? Who might it be? Is it Yunyi? Ancient Yuan stepped into Jiang Yun's line of sight, his voice low and grave. Chapter 218, A Brief Calm. Ancient Yuan could not allow Jiang Yun to slay Yao Dan. Yet he was also unwilling to offend Jiang Yun over such a trivial matter. Thus he sought to divert the conversation. Casting a sidelong glance at Ancient Yuan, Jiang Yun slowly inquired, "Are you familiar with the Swallowing Spirit tribe?" Upon hearing these words, numerous powerful figures abruptly lifted their heads, their gazes fixated on Jiang Yun, revealing a hint of palpable fear in their eyes. The Swallowing Spirit tribe is an extra-mundane, evil race. Ancient Yuan's countenance visibly twitched when Jiang Yun uttered those 3 words. He then drew a deep breath, his eyes sharp as he directed a penetrating gaze at Jiang Yun, asking, "Is he one of them?" I sensed the fluctuation of their bloodline within the body of the void swallowing flame. Jiang Yun nodded, his expression grave as he replied, "Now it makes sense." Upon hearing this, many individuals visibly paled. The light in Ancient Yuan's eyes flickered, his expression darkening as he remarked, "The last chieftain of the Swallowing Spirit tribe was slain by the Soul tribe, and since that time, the Swallowing Spirit tribe has completely vanished from the world. However, it appears that the Soul tribe has continued to endure to this day. Thus, everything unfolds as such." Ancient Yuan's visage grew slightly grim. His words sent a chill through the hearts of those present, as the Soul tribe had been nurturing our ancient race. So we have unwittingly exposed our targets. Realizing that the Swallowing Spirit tribe was entwined with the Soul tribe, a collective sigh escaped the crowd. When might they launch their assault? The situation had crystallized. And Lei Ying turned to Jiang Yun, voicing the question that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Jiang Yun. This extra-mundane evil race was an adversary of the vast world, and their diminutive lower realm was far too fragile to withstand such turmoil. Moreover, the cataclysmic battle from tens of thousands of years ago had been mitigated only by the presence of the most formidable figures from the vast world. Currently, the continent of Fighting Qi lacked such champions. In response to the queries of the crowd, Xiaoyan spoke up. They will tear open the dimensional passage in as little as half a month. At this proclamation, an immediate silence enveloped the assembly. Would they be able to devise a means to counter their foes within that time frame? With the situation now set in stone, the priority remained to prevent the Soul Emperor from locating the Ancient Emperor's cave and acquiring the Emperor Great Elixir. Otherwise, they would not survive the impending calamity. Ancient Yuan regarded the silent crowd with a measured tone. The Soul Emperor's might can only be counterbalanced by my uncle. And since both the Soul Emperor and the Void Swallowing Flame are beings of Imperial Soul Realm, only my uncle can keep them under surveillance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyan softly addressed Ancient Yuan. I believe it necessary for me to take direct action to monitor them. Ancient Yuan replied solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should the Soul Tribe successfully reopen the cave and attain the path to ascend to the Dou Emperor realm, they would not need to wait for the impending calamity. Upon entering the Dou Emperor realm, the Soul Emperor would render them irretrievably lost, as in the eyes of true Dou Emperor powerhouses. The concept of a coalition would be utterly insipid. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. When the time arrives at the abode of the ancient emperor, a final battle will undoubtedly ensue. This time, even if it leads to mutual destruction, we must not allow the Soul Clan to prevail, declared Gu Yuan with a grave expression. Everyone nodded in unison, understanding that should they suffer defeat in this battle, their fate would mirror that of the Spirit Clan and the other three races. To preserve their lineage, no matter the cost, they must fight to the death. Victory means survival, defeat means annihilation. During this time, spies from various clans were dispatched. While we engage in battle, the Alchemy Tower has also initiated a purge of all Soul Hall strongholds in Central State. Now, aside from the Soul Realm, the Soul Clan has become blind, and they will undoubtedly make significant moves to locate the ancient emperor's abode. Upon reaching a consensus, Yao Qin spoke up, suggesting, let the main army remain at the Alchemy Tower, perfectly positioned for coordination and surveillance of the Soul Clan's every move. With the collective decision made, the army retreated to the Alchemy Tower, and the entire Central State trembled in response to their return. The three ancient races, along with numerous top-tier powers, had failed to eliminate the Soul Clan and nearly faced total annihilation themselves. This shocking display of power shattered countless worldviews. Soon after, the crowd sensed an even more intense atmosphere enveloping the skies above St. Dan City with the withdrawal of the coalition. Those with keen senses felt that an unprecedented storm, the most terrifying in a millennium, was about to sweep across Central State. The ferocity of this impending tempest would surpass any previous conflict by several folds. Amidst this brewing storm, many factions began to feel uneasy. The clash of such formidable entities would bring catastrophic destruction even to Central State, posing a significant threat to the factions residing there. The scale of such a conflict meant that even a mere brush against its periphery could lead to the obliteration of their sects and the extinction of their people. Consequently, nearly all forces surrounding St. Dan City hastily withdrew, fearing that should war break out, they might become collateral damage and face a tragic fate. As the army arrived at St. Dan City, a flurry of activity ensued. The previous battle had left everyone in the army wounded, but fortunately, with the presence of the Medicinal Clan and the Alchemy Tower, two leading alchemical organizations of the Dou Qi Continent, treatments were administered in an orderly manner as both sides unleashed their full medicinal prowess to care for the injured. In the aftermath of the great battle, an unusual tranquility enveloped the city of St. Dan. The Allied forces stationed there did not frequently mobilize. Yet the palpable tension in the air only intensified, as everyone understood that this would culminate in a decisive clash between two super factions. Since his arrival in St. Dan, Gu Yuan had vanished, known to be personally overseeing the Soul Clan, and with his vigilance, any stirrings from the Soul Realm would be promptly detected. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, after reuniting with his family, retreated into seclusion. Zhang Yun was aware that when the time came for Xiao Yan's reappearance, his Soul Realm would have ascended beyond the Emperor level. As others followed suit into their own seclusions, Zhang Yun departed from St. Dan. During this period, he exchanged intelligence from the vast world for a fragment of an extraordinary flame, having nearly gathered all the principles of the different flames within the Dou Qi Continent. He was now on the brink of unraveling the mysteries of the eternal fire body and sought to break through. The time had come for him to consolidate his final strength in preparation for the ultimate harvest. While the Allied forces made their final preparations, activity stirred within the Soul Realm. On the mountain peak, the Soul Emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, softly inquiring, Shuhuan, can you now elucidate the situation regarding Yini? And how much do you know about the spatial rift that has appeared in the sky? Our long-standing camaraderie spans millennia, and as our clan's plan nears completion, I would prefer to avoid any unforeseen complications at this critical juncture. The Soul Emperor's tone, though initially reflective, gradually turned steely. A flicker of coldness flashed in Shuhuan Tunyan's eyes, quickly replaced by anger as he retorted, that boy has been playing me from the very start. After a moment of silence, Shuhuan Tunyans regained his composure and explained, according to him, beyond the Dou Qi Continent lies a much larger world, from which he hails. He is also a fire spirit in transformation. I intended to nurture him and then absorb him to advance further, but it seems I underestimated the situation. Regarding the spatial rift, I cannot say for certain. Could it be that beings from the upper realm are about to descend? Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor shook his head slowly, sighing, you should have informed me sooner. It appears that the opposing forces are likely closely tied to the rift's emergence. The Soul Emperor's mind was far more tumultuous than his outward calm suggested. He was well aware of Shuhuan Tunyan's ulterior motives, which revolved around discovering a means for Yun Yi to ascend beyond the Dou Emperor level. However, he could not make this evident, lest their relationship falter in the face of impending danger. he would not be foolish enough to jeopardize their alliance. Regardless of their connections, the immediate priority was to locate the ancient emperor's cave and uncover the secrets to transcending the Dou Emperor level. Once I achieve that rank, even if beings from the upper realm arrive, all challenges will be effortlessly resolved. The Soul Emperor smiled gently, his gaze ignited with fervor as he murmured, "Indeed. The time is ripe. Delay invites peril. The rapid ascension of Jiang Yun and Xiao Yin is rather peculiar. We must hasten our efforts." The Void Devourer licked his lips. Then, with a shift in tone, remarked with a smile, "However, do not forget that within that cave, there lies something I require, as per our agreement from years past. Rest assured, your connection with my soul clan is profound. I would never deceive you. If, as you assert, the item you seek resides within the cave, I shall assist you in retrieving it." The Soul Emperor spoke with a smile. Satisfied, the Void Devourer nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, the Soul Emperor waved his sleeve, and 8 ancient jades floated out gracefully from within. The jades hovered above the Soul Emperor's head, emanating a faint glow. Their interplay created a dazzling display, while subtle, peculiar vibrations seemed to ripple outward. The Soul Emperor cast a fiery glance at the 8 jades, then suddenly bit his tongue, allowing a drop of essence blood to spurt forth, landing upon the jades. With a hum, the moment the blood touched them, the jades, which had merely glimmered before, began to emit a faint humming sound. Their luminescence intensified, revealing mysterious patterns flowing across their surfaces. "The ancient Emperor Jade has scattered for many years. Now, I shall condense it for you," the Soul Emperor declared with a chuckle. Watching the spectacle above, he then clenched his hand forcefully towards the jades. With a crisp sound, the 8 ancient jades fused seamlessly together, and in an instant, a complete ancient jade, larger than a palm, manifested in the sky. As the ancient Emperor Jade was fully reassembled, an ancient, primal aura slowly began to emanate from it. The Soul Emperor reached out to grasp the jade. On one side, delicate patterns intertwined, forming what appeared to be a map, simple yet vast in its implications. At a certain point on the map, a light flickered like a star, indicating the location of the ancient Emperor's cave. "Where's this?" The Soul Emperor squinted at the map, recognizing that it represented an unfamiliar and extensive region, undoubtedly outside of the central continent. "What do you think? This place feels foreign to me. I must have never been there," the Soul Emperor inquired of the Void Devourer. "I too find it unfamiliar," the Void Devourer replied slowly, shaking his head. At that moment, he had nearly forgotten the memories of escaping the ancient Emperor's cave and had no knowledge of its whereabouts. The Soul Emperor furrowed his brow. The continent of the fighting spirit was vast. Although the image suggested a broad area, pinpointing its location would not be an easy task. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, summoning the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan, and glanced at them. With a gesture, he traced the map that existed on the jade in the air, stating calmly, "Regardless of the means, I require to know the location of this place within 7 days. If you fail, they shall not return." Upon hearing this, the 4 demon saints promptly responded with respect and hurriedly withdrew to carry out the task. Observing the departing figures of the 4, the Soul Emperor clasped his hands behind him, his gaze fixed upon the map in the void, murmuring to himself, "After expending such considerable effort to gather you all, I refuse to believe I cannot uncover the location of the hidden abode." Above, the sky was shrouded in an oppressive darkness. Even the sun suspended in the heavens was veiled by a layer of black radiance, exuding an air of the uncanny. Just a day prior, this land had been suffused with the energy of combat, yet now, the atmosphere was thick with a malevolent aura, imbued with a sense of brutality and frenzy, capable of altering one's temperament and sanity if absorbed. At this moment, clad in a flowing white robe, Yun-Yi strolled across the desolate terrain, seemingly impervious to the maddening evil that surrounded him. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of demonic energy appeared to be drawn towards something, converging from all directions. With a swift motion, a colossal portal manifested, from which emerged a flame resembling blood, casting the sky in a hue reminiscent of a crimson sun, illuminating the area below. In the next instant, a gigantic being came into Yun-Yi's view, resembling an enormous ant, yet adorned with long, slender strands of black hair, its head indistinguishable from that of a human. Behind it, a pair of wings formed of flames stirred up fierce whirlwinds, lowly beings from the lower realms. Upon its emergence, the creature caught sight of Yun-Yi's transcendent figure, a flicker of astonishment passing through its eyes, swiftly followed by a sinister grin as it licked its crimson tongue and taunted, "What? Sensing the arrival of my kin, are you eager to seek your demise?" In response to its menacing words, Yun-Yi merely lifted his gaze, his expression impassive, a flicker of black flames igniting in his eyes. Chapter 219, The Final Breakthrough. Upon witnessing the sacred demonic flames igniting within Yun-Yi's eyes, A glimmer of shock crossed the creature's immense visage. In that moment, Yun Yi's indifferent voice resonated in its ears. Which of the 32 great clans do you belong to? You, who are you? How do you possess knowledge of our clan? The creature's eyes widened in panic, recalling the intelligence it had previously acquired. This land had once been an ancient battlefield, a lower realm, yet the opposing force had vanished from their sight for millennia. Such a span of time was sufficient to erase many things. Whether the beings of the combat energy continent still remembered the vast world beyond, or the malevolent races yet remained unknown. Moreover, the very notion that Yun Yi could precisely state they possessed 32 great clans was utterly preposterous. At this moment, the incredulous thought that had briefly flashed through its mind became strikingly clear. You must be a subordinate race of the Flame Demon clan, Yun Yi remarked coolly, casting a dismissive glance at the creature, his tone nonchalant. You should recognize this, then. As the creature remained momentarily stunned, black and white flames ignited in the pattern upon his brow. The moment the sacred demon flame emerged, the opposing figure was instantly seized by terror. Letting out a fearful cry, the flames within him seemed on the verge of yielding to this formidable force. He nearly collapsed to the ground. What power is this? This is the flame of the sacred clan. Who are you? And how do you possess the flame of the sacred clan? At that moment, the being from the extraterritorial evil race was already engulfed in dread. He had never witnessed the sacred celestial demon flame, yet the overwhelming pressure, more terrifying than that of the Flame Demon clan, could only be attributed to their fabled first flame, the sacred celestial demon flame. You are of the sacred celestial clan. Instantly, he shrieked, his demeanor shifting to one of reverence as he gazed fervently at Yun Yi, prostrating himself on the ground. I am Leighton of the Fire Evil clan. Your Highness, can you transform into a human form? This appearance is rather unseemly. Yun Yi observed Leighton with an expressionless gaze, as if everything were a matter of course, and disdainfully remarked. Leighton felt puzzled. He was considered a handsome figure among his clan, yet in the eyes of his highness, he appeared ugly. With a swift motion, a flash of fire illuminated the space, and Leighton transformed into the guise of a middle-aged man, kneeling before Yun Yi. How did you arrive in this dimension? How many of you are there? Yun Yi raised his hand, and the sacred demon flame surged forth, coalescing into a pitch-black throne of flames. He gradually settled into it, his tone authoritative as he inquired solemnly of Leighton below. Your Highness, our clan is a subordinate race of the Flame Demon clan. Several years ago, we received an order from them to dispatch a considerable number of personnel to explore this region, seeking several significant beings, 1 male and 2 females. The male is a prodigy of the human race, 1 female belongs to the True Dragon clan, and the other to the Devouring Python clan. This area was explored by my team, and recently we sensed a pure spiritual energy emanating from here, which led us to this location. Leighton carefully glanced at Yun Yi above before he began to explain. How many of you remain? Counting myself, there are a total of 10. After hearing this, Yun Yi silently regarded Leighton. The latter possessed the strength of a high-ranking sovereign, and due to the superior energy level of evil aura over battle aura, even Gu Yuan might not stand a chance against him. However, should they launch a large-scale invasion, the spirits of the Dou Qi Continent would intervene to suppress their power, rendering this advantage null. Contact your comrades now. I will open a dimensional passage internally. It is time for these lower realms to bask in the radiance of our clan. Yun Yi slowly rose, gazing into the distant horizon with hands clasped behind his back, and spoke in a deep tone. Understood. Within the Qingming Tower, Jiang Yun and Qingming gazed at the black and white flames sealed at the tower's base, lost in thought. At this moment, they had noticeably diminished in size compared to when they were first sealed within Qingming. Clearly, the years of Jiang Yun's exploitation had taken a significant toll on them. Finally, the moment had arrived. A sigh escaped as Qingming withdrew his gaze from the sacred celestial demon flame and turned to Jiang Yun with a look of relief. What began as an accident has unexpectedly led to your ascendance. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Without its assistance, I might not have reached this stage so swiftly. Jiang Yun nodded, gazing at the sacred heavenly demon flame with a sense of longing. Even without it, I believe you would still shine as brightly as you do now. Perhaps so. Upon hearing Qingming's words, Jiang Yun noncommittally nodded, then softly addressed Qingming. This is the last time. You shall finally be liberated. Indeed, having this entity within me has perpetually left me feeling unsettled. I am relieved to have arrived at this juncture. Qingming replied with a light-hearted tone. Time is of the essence. I must act promptly. Exercise utmost caution. Observing this, Qingming's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as he earnestly advised Jiang Yun. Regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain an unwavering vigilance against the relic of the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Understood. Jiang Yun nodded, his gaze fixed upon the resplendent flames as he gradually approached the sacred heavenly demon flame. The intense spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by an extreme heat, yet Jiang Yun, who once nearly perished from a mere proximity to the flames, now felt no trace of that scorching heat. He was no longer the person he once was. "Assist me one last time. I shall soon take you to meet him," Jiang Yun said, looking at the sacred heavenly demon flame, before gently reaching out with his hand to touch it. The terrifying and fierce heat surged forth as if intending to reduce Jiang Yun to ashes. However, his expression remained calm, for within him resided a protective barrier of sacred demon flame that equaled or even surpassed the might of the flames before him. The current sacred heavenly demon flame could not easily scorch him. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Yun then plunged into the heart of the sacred heavenly demon flame, which erupted violently upon his arrival. Within the flames, Jiang Yun swiftly identified the residual source fire, grasped it firmly, and directly consumed the essence of the sacred heavenly demon flame. The ferocious and terrifying flames began to flow like molten lava. However, with the presence of his elder brother within him, Jiang Yun swiftly quelled the tumultuous outburst of the sacred heavenly demon flame, leading it to a tranquil conclusion. Seated calmly at the base of the Qingming Tower, Jiang Yun's visage transformed into a striking contrast of black and white, while wisps of white smoke rose from his singed form. Between his flesh and blood, a faint glow of black and white shimmered, with deeper hues of amethyst light circulating within, safeguarding Jiang Yun from the true scalding of the flames. Time flowed slowly as Jiang Yun remained tranquil. Yet his being felt akin to a volcano poised at its zenith, suppressing an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy that, once unleashed, would undoubtedly shake the very heavens and earth. Canaan Academy. The transformations at Canaan Academy since Jiang Yun's departure were monumental, as the sole dominant force of the Black Corner region. It now boasted 4 Dozone powerhouses and over 30 Dozone elites. Is this the place where His Majesty the Dragon Emperor spent his childhood? A rift in space suddenly appeared, from which several figures emerged, curiously surveying the Canaan Academy beneath their feet. Today, the Canaan Academy is particularly lively, as it celebrates the joyous occasion of a new cohort of freshmen entering the institution and the upperclassmen advancing to the inner academy. To commemorate this event, the Academy has organized a grand ceremony, filling the entire campus with an atmosphere of elation. In the central square, a throng of people gathers, their voices converging into a resounding chorus that soars to the heavens. At the heart of the square, several sizable fighting platforms are alive with the manifestation of combat energy. Shadows intertwining as fierce sparring unfolds. Victors occasionally stand triumphantly, drawing the admiration of many young ladies whose gazes sparkle with intrigue. The entire academy is infused with the unique vitality of youth, brimming with energy, especially in comparison to Long Island, which seems somewhat subdued in contrast. Zhu Hu observes the spirited battles below, reminiscent of children at play, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, he quickly shifts his focus, urging the onlookers, "Enough idle chatter. Let us promptly fulfill the tasks assigned by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor." Upon hearing this, the crowd nods solemnly, their eyes ignited with fervor as they fixate on the base of the heavenly refinement tower, where the Emperor's true form resides, soon to be revealed to them. On the high platform, Su Qian gazes upon the bustling scene in the square, a smile emerging on his aged face. He then turns to the side to address Hu Qian, saying, "Each time I witness the freshmen's arrival, I am reminded of Jiang Yun and Ziyan's entrance into Canaan Academy. I wonder how they fare now. Given their talents and abilities, I suspect their current achievements are quite remarkable." Over the years, Canaan Academy has indeed welcomed numerous exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet, when compared to the remarkable Jiang Yun and Ziyan of yore, there remains a stark disparity. With their abilities, they would surely shine even amidst the throngs of talent in the central continent. Hu Qian seems to share this sentiment, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Haha. Su Qian chuckles at Hu Qian's remarks, but suddenly his expression shifts, brow furrowing as his gaze sweeps across the sea of people towards the horizon, where violent spatial fluctuations arise. As the longtime steward of the academy, Su Qian remains as steadfast as a mountain, calmly issuing orders. "Law enforcement team, elders, be on guard." With his command, a flurry of movement erupts within the academy, figures swiftly appearing around the square, their eyes alertly scanning the skies. The sudden turn of events takes the students by surprise. However, under the reassurance of the many instructors, they remain relatively composed. Then, a tremendous roar reverberates through the air, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Canaan Academy, forcing the elders who had just taken flight to the ground. In this moment, the students lose their composure, their eyes wide with shock as they witness an unforgettable spectacle. In the distance, the sky begins to quake violently, and before long, They behold the fabric of space itself fracturing, as a colossal hand seems to pierce through from beyond the void. That enormous hand, extraordinarily mystical, was adorned with black dragon scales, emanating an indescribable aura of majesty that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Su Qian suddenly regained his composure from a state of distraction and, with a resolute shout, declared to the elders, "Escort the students away from the Canaan Academy." Before he could finish speaking, the dragon's might erupted violently, sweeping through the crowd. In an instant, all minds went blank, and they uniformly collapsed to the ground. "You reckless brat, your strikes were too heavy. Su Qian is the benefactor of the Dragon Emperor. How could you act so thoughtlessly?" An angry voice echoed from the void, followed by the sounds of fists and kicks. Fortunately, no one was injured. Otherwise, just imagine how the Dragon Emperor would deal with you. After a lengthy pause, a voice of relief emerged. "Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly." Following the interruption, a steady voice resounded. Subsequently, several large hands reached out, and a terrifying force of space enveloped the area, visibly altering the surrounding scenery in a dramatic fashion. Within a few breaths, the entire region of Canaan Academy was seemingly uprooted, as if a segment had been excavated from thin air. Boom! The magma beneath began to surge with the departure of Canaan Academy, swiftly filling the void left behind. This area instantaneously transformed into a vast sea of magma. And under the collaboration of several ancient dragons, everything seemed to have formed naturally, devoid of any incongruity. After accomplishing all of this, Zhu Zhou and the others dragged the massive Canaan Academy away into the distant void. A sensation of heaviness enveloped Su Qian's mind, and he seemed to hear familiar yet strange reprimands echoing. "What on earth were you thinking, to strike so forcefully? Old Su was already weak. Your actions were without restraint. What if he does not awaken?" A sudden sharp pain in his mind caused Su Qian to emit a muffled groan. In the next moment, he felt an unknown medicinal pill, fragrant with herbs, being fed into his mouth, followed by a surge of potent medicinal energy coursing through his limbs. Instantly, the abnormal sensations in his body dissipated, and the medicinal power showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, it harbored an even more formidable energy within, gradually enhancing his physique and elevating his cultivation. This single pill had truly transformed him profoundly. "Old Su! Old Su!" The familiar voice resounded once more. This time, as Su Qian opened his eyes, he beheld a figure both familiar and strange, instinctively exclaiming, "Ziyan, what are you doing here?" A wave of confusion flooded Su Qian's mind, and he quickly scanned the faces of Zhu Ming and the others. The heavy pressure emanating from their bodies unmistakably indicated their extraordinary strength and status. "Old Su, this matter is quite lengthy to explain," Ziyan said, her eyes reflecting relief upon seeing that Su Qian had awakened without serious harm. She then gazed at him solemnly. Chapter 220, The Mysterious Letter. "Did you say that the ancient Emperor's cave is located beneath the magma sea of Canaan Academy?" Upon hearing Ziyan's account, Su Qian's gaze became vacant, his face twitching violently, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. "My father is trapped within the ancient Emperor's cave. I had entered it alongside Jiang Yun once before." Ziyan nodded affirmatively at Su Qian, then slowly spoke. "Now, one of the ancient 8 clans, the Soul Clan, has gathered the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade. It will not be long before they find this place and open the ancient Emperor's cave. The remaining 3 clans will not simply let this go, and soon this area will turn into the most formidable battlefield of the Dou Qi Continent. In an instant, Canaan Academy will be reduced to ashes. That is why I have relocated the entire academy." After listening to Ziyan's narration, Su Qian, regaining his senses, numbly nodded. He then suddenly gazed at Ziyan, hesitantly asking, "Now that you have become the Dragon Emperor of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, it seems you wish to involve yourselves in this matter?" Sensing the subtle worry in Su Qian's tone, Ziyan couldn't help but smile, responding with unyielding conviction. "My father has reached the pinnacle beneath the Dou Emperor. When there is a chance, how could one not strive for it?" Seeing this, and knowing he could not dissuade her, Su Qian sighed, expressing his sentiments. "You have already become one of the most formidable beings in this world. I can no longer offer you any assistance. But you must prioritize your own safety." "Understood," Ziyan gently nodded, a radiant smile gracing her face. Observing this, Su Qian smiled with relief. And under the guidance of a member of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, they moved toward the distance. After watching Su Qian depart, Ziyan swept her gaze across the crowd and declared, "Let us proceed to the ancient Emperor's cave." Upon hearing Ziyan's words, the crowd erupted with excitement. Retrieving the old Dragon Emperor had been their long-held obsession. Although they currently had the sole avatar of Zhu Kun, their hearts remained unfulfilled. Now at last, the time had come to welcome back the old Dragon Emperor. How could this not stir their excitement? With a wave of her sleeve, she tore through space. and the group followed Xian in a single file. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the 10th level of the heavenly flame refining tower in the magma sea, which had long been deserted. Xian, familiar with the surroundings, took the lead and plunged fiercely into the depths of the magma, followed closely by the powerful members of the ancient dragon clan, as the color of the magma shifted rapidly around them, from bright red to a deep crimson, and finally to a hint of purple. However, at that moment, ripples of energy surged forth, and fiery red lizard men emerged. The two leading figures, with white hair and a presence rivaling that of a high-level half-saint, proclaimed, "Humans, retreat. This is the graveyard of the gods. Should you awaken the guardians, you shall be buried here for eternity." Silence. Without Xian needing to intervene, Zhu was snorted coldly, waving his sleeve. The space rippled violently, instantly shredding the magma along with the lizard men. With the demise of the two half-saint lizard men, the remaining lizard men dared not advance, trembling as they watched the group pass through their territory. As a ripple coursed through the fabric of space, the figures of the crowd vanished in an instant, revealing before them a realm of utter darkness, a void of incomprehensible depth. This space was permeated by an ancient and profound aura, and at the horizon of their vision, a wisp of white light floated ethereally. The numerous ancient dragon clan warriors who accompanied them, none of whom were beneath the rank of Dou Saint, were struck with awe upon encountering this dimension. They quickly realized that this layer of space was insurmountable, had it not been for their own eyes witnessing its existence. They might never have discerned the presence of this concealed realm. The existence of such mastery over spatial energies, surpassing even that of the ancient void dragons, could only imply that the being behind it was a Dou Emperor. Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the depths of the dark space, and the sole avatar accompanying them, Zhu Kuan, swiftly darted toward the inky void. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Kuan's figure materialized before the group, radiating an aura of completeness distinct from that of his sole avatar. "Your Majesty, the old Dragon Emperor." The group, including Zhu Ming, who had entered alongside him, erupted in excited exclamations. In the sacred Dan city, Gu Yuan sat in tranquil meditation atop the headquarters of the Dan Tower, his soul power boundless, scattering throughout the central continent. During this time, with the dual assistance of the Dan Tower and the medicinal clan, the coalition's injuries had nearly healed. "Is there still no news from the Soul Clan?" Laying furrowed his brow as he gazed at the increasingly expansive spatial rift in the distance, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Not only did the Soul Clan hope for the emergence of a Dou Emperor to confront the impending crisis, but they also harbored great expectations for a Dou Emperor to arise from the ancient Emperor's cave. Otherwise, the threat from beyond the realm loomed like a sharpened blade over their heads, rendering even sleep restless. The clan leader has been monitoring the Soul Clan space and has detected no signs of large-scale ingress or egress. Even the movement of individual members has been exceedingly rare. As for those few solitary individuals from the Soul Clan who have appeared, we have intercepted them all, yet received little substantial information, Ancient Lai replied gravely. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but frown. Logically, the Soul Clan should not be so tranquil. They had pursued the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi for centuries, if not millennia. Now that they had finally obtained it, how could they not be eager to unlock the ancient Emperor's cave? What on earth are these beings up to? For now, we can only wait, sighed Yao Lao as he set down his teacup. Yao Chun, a letter appeared in my chambers this morning, and I find its contents rather peculiar. At that moment, Master Feng entered with a serious demeanor, hastening to Yao Chen's side, hesitating as he spoke, his expression laden with uncertainty. "Do you feel unwell?" Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's countenance shifted dramatically as he looked at his longtime friend with concern. Master Feng had experienced a significant boost in strength due to Yao Chen's return, while he had not yet ascended to the level of a saint. He had now attained the rank of a third transformation Dozun. Only those of half-saint status or above possessed the ability to silently infiltrate his chamber without being detected by the Wind Sovereign. It is no wonder that Yao Chun feels a sense of unease. He has not harmed me. The Wind Sovereign shook his head. That is a relief. Yao Chun instinctively exhaled, then turned to the Wind Sovereign with curiosity in his eyes, asking, "What does the letter say that has elicited such a reaction from you?" Upon hearing this, the Wind Sovereign produced a seemingly ordinary letter from his storage ring and handed it to Yao Chun. Yao Chun examined it closely. Utilizing his spiritual sense, yet finding nothing extraordinary about the letter, it appeared to be just an ordinary correspondence. Unable to discern anything unusual, he slowly extracted the contents of the letter, and upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed and stood up abruptly. Yao Chen's sudden outburst immediately captured everyone's attention. They had never witnessed such a display from him before. "Teacher, what does the letter contain?" Xiao Yin inquired curiously, stepping forward. At this moment, Xiao Yin had recently emerged from the heavenly tomb. His cultivation stabilized at 7 stars, and his spiritual sense had, unsurprisingly, reached the imperial realm. See for yourself. Yao Chun, with a grave countenance, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yin and then passed the letter to him. The ancient emperor's cave of the Canaan Academy. Upon seeing the 8 bold characters on the paper, Xiao Yan's body stiffened momentarily. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes flashing with fervent brilliance. The underground magma world. Xiao Yan's sudden exclamation startled everyone present, prompting them to gather around swiftly. Brother Xiao Yan, what has happened? Gu Suner asked, her brow furrowing with concern. The ancient emperor's cave lies beneath the Black Corner domain, within the underground magma world of the Canaan Academy. Xiao Yan replied, his voice grave as he regarded the crowd. What? The expressions of the others shifted in response to Xiao Yan's words. Are you certain? After the initial shock, Gulai regained his composure and spoke solemnly. This could very well be false information disseminated by the Soul Clan to confuse us. I once inadvertently entered that place, where the Tuashi ancient emperor's jade first reacted, and it is the only location I cannot see through, Xiao Yan stated, his voice steady as he addressed the crowd. However, he refrained from uttering the latter part of his thoughts, whispering it only to himself. During a brief moment when he tapped into the power of the plane, he had surveyed the entire Dou Qi Continent. Yet there remained only a few places beyond his comprehension, one of which was indeed the underground magma world. This matter is most likely true, and currently, we have no other leads. My time is limited. I cannot afford to remain idle. Believing in his judgment, Xiao Yan wasted no time and decisively declared, those below 5 stars in Dou Sheng should follow my lead, while the rest assist Uncle Gu Yuan in monitoring the Soul Clan. Keep a close watch on their every move. Should a substantial number of Soul Clan experts appear, make haste to the Black Corner domain. Understood. As Lei Ying and Gu Lai exchanged a glance and nodded, they recognized the gravity of the situation if Xiao Yan's words held any truth. After issuing his orders, Xiao Yan bid farewell to Xiao Zhan and swiftly departed with a large contingent. Watching the retreating figures, Lei Ying spoke in a low voice. This matter is exceedingly peculiar. If it is not the work of the Soul Clan, then who could be alerting us? What benefit could they derive from it? Regardless of its veracity, we must adopt an attitude of cautious belief rather than disbelief. We can no longer afford to gamble. Gulai, standing beside him, replied gravely, nodding in agreement. The two turned with solemn expressions and hastened towards the conference hall. In the realm of souls, within a grand hall where black flames danced, the Soul Emperor occupied the highest seat, surveying the figure prostrated before him with an air of authority. What news do you bring? He inquired. Respected clan leader. After thorough investigation, we have identified 5 regions that bear resemblance to those depicted in the illustrations. Upon further meticulous scrutiny, we have determined that one location exhibits the greatest similarity, the elderly figure clad in black reported respectfully. At this, a spark ignited in the Soul Emperor's otherwise indifferent gaze. He smiled down at the individual and urged, proceed. This particular region is known as the Blackhorn Domain, though numerous powers currently vie for dominance there. The overall geography aligns almost perfectly with the illustrations, the elder continued in a serious tone. Blackhorn Domain, the Soul Emperor murmured, turning to the Void Devourer beside him for confirmation. If I recall correctly, that Yun Yi hails from the Blackhorn Domain, does he not? Indeed, the Void Devourer replied. His expression darkened, still brooding over the deception he had endured. It was evident that he had been aware all along. With a cold snort, the Soul Emperor rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Dispatch a team to continue distracting Gu Yuan and his faction, while the remaining individuals shall accompany the Void Devourer ahead. In this world, only he, the Void Devourer, and now Xiao Yan can conceal their movements from Gu Yuan. As long as they are consumed by the Void Devourer, even Gu Yuan will be unable to discern their whereabouts, ensuring absolute security. Understood. The assembled individuals responded in unison upon hearing the Soul Emperor's command. As they departed, the Soul Emperor lifted his head, a smile gradually spreading across his lips, culminating in a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the hall. At last, I have located you. Ancient Emperor's Cave. Meanwhile, within the Qingming Tower, it was as if a blazing sun had risen in the sky. A massive black and white lotus slowly rotated at the base of the tower, its energies of life and death intertwining and continuously emitting black and white spiritual power that merged with Jiang Yun's being, steadily elevating his essence in a stable ascent towards the realm of 9-star Dou Sheng. In a singular moment, Jiang Yun's cultivation truly broke through to 9-star Dou Sheng, and without any pause, he surged forth with an overwhelming and ferocious momentum, soaring into the sky. A formidable and oppressive aura of terror enveloped the base of the Qingming Tower, as black and white flames surged forth from the seated black and white lotus, transforming the very essence of the tower's foundation. Had it not been for the tower's extraordinary nature, it would have surely been reduced to ashes under such horrifying heat. Yun truly exemplified the finest bloodline of our clan over the millennia. Qingming gazed silently at the youth, who sat amidst the sea of flames, exuding an aura of authority that transcended the heavens and the earth, and spoke with a tone of pride. At a certain moment, as Jiang Yun's momentum reached its zenith, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with the black and white flames, seemingly on the verge of erupting. In an instant, this dual-hued flame receded, replaced by a pair of profound black eyes. A deep breath escaped Jiang Yun's lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile, as the tumultuous might that enveloped him dissipated completely. Chapter 221. The Emergence of the Imperial Manor. Is this the essence of an imperial soul? Jiang Yun marveled at the immense soul power within him, reflecting with a sense of awe. In this instance, his greatest advancement was not in cultivation, but rather in the complete elevation of his soul power into the imperial realm, yielding the most evident enhancement. Next, it was time to strategize the path to becoming the supreme of heaven. Clenching his fist and feeling the vast power within, Jiang Yun gazed into the distance. As if through the Qingming Tower, he could perceive the tumultuous state of the outside world, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This is the location of the ancient emperor's abode. Once, this was the Canaan Academy, a subordinate force of the Thunder Clan, and also Jiang Yun's former institution. However, yesterday a great upheaval occurred here, and by the time our people arrived, the place had been deserted, transformed into a sea of magma. Outside the former Canaan Academy, amidst a shroud of ominous clouds, Wu Tunyan gazed down at the lava sea, the terrifying heat causing the surrounding air to warp. As he listened to his subordinate's report, a chill deepened in his heart. What? In the span of a night, it was completely emptied. It must have been the work of the fighting saint. It seems that the lad from the Dan Tower learned of this place being the ancient emperor's abode before us, and the ensuing battle has obliterated it, prompting preemptive action. Does this not imply that the Dan Tower and those from the three clans are also aware of it? Have we labored in vain? The report from below not only shocked Wu Tunyan, but also elicited gasps from the band of Soul Clan warriors he had brought along. It is not necessarily that they knew of this being the ancient emperor's dwelling. It could also be that the lad feared our clan discovering his origins and took preemptive measures against the Canaan Academy. A voice among the crowd, tinged with hesitation, yet laced with anticipation, broke the silence. Upon hearing this, the discussion ceased, and all eyes turned expectantly towards Wu Tunyan. Though they understood the likelihood was slim, the Soul Clan's millennia-long plan lay tantalizingly close, compelling them to exercise caution. Wu Tunyan's soul power swept across the surroundings, and after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, "There are no traces of the three clans or those from the Dan Tower in this area. This is troubling." In the realm of uncertainty, the leader of the Soul Clan found himself surrounded by a formidable void of power, rendering him exceptionally vulnerable. It was evident that the coalition forces were poised to launch an assault on him. Suddenly, a voice filled with panic arose from the crowd, igniting a wave of anxiety among the onlookers. The Soul Emperor was the leader of the Soul Clan. If the three tribes were to realize the precarious state of his defenses and set a trap, it would spell disaster. It is no wonder that even the slightest anomaly stirred such profound concern. Why the panic? One might wonder. What prowess does the Soul Emperor possess? Am I not attuned to his battle with Gu Yuan? Sensing the turmoil behind him, the void-devouring flame bellowed, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the crowd, compelling them to regain their composure. After a moment of physical stillness, the void-devouring flame directed his gaze toward the sea of magma beneath him, channeling his soul force deep within. It traversed countless lizard men, delving further into the abyss. In a fleeting instant, his soul force detected a stable space, its solidity surpassing anything he had ever encountered. Within the void, the dark eyes of the void-devouring flame flickered with a black flame as he licked his crimson lips, murmuring, "At last, I have found you." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the distant horizon, his expression turning icy as he uttered, "Indeed, they are aware." In the far reaches of the sky, the fabric of space writhed violently, and a multitude of figures surged forth, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards this location. Leading them was none other than Xiao Yan, the Emperor Realm Soul. The void-devouring flame fixated intently on Xiao Yan's figure, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The Soul Clan had expended countless resources over millennia to elevate him to the Emperor Realm Soul. Yet, this Xiao Yan had achieved the same status in a mere half-month, and his cultivation reeked of enigma. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within the void-devouring flame, an instinctual recognition of a familiar yet terrifying aura, precisely the source of his disquiet. "Xiao Yan, having sensed the void-devouring flame's presence, regarded the shadow amidst the black clouds with a grave expression, unleashing a long howl. Stay vigilant. Informed the coalition, Gudi's cave lies within the Canaan Academy. With his command, the formidable allies at his side quickly formed ranks, cautiously surveying their surroundings, while some unfurled spatial scrolls to relay information. Void-devouring flame. You should not skulk like a coward, Xiao Yin declared, his gaze locked onto the space occupied by the Soul Clan. Ah, what a sharp-tongued young man. The void-devouring flame retorted, stepping forth from the void, casting a nonchalant glance at the vigilant coalition before turning his indifferent gaze back to Xiao Yin. You shall not lay claim to the Emperor-grade Chudan, Xiao Yin proclaimed, raising his hand and then gently waving it downwards. Instantly, a surge of fierce energy erupted from the coalition forces, their steely gazes fixating on the Soul Clan's army. You intrigue me, young man. How did you come to know that Gudi's cave is here? Observing the situation, Shiwu Tunyan did not rush, but instead looked at Xiao Yin with great interest and inquired. Xiao Yin coldly gazed at him, choosing silence. The matter was indeed suspicious, fraught with uncertainties and not suitable for disclosure. Noticing Xiao Yan's refusal to respond, Shiwu Tunyan indifferently remarked, was it that kid Jiang Yin who informed you? Do you realize he is not from the Dou Qi Continent? His revelation to you was merely a ploy for us to engage in conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits. Shiwu Tunyan's words stirred ripples in Xiao Yan's heart. Was it truly Jiang Yun who transmitted this information? Did he, as Shiwu Tunyan suggested, harbor ulterior motives? This thought flickered briefly. Regardless of Jiang Yun's mysterious schemes, after spending time with him, Xiao Yin was convinced that Jiang Yun was not a malevolent individual. At the very least, when compared to the Soul Clan, Xiao Yin would not waver or abandon his current paramount objective based on Shiwu Tunyan's assertions. In an instant, Xiao Yin's gaze sharpened. He suddenly extended a slender finger, pale as jade, and began to trace intricate movements in the void, causing a series of enigmatic symbols to manifest before the onlookers. Suddenly, the entire realm seemed to freeze. An aura of obliteration akin to that emanating from the depths of the abyss surged forth like a tempest. Xiao Di's obliteration finger, with Xiao Yan's thunderous exclamation. The momentary stasis of the world shattered, and the thick, dark clouds in the far sky began to writhe ominously, hinting at the emergence of something terrifying about to break through the clouds. Shiwu Tunyan, receive my finger. Xiao Yin fixed his gaze upon Shiwu Tunyan as a terrifying surge of soul power simultaneously infused the assault directed at the heavens. In an instant, the energy fluctuations within the clouds brimmed with an imposing aura, instilling an irresistible sense of dread. Boom! As Xiao Yan's words echoed, the encroaching dark clouds rapidly split apart, revealing a colossal, pitch-black finger, towering 1,000 feet, as it burst through the clouds and descended swiftly from the sky. One finger, aimed directly at Shiwu Tunyan. The immense dark finger exuded an extraordinarily terrifying aura of annihilation, as if all vitality would be reduced to dust beneath its weight. As the finger plummeted, the void along its path ruptured, opening fissures that stretched 1,000 feet in length. Xiao Di, obliteration finger? Such distant memories. That fellow Xiao Xian truly taught you everything. Shiwu Tunyan gazed at the descending black finger, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes. Xiao Xian had once wielded the Xiao Di's technique, nearly severing the Soul Clan's high ranks. Alas, it was a pity, for Xiao Xian had ultimately failed. Now, you two shall meet the same fate. With that declaration, Shiwu Tunyan's palm abruptly clenched through the air, causing dark flames to surge in the sky. A massive, shadowy hand of fire descended, striking toward the enormous finger. Boom! The moment of the great battle erupted. Piercing cries echoed from the Soul Clan's forces. Instantly, numerous black chains shrouded in dark mist surged forth from the army, intertwining to form a formidable net that descended upon the allied forces of the three clans. In response, the coalition employed various tactics, unleashing a torrent of radiant energy beams that relentlessly bombarded the chain formation, producing heart-wrenching cries, while the dark mist enveloping the chains began to dissipate rapidly. Within the Black Corner domain, the powerful beings and factions sensing the commotion were struck with terror, their faces paling as they beheld the crumbling domain. One by one, they hastily retreated into the distance, fearing that a stray wave of energy could spell their instant demise. Compared to their previous encounters, this was a mere child's play. As the fierce battle raged on, Xiao Yin found himself at a disadvantage compared to the last confrontation, with the celestial forces he could summon seemingly diminished. Engaged in combat with the void-devouring flame, he was clearly in a perilous position. Suddenly, two spatial rifts appeared, heralding the arrival of the ancient clan and the Soul Clan's armies. Observing Xiao Yin falter, Lei Ying and Gu Lai, quick to recognize the precariousness of the situation, roared and charged toward the void-devouring flame. igniting an even fiercer clash among the four. Above the original grounds of the Jianan Academy, a multitude of figures gathered, representing nearly the entirety of both factions. The participants were blinded by rage, fully aware that this was the final battle, one that would determine the survival of their clans, leaving no room for leniency. The conflict was not confined to the skies. At a distance of several thousand zhang from the battlefield, Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor engaged in a staggering confrontation. The terrifying energy fluctuations sent shivers down the spines of those below, causing even the weaker cultivators within the ranks to pale and tremble uncontrollably. Gu Yuan, you shall not withstand me today, proclaimed the Soul Emperor, his hair cascading around him as he regarded Gu Yuan with an unwavering calmness. His alabaster hand descended gently, imbued with the power to shatter mountains and fill seas, capable of obliterating an entire ancient realm. Soul Emperor, I shall not allow you to succeed. Gu Yuan retaliated with equal ferocity. In the midst of their clash, a cold glint flashed in the Soul Emperor's eyes as he waved his sleeve, summoning four aged figures who surged toward Gu Yuan, their presence swelling ominously. The four, known as the Soulborn, resorted to self-detonation to obstruct Gu Yuan's advance. You madman! Gu Yuan immediately sensed the anomaly, casting a cold glance at the Soul Emperor and muttering a curse before tearing through a spatial rift to evade the self-sacrificial assault of the four. Even he could not afford to disregard the explosive might of the late-stage 8-star Dou Saint. The Soul Emperor, witnessing this, let out a chilling laugh and, with a flash, darted toward the battlefield where both armies were locked in combat. Boom! Behind him, a deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the sky with a brilliance reminiscent of a new sun. The blinding light enveloped the entire Black Corner domain. An indescribable wave of destructive force surged forth from all directions above, reducing the vast plains of the Black Corner domain to ashes in an instant under the terrifying onslaught of energy. The arrival of the Soul Emperor caused an immediate stir among the three tribes. With a detached glance over the battlefield, the Soul Emperor waved his hand, summoning a radiant orb that soared from his storage ring, hovering above his head. Within this orb, ethereal mists danced, eventually coalescing into the phantom of an ancient figure. As this venerable silhouette emerged, the energy of the realm began to boil. An oppressive force akin to that of a celestial sovereign descended from the heavens. The ancient emperor, Tuashi, gazing at the elder with resplendent hair, Xiaoyan, Lei Ying, and the others felt a weight settle upon their hearts, solemnly acknowledging that only the legendary ancient emperor Tuashi could exude such formidable presence. With a thunderous roar, the Soul Emperor raised the Tuashi ancient jade, slamming his palm down toward the magma sea below, a resounding crash echoing across the heavens and earth. Instantly, a massive chasm of several thousand feet appeared in the magma sea, the crimson molten rock surging into the abyss. Within mere breaths, turbulent waves erupted in the magma sea, forming a colossal whirlpool thousands of feet wide, as if something was about to emerge from its depths. A peculiar ripple coursed through the realm, drawing the attention of many, their faces turning to expressions of astonishment at the sudden upheaval above the magma. In the distance, Gu Yuan, having been shadowed by the Soul Emperor, appeared somewhat disheveled, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld the impending emergence of the ancient emperor's lair. With a flash, he darted toward the battlefield. The Soul Emperor. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the figure wielding the Tuashi ancient jade. Stepping forward, he traversed the spatial waves, materializing behind the Soul Emperor. The tides of the world surging forth, transforming into a gigantic tidal hand that struck down furiously toward the Soul Emperor. Chapter 222, The Dimensional Passage. Ha ha ha, Gu Yuan. The ancient emperor's lair is about to manifest. You have arrived too late. In the face of Gu Yuan's assault, the Soul Emperor laughed heartily, delivering a punch that shattered the void, forcibly meeting Gu Yuan's strike head-on. Hearing the Soul Emperor's words, Gu Yuan's expression grew solemn as he glanced at the swirling whirlpool above the magma sea, which had indeed expanded exponentially. In the subterranean realm, a flicker of delight flashed in Zhu Kuan's eyes, and he turned his gentle gaze towards Ziyan, softly advising, Ziyan, those individuals are approaching swiftly. You should conceal yourself for the time being. Be cautious, everyone, Zhu Kuan advised, observing the serene expressions of the three women, Medusa, Qinglin, and the little healer, who accompanied Ziyan. Although he wore a smile, his heart was filled with vitriol for Jiang Yun, whom he deemed utterly unruly. The audacity of this young man to expect his father-in-law to care for his woman incensed him. Were it not for Ziyan, he would have relished the opportunity to discipline that insolent brat. Ziyan nodded, unable to suppress her admonition. Remember our plan. We must merely feign compliance. The imperial-grade Chudan is intended for the Soul Emperor, while our true objective lies in the essence of the Emperor itself. I understand, do not worry. Although I conduct myself with integrity, I possess a modicum of acting skill. Zhu Kuan responded with a mischievous grin, his eyes betraying a playful cunning, not at all reflective of his outwardly honest demeanor. In an instant, he vanished from Xian and the other's sight. Once Zhu Kuan concealed himself, Xian and the three women also took to hiding. In terms of spatial mastery, as the Supreme Dragon Phoenix, she may not have been as powerful as Zhu Kuan, but she was hardly inferior. From a vantage point high above, one could observe the subterranean realm of magma, where enormous mountain ranges undulated dramatically. Upon closer inspection, these formations appeared to take the shape of dragons, rumbling ominously. As the whirlpool expanded, colossal pillars of magma, thousands of feet high, violently erupted from the surface of the molten sea, catching numerous individuals off guard. The intense heat and shockwave resulted in casualties on both sides. Gazing at the tumultuous waves of molten rock, the Soul Emperor's ecstasy intensified. He could sense that the ancient jade in his possession, the Tua Shigu Diyu, had unexpectedly grown fervently warm. Suddenly, a towering wave of magma surged upward, crashing down with tremendous force, splattering molten rock everywhere. As the rapidly spinning magma whirlpool began to decelerate, the surface of the magma sea began to bulge, spreading crimson streams of lava. Accompanying this expansion, an ancient stone gate slowly emerged from the molten depths, rising amidst fervent gazes. As the magma receded swiftly from the gate, an ancient, primal aura permeated the atmosphere, plunging the surroundings into silence. Even formidable beings like Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor felt a tremor in their hearts at this overwhelming presence, a force that transcended the realm itself. Countless eyes converged upon the ancient stone gate, ultimately fixating on the four archaic characters inscribed above it. Ancient Emperor's Cave. At that moment, the Soul Emperor's eyes radiated with astonishing brilliance. Despite his composure, witnessing the four characters he had pursued for millennia stirred an overwhelming tide of emotion within him. At last, I have found you. In a hushed whisper, the Void Devourer chuckled uncontrollably, his laughter resonating like thunder across the heavens. Could this be the fabled Ancient Emperor's Cave? At this moment, the members of the three clans appeared somewhat entranced, their gazes fixed upon the ancient stone door that stood resolutely above the magma. The aura emanating from it assured them that this was not a mere illusion, but a genuine artifact of the Dou Emperor. A complex expression surfaced on their faces, for the Ancient Emperor's Cave had been the epicenter of chaos among the 8 ancient clans on more than one occasion. Now, 3 of the clans had perished, and the Shao clan was all but extinct, with only Shao Yin emerging once more as a beacon of hope. It could be said that this cave was the very source of all turmoil across the Dou Qi Continent. The colossal ancient stone door towered above the magma, rendering all present insignificantly small in its imposing presence. To them, this door seemed to embody an entire realm, steeped in profound mystery. In the skies above, the Soul Emperor inhaled deeply several times, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Gradually, he raised the ancient jade of the Emperor Tuoshi, where shimmering waves of light danced upon its surface. As the jade flickered with brilliance, the tightly sealed ancient door appeared to respond with glimmers of its own, hinting at the possibility of being unlocked after millennia of closure. Witnessing this spectacle, the Soul Emperor was filled with elation as he called out to the Void Devourer, "Void, let us hasten inside." The two swiftly descended before the stone door, their eyes betraying their uncontainable excitement. However, unlocking the cave would not be a simple matter. Observing this, Gu Yuan let out a cold chuckle and swiftly followed the Soul Emperor, like a shadow. Yet, after exchanging several blows, the Soul Emperor suddenly realized the superficial nature of Gu Yuan's power. Their strengths were closely matched, and if Gu Yuan insisted on entangling him, he would indeed struggle to divert his focus. However, he felt surprisingly at ease in the current situation. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan, a glint of derision flashed in the Soul Emperor's eyes. After several more exchanges, he successfully pushed Gu Yuan back and soared towards the entrance of the Ancient Emperor's Cave. Suppressing his excitement, he raised the ancient jade, unleashing a resplendent beam of light that shot down from the heavens, striking the ancient stone door. With a resounding boom, the beam of light struck, and the ancient door, sealed for countless ages, began to stir, revealing faint cracks of luminous light. These fissures widened, and with a creaking sound, the ancient stone door gradually began to part. The instant the ancient door swung open, an ancient wave of energy surged forth, its rippling force striking the members of the Soul Clan like a heavy blow, disrupting their formation. Some of the weaker members were even sent sprawling back. A great distance away. Be cautious. Seeing the ranks of soldiers fracturing under the force, Xiaoyan quickly steadied himself and admonished in a deep voice. The ancient imperial cave is on the verge of opening, Gu Yuan exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly parting colossal gate, his palms slick with perspiration. Is this infernal entity truly about to reveal itself? Beneath the maelstrom of magma, Dou Qi covertly observed the stone door, his mind adrift as he beheld this scene. Trapped in that realm, he had contemplated countless methods to unlock the cave, yet all had proven futile. However, today, he finally bore witness to this moment. With a resounding roar, the ancient vibrations intensified as the stone door creaked open. The remaining Soul Clan warriors capable of standing in the skies above dwindled to but a few, while the fissure of the great door widened, culminating in a thunderous crash as it swung wide open. Boom! As the ancient stone door fully opened, an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, reminiscent of primordial chaos, causing the entire sea of magma to erupt into tumultuous waves. The earth quaked, splitting open countless chasms of unfathomable depth. The oppressive force of the primordial realm swept outward, within 100 miles of the ancient stone door, leaving only the pinnacle of warriors from both sides suspended in the air, while the rest were violently repelled. With a hum, strange ripples suddenly appeared upon the ancient stone door, distorting the very fabric of space, and within the door, a passageway materialized, seemingly transparent. Go! The moment the transparent passage took form, the Soul Emperor and the Devourer of Nothingness surged forth almost in unison. We cannot allow the Soul Emperor to grasp the secrets of ascension. Realizing this, Xiao Yan and the others exchanged glances, and with a low command, they charged into the passage like meteors racing across the moonlit sky, braving the intense pressure, while the warriors from both sides followed suit in an orderly fashion. At last, it is accomplished. A soft sigh resonated throughout the silent, dark realm. The prodigious talent of the Holy Sun, his profound mastery of formations, is indeed awe-inspiring. Leighton gazed at the youth who had just opened his eyes, unable to suppress his admiration. He was not merely flattering Yunyi, rather, he was sincerely moved by the young man's achievements during this time. In the abyss of darkness, an ancient formation of colossal scale, seemingly without end, emerged. The formation was so arcane that merely glancing upon it stirred a tumult of energy, hinting at imminent chaos. Layers of light obscured what lay behind the formation, yet faintly. A chaotic-hued barrier was discernible, beyond which loomed countless massive figures exuding a sinister aura. They were thwarted by the chaotic barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Have all the personnel been assembled? Yunyi, seemingly oblivious to the compliments, spoke with an impassive demeanor. Reporting to the Holy Sun, all clansmen capable of arriving have gathered. If this realm possesses the strength you describe, we are now fully capable of conquering this continent. Leighton replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Yunyi nodded, then lifted his gaze to the grand formation in the heavens, stating solemnly, "Then, let us commence." As the words fell, Yunyi raised his hand, and a beam of black light suddenly shot forth, crashing into a certain node of the grand formation with a thunderous roar. With the grand formation's tumultuous operation, the surrounding malevolent energy began to tremble violently, as torrents of dark energy converged towards the center of the array. Suddenly, a colossal shadow of demonic origin, seemingly endless, began to rise slowly. This shadow emerged from the abyss, towering above the heavens and treading upon the earth, suffused with a dense aura of demonic energy, akin to an emperor amongst demons. Deathray, a chilling voice, seemingly echoing from the depths of the netherworld, resounded. The vast demonic shadow gathered a pitch-black beam of energy within its maw. With a swift motion, a colossal pillar of darkness surged skyward, piercing the firmament, and hurtling towards the distant location of the dimensional seal. Boom! In the next moment, the destructive beam traversed through the void of darkness, crashing against the ancient chaotic barrier like a multitude of falling meteors. The tremendous explosion reverberated across the entire continent of Dou Qi, visible from every corner. Yet, as people gazed upwards, they scratched their heads in confusion, utterly perplexed by the significance of this phenomenon. Buzz, even from a considerable distance. Many perceptive individuals could sense the subtle tremor of the world at the moment of impact, as the energies of the universe seemed to dissipate chaotically. With the shockwave of the destructive beam, a seemingly bottomless fissure abruptly tore through the chaotic barrier enveloping the Dou Qi continent, allowing torrents of demonic energy to surge forth through the rift. Ha ha ha, Dou Qi continent, prepare to welcome our kin. Observing the frenzied Leighton beside him, Yunyi cast a contemplative gaze towards the hazy sky of the Dou Qi continent. A faint mist enveloped this extraordinary space, rendering it shrouded in an ethereal haze, as if time had stood still for millennia. In this boundless expanse, a landmass floated, suspended without support, resembling a palace in the sky. Swoosh! The long silent solitude of the vast space was abruptly shattered as a massive spatial passage materialized, and figures surged forth from within, ultimately landing upon the land. Let us not delay, onward. After the void-devouring flame descended, a glimmer of memory flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a hushed tone, leading the charge towards the distance, with the Soul Emperor and several powerful members of the Soul Clan hastily following suit. Within a few breaths, Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan, and others landed, their gazes swiftly scanning the surroundings. Is this the ancient Emperor's cave? Gu Yuan and the others meticulously examined their surroundings, with a sudden realization that the range of their soul perception was sharply constricting. Even the imperial-level souls of Xiao Yan and Gu Yuan could only extend to 1,000 zhang radius. What about the Soul Emperor and the others? The absence of any trace of the Soul Clan ignited a sense of urgency among the crowd, who began to search in all directions. However, the vastness of the ancient Emperor's cave was daunting. Navigating it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I know the way, follow me. Just as despair enveloped the group, it was once again Xiao Yan, his gaze shimmering with a faint chaotic light, who spoke solemnly to the others. Without further explanation, he led the charge towards the direction where the Soul Emperor and his companions had recently advanced. In astonishment, Gu Yuan and the others quickly followed suit. Two groups raced across the seemingly endless expanse of land, akin to a meteor shower streaking swiftly across the sky. Chapter 223, The Battle in the Cave. The space within the ancient Emperor's cave was extraordinarily vast, a grand mystical realm tethered to the Dou Qi Continent. At the heart of this immense territory lay a colossal plaza. After several minutes, the group, led by Su Wu Tunyan, arrived first. On the ancient, expansive plain stood an ancient stone palace, preserved since time immemorial, silently towering amidst the boundless terrain, exuding an aura steeped in antiquity. As they gazed upon the ancient stone palace, the eyes of the Soul Emperor and his companions sparkled with fervent anticipation. The palace stood in serene silence on the endless plain, its ancient presence resonating through the heavens and the earth. Before this stone palace lay an enormous plaza, flanked by towering columns that soared thousands of feet into the sky, emanating a majestic and overwhelming aura. This plaza was remarkably vast, with 22 colossal stone pillars resembling celestial supports. Each of the 20 pillars bore a flickering wisp of feeble flames, while the two central pillars stood empty and devoid of fire. Su Wu Tunyan and the Soul Emperor reached the center of the plaza, their eyes drawn to one of the vacant stone pillars. Su Wu Tunyan's expression was a tapestry of complexity, confusion, anguish, and fear intertwined within him. The Soul Emperor quickly withdrew his astonished gaze from the extraordinary flames of the plaza, redirecting his attention to Su Wu Tunyan, and in a grave tone, inquired, Su Wu, where is the imperial-grade budding pill? Snapped from his reverie by the Soul Emperor's voice, Su Wu Tunyan turned his gaze towards the far end of the plaza, where the stone palace lay shrouded in dense fog, obscuring any view of its contents. With a sudden motion, Su Wu Tunyan opened his mouth, unleashing a potent force that devoured the surrounding mist, clearing the air. As the fog dissipated, a colossal shadow loomed over the plaza. Upon lifting his gaze, a towering statue, reaching heights of 10,000 feet, came into view. This statue depicted an elderly man, the visage of the legendary master of the ancient emperor's cave, Dou Qi, the ancient emperor himself. Astute observers would note that, in this place, only the 22 pillars corresponding to the positions beneath the extraordinary fire rankings were present, while the pillar representing the first, the imperial flame, remained conspicuously absent. At the terminus stands the statue of the ancient emperor Dou Qi, whose profound presence reveals his legacy. He is the embodiment of the fusion of 22 distinct flames, known as the Emperor Flame. This statue towers between heaven and earth, emanating an overwhelming aura of supremacy, one so potent that even the Soul Emperor feels as if weighed down by a mountain. And many from the Soul Clan find themselves kneeling, the sturdy stone slabs beneath them reduced to dust, struggling to invoke their clan's markings and circulate their fighting spirit. The onlookers gradually acclimate, managing to rise to their feet. Yet, as they gaze upon the statue, an instinctive dread wells up within them. How could a mere statue wield such power? In the next moment, their pupils constrict sharply as they behold a multitude of luminous orbs swirling around the statue, dazzling in their brilliance. Among these orbs are ancient scrolls, each imbued with potent spiritual essence, all at least of celestial rank in martial arts and techniques. Celestial martial arts and techniques? All of celestial caliber? Hundreds of such treasures, a repository of immense heritage, would be regarded as priceless even among the ancient and soul clans. Yet here they lay, as plentiful as cabbages. However, despite the allure of these celestial techniques, they hold little temptation for the Soul Emperor, who covets only one thing. This space has not witnessed such liveliness in ages. Suddenly, an elderly voice reverberates, startling everyone into silence. Their gazes swiftly converge on the statue's shoulder, where an ancient figure stands with hands clasped behind him, his indifferent gaze surveying the crowd below, as if they were merely ants. Emperor Tuashigu? As the figure speaks, it stirs the assembled crowd, their expressions shifting in astonishment. The vibrant, extravagant hair and familiar features leave no doubt. This is indeed Tuashigu. Could it be that he yet lives? The Soul Clan's powerful members stare in disbelief at the elder radiating an aura that transcends the heavens. A chilling realization dawning upon some. What is happening? The Soul Emperor's countenance darkens as he turns to the void-devouring flame, inquiring in a grave tone. He senses a heart-stopping aura emanating from the elder, one that mirrors the essence of Emperor Tuashigu's jade, indicating that this figure is not merely an illusion but a formidable presence. Such a discovery cannot help but incite alarm within him. If Tuashigu is indeed alive, their attempt to seize the treasures here would be tantamount to courting death. The void-devouring flame raises his gaze, fixating intently on the elder, and suddenly declares, he is not Emperor Tuashigu, but rather the Emperor-grade Chudan. This transformation is a result of possessing a trace of Tuashigu's aura, thus assuming his likeness. Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor is momentarily taken aback, before a peculiar light ignites in his eyes as he slowly focuses on the elder. In my heart, a sense of bewilderment arose. If a mere ninth-grade elixir could manifest a humanoid form, what could be said of the legendary Imperial elixir? The elderly figure carved in stone gazed at the void-devouring flame with a smile, momentarily taken aback by its words, before bellowing in anger, void-devouring flame. What are you doing? He never anticipated that the void-devouring flame, which he had painstakingly released years ago, would return not as a savior, but seemingly with malicious intent. Such a scenario, akin to encountering a treacherous wolf, would incite fury in anyone, let alone in one as powerful as he, the Imperial-grade fledgling elixir of the Dou Qi Continent. Upon hearing the furious outburst, the void-devouring flame frowned slightly and retorted, "What do you mean, by what am I doing?" The Imperial fledgling elixir replied sternly, "You scoundrel. If I hadn't assisted you in breaking free from the bindings of the pure lotus demon fire back then, how could you have escaped? You promised me that you would also rescue me from this place. What is your purpose here now?" The imperious tone of the fledgling elixir sent a tremor through the hearts of the Soul Clan members, including the Soul Emperor, who all turned in astonishment to regard the void-devouring flame. They were taken aback to discover that the void-devouring flame had such ties to the pure lotus demon fire, explaining its intimate knowledge of the ancient emperor's cave. The expression of the void-devouring flame shifted, its brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, it admitted, "I am sorry, but I have no recollection of what you speak." However, it paused and then spoke with an enigmatic smile, "I truly have come to rescue you. Come with me." The imperial fledgling elixir's countenance darkened. It scrutinized the void-devouring flame for a long moment, its expression oscillating between anger and contemplation. After a brief silence, it seemed to have an epiphany, glancing at the stone figure and muttering through gritted teeth, "Is this your scheme?" If the void-devouring flame had not been lying, it had indeed lost a portion of its memory, and the only one capable of orchestrating such a thing would be the ancient emperor who had confined them within this cave. Retrieving its thoughts from the fragmented memories, the void-devouring flame then turned to the imperial fledgling elixir and said with a smile, "Since you claim I promised to take you out, then come with us." "Humph, what you truly desire is me, isn't it?" The imperial fledgling elixir sneered at the void-devouring flame, while the Soul Emperor's gaze was openly filled with avarice. He was no fool. He understood the other party's intentions all too well. The void-devouring flame smiled slightly before its expression grew grim. With a swift movement, it issued a command, "Attack." Bang! No sooner had the words left its lips than the Soul Emperor struck first, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming Dou Qi that surged forth like a tidal wave, aimed directly at the imperial fledgling elixir. Childish tricks. In the face of the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Saint, the imperial fledgling elixir merely scoffed. With a mere flick of its finger, it effortlessly cleaved through the oncoming deluge of energy. The Soul Emperor's eyes narrowed, his expression grave as he realized that the combat prowess of the imperial fledgling elixir far exceeded his expectations. "Let us strike together." Upon witnessing the scene, Su Wu-tun Yen furrowed his brow. He had, after all, lost some memories of the imperial-grade embryonic elixirs, and thus could not have anticipated the immense power they had attained. He could only summon the numerous formidable beings from the Soul Clan to take action. They surged forth, and as they engaged, the energies of this realm became tumultuous, unleashing waves of assaults that threatened to rend the very heavens apart, all directed at the imperial-grade embryonic elixir. Yet, The elixir remained unfazed amidst the relentless onslaught. With each movement, an unsettling aura radiated outward, effortlessly deflecting the most threatening attacks from the Soul Emperor and Su Wu Tunyen, dispatching the attacking Soul Clan warriors with a mere flick of his fingers. You are no match for me. Once I deal with you, I shall find my own way out. The Imperial-grade embryonic elixir swiftly cleared the field, the Soul Clan warriors. Aside from the Soul Emperor, were no match for him, and even the Soul Emperor struggled against him, barely managing to entangle his opponent with sheer numbers. However, if this continued, the Soul Clan would be obliterated without even managing to inflict harm upon their adversary. Once his subordinates were vanquished, Su Wu Tunyen and the Soul Emperor would stand no chance against him, and their only hope would be to escape. Boom, boom. Above, several figures clashed violently. Yet the spatial integrity of this place remained remarkably stable. Even high-ranking Dou Saints could not tear it asunder. Terrifying waves of destructive energy surged from the heavens, their might suggesting an intent to annihilate the very realm itself. What a formidable energy fluctuation. What transpired within? Why are there signs of battle? Outside the ethereal fire plaza, Xiao Yan and his companions arrived shortly after the Soul Clan, feeling the spatial disturbances emanating from deep within the plaza, prompting exclamations of astonishment. Could there be infighting among the Soul Clan? Yao Dan mused, a hint of schadenfreude in his thoughts as he gazed into the depths of the plaza. As doubts lingered among the crowd, Xiao Yan's gaze fell solemnly upon the interior of the plaza. Slowly, he articulated, "It is the Imperial-grade embryonic elixir." Gasp! With Xiao Yan's revelation, everyone inhaled sharply, momentarily stunned in place. The Imperial-grade embryonic elixir is clashing with the Soul Clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Qin's expression grew grave as he responded. Even the 9th-grade elixirs possess the ability to take on human form. With an extraordinary elixir like our ancestor, a 6-star Dou Saint, the level of this Imperial-grade embryonic elixir is already among the pinnacle in this realm. Its prowess in transforming will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. The Soul Clan will find it challenging to subdue it. Then let us hasten our entry. We cannot allow the Soul Emperor and his ilk to succeed. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes brightened, his voice tinged with urgency. Upon witnessing this, the group nodded in agreement and swiftly set off, darting past the myriad ethereal firestone pillars of the plaza towards its center. They must not allow the Soul Emperor to claim the Imperial-grade embryonic elixir. As the crowd arrived at the heart of they beheld an elderly man with vibrant, multicolored hair, his expression frigid. With a mere wave of his hand, a rich, fragrant essence surged forth, causing within the souls of the powerful to ignite rapidly, exacerbating their losses. The Emperor Dan, the celestial emperor grade, suddenly opened its eyes wide, emitting a thunderous roar as it soared into the air. It then descended with a hand directed towards the multitude below, manifesting a splendid orb of light, approximately the size of a human head. With the emergence of this resplendent sphere, the energy of the universe ignited as if encountering boiling oil, setting the boundless sky ablaze. The entire expanse was engulfed in flames, transforming the world into a furnace. The might of this strike caused even the formidable Soul Emperor, the Void Devourer, and the recently arrived to change their expressions drastically. As the Emperor Grade's countenance turned icy, it pressed down with both hands, causing the flames of the universe to roar downwards at an astonishing velocity. The infinite flames enveloping the world surged into the radiant orb in the Emperor Grade's grasp. As its palms descended, darkness enveloped the realm, leaving only the orb in the radiating with a destructive brilliance. Destruction. With both palms pressed down, the world plunged into darkness, save for the orb of annihilation glowing fiercely in the orb writhed and ultimately cascaded down, descending upon the heads of all within the grand hall in mere moments. Even those newly arrived, were not spared. To the Emperor Grade, there were no good or bad among those present, merely a collective of adversaries coveting its power. If they were foes, then they would all be eradicated together. Even should the gathered crowd join forces, it would merely be an exercise in futility. This confidence stemmed from an unfathomable strength within, nearing the terrifying prowess of A. Chapter 224, The Might of. Let us strike together. Upon witnessing the Emperor Grade encompass them all within its attack range, its expressions shifted dramatically. With a mighty shout, they summoned there in haste. Boom. The orb of light writhed and howled downward, and within moments, it struck the defenses above the crowd with tremendous force. Erupting in a cataclysmic roar, the waves of destruction surged forth, shattering the defenses constructed by the assembled warriors in an instant. Figures plummeted from the heavens, including the Soul Emperor and the Void Devourer, all landing with a tremendous crash upon the plains, creating chasms thousands of feet deep. The strength of the Emperor Grade exceeded all expectations. No one had anticipated that even with the combined might of the four ancient imperial clans, they would still falter against the Emperor Grade. Its power had become unparalleled in the world. The imperial grade seed of creation hovered in the skies, its cold gaze fixated on the numerous profound abysses scattered across the plains below, particularly on the figures of Gu Yuan, Soul Emperor, and Void-Devouring Flame, the three distinguished nine-star Dou saints. As for Xiao Yan, despite exhibiting a somewhat peculiar aura, he did not command the same level of attention as the others. To attempt to refine me, your skills still fall short, remarked the imperial grade seed of creation, casting a fleeting glance at the crowd. The Soul Emperor's chest heaved violently as he surveyed the surrounding figures, writhing in agony. As he lifted his gaze towards the imperial grade seed of creation, he felt an increasing weight of pressure. Abruptly turning to Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan, he smiled and said, Gu Yuan, I never anticipated we would have a day to join forces. Why would I ally with you, Soul Emperor? Gu Yuan retorted, a cold glint in his eyes as he regarded the Soul Emperor, clearly displeased after having endured an unprovoked attack upon entering. I find it hard to believe that you are not interested in the imperial grade seed of creation. Let us first unite to seal it, and thereafter, we may employ our own methods, the Soul Emperor suggested with a calm smile, gesturing towards the imperial grade seed of creation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, and Gu Yuan slowly nodded. Very well. Seeing this, the Soul Emperor laughed, and the three of them moved towards the imperial grade seed of creation from different directions. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, as the Soul Emperor and Void-Devouring Flame brushed past each other, the ancient artifact, Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade, had already found its way into the hands of Void-Devouring Flame. At such a grand spectacle, how could the ancient dragon clan remain absent? Just then, a laughter resonated like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Accompanying this was the roar of countless beasts, causing everyone to turn in astonishment towards the entrance. Behind them surged a multitude of magical beasts, an extraordinary sight rarely seen in ordinary times, among them the heavenly demon phoenix, the nine nether earth fiend python, the golden flame sacred lion, the azure luan, and the spiraling ancient dragon of the void. Naturally, leading this throng of magical beasts was Zhu Kuan, who, atop the sea of beasts, was flanked by Zhu Ming, Zhu Zhou, Zhu Yu, and others, who quietly surrounded him. The assembly of magical beasts at that moment formed a formidable presence, rivaling that of the ancient clan and the Soul clan. The members of the four clans stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how the beast domain had quietly unified, and how their leader, Zhu Kuan, seemed to rival both Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor. Does the ancient dragon clan possess such formidable experts? They wondered, acknowledging Zhu Kuan as the supreme ruler of the magical beast realm. As the crowd marveled at this display, the Soul Emperor, Void-Devouring Flame, Gu Yuan, and a select few regarded Zhu Kuan with grave expressions, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from him, their hearts sinking. At such a critical moment, a formidable adversary had emerged. Who might you be? The Soul Emperor and Void-Devouring Flame exchanged a glance, both recognizing the weight of the situation in each other's eyes. The Soul Emperor exhaled deeply, stepping forward to inquire with a smile. I am Zhu Kuan, the Dragon Emperor of the ancient dragon clan, Zhu Kuan proclaimed, his golden eyes radiating an overwhelming aura of authority, a proud smile gracing his lips. Are you from the Soul clan and the ancient clan? Zhu Kuan cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, then spoke with a tone laced with contempt. Ah, it seems that in those days, you were not regarded as a significant clan. Who would have imagined that you could acquire the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor's Jade? I shall take the imperial grade Chudan. You may retreat now. With a sneer of derision, Zhu Kuan addressed the onlookers as if it were a matter of course. Upon witnessing Zhu Kuan's scornful demeanor, the Soul Emperor could not help but feel a tremor of indignation, a glint of cold fury flickering in the depths of his gaze. Had it not been for the fear of Zhu Kuan's formidable power and the army of magical beasts at his back, he would have long since commanded his subordinates to eliminate him. Compelling himself to remain composed, the Soul Emperor fixed a cold stare upon Zhu Kuan, discreetly signaling with his companions, including Xiuhuan Tunyan, to retreat to the rear. He acknowledged Zhu Kuan's prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, he admitted he could not guarantee victory. However, when it came to the imperial-grade Chudan, he firmly believed that aside from the Dou Emperor, no one on the Dou Qi Continent could claim it. What about you? Do you wish to challenge me? After witnessing the Soul clan's retreat to a distance, Zhu Kuan turned his gaze toward Gyuan and the others, speaking indifferently. Humph. Observing the Soul Emperor's movements, Gyuan had already devised a plan, yet upon hearing Zhu Kuan's domineering words, he could not suppress a cold grunt. He led the members of the three clans further back to a location adjacent to the Soul clan. Seeing both sides retreat before him, Zhu Kuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the Imperial-grade Chu Dan, which had been watching the spectacle with keen interest. A fleeting spark of fervor ignited in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, reminded of his underlying scheme. The Imperial-grade Chu Dan, I was ensnared by the Dou Qi ancient emperor back then, leading to the present circumstances. Since you are a remnant of that old fool's legacy, it falls upon you to make amends. As his words fell, the aura emanating from Dou Qi surged forth, rivaling that of the Soul Emperor and Gyuan, with an even greater sense of impending danger. Dou Qi reached out, and a resonant dragon's roar echoed from his palm. As a colossal golden claw materialized above the Imperial-grade Chu Dan, tearing through the air with the intent to seize it. Such trivial skills. The Imperial-grade Chu Dan, sensing the approach of the golden claw, sneered coldly and pointed a finger, shattering the terrifying dragon's claw mid-attack. Now it's my turn. With a chilling smile after effortlessly dismantling Dou Qi's assault, the Imperial-grade Chudan's hands moved in a flurry of seals, a radiant orb of light ascending into the air. Suddenly, the heavens and earth roared to life. The energies of the world seemed to stir wildly, erupting in a cacophony. Dan God Seal. A resonant sound surged forth as a milky white light coalesced above the Imperial-grade Chudan's head, an invisible wave sweeping outward. Dou Qi's expression shifted dramatically, feeling as if he were being cast out by the very fabric of this realm, an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon him, rendering even his fingers heavy with obstruction. Begone! The Imperial-grade Chu Dan commanded fiercely, as the milky white light rushed forward. True form of the ancient dragon. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this technique, Dou Qi's expression turned solemn, a flicker of ferocity passing through his eyes. In an instant, he soared into the sky, his form twisting, and a colossal dragon, breathtaking in its grandeur, manifested above. The sheer might of this ancient dragon instilled a sense of trepidation even in Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor. This elder dragon possessed terrifying strength. Even the clan leader and the Soul Emperor seemed to pale in comparison. Observing the dragon in the sky, the members of the Imperial clan were left in awe, astonished that the ancient dragon clan had concealed such a formidable expert. A futile endeavor. The Imperial-grade Chu Dan gazed at the massive dragon suspended in the heavens and shook his head. With a gesture of his hand, the milky light imprint transformed into a streak of brilliance, hurtling towards the dragon. Boom! In the face of such a fearsome assault, Dou Qi opened his dragon maw, unleashing a beam of purple-golden light imbued with destructive power, aimed directly at the light imprint. Bang! A blinding flash filled the eyes of countless onlookers. An immense whirlwind erupted, swirling the mist and pushing it outward. In an instant, the vast square, spanning miles, was engulfed in a blanket of white, rendered empty. True to his reputation as a millennia-old monster, Dou Qi, utilizing his ancient dragon form, was able to temporarily contend with the Imperial-grade Chu Dan. From this perspective, he indeed possessed an unparalleled strength within the continent of Dou Qi. However, as time went on, Dou Qi began to falter, gradually succumbing to the onslaught. With a thunderous beam erupting into myriad rays of light, the Imperial-grade Chu Dan moved, appearing like a specter atop the dragon's massive form. With a gentle stomp, the purple-golden dragon scales shattered, dragon blood cascading forth like a waterfall from the gaping wound. Roar! The sudden excruciating pain prompted Dou Qi to writhe violently. His immense, powerful body caused the very fabric of space to shatter with each convulsion. The Imperial-grade Chu Dan, with a cold demeanor, stomped once more, and the gargantuan dragon, stretching thousands of feet, was forcefully kicked into the void, crashing down onto the vast square. Had the spatial integrity not been robust, this strike would have surely resulted in a colossal fissure. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted as Zhu Ming and others rushed anxiously towards Dou Qi. Bathed in violet light, Dou Qi reverted to his human form, blood trickling from his mouth as he coldly regarded the Imperial-grade Chu Dan, rasping, "What a remarkable Imperial-grade Chu Dan! Indeed, you are formidable." "Your Majesty," Zhu Ming interjected. Her Majesty, the Purple Yin, warned that the Imperial-grade Chudan's power is overwhelming and cannot be matched by a single individual. You refuse to heed her advice. Do you now comprehend its ferocity? Seeing that Dou Qi was not gravely harmed, Zhu Ming exhaled in relief, unable to suppress his grievances. Upon hearing this, Dou Qi offered an awkward smile, understanding that Zhu Ming was concerned for his safety. He did not contest the point, acknowledging that he had indeed acted on a whim, curious to test the strength of the Imperial-grade Chu Dan. You do possess some strength, however. You are still far from being able to refine me. At that moment, the Imperial-grade Chu Dan regarded Dou Qi with an air of arrogance. Heh, I had thought that the Dragon Emperor of the illusory ancient dragon possessed remarkable abilities, but it appears to be otherwise. At this moment, Witnessing Zhu Kuan falling into a disadvantage, mockery erupted among the various imperial clans. The recent taunts directed at their own clan leader were still fresh in their minds. And now, seeing their opponent falter, they could not resist the urge to retort with fervor. Such audacity drew the ire of the ancient dragon clan. Zhu Kuan, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of mere ants. His gaze was fixed upon the imperial-grade Chudan, his deep-set eyes instilling dread within its core. In the next instant, a chilling smile appeared upon his face as he calmly extended his broad palm, an immense surge of fighting spirit erupting from within him. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of danger arose in the minds of the peak powerhouses, including Gu Yuan and Soul Heaven Emperor, as well as the imperial-grade Chudan. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Kuan's eyes locked onto the imperial-grade Chudan, his battle intent soaring. With a swift stomp of his foot, the space around him crumbled, and his figure materialized like a specter behind the imperial-grade Chudan. His fingers splayed wide, and with a sudden twist of his palm, he struck downwards. At that moment, his hand seemed to transform into a resplendent jade palm, radiating a luminous aura, as if it contained the very essence of the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the radiant light resembled a glowing seven-tiered tower. Before his palm could descend, the ground below crumbled, leaving an enormous handprint etched into the earth. Sensing the ominous threat emanating from the imprint, the imperial-grade Chudan let out a furious roar, unleashing a terrifying surge of fighting spirit as it retaliated with a palm strike. Accompanied by an exquisite fragrance of elixir. Bang! The two palms collided in the heavens, and at the moment of impact, a burst of blood-red and shimmering white light erupted, each enveloping half the sky. Where they met, it seemed as though the entire ancient emperor's cave was cleaved in twain. This collision yielded a result starkly contrasting the previous encounter. The figure of the imperial-grade Chudan was sent hurtling backward, while Zhu Kuan merely staggered slightly, retreating a few dozen steps. How could it stabilize its form? The imperial-grade Chudan wiped the colorful blood from the corner of its mouth, gazing incredulously at Zhu Kuan. It could hardly fathom how Zhu Kuan, who had been crushed moments ago, now wielded such overwhelming strength. This was indeed a tale beyond belief. Heh, did you enjoy that? Now it is my turn. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan revealed a cruel smile, exuding an overwhelming aura as he lunged towards the imperial-grade Chudan. Boom. In an instant, the two engaged in a breathtaking clash, yet this time, the outcome was entirely reversed. Each time Zhu Kuan's palm glimmered, his momentum surged, leaving the imperial-grade Chudan utterly defenseless. As time wore on, it seemed that the energy within the imperial-grade Chudan had significantly waned. Void, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Observing the unfolding reversal, Soul Heaven Emperor turned to Void Devouring Flame and spoke in a low voice. Soon, we shall call upon Ancient Yuan to join forces. You must hold back Zhu Kuan while I confront the imperial quality Chudan. Shiwu Tunyan surveyed the unfolding situation, his expression grave. He could hardly fathom that the ancient dragon clan possessed a means to deal with the imperial quality Chudan, which greatly disrupted their plans. They were compelled to act. Otherwise, the imperial quality Chudan would indeed fall into the hands of the ancient dragon clan. Chapter 225. The Return of the Imperial Quality Chudan. Ancient Yuan. It appears our conflict is merely a means for the ancient dragon clan to gain an advantage, remarked the Soul Emperor, observing the fierce battle in the sky with a hint of amusement. Turning to Ancient Yuan, he expressed his regret. Upon hearing this, Ancient Yuan's heart stirred. Yet he retorted sharply, as long as it is not your soul clan that acquires the imperial quality Chudan, I shall not oppose the ancient dragon clan. This dragon sovereign seems quite domineering, the Soul Emperor mused with a knowing chuckle, before continuing to regard Zhu Kuan. His strength rivals our own, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, amidst our fierce battle, the beast domain remains eerily silent. It is only when we are on the brink of mutual destruction that he will intervene. This clearly illustrates his cunning nature. His ascension to emperor does not necessarily imply superiority over me. Moreover, Ancient Yuan, do you truly not desire to witness the realm beyond the Dou Emperor? The Soul Emperor's voice, seductive and persuasive, echoed in Ancient Yuan's ears, igniting a flicker of longing in his eyes. The Dou Emperor. Once, the five of them stood at the pinnacle of the nine-star Dou Saint, with Xiao Xian even leading to the annihilation of his clan. For a millennium, he and the Soul Emperor had subtly clashed, and now, of the 8 great imperial clans, only half remained, all for the sake of the title Dou Emperor. The hope of becoming an emperor lay before him, and he could not merely watch as Zhu Kuan seized it. Shiwu, having known Ancient Yuan for a millennium, the Soul Emperor recognized the flicker of desire in his furrowed brow. Confident that he had swayed Ancient Yuan, he no longer hesitated, beckoning Shiwu Tunyan as they soared toward the battlefield in the sky. If they delayed further, the imperial quality Chudan would revert to its original form. Indeed, as the Soul Emperor and Qiwu Tunyan moved, ancient Yuan followed closely, hurtling toward the heavens. Strike! Someone shouted. The ancient emperor's mirror and the seal of destruction ignited simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black flames from a demonic dragon, surging toward Zhu Kuan and the imperial quality Chudan. You seek death. Zhu Kuan's countenance shifted as he sensed the disturbance behind him, erupting in a furious roar. Taisu fist. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Kuan's eyes, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, radiant energy warping the light as it tore through the boundless void, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Since you dare to interfere, then you shall all remain. As the battle in the sky intensified, Zhu Ming's cold gaze swept across the four clans, his voice chillingly calm. With those words, his once curved back straightened, heralding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. 9-star Dou Saint. The ancient dragon clan astonishingly boasts 2 9-star Dou Saints. Moreover, there exists an 8-star Dou Saint and several 7-star Dou Saints, revealing that the strength of the ancient dragon clan is indeed not inferior to that of the Soul clan. As the powers of Zhu Ming and his companions were unveiled, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The shock brought by Zhu Kuan was so profound that they scarcely noticed the multitude of adept warriors within the ancient dragon clan. Xiao Yin watched the unfolding scene with a grave expression. At that moment, for reasons unknown, he found it difficult to gather the supreme power within him, rendering him incapable of contending with a 9-star Dou Saint. He could only rely on his Imperial Realm soul to contend against the 8-star Dou Saints. 10,000 Dragons Formation. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Ming summoned a cacophony of dragon roars from behind him as colossal dragon apparitions ascended into the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure towards the crowd. From the array, sensing the terrifying threat of the dragon souls, the elders of various clans, led by Lei Ying and Gu Lai, almost simultaneously shouted in unison. 9 Dragons Heavenly Thunder Formation. Ancient Emperor Mirror. Seal of Destruction. All attacks erupted in an instant, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that ravaged the surroundings. As all parties entered the fray, an unprecedented battle erupted within the ancient emperor's cave. However, contrary to expectations, the allied forces of the 4 clans did not unite against the Beast clan. The Soul clan, regardless of the circumstances, could not possibly join forces with the other 3 clans to confront the enemy. At that moment, the ancient emperor's cave resembled a chaotic melee, devolving into utter disarray. The ancient clan battled the Soul clan clashed with the Beast clan, and the Beast clan fought against the ancient clan. No one could discern friend from foe. All enemies were treated alike, with combatants unleashing their techniques indiscriminately. A fearsome roar erupted from the most terrifying battlefield within the cave, as Zhu Kuan revealed his towering dragon form, engaging in a fierce struggle against the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan. In this moment, the power drawn from the Qingming Tower had nearly been exhausted, leaving him only slightly stronger than his opponents, and he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to maintain his earlier ferocity. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the 3-way battle, the Imperial-grade Chudan looked disdainfully at the isolated and vulnerable Qiwu Tunyan, sneering, "Qiwu Tunyan, you treacherous scoundrel, let us see who can save you now. After I slay you, I shall deal with that wretched Jinglian demon fire." Qiwu Tunyan, gasping for breath, heard the words of the Imperial-grade Chudan and let out a cold laugh. "You celebrate too soon." As his words fell, Qiwu Tunyan retrieved the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade from his spatial ring, bestowing a sinister smile upon the Imperial-grade Chudan. Suddenly, he bit his tongue and expelled a mouthful of blackened essence blood, imbued with black flames. This essence blood splattered upon the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, and at that moment, Qiwu Tunyan's hands transformed in an unusually intricate manner, forming bizarre seals. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these seals closely resembled the initial hand seals of the towering ancient emperor statue nearby. Buzzing sounds resonated as Qiwu Tunyan's hand seals rapidly changed, causing the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade to tremble intensely. A gentle radiance emanated outward, and amidst the Jade's quivering, it astonishingly transformed into a dazzling halo. The radiant halo exhibited a multitude of colors, reminiscent of flames dancing in a mystical display. The transformation pill ring. How could you possibly possess the transformation divine technique of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi? Upon witnessing the formation of that luminous ring, the previously stoic Imperial-grade Chudan underwent a sudden transformation, its expression shifting dramatically, and its voice grew piercingly anguished. Qiwu Tunyan let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. With a swift motion of his hand, the dazzling halo shot forth, swiftly appearing above the Imperial-grade Chudan. Rings of vibrant flames manifested, enveloping the Chudan entirely. As these fiery circles relentlessly coiled around it, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the Chuden's body, which let out a heart-wrenching cry, seemingly in excruciating pain. Noticing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Shiwu Tunyan's eyes, clearly taken aback by how effectively the transformation pill ring suppressed the imperial-grade Chudan. In that moment, he spat forth a mouthful of black blood onto the transformation pill ring, intensifying its flames significantly. Meanwhile, the form of the imperial-grade Chudan began to gradually shrink, as if gravitating towards becoming a pill itself. Realizing that the Chudan was on the verge of being subdued, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan exchanged apprehensive glances, and a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. In an instant, they surged towards Shiwu Tunyan. Gu Yuan had not anticipated that. Aside from Zhu Kuan's brute force approach, Shiwu Tunyan would possess another method to subdue the Chudan. The so-called transformation pill ring was likely a result of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi's Jade's influence. Where are you two headed? Sensing their impending confrontation and witnessing Shiwu Tunyan's impending success, the Soul Emperor's mood brightened as he laughed heartily 3 times. With a swift movement, he positioned himself before the two, flicking his fingers to release several fragrant pills that hurtled towards Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! The shockwaves surged, forcibly halting Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan in their tracks. Upon catching the scent of the aromatic pills wafting through the air, Gu Yuan quickly discerned the situation and sneered, self-destructing 9th-grade treasure pills, truly a grand gesture. With that, the two positioned themselves on either side of the Soul Emperor, unleashing a fierce offensive that encircled him. Bang! 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 Faced with the combined assault of Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan, the Soul Emperor found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to maintain his footing. However, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation, thus gritting his teeth, he summoned all his prowess, desperately attempting to fend off the two. Seize! As the Soul Emperor attempted to obstruct their advance, enduring a barrage of strikes, Shiwu Tunyan seized the opportunity, executing his sealing technique with remarkable speed. With a fierce command, the imperial-grade Chudan was effortlessly drawn into the transformation pill ring, transforming into a resplendent orb the size of a human head, suspended within the ring. The sight of this left Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan even more frenzied in their assault. A roar, resonating with such force that it seemed to shake the very heavens and earth, erupted, manifesting as a tangible sound wave that swept through the air with wild abandon. Caught off guard, both Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor found themselves ensnared by the terrifying sonic waves, their internal energies surging tumultuously. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Kuan moved swiftly, vanishing before the two in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the eyes of the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan narrowed in alarm as they turned sharply toward the direction of the void-devouring flame. At that moment, Void-Devouring Flame gazed upon the subdued imperial-grade nascent pill with elation. With a flick of his hand, the pill transformation ring shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. However, just as it was within reach, a figure appeared before him, eyes fierce, bellowing, "Get back!" With a deep roar, a colossal dragon, nearly spanning tens of thousands of feet across the sky, materialized, transforming into a beam of purple-gold light that hurtled toward the Void-Devouring Flame with the speed of lightning. Devouring armor. Sensing the overwhelming force of Zhu Kuan's strike, the Void-Devouring Flame's expression shifted dramatically as black flames enveloped him, forming an extraordinary armor. With a resounding impact, the brilliant purple-gold beam pierced through the formidable defensive aura surrounding the Void-Devouring Flame, striking his body with tremendous force. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward for several thousand feet before he managed to regain his footing in a state of disarray. Following his successful repulsion of the Void-Devouring Flame, Zhu Kuan's expression brightened as he lunged toward the imperial-grade nascent pill. Boom! Just as Zhu Kuan was about to grasp the pill, several pills radiating an enigmatic light suddenly detonated beside him. The resulting shockwave eclipsed even the previous explosion caused by the Soul Emperor's 9th-grade treasure pill, indicating that this time, the 9th-grade mysterious pills were exceedingly rare. Even within the Soul Clan's vast history, the Soul Emperor was clearly prepared to risk everything for success. A catastrophic storm raged in the heavens. Where is the imperial-grade nascent pill? Gu Yuan anxiously searched amid the chaotic destruction that roared like a frenzied dragon. In that moment, the Soul Emperor transformed into a streak of lightning, darting toward the tempest of annihilation without a moment's pause. "You seek death," roared Zhu Kuan amidst the storm, his attire tattered and skin marred with wounds, as endless golden radiance surged behind him, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon claw of immense size. Each scale of the claw shimmered with countless golden dragons dancing wildly. The dragon claw, trailing long golden rays, lunged toward the Soul Emperor as he raced toward the Imperial-grade nascent pill. Void. Feeling the impending danger of the Dragon Claw, the Soul Emperor had no choice but to retaliate, while simultaneously calling out to the Void-devouring flame. Upon hearing this, the Void-devouring flame surged toward the Imperial-grade nascent pill like a flash of lightning. Watching this unfold, Gu Yuan's expression changed, and he too propelled himself forward with haste. Ancient Emperor Seal. As he moved, Gu Yuan unleashed a fierce offensive, the resplendent crystalline handprint flashing through the void at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, racing toward the Void-devouring flame with relentless intent. Confronted by the relentless onslaught of Gu Yuan, Su Wu Tunyan's expression turned slightly cold. Yet he did not retreat. With a sudden tremor of his body, countless black hole vortices emerged in the surrounding space. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying assault arrived in an instant, as the densely packed black hole vortices erupted continuously. Although the black holes did not fully absorb Gu Yuan's attacks, they did momentarily hinder the speed of his onslaught. Just a few breaths later, as the black holes collapsed entirely, the ancient Emperor Seal descended upon Su Wu Tunyan's back, unleashing a formidable force that shattered his back and scattered black flames. Struck by Gu Yuan's full-force blow, even with Su Wu Tunyan's formidable strength, he could not help but stagger, his form becoming significantly more ethereal. However, seizing this thrust, he swiftly appeared before the Imperial-grade Seed Dan, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. With the Imperial-grade Seed Dan in hand, Su Wu Tunyan burst into laughter. Simultaneously, within the combat circle, the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan, including Hun Su Zi and numerous elite Soul Clan warriors, quickly disengaged from their opponents and encircled Su Wu Tunyan protectively. Hand over the Imperial-grade Seed Dan. In your current state, you cannot safeguard it. Gu Yuan said darkly, his gaze fixed on Su Wu Tunyan. As Gu Yuan's words fell, a spatial rift appeared beside Su Wu Tunyan, revealing the disheveled form of Hun Tian Di, who suppressed his excitement and mockingly addressed Gu Yuan. Do you truly believe that is possible? Chapter 226. Escape. Gu Yuan glared grimly at Hun Tian Di and Su Wu Tunyan, his fists clenched, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. I'm only afraid that you may have the life to obtain it, yet not the life to use it. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Ji Kuan, with a frosty demeanor, approached them slowly. You seek the Imperial-grade Seed Dan? Hun Tian Di wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at the resplendent orb within the Transformation Dan ring, which shimmered like the Milky Way, seemingly condensed with the energy of heaven and earth. Fixated on the magnificent orb, an eerie smile crept across Hun Tian Di's face. And then boom, a thunderous sound resonated from a distant realm, shaking the continent of Dou Qi. The combatants in the ancient emperor's cave paused, their expressions shifting. As they looked up, their faces transforming dramatically upon witnessing a towering beam of light shooting into the sky, as though the heavens themselves had split open. Beyond the void, a multitude of black meteors, radiating a destructive brilliance, descended from above. A torrent of demonic energy descended upon them. Boom. Countless meteoric streams struck heavily against the ground, the shockwaves obliterating the continuous mountain ranges. What is that? A natural phenomenon. Could it be that some extraordinary treasure has emerged? The immense commotion drew the attention of those living nearby, igniting a spark of greed in some, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they rushed towards the site of the meteor's descent. Do the ants of the lower realms rush in such haste to meet their demise? Yet, as their figures stirred, an ominous and chilling voice echoed, warping the very fabric of space. A shadowy claw materialized from thin air, ensnaring a figure within its grasp. Bang! Before any resistance could be mounted, the claw tightened, causing the space to rupture, and blood gushed forth. Those who arrived later, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt their hearts clench in terror, overwhelmed by the malevolent aura emanating from the shadow, prompting them to scream in fright and flee, their bodies dispersing into countless phantoms. This was no alluring treasure, but rather a harbinger of death, fresh prey for the infernal. Did they believe they could escape the clutches of my kin? Observing this, the shadow could not help but curl its lips into a cruel smile, echoed by a chorus of sinister laughter from behind. Young ones, unleash your fury. For the glory of our clan, taint this land without restraint. Ha ha ha, such a filthy world deserves to be stained with our essence. Let us purify them. As waves of piercing laughter resounded, countless demonic lights flickered across the land, and shadows began to surge forth like a tempest towards the horizon. Suddenly, the heavens trembled for an instant. Gazing into the distance, a dark line emerged at the edge of the sky, rapidly expanding. Within mere minutes, it transformed into an endless sea of figures, encroaching upon the continent of Dou Qi. In just a brief span, The outer malevolent tribe imparted a grim lesson to the inhabitants of Dou Qi. The outer malevolent tribe had long been engaged in battle with the denizens of the myriad worlds, their energies fundamentally aligned. However, to the practitioners of the lower realms, this created a lethal suppression. Even after the outer malevolent tribe infiltrated Dou Qi, the spirit of the plane unleashed a frenzied restraint upon them. Yet they remained ferocious and relentless. Their sweeping shadows descended like a plague of locusts, the malevolent energy soaring as if to reshape the very world itself. In a short time, the northern continent of Dou Qi fell entirely, where fierce battles erupted across the vast expanse, shadows howling and spiritual lights flashing, resembling a grand display of fireworks. Yet, this resplendent spectacle was forged in blood. Despite the fierce counterattacks from the northern continent's inhabitants, they could not halt the march of slaughter, for the most formidable warriors of Dou Qi had congregated within the ancient emperor's cave, leaving no equals to stand against the enemy. The front lines advanced with astonishing speed. From a high vantage point, one would observe their rapid approach toward the central region. The outer malevolent tribe had commenced their assault. How could this be? Hadn't Xiao Yan claimed there was still half a month's time left? Even today, only half that period had passed. How could this happen? Was this truly the might of the outer malevolent tribe? Indeed brutal. Could we withstand their onslaught? Within the ancient imperial cave, the gathered individuals, employing their respective abilities, beheld the current state of the Dou Qi Continent, their expressions betraying astonishment, fear, and confusion. Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, do you intend to continue this conflict? Soul Emperor inquired, his gaze momentarily flickering with surprise as he observed the overwhelming shadows of evil. Grasping the imperial nascent Dan tightly in his palm, he addressed the two with a solemn tone. You are now fully aware of the situation. The strength of the extraterrestrial evil clan is formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, I remain a citizen of the Dou Qi Continent. Now that the imperial nascent Dan is in my possession, it would be prudent for me to ascend to emperor. Otherwise, none of us shall survive this calamity. Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's words, Gu Yuan could not suppress a cold laugh. Do you truly believe that once you become emperor, you will spare us? He retorted. Why engage in such futile discourse? Your ascension might guide the Dou Qi Continent through this crisis, yet I too could lead us to salvation. Why should I place my hopes in you? Hand over the imperial nascent Dan. As Gu Yuan's words fell, Zhu Kuan, visibly irked, let out a mocking laugh and, in the next instant, transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Soul Emperor. Not to be outdone, Gu Yuan propelled himself forward, determined to strike at the Soul Emperor. Witnessing this turn of events, the void-devouring flame and the 4 demonic saints of the Soul Clan braced themselves for the impending confrontation. You leave me no choice. The Soul Emperor's face contorted into a strange smile as he fixated on the resplendent orb in his palm, letting out a regretful sigh. Nothing is ever flawless. I had hoped to fully refine the Imperial Dan before utilizing it for your perfect breakthrough, but it seems that is no longer feasible. However, Xiaoxian, in the end, this struggle is mine to win. You are inferior to me. With a maniacal laugh, the Soul Emperor, amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the dazzling orb just as Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan were about to reach him. The Imperial nascent Dan was thus ingested by the Soul Emperor without a moment's preparation. Pills of the 9th grade and above typically required accompanying auxiliary herbs for safe consumption and effective refinement of their formidable energies. The disparity between the Imperial nascent Dan and 9th grade pills was akin to that between heaven and earth. If 9th grade pills necessitated such caution, one could only imagine the peril inherent in an Imperial one. This reckless act left the onlookers in a state of shock, for it seemed the Soul Emperor was courting his own destruction. This man has lost his mind, Zhu Kuan murmured, his eyes twitching slightly as he materialized beside the scene. Despite having devised a plan to ensure the Soul Emperor obtained the Imperial nascent Dan, witnessing such a frenzied consumption left Zhu Kuan momentarily dumbfounded. Though merely an Imperial nascent Dan, the energy it contained was overwhelmingly potent. A single misstep could lead to the catastrophic rupture of one's body or even soul. The Soul Emperor's actions indeed bore the hallmarks of a desperate gamble. It was only at this moment that Zhu Kuan truly recognized the formidable prowess of the Soul Emperor, a figure of unparalleled ambition. Suddenly, the Soul Emperor's actions caught everyone off guard. Even the Void Devourer standing behind him changed expression, his gaze darkening slightly. Who wouldn't desire the Imperial-grade embryo pill? However, he never anticipated that the Soul Emperor would recklessly consume it in one gulp. Fool. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan's expression also darkened, a surge of intense killing intent swirling in his eyes as he coldly declared, Soul Emperor, you seek death. Seek death? Perhaps not. In response, the Soul Emperor threw his head back and laughed heartily, his smile taking on a somewhat sinister quality. At that moment, Radiant light began to emanate from his body, and the injuries inflicted by Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan in their joint assault were instantaneously healed. Waves of alarming energy fluctuations gradually seeped from within him. Upon sensing the sudden surge of overwhelming aura emanating from the Soul Emperor, Gu Yuan's countenance changed. It's merely the transient eruption of the imperial-grade embryo pill. I shall see whether you perish first or I. Zhu Kuan's gaze flickered. Yet he remained composed as he spoke in a deep voice. Almost instinctively, he surged through the skies toward the Soul Emperor. Haha, you are no match for me now. Seeing Zhu Kuan charging at him, the Soul Emperor was unfazed, laughing loudly as he clenched his fists and suddenly unleashed a devastating blow. Boom. With the force of the Soul Emperor's fists, the sky was violently torn, creating two massive vacuum zones thousands of feet wide. Perceiving the terrifying gale that had suddenly intensified, Zhu Kuan's expression remained unchanged. A luminous white light surged once more in his palm as he retaliated fiercely. Boom. In an instant, two deafening booms erupted in the heavens above. A fearsome storm of destruction exploded around the fists of the Soul Emperor and Zhu Kuan, sending them both staggering back several hundred feet. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan's expression darkened not only due to the Soul Emperor's drastically enhanced power from consuming the imperial-grade embryo pill, but also because Zhu Kuan still had hidden abilities. Void. Retreat. Realizing that Zhu Kuan possessed hidden strength capable of withstanding his attack, and with Gu Yuan watching keenly, the Soul Emperor maintained his composed demeanor as he spoke to the Void Devourer beside him. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. At that moment, Gu Yuan seized the opportunity to unleash a chilling roar, his overwhelming fighting spirit surging forth in a frenzied assault toward the Soul Emperor. However, facing Gu Yuan's onslaught, the Soul Emperor merely waved his arm, effortlessly deflecting the entire barrage. Then, he traced a finger through the air beside him, causing a rift in space to manifest. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, sending terrifying torrents of fighting spirit that pierced the void, relentlessly crashing against the Soul Emperor's defensive barrier, causing ripples to erupt. In response, the Soul Emperor chose to ignore the situation. With a swift motion of his hand, he forcibly summoned the powerful members of the Soul Clan, casting them into the rift in space. Ancient Yuan, in this contest, I have ultimately triumphed. After accomplishing this, the Soul Emperor repelled Ancient Yuan with a single strike, then surveyed the crowd with a sinister smile. When I have thoroughly refined the Emperor-grade Chudan, it will herald the demise of the Ancient Clan, Thunder Clan, Medicine Clan, and Ancient Dragon Clan. Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's declaration, the expressions of the onlookers turned grim. Rest assured, I shall address the crisis of the Dou Qi Continent, for this is my homeland, and I cannot bear to see it fall into the hands of others. With these words, the Soul Emperor grasped the void-devouring flame and directed it towards the spatial rift. In a moment of panic, the void-devouring flame exclaimed, "What about mine?" However, before he could finish, he noticed the Soul Emperor's neck had opened several bloody fissures. Realizing that the latter could no longer continue the battle, reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and leaped into the rift. Boom. As they watched the retreating Soul Clan, the crowd, filled with dissatisfaction, unleashed their Dou Qi attacks towards the rift. Unfortunately, they were all thwarted by the now greatly enhanced Soul Emperor, who paid a heavy price for his defense, his body riddled with gaping wounds, blood gushing forth, staining him crimson in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, the Soul Emperor, along with the void-devouring flame, vanished in a flash from the Ancient Emperor's cave. Whoosh! Ancient Yuan swiftly appeared at the location of the spatial rift, his hand surging with formidable energy. He then tore forcefully, yet the space merely trembled without yielding any cracks. Damn it! Upon witnessing this, both Ancient Yuan and Zhu Kuan's faces darkened considerably. The stability of the Ancient Emperor's cave was too formidable. Even his strength could not affect it. By the time they returned the way they came to pursue, the Soul Emperor would likely have long vanished. Useless waste. Merely a hindrance. At that moment, Zhu Kuan's cold voice echoed, causing Ancient Yuan to glare fiercely at him, his eyes ablaze. Zhu Kuan disdainfully glanced at Ancient Yuan and addressed the crowd with a somber tone. This place now belongs to my Ancient Dragon Clan. You all may leave. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's domineering words, the expressions of the three clans and the members of the Dan Tower shifted dramatically. Although the most precious Emperor-grade Chudan had already been taken by the Soul Clan, numerous rare treasures remained, such as the over 100 volumes of heavenly-grade Dou techniques and methodologies. For any clan, this was a significant temptation. This place was sought out together. By what right does your clan claim it all? Among the crowd, Yao Dan glared at Zhu Kuan with a grim expression. The strength of the Medicine Clan paled in comparison to the Ancient Clan and Thunder Clan, compounded by the fact that the alchemists were not adept in combat. Having lost the majority of their experts in the war against the Soul Clan, Yao Dan, left empty-handed, was filled with resentment, although it seemed he had misdirected his anger. Chapter 2:27. Obtaining the Source of the Emperor. When did the 7 stars Dou Sheng dare to speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing Yao Dan's words, Zhu Kuan's expression immediately darkened, his voice dripping with cold malice. At this sight, Yao Dan abruptly ceased his speech, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Zhu Kuan's golden eyes. His heart felt as though it were being gripped by an iron hand, rendering him breathless. Noticing the peril, Gu Yuan silently cursed his luck. He swiftly moved towards Yao Dan, attempting to intervene with a powerful strike, but alas, he was a moment too late. Suddenly, the space surrounding Yao Dan erupted violently, and a claw, adorned with rugged dragon scales, emerged from within, aiming directly at Yao Dan's head. The destructive force contained within the claw's wind made Yao Dan feel as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Predecessor, please show mercy. Yao Dan, rendered almost senseless by the overwhelming pressure, failed to react. However, Xiaoyan, standing nearby, hastily called out, his spirit surging forth as an immense wave of soul power erupted from him. Instantly, a blazing pink flame permeated from his body, transforming him into a radiant figure reminiscent of exquisite pink crystal. Accompanied by the manifestation of the destruction fire body, Xiaoyan's aura surged dramatically. He then swiftly concentrated the flames in his palm, coalescing into an octochromatic fire lotus. Buzz! As the fire lotus took shape, waves of searing, destructive heat rapidly spread outward. In the next moment, Xiaoyan flicked his fingers, and the fire lotus, trailing a magnificent fire tail, shot towards Zhu Kuan's palm. Emperor Realm Soul? A chilling laugh echoed from Zhu Kuan, and with that, a glimmer of purple golden light coursed through the dragon claw, effortlessly shattering the destruction fire lotus. Though Xiaoyan's intervention was insufficient to withstand Zhu Kuan's might, it nonetheless bought Gu Yuan precious time. He swiftly positioned himself before Yao Dan, unleashing a colossal palm that collided fiercely with the formidable dragon claw. Boom! The two forces clashed violently, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of destruction that ominously spiraled towards Yao Dan. Crash! The terrifying power descended, and Yao Dan was predictably thrown to the ground of the ethereal fire square, his breath faint and his life hanging by a thread. Upon witnessing this, the clan leader and the members of the Yao clan cried out in despair, casting fearful glances at Zhu Kuan as they rushed towards Yao Dan. Is such behavior truly necessary, Your Excellency? Gu Yuan, visibly distressed, confronted Zhu Kuan, his dissatisfaction evident. I have spoken. Either leave or perish. Zhu Kuan's expression remained frosty as he surveyed the crowd, his words laced with relentless malice. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's declaration, Gu Yuan's expression soured. Yet, as he gazed at Zhu Kuan, he sensed a chilling aura concealed within the latter's being, causing him to hesitate. Gu Yuan, the Soul Emperor cannot be overlooked. If he refines the Emperor-grade Chao Dan, it will be too late. Furthermore, those beings are advancing towards Zhongzhou. At that moment, Lei Ying approached Gu Yuan, casting a wary glance at Zhu Kuan and his companions, speaking in a grave tone. Indeed, upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of the three clans instantly altered, and the members of the Dan Tower Alliance exhibited palpable anxiety. The Imperial clan at least had an ancient realm to sustain their existence, their power firmly rooted in the central continent. How could their leaders, present in this place, remain unperturbed? Perhaps we should charge into the Soul Realm and test our fortune, subsequently amassing a grand army to confront those extraterrestrial races in the central continent. Lei Ying declared with a fierce countenance. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. In this dire situation, there seemed to be no alternative. To remain passive would surely lead to a fate akin to that of the Yin clan and others. Xiaoyan observed this scene, inwardly sighing, casting a regretful glance at the ancient statue of the Tua Shi ancient emperor in the center. Ever since his arrival, he had felt an inexplicable allure emanating from that figure, yet had found no opportunity to investigate it. Now, it appeared that it was ultimately beyond his reach. Perhaps, due to the Emperor Dan's influence, he had not yet departed from the Soul Realm. Gu Yuan, having listened to the opinions of the others, felt a sense of relief wash over him, nodding and speaking aloud. The faces of the assembly betrayed their concerns. This hope seemed rather tenuous. However, they all understood that once the Soul Emperor broke through to the Dou Emperor level, there would be no force capable of restraining him in this world. Given his vindictive nature, all their factions would undoubtedly face catastrophic retribution. Regardless of the circumstances, we must immediately dispatch troops to the Soul Realm. We cannot allow the Soul Emperor the opportunity to refine the Emperor-grade Nestling Pill. As long as we deny him the time to do so, He shall be overwhelmed by the power of the Emperor-grade nestling pill without our intervention. Gu Yuan inhaled deeply, speaking with gravity. At this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Once a decision was made, they cast a glance at the members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan before turning to soar toward the spatial passage. Observing their departure, Zhu Kuan finally relaxed, taking several deep breaths. Despite his earlier imposing demeanor, comparable to that of the Emperor-grade nestling pill, it was merely a facade supported by the power retained within him from the Qingming Tower. However, wielding such immense power was a burden for him. Had it not been for the formidable physique of the Tai Su ancient dragon, he might have been overwhelmed by the surging energy within. Your Majesty, Zhu Ming, most attuned to Zhu Kuan's feelings, expressed concern. It's nothing. I just need a moment to recuperate. Zhu Kuan waved his hand dismissively and unperturbed, descended toward the infernal fire plaza. Approaching the statue of the Dou Qi ancient emperor, Zhu Kuan could not help but call out, "Youngster, they have departed. There is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer." As his voice fell, the seemingly unremarkable statue appeared to shatter, intricate webs of cracks manifesting upon its surface, ultimately disintegrating entirely before the astonished gazes of Zhu Kuan and the others. Strangely, the statue itself remained intact, yet it was no longer ordinary. The towering figure, reaching thousands of feet, began to emanate peculiar waves, as if ripples were propagating outward. At that moment, 5 figures materialized from thin air. As though they had always been present, it was none other than Jiang Yun and Ziyin, accompanied by 3 others. What just transpired was merely an illusion, a mirage so profound that even the soul of the Emperor realm could not perceive it. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly create immense waves. At this moment, a fissure appeared in the chest of the stone statue, from which a gentle radiance began to emanate, yearning to expand outward. Jiang Yun, however, held one hand above, containing that soft light within the confines of the statue's chest. Father, uncle, noticing Zhu Kuan, Ziyin, and Medusa and nodding in acknowledgement. He then cast his gaze towards Jiang Yun's silhouette. What is the situation? Zhu Kuan inquired in a deep voice, observing Jiang Yun's back with keen interest. It's already successful, Jiang Yun replied, turning to nod at Zhu Kuan. As the final seal of his hand fell, a black and white fire mark completely forced the gentle light back into the statue's chest. Subsequently, the statue settled into a tranquil state, unlike its earlier commotion. This old relic, having guarded him for so many years, has truly offered me no opportunity, Zhu Kuan exclaimed in frustration, gazing at the now calm statue. Uncle, Dou Qi ancient emperor is an emperor of foreign flames. His ascension to power was greatly aided by the miraculous technique known as the burning art, which enabled him to consume numerous foreign flame emperors. Currently, only Shaoyan practices this technique on the Dou Qi Continent, and naturally, the ancient emperor's legacy favors him, Jiang Yun remarked, withdrawing his hand while smiling at Zhu Kuan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan could not help but smirk, and then considering the present circumstances, he looked at Jiang Yun with excitement, saying, what does it matter if he seeks a successor to practice the same technique? In the face of absolute power, he will have no choice but to obediently comply with our arrangements. Shaoyun, are you about to enter and break through to the Dou Emperor now? Ziyin asked, her gentle eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Yun. There's no rush, Jiang Yun replied, smiling softly at the eager Ziyin and gently shaking his head. He then turned to Zhu Kuan, saying, Uncle, the foreign evil clan is invading the Dou Qi Continent. The beast clan cannot remain idle. I just happen to want to test the strength of the people from the upper realm. Zhu Kuan's face broke into a cold smile upon hearing this. At this moment, the spirit of the dimension was fully revived, assisting the Dou Qi Continent in combating the invading foreign evil clan. Practitioners would reap tremendous benefits, and the previously insurmountable bottlenecks would become significantly easier to overcome, presenting rare opportunities that the ancient dragon clan could not afford to miss. Naturally, let the young ones forge the illustrious name of our Tai Su ancient dragon clan amidst blood and fire. With a mighty roar from Zhu Kuan, cheers erupted from the Tai Su ancient dragons behind him. Zhu Kuan laughed heartily, nodding at Jiang Yun, before leading the powerful members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan across the void. Once everyone departed, only Jiang Yun, Ziyin, Medusa, Qing Lin, and Shao Yixian remained. Gazing at the stone statue ahead, Jiang Yun turned to the 4 women and said, Do not worry, I will emerge from my seclusion shortly, and then I shall take you to witness the wonders of the vast world. The fragrant words exchanged between the 4 maidens sparkled in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Yun, who gently responded with a light laugh. With a determined step, she ventured directly into the stone cavity at the heart of the statue. Amidst the chilling winds of the mountains, the forces of the alliance filled the landscape. While Gu Yuan and his companions stood before the ruins of a massive gate, their expressions tinged with unease. In these remnants, faint remnants of spatial fluctuations could still be sensed. The passage leading to the realm of souls had been utterly destroyed. Gu Yuan's countenance darkened as he surveyed the group, then spoke again. Moreover, my reconnaissance indicates that the realm of the soul has been concealed. It seems they have long been prepared. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned grave, as the current situation was unexpectedly dire. The Soul Clan had completely hidden their space, making it impossible for even Gu Yuan to ascertain their location in the immediate term. We have dispatched individuals to explore other spatial passages to the realm of souls. Laying stated heavily. Gu Yuan shook his head slightly. Since the Soul Clan had been prepared, they clearly would not leave any critical vulnerabilities. Their army was approaching, yet they could not find a point of entry, rendering this operation a failure. What shall we do now? Gu Lai inquired after a moment's silence, his voice somewhat hoarse. For now, we should investigate those outer realm races. They are not to be underestimated, Xiao Yin replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his expression heavy with concern. The group followed his gaze towards the darkened sky, which loomed like a ravenous beast, exuding a chilling aura. The outer evil races regard us as easy prey, intent on seizing our territory. We shall inform them that awaiting them are only blades and swords, blood and fire. Feeling the suffocating anger of the army, Xiao Yin slowly stepped forward, his resolute gaze sweeping across every individual present. His deep voice resonated, echoing encouragement that ignited the passions within each heart, instantly elevating the previously low morale. On the continent of fighting spirit, the northern lands, suddenly, the void was rent apart, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth like a storm, followed by the resounding roar of demons as countless shadows erupted from the breach. On the continent, innumerable figures soared into the sky, their eyes wide with fear at the sudden emergence of the demonic horde. Kill! Let this inferior realm run red with blood. The cruel battle cries echoed, and the swarming demonic shadows descended like locusts. Stand against them. Behind us lies our homeland, and we must not allow these monsters to breach our defenses. Shouts of defiance erupted from the earth as all the powerful beings of the northern continent surged forth, their fighting spirit surging. In this moment, the various factions on the continent of fighting spirit set aside their past grievances and united against the common foe. The ground trembled with the sound of their resolve. The formidable clash of the two sides erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wave of chaos across the northern expanse of the Dou Qi Continent. Suddenly, from the horizon, the earth seemed to tremble as a dark line emerged, rapidly expanding, revealing a multitude of colossal magical beasts that filled the eye. They surged forth like a terrifying ocean, stretching to the very limits of vision, accompanied by the ferocious roars that resounded like thunder throughout the realm. An endless cacophony of beastly howls resonated, the momentum of countless warriors converging, overshadowing the sky and dispersing the clouds above. What was this? Reinforcements. A multitude of magical beasts, the allies of their kind, had arrived. Ha ha. Even the magical beasts dare to intervene. You monstrous fiends shall not obliterate our homeland. In the battlefield, the retreating populace, upon witnessing the endless shadows of beasts, felt their spirits surge, frantically charging toward the phantoms. Chapter 228, The Standoff of Armies. Mere beasts? They dare to impede our advance. Sons, the hunt begins. As the tide of magical beasts approached, the malevolent extraterrestrial forces were not filled with fear, but rather erupted in raucous laughter that echoed across the heavens and the earth. Shadows of immense proportions emerged from the throng, their blood-red eyes gleaming with greed, savagery, and ferocity, amplifying every wicked thought, devoid of any trace of benevolence. Resembling a collection of all worldly negativity, these dark figures were enveloped in black flames, a pervasive aura of malevolence wafting through the air, akin to the inferno of demons, capable of reducing all living beings to ashes. With the emergence of these shadows, the rampant evil energy surged even more wildly, transforming into a tempest of darkness and chaos. Following the appearance of these shadows, a cacophony of ghastly howls ensued, as more and more of the demonic race materialized. Though smaller in stature and presence, their numbers were overwhelming, forming elite squads that erupted in mockery and maniacal laughter. Under the leadership of the Battle Saint, a significant portion of the team swiftly diverged, darting toward the magical beast clan. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as the amassed forces and resolute battle spirit surged forth, a spectacle that could instill fear in the hearts of any onlooker. Leading the charge was Xian, clad in resplendent purple-golden armor, her gaze fixed upon the pervasive malevolence in the air. In her striking purple-golden eyes, a rare seriousness emerged. She sensed an oppressive force, the suppression of higher-level energy over lower-level energy, akin to the fleeting experience she had with spiritual energy, a resonance of energy at the same level. Perhaps even stronger. Stop. In the heart of the formation, Xian, surveying the overwhelming shadows of darkness, felt a chilling intensity in her eyes. Her commanding voice resonating through the ranks. Form the array, sweep away the demonic energy. Yes, countless resounding shouts immediately echoed in response. And then numerous Taishu ancient dragons soared into the sky from behind, flanked by the Tianyao Phoenix clan on either side. In the distance, a multitude of formidable magical beasts stood in perfect formation. Waves of vast fighting spirit surged forth, propelled by Xian's command, plunging directly into the shroud of black mist. As the energy passed through, the previously darkened sky began to regain some of its original hue, becoming clearer. Xian, the supreme magical beast of the magical realm, possessed not only an unparalleled bloodline, but also the ability to command the powers of all races within the magical world, maximizing the strength of all. Boom! A torrent of fighting spirit erupted, radiating a brilliant purple-gold light, which ultimately transformed into a colossal golden dragon that appeared above the heavens. Kill! Within the cold, majestic dragon's eyes, the endless shadows of demons were reflected, and a chilling voice emanated from Xian's dragon mouth, resonating throughout the world, instilling a sense of dread akin to having a blade poised at one's throat. Roar! Upon hearing Xian's command, the magical beast army behind her immediately let out a fervent roar and charged towards the demonic shadows. The True Dragon Clan, the leading shadow of the outer evil tribe, upon sighting Xian, let out a voice filled with astonishment, followed by a cold tone as it scrutinized her figure. Kik. To think there exists such a powerful bloodline of the true dragon in the lower realms, searching for a true dragon and a 9-colored devouring python within our clan. Could they possibly be from this place? How fortuitous. Which tribe of the outer evil clan do you hail from? The Golden Dragon, clad in a snug purple-gold battle armor that accentuated her exquisite figure, gradually revealed herself. The armor was not cumbersome. Rather, it clung closely to her graceful form, outlining her enchanting and sensual curves. The hem of her skirt fluttered as if alive, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. Her elongated figure complemented by cascading purple hair like a waterfall. Amidst a subtle allure lay a chilling intensity that pierced to the bone. In this moment, Xian resembled an invincible goddess of war, wielding a dark golden spear, her icy gaze fixated on the fiery shadow before her. Upon hearing Xian's inquiry, the shadow's eyes flickered, and then a hint of arrogance colored his tone as he replied with a smirk. You actually know of my clan's origins. It seems you truly are that true dragon. Listen well, I hail from the great Fire Evil clan, and my name is Bertril. Fire Evil clan, a lesser-known race. Xian shook her head gently, replying softly. I have been informed by Jiang Yuan about the 32 major races of the outer evil clans, and there is no mention of the Fire Evil clan, thus revealing her demeanor. A low, furious laughter erupted from Bertril, his crimson eyes growing increasingly ferocious as he sneered. I shall tear apart this ignorant woman. Kill. The shadows of demons surged, their sinister sounds rampant. A terrifying malevolence erupted from Bertlier's being, the chilling winds wreaking havoc. As the nefarious energy sought to re-establish its presence on the continent of Dou Qi, relentlessly contaminating the land, as if to transform it into a realm of darkness. A great rift tore open in the heavens, reminiscent of the collapse of the world, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Emerging from this rift was a demonic figure, adorned with horns and crowned in flames, its grotesque visage twisted into a malicious grin, its powerful arms stretched wide, further widening the rift, reminiscent of a hellish fiend returning to the mortal realm. Infernal flames surged forth, an endless tide of malevolence coalescing into a pitch-black fire that coiled around its colossal form. This dark flame, imbued with an aura of repulsion, seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, poised to obliterate the very fabric of existence. With a thunderous crash, a colossal hand descended towards Xian, casting a shadow that instilled dread. As the demonic claw approached, Xian's eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance, and in an instant, a dreadful sonic wave erupted from her lips. The wave shattered the very fabric of space, dimming even the dark flames momentarily. An intriguing attack, Bertlier remarked with a light chuckle, and in the next moment, an indescribable horror surged forth from within him. His hand shot out, tearing through the air, and two profoundly deep beams of black light surged towards Xian, intent on rending her apart. Unfazed, Xian met the attack head-on, sweeping her spear forth to clash directly with Bertlier's assault. The collision reverberated like thunder, shattering the black light, and forcing Bertlier to stagger back several paces. Astonishment etched in his features. He had never imagined he would suffer a setback at the hands of a practitioner from a lower realm. With a swift whoosh, Xian seized the moment, refusing to grant her opponent respite. Her wings unfurled behind her, crackling with the sound of wind and thunder as she soared towards Bertlier like a shooting star. Supreme Dragon Phoenix, slash! She cried, her right hand morphing into a dragon's claw, an exquisite chill illuminating the world around her. The temperature of the northern continent, which had risen due to the invasion of the Fire Evil clan, plummeted once more. With a resounding crack, arcs of energy sliced through the air, sweeping in graceful crescendos, one strike aimed at the heavens, the other plunging into the depths of the underworld. This strike held the potential to cleave even the Holy Pill City in two. As the attack was unleashed, it proved unstoppable, with blood spraying forth like a torrential rain. A massive gash appearing upon Bertlier's chest. The falling blood transformed instantly into the black flames of malevolence, as if a rain of fire had descended. A pained wail escaped his lips, yet before he could utter any threats, a colossal tail emerged from the void, shattering him into countless fragments. I can handle this on my own. According to Xiaoyan, you are merely trying to steal my kill. As I beheld the colossal figure of Bertlier vanish, leaving behind only a swirling mass of inky flames, a moment later, a hand as white as jade clasped it within its grasp. Xian, with a hint of dissatisfaction, pouted slightly. The palm, imbued with the radiant hues of a nine-colored light, swiftly extinguished the black flames of Bertlier, and upon feeling the surge of energy within her, Medusa finally turned her gaze to Xian, chuckling softly. Very well, the mightier adversaries have yet to make their move. Let us refrain from inflicting excessive casualties upon the Dou Qi Continent. Understood, Xian replied, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of solemnity as she cast a grave look at the dark fissure in space, speaking in a low tone. Subsequently, the two women unleashed their full might, charging towards the fiery army of the Fire Evil clan on the northern battlefield. With the formidable presence of Medusa and Xian joining the fray, the advance of the Fire Evil clan was abruptly hindered, even facing a counterpush. However, this momentum was swiftly curtailed, for a troublesome figure had arrived on the battlefield. I never anticipated that in this humble lower realm, the nine-colored devouring python and the true dragon clan would manifest. Initially, I thought little of this news, yet it turns out to be true. How fortuitous. Suddenly, an aura of malevolence coalesced in the battlefield as a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged. Observing the carnage wrought by Xian and Medusa, he smiled faintly, his gentle voice resonating throughout the expanse of the battlefield. This newcomer was Leighton, whose power equated to the pinnacle of Earth's sovereigns. Upon arriving in the Dou Qi Continent, even under restraint, he could summon the terrifying might of a nine-star Dou Saint, nearing the threshold of a half-emperor. The appearance of Leighton immediately aroused the vigilance of Xian and Medusa. As their beautiful eyes fell upon him, a weighty seriousness washed over their expressions. They sensed a pressure from Leighton that surpassed even that of Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and Han Tiandi, a formidable opponent. The two exchanged glances, swiftly reaching a consensus. Who are you? Xian demanded, shattering an incoming shadowy figure with a thrust of her spear, her gaze fixed on Leighton with an air of indifference. I am Leighton, the leader of this legion, he replied with a smile, as though engaging in casual conversation. It is I who discovered this continent. It's you. The pupils of the two women constricted sharply as they regarded Leighton with solemnity. You filthy wretch, it would be best for you to vacate this realm. It does not belong to your kind. At that moment, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed from afar, accompanied by a furious roar. Upon focusing their gaze, they discerned countless flickering lights soaring from the direction of the central continent, a vast army descending upon the northern continent. The powerful shout had emanated from Liang. With the arrival of the multitude, the members of the Dan Tower and the disciples of Yao Chen finally began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yao Chen leaned closer to Xiao Yan, exclaiming in astonishment, Little Yan, the girl accompanying Jiang Yun is actually the Dragon Empress of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. The teacher, it appears. That woman must be the infamous Queen Medusa. Who would have thought she could evolve into the nine-colored devouring python? Truly astonishing. Xiao Yan gazed at Medusa and Xian. A sense of awe reflected in his eyes. To his surprise, he encountered a fellow countryman here. Xiao Yan hailed from the Gamma Empire. And although Medusa was the queen of the serpent race, she resided adjacent to the Gamma Empire. They could be considered natives of the same region. It is remarkable that such a small empire has produced two of the continent's top powerhouses, a testament to its fortuitous destiny. However, where is Jiang Yun? After scanning the area, Xian Kongzi found no trace of the person he wished to see and inquired with confusion. He must be in seclusion. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered as he recalled the formidable presence of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan in the ancient emperor's cave. Perhaps Jiang Yun had gained some benefits from that encounter and was currently in seclusion. The man he had chased throughout his life would likely surprise everyone upon his next appearance. Leiden showed no concern for the arrival of the army. He smiled, gazing at the chaotic battlefield around him, and said, "Return? That is out of the question. This continent is remarkable, giving rise to such powerful beings as yourselves. It seems that the essence of this realm is indeed present. Such a treasure is within reach. How could we simply withdraw?" Since he did not wish to retreat, "Then let us all remain." Gu Yuan fixed his gaze on Leiden, stepping forward through the void, his tone icy. "Just you?" Leiden scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Laughter echoed beside him, as dark mist swirled, revealing several figures. One of them, exuding an aura equal to Leiden's, spoke with a menacing glare. "You foolish mortals are fortunate to bask in the glory of my kin. So, we should be grateful for your invasion then?" Zhu Kuan's figure emerged slowly beside Ziyan, a cold smirk on his face. Upon seeing the silently appearing Zhu Kuan, Gu Yuan and the others were taken aback, their estimation of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan rising another level. Zhu Kuan nodded in acknowledgement to Gu Yuan. At this moment, they were no longer enemies but comrades engaged in battle. At this moment, both armies gathered in this place, dividing the sky in two, a chilling atmosphere enveloping their respective camps. Chapter 229, The Battle Between Heaven and Earth. In truth, you need not resist us so vehemently. After all, your fate was sealed upon our arrival. Leiden observed the cold gazes of the warriors from the Dou Qi Continent, chuckling lightly while speaking nonchalantly. "Our destiny is determined by ourselves. No one else shall interfere." Xiao Yin took a few steps forward, unfazed by the bloodthirsty stares of the Fire Evil clan. His demeanor calm and composed as he spoke. What audacity! A powerful warrior of the Fire Evil clan behind Leiden spoke ominously, their eyes sharp as blades, scanning Xiao Yin with a fierce and menacing expression. "Your Highness Leiden, why waste words on these dying souls? Let us strike together and slay them, so that this realm's blood and flesh remain for us to harvest." Their ferocious gazes swept over the multitude of formidable warriors from the continent of Dou Qi, and they sneered, "Kill." Upon hearing this, Leighton nodded, his expression gradually turning cold and merciless. A chilling voice escaped his lips, and in the next moment, an explosive sound reverberated. Countless crimson flames soared into the sky from the powerful members of the Fire Evil clan behind Leighton, creating a magnificent spectacle that shook the very heavens and earth, with blood-red waves of heat howling. The army listened to the command. "Behind us lies our homeland. They seek to enslave our kin and descendants. Tell me, can we acquiesce? No, we cannot. No, we cannot." From the side of the continent of Dou Qi, Medusa grasped her long sword and swung it fiercely. "If you wish to protect those you cherish, then let us fight." At that moment, Medusa resembled a goddess of war, shining brilliantly in the eyes of the crowd. Upon hearing her melodious call, countless eyes glowed with fervor, and they roared in unison. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The earth-shattering sounds swept forth like a hurricane, with the survivors from the northern continent being the most fervent. They were the very witnesses of this calamity, feeling the weight of it deeply. Boom! At that moment, the coalition surged forth with a tremendous force, a torrent of Dou Qi sweeping out like a tidal wave, forming battle formations, their eyes ablaze as they charged towards the outer evil clan. "Kill!" A sharp, piercing wail erupted from the ranks of the Fire Evil clan. A surge of demonic energy rampant, as countless shadowy figures surged forth, colliding directly with the flood of the coalition. Bang! Two seemingly endless torrents clashed violently, causing the northern continent to tremble. In the heavens and earth, Dou Qi, evil energy, and madness converged in a fierce charge. Blood almost instantly drenched the ground. The scent of carnage and the cacophony of battle echoed through the air, causing the setting sun to tremble and retreat into the clouds. "I shall meet you, you grotesque creatures." Zhu Kuan laughed heartily, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that pierced through the void, hurtling towards Leighton and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Leighton waved his sleeve, and an evil energy barrier emerged, encasing everyone within its protection. Boom! The tidal wave of energy crashed heavily against the evil energy barrier, sending splashes flying, as the terrifying force threatened to rend the very fabric of the sky. Observing this, the powerful members of the Fire Evil clan beside Leighton wore sinister smiles, and in the next instant, they surged towards Zhu Kuan with a fierce howl. They struck together, a display that could only be described as earth-shattering. Though they mocked the strength of the warriors from the continent of Dou Qi, their hearts remained cautious, not daring to give Zhu Kuan an opportunity to counterattack, and they initiated their assault with lethal intent. Ancient dragon-rending claw. Zhu Kuan gazed upon the approaching multitude, his body shimmering with argent light. In an instant, he ascended above several individuals, and a brilliant explosion of purple-gold radiance erupted. With a thunderous clap, Zhu Kuan unleashed a claw, transforming the purple-gold energy in the sky into a colossal dragon, roaring as it tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the crowd below. Indeed, he possessed considerable prowess. However, it was far from sufficient. Lydon observed Zhu Quan's assault from the heavens and, with a subtle smile, extended his alabaster hands, swiftly tearing through the air. Two profoundly deep beams of black light materialized, directly rending the purple-gold dragon asunder. Simultaneously, a glimmer of ruthless intent flickered in the eyes of the Fire Demon clan's formidable warriors below. In the next moment, a deluge of crimson flames converged, morphing into a gigantic, shadowy fiery hand that aimed to seize Zhu Quan with a single, overwhelming strike. Ha ha ha, brother Zhu Quan, I come to assist you. At that moment, a booming laughter resonated as Guiyuan rapidly approached Zhu Quan, his hands swiftly forming seals. In an instant, the vast energies of the universe coalesced in the air, manifesting as an ancient mirror that obscured the heavens. Its surface shimmered with flowing light, and then a massive pillar of radiance erupted forth. Boom! The terrifying energies of both sides collided, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending ripples of energy that obliterated the towering mountains surrounding them. As numerous powerful beings descended into the fray, this celestial battle reached its most intense crescendo. The skies and the earth were engulfed by the battlefield, now nearly entirely severed from each other. The ground beneath had long been scorched by the infernal heat, molten lava surging forth from the depths, creating lakes of fire. The fierce fighting spirit surged amidst countless clashes, causing the molten sea below to erupt in massive columns of lava reaching hundreds of feet into the air. The sky resembled a colossal meat grinder, as both sides' formidable warriors fell, bloodied, into the molten abyss, consumed by the searing heat, and turned to ash. Such a terrifying wave of energy rippled across the entirety of the northern continent, even reaching the distant lands of Central State and the northwestern continent, where anxious gazes were cast towards that far-off direction. Who would have thought that in this humble lower realm, alongside the nine-colored devouring serpent and the dragon clan, there exists a talent like you among the human race? Remarked a supreme being from the Fire Demon clan, gazing at Xiao Yan with a faint smile. Xiao Yan cast a cold glance in his direction, clearly devoid of any inclination for idle chatter. With a tremor of his form, he unleashed the destruction fire body, his physique swiftly becoming crystalline and translucent, while his aura intensified with ferocity and sharpness. With a sweeping gesture, he struck down towards his adversary, his fingers flickering in succession. Xiao Emperor's palm, annihilation finger, Buddha's wrath fire lotus. As his strength surged, Xiao Yan effortlessly wielded various heavenly stage combat techniques, reaching a realm of mastery with the formidable Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Though his prowess was formidable, his adversary was clearly no pushover. With a tremor in his body, viscous flames erupted from within, transforming into a colossal fiery shield adorned with a grotesque skull motif. Boom! Multiple combat techniques relentlessly struck the shield, the clash of two terrifying forces reverberating through the air. Xiao Yan's techniques were enhanced by the otherworldly fire, which, at that moment, emanated an immortal radiance, seemingly exerting a suppressive effect on the raging demonic flames. With a resounding bang, the demonic shield shattered after merely a few breaths, and the Fire Evil clan expert was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain peak, which erupted into fragments. However, from the debris, a black-red figure soared into the sky, standing aloft with a grim expression as he gazed at Xiao Yan in the distance, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Filled with doubt, he questioned whether he had truly encountered that legendary power. Regardless, he resolved, "You shall meet your demise today. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my clan." Shaking his head vigorously to regain composure, the Fire Evil clan expert clasped his hands together, his eyes ablaze with frenzied black-red flames, as if they would consume his very gaze. Buzz! Suddenly, the sky behind him trembled violently, flames swirling in a chaotic frenzy. Moments later, a massive black, demonic statue, towering tens of thousands of feet, materialized behind him. This statue, engulfed in a blood-like black-red fire, radiated an aura of boundless brutality and slaughter. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from this demonic figure. Is that the body of a Dou Emperor? The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle from afar, wore expressions of astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief at the resemblance to the legendary Dou Emperor's form. Yet, these enemies from the vast universe had not attained the level of a Dou Emperor. Could it be that they could manifest the Dou Emperor's body without undergoing the requisite cultivation? Xiao Yan, observing this scene, felt a slight tightening in his gaze. He had not anticipated the Outer Evil clan to be so formidable, their tactics truly astonishing. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned solemn as he regarded the colossal entity. With a series of hand seals, the earth abruptly cracked open, and boundless magma was forcibly drawn forth, ultimately coalescing into a torrent of crimson flames behind Xiaoyan, forming an ethereal gigantic body. Brilliant flames surged forth from Xiaoyan's every pore, coiling around this phantom like fiery dragons. The Supreme Law Body? Upon witnessing the dazzling flames enveloping Xiaoyan, the formidable warriors of the Fire Evil clan were momentarily taken aback, swiftly replaced by a derisive sneer. With your incongruous Supreme Body, how could you possibly withstand me? As the mocking words fell, a colossal shadow in the sky strode forth, delivering a devastating punch toward Xiaoyan. Instantly, the heavens shattered, an endless torrent of crimson flames surged forth, accompanied by an ominous gale of terrifying force. Humph! As the Soul Emperor launched a direct assault, Xiaoyan emitted a cold grunt, refusing to evade, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The resplendent fire dragon coiling around him propelled forth with the force of his strike. Bang! The two assaults collided with cataclysmic intensity, the resulting tempest obliterating numerous mountains below into mere dust. Boom! Boom! Above, Xiaoyan ultimately succumbed to the disparity in cultivation and form, his towering figure dimming rapidly. He staggered backward, each step causing vast stretches of space to erupt into a void of darkness. Having repelled Xiaoyan, a glint of icy malice flickered in the demon's eyes, and the dark energy surged once more. Die! A chilling command echoed, as a thick, sinister aura coalesced into a massive, demonic finger, crashing through the void towards the retreating Xiaoyan, intricate malevolent patterns glimmering at its tip. In the face of this terrifying digit, Xiaoyan remained composed, an ancient resonance emanating from within him. He grasped his palm, and the Xuanzhong materialized therein. With a powerful swing of the Xuanzhong, he struck downward. The strike appeared devoid of any force, as though it contained not an ounce of power. Crack! Yet, this seemingly feeble blow cleaved through the monstrous finger with brutal precision, leaving the onlookers aghast as they beheld the grotesque digit severed cleanly in two. Was that the power of the dimensional essence? The warriors of the Fire Evil clan, engaged in battle, turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and elation. The dimensional essence. Ha ha ha, the essence of this dimension has manifested. Boy, relinquish the dimensional essence. It is beyond your reach. Observing Xiaoyan wielding the power of the dimension, the warriors of the Fire Evil clan abandoned their adversaries and surged towards him, sensing the encroaching foes from all directions. Xiaoyan's countenance remained stoic, and a surge of chaotic light erupted from within him. As this chaotic brilliance expanded, the very fabric of the world seemed to resonate, an inexhaustible force of nature converging wildly around him. Kill! Brandishing the Xuanzhong, devoid of any embellishment, Xiaoyan charged forth with unmatched force towards the throngs of otherworldly evil beings. Soul Realm. At this juncture, the Soul Realm was transformed, unlike any previous day. Layers of protective formations enveloped the plaza within the spatial gate, a deluge of blood-red radiance forming a celestial canopy that shrouded the sky above. A blood moon hangs ominously in the sky, captivating the soul with its haunting presence. Its crimson glow bathes the surroundings in a deep scarlet hue, accompanied by a faint yet unsettling scent of blood that lingers in the air. Beneath this sanguine orb, a multitude of figures are gathered, led by the formidable Soul Emperor. He assesses the state of his inner being and, maintaining his gaze, inquires, "What is the situation outside?" In response to the Soul Emperor's inquiry, one of the 4 demonic saints of the Soul clan, Soul Mirror, casts a respectful glance at the Emperor's back and solemnly replies, "Patriarch, the outside world is facing a significant invasion by the otherworldly evil clan. The continent's most powerful factions are rushing to the front lines in support, and chaos reigns supreme." Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor's lips curl into a peculiar smile as he asks, "And how fares the battle?" The strength of the evil clan is indeed formidable. Guyu and the others are no match for them. The northern continent has completely fallen, and the flames of war are spreading towards Central State. Suddenly, a glimmer of ambition flashes in the Soul Emperor's eyes, and he declares, as a part of the Dou Qi Continent, "How could our Soul clan be absent from such a grand battle for the defense of the realm?" Chapter 230, The Price of Action. A colossal full moon hangs high in the heavens, resembling an immense ancient mirror, illuminating the night with the sight of countless corpses. A thunderous roar reverberates through the dark, spreading across the landscape, as the terrifying energy ripples distort the vision of all present, making it seem as if the stars themselves are on the verge of collapse. The stench of blood envelopes every inch of sight, and periodically, a flash of crimson light streaks across the scene, leaving behind a trail of devastation. With bodies strewn across the land and rivers of blood flowing freely. This is a true catastrophe. Kid, what is happening? The elemental power you wield appears to have weakened significantly. cackled the fiery adversaries battling Xiao Yin in the skies. More and more territory is being seized by our clan, and the spirit of the plane seems overwhelmed. When the spirit of the plane can no longer attend to you, it shall be your demise. Hearing their derisive laughter, Xiao Yin remains composed, wielding his profound, weighty measure, unleashing what seems to be an endless torrent of elemental power. However, compared to before, the strength contained within this attack has diminished considerably. Yet, heedless of this, Xiao Yin fiercely collides with the numerous formidable opponents of the Fire Evil clan. The terrifying clash erupts with a sound akin to colliding meteors, sending shockwaves that resonate throughout the atmosphere. The surrounding space buckles under the pressure, and the ground below trembles violently. With a thunderous roar, a towering demonic figure unleashes a deafening bellow, grasping a colossal blood-red staff, approximately 1,000 feet in height. From the inferno, with a ferocious swing, the staff is propelled forward, trailing a magnificent blood light as it hurtles towards Xiao Yin. Clang! However, a weighty staff enveloped in resplendent flames pierced through the fabric of space, resonating with the clang of metal. Amidst the shower of sparks, it repelled the fiery giant stick. Yet, in the very next moment, a menacing spear charged forth, trailing countless phantoms, relentlessly piercing towards Xiao Yin with an overwhelming momentum. Each shadow of the spear exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yin was compelled to once again marshal his strength to contend with the onslaught of spear shadows. This was the treatment he received ever since his ability to manipulate the forces of the universe was unveiled. The fierce warriors of the Fire Evil clan unleashed a frenzied assault upon him, wave after wave, unceasing in their ferocity. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and other formidable figures from the Dou Qi Continent found themselves encircled by the warriors of the Fire Evil clan, utterly preoccupied with their own predicaments. In comparison to the Dou Qi Continent, the numbers of the Fire Evil clan were overwhelming, enough to bury them under sheer weight. Ha ha ha, Gu Yuan. It seems your situation is rather dire. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the distant central state, followed by the sudden emergence of layers of black fog swirling in the sky, which eventually coalesced into a massive spatial passage. Waves of ominous and vast energies surged forth. As the black mist churned, it bore a striking resemblance to the Soul Clan, an entity even more sinister than the outsider Evil clan. The temperature of the world plummeted, cloaked in a chilling aura. Amidst the roiling black fog, the figure of the Soul Emperor materialized, casting a gaze upon the fierce battle involving Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and Xiao Yin, a faint smile gracing his countenance. The appearance of the Soul Clan sent shivers down the spines of many warriors from the Dou Qi Continent. They found themselves caught between a wolf and a tiger, questioning whether this day would herald their demise. Soul Emperor, spare us your mocking words. Should we meet our end, your clan would swiftly follow in our footsteps. At this juncture, we must unite our efforts to grasp even a sliver of hope. Gu Yuan, while engaging his adversary, addressed the Soul Emperor, hoping to dissuade him from making a foolish decision. I can assist you, but I require a measure of your aid in return. The Soul Emperor regarded Gu Yuan with a peculiar smile. For reasons unknown, the sight of that smile sent a chill through Gu Yuan, an ominous feeling swelling within his heart. To think there exists such a formidable being in this realm. At that moment, Leighton momentarily ceased his assault on Zhu Kuan, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the Soul Emperor. Are you the leader of this clan? The Soul Emperor surveyed Leighton with keen interest. The latter's power was formidable, and had circumstances been different, he would not have been a match. However, now the Soul Emperor felt assured of victory. The greatness of my clan is beyond your imagination. I am but a mere commander, with even stronger beings, the Demon Emperor, presiding above. Should they descend upon this continent, they could obliterate you in an instant. Leighton declared with an air of arrogance as he regarded the Soul Emperor. Oh, the Soul Emperor's expression morphed into one of curiosity. Demon Emperor? Could it be a Dou Emperor level being? Regardless, let me first test your mettle. Without waiting for Leighton's response, the Soul Emperor nonchalantly shook his head, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Blood demon heart-eroding thunder. In the next moment, the Soul Emperor's eyes flared crimson, and he pointed sharply at the blood-red clouds above. As his finger extended, the blood clouds began to writhe violently, resembling a colossal organ, then suddenly contracted inward with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. As the boundless blood clouds collapsed, the sky itself began to cave in, with dark fissures in the space spreading at an alarming pace. In the blink of an eye, the blood clouds erupted outward, unleashing countless bolts of blood lightning, each as massive as a mountain, cascading down upon Leighton with a torrential fury. Each bolt contained a power that could strike terror into the hearts of onlookers. Having taken merely half a step forward, how dare you act so arrogantly before me? Leighton gazed coldly at the descending blood lightning, a sardonic smile curling his lips. With a flick of his wrist, a grand flag appeared in his hand. As he waved it, the very fabric of the heavens seemed to tilt, rumble. As the blood lightning rained down upon Leighton, he swung the flag, causing the surrounding space to warp, forming an absolute domain. No matter how violently the blood lightning surged, it could not breach the barrier before him. This spectacle left the inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that a mere weapon could wield such tremendous power. This is a divine artifact. It seems your lower realm lacks the legacy of weapon masters. Allow me to enlighten you. Leighton observed the crowd's reaction, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly realizing why warriors from the Dou Qi Continent rarely employed weapons. Even when they did, they were often mundane items crafted from peculiar metals. It turned out they were deprived of the legacy of weapon masters. This was not surprising. Compared to the vast world, lower realms indeed had limited inheritances. Some lower realms specialized in alchemy, while others were adept in formations or weapon crafting. Yet, some possessed none of these, focusing solely on the path of cultivation. Few lower realms boasted a plethora of legacies, flourishing in diversity, showcasing a disparity in world hierarchy. I underestimated you, but do not underestimate the methods of my Soul Clan. The Soul Emperor fixed his gaze upon the grand flag in Leighton's hand, speaking solemnly. Form the formation. At the Emperor's command, the Soul Clan's warriors swiftly assembled. Dark mist surging forth like a deluge, swiftly coalescing into a massive black seal towering thousands of feet high, suspended in the sky. Its immense shadow seemed poised to engulf the entire firmament. Destruction seal. Cackling, Leighton observed the descending black seal, shaking the flag with fervor. Rich crimson mist billowed from within the flag, transforming into an enormous hand reaching out to grasp the destruction seal. Bang! As the two forces collided, a tremendous sound reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, as if the very heavens and earth were groaning under an unbearable weight. With a soft pop, as the two entities crumbled, Leighton merely swayed, unperturbed, while the army of the Soul Clan erupted in a chorus of anguished cries, spitting forth streams of blood. Kill! Leighton's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the scene, letting out a long howl and waving the battle standard in his palm. The flag fluttered dramatically, emanating a peculiar power that invigorated the morale of the Fire Evil clan, driving their forces inexorably forward toward the central continent. Will devouring your kind elevate me further? In the battlefield, the Void Devourer turned his gaze towards the advancing Fire Evil clan, his ancient, hoarse voice resonating slowly. As his gravelly words faded, a terrifying black flame began to engulf him, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire firmament. Soon, the sky filled with black flames, which began to descend slowly, transforming into numerous orb-like entities reminiscent of embryonic sacs. The flames swirled around these orbs, and faint bloodlight seeped from the black fire, ultimately penetrating into the sacs. Boom, boom. As the bloodlight surged in, the densely packed black flame orbs erupted explosively, unleashing a cacophony of piercing cries that echoed across the sky. The myriad shadows of black flames cascaded down like a torrential storm, surging wildly towards the battlefield below. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of black flame shadows descending from the heavens, the countenance of everyone within the mountains changed drastically. They hastily summoned their fighting spirit and dark energy to defend themselves. Though the nature of the threat was unknown, the sense of impending danger was unmistakable. However, just as both sides began to harness their energy for defense, a flicker of black light flashed before them. Many felt a sharp pain in their chests and looked down to find a gaping wound, blood and entrails spilling forth. This is the Devouring Spirit Clan. The blood-soaked Zhukuan grasped a shadow of black flame, and upon recognizing its nature, he spoke gravely. He then let out a fierce howl. Dragon Clan, exert all your strength to repel their ambush. This is the essence of my clan, the Devouring Spirit Clan. I never anticipated that you would consume them, and it seems you have even inherited their abilities. Leighton, too, seized a member of the Devouring Spirit Clan, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded the Void Devourer. With a cackling laugh at Leighton's reaction, the Void Devourer suddenly unleashed a sinister chuckle, but before he could revel in his triumph, a massive fist appeared in his line of sight. Boom! In the sky, the figure of the Void Devourer plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, splitting the earth and creating a chasm of unfathomable depth. As the celestial figure of Leighton materialized in the void where the Void Devourer had recently stood, he gazed disdainfully at the creature below, sneering, "A petty clan devoid of even a heavenly sovereign dares to threaten my Fire Evil clan, relying solely on a modicum of devouring power to domineer in the lower realms. What audacity emboldens you?" A furious roar erupted from the depths, and with a resounding explosion, the Void Devourer ascended from the ground, his expression dark as he regarded Leighton, feeling the contempt in the latter's eyes igniting his rage. Just as the Void Devourer was on the verge of losing control, a low hiss resonated in his ear. The Soul Emperor appeared silently at his side, holding the severed head of a member of the Fire Evil clan. At that moment, another furious growl echoed, prompting the Soul Emperor to furrow his brow. His alabaster hand extended, colliding with a massive hand that emerged from the rift in space. The impact was cataclysmic, unleashing a storm of destruction. Ancient Yuan, do you intend to incite internal strife first? The Soul Emperor glowered at the figure stepping forth from the rift. In response, Ancient Yuan's voice, laced with fury, reverberated through the air. You are the one averse to collaboration, allowing the Void Devourer to consume the might of my 3 clans. Should you falter, I, Ancient Yuan, will ensure that your Soul Clan meets its demise alongside me. Observing the battlefield, the Soul Emperor noted the opportune moment and allowed a faint smile to grace his face. Ancient Yuan, do you recall what I said upon my arrival? Struggling to maintain his composure, Ancient Yuan looked at the Soul Emperor with confusion, awaiting his next words. Meanwhile, Zhu Kuan, Zhu Ming, Ziyan, and Medusa stealthily guided the Ancient Dragon clan toward the battlefield in the northwest. Noticing Ancient Yuan's puzzled expression, the Soul Emperor turned his gaze toward the distant Leighton and the Fire Evil clan, as well as the Ancient Clan, Thunder Clan, Medicine Clan, and the powerful beings of Central Continent, bursting into a hearty laugh. What I have prepared for you all next is the most splendid funeral. Let me lead you into the realms untouched for millennia. Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's words, the unease in Ancient Yuan, Lei Ying, and others intensified. The Soul Emperor was no fool. He undoubtedly harbored a monumental scheme. Before anyone could react, the entire Central Continent and the surrounding battlefield trembled violently. Chapter 231. The Arrival of the Demon Emperor. The commotion in Central Continent captured the attention of all in the battlefield, prompting them to look up toward that direction. Suddenly, a black circle of light materialized, expanding at an astonishing speed and enveloping the entirety of Central Continent. Accompanied by the emergence of this circle, the elemental energies of the heavens and earth in Central Continent surged with fervor, leaving countless powerful beings aghast as they raised their gazes to the sky. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, a dark radiance began to writhe in the sky, ultimately transforming into a magnificent cauldron amidst the fearful gazes. The expanse of the cauldron was beyond description, as if the entirety of the Central Continent were enveloped within its embrace. Observing this celestial spectacle, the expressions of Xiao Yan and his companions shifted subtly. What are you planning, Soul Emperor? Gu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes fixed in horror upon the luminous cauldron in the sky, abruptly turning to confront the smiling Soul Emperor beside him. Ha! The Soul Emperor's boisterous laughter echoed through the air as he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the world, a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. What am I planning? Gu Yuan, do you not comprehend? I aim to step into the long-desired realm. Suddenly, it appeared that Gu Yuan had an epiphany. His fists clenched tightly, and terror filled his gaze as he stared at the Soul Emperor. A sharp intake of breath ensued among the formidable warriors of the Dou Qi Continent, realization dawning upon them, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. Refining an imperial-grade pill? In this realm, is there truly anyone capable of such a feat? The Soul Emperor is not an alchemist. How could he possibly refine it? The embryonic form of the pill had already materialized, with the crucial steps of the refining process completed by the ancient Emperor Tuashi. If the Soul Emperor could successfully execute the final step to transform this embryonic imperial pill into a true imperial-grade pill, it would not be an impossible endeavor. Xiao Yan licked his lips, his voice hoarse as he remarked, the Soul Emperor has continually shattered my understanding of him. Though the embryonic imperial pill is powerful, it merely presents a chance for him to ascend to the Dou Emperor level. However, if he truly manages to refine the embryonic pill into a genuine imperial-grade pill, that chance would be exponentially magnified. Zhu Kuan, bringing the beast tribe to the edge of the grand array, gazed at the colossal cauldron in the sky with a sigh. The difficulty of refining an imperial pill was evident. He possessed but a single opportunity. Failure would lead to his utter ruin. For the sake of that elusive possibility of success, he dared to wager everything. A true embodiment of a heroic figure. Zhu Ming, with a serious demeanor, echoed his sentiments. Humph. At that moment, Ziyan interjected with a cold snort. What of a hero? Is he not still within Xiao Yun's grand design? Xiao Yun is truly the most gifted individual on this continent. With that, she cast a proud glance towards the Soul Emperor in the sky. Upon hearing Ziyan's seemingly infatuated words, both Zhu Kuan and Zhu Ming exchanged glances, their eyes mirroring a sense of helplessness. Indeed, while Jiang Yun was undeniably intelligent and extraordinarily talented, how could such words not provoke annoyance? Had it not been for the pursuit of a more perfect breakthrough to the Dou Emperor level in Jiang Yun's plan, would this embryonic imperial pill have ever fallen into the hands of the Soul Emperor? Zhu Kuan thought to himself, his fist clenching in frustration. Interesting, interesting. At that moment, not far away, Leighton observed the scene with keen interest, chuckling softly after a prolonged silence. With this continent as a cauldron, living beings as the ingredients, the heavens and the earth as the fire, and the physical body as the elixir, the ultimate leap across that threshold is indeed a splendid notion. To label our holy clan as cruel, I perceive that you are not far behind in that regard. However, as he spoke, the admiration in Leighton's eyes transformed into scorn, and he bellowed in fury. To consider our clan as mere fodder? One must be wary of overreaching. Form the formation, with Leighton's thunderous command. Flames surged within the bodies of the Fire Evil clan's warriors, a blood-red flame pulsating like flowing blood. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the flames began to swell, ultimately exploding into a torrent of crimson energy that roared forth, coalescing into a crimson crystal in the sky. Simultaneously, the Soul Emperor sensed something amiss. His expression darkened as he gestured with his hand, summoning blood-red thunder that cascaded like torrential rain toward the crimson crystal. The blood lightning pierced through space with astonishing speed, striking fiercely at the blood crystal formed by the Fire Evil clan. Boom! The violent explosion erupted in the next instant, sending shockwaves of terrifying energy rippling across the entire central state, tearing open a vast chasm of approximately 100,000 miles. Amidst this dreadful explosion, a pale hand emerged, gently grasping, bringing the raging energy to a sudden halt. The mere appearance of that pale hand quelled the chaotic energy storm, instilling a profound silence across the heavens and the earth. Something is about to emerge, Zhu Kuan observed gravely, his voice hoarse. In that moment, even he felt an overwhelming threat looming. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's murmurs, Ziyin, Medusa, and Zhu Ming also bore serious expressions. For the power displayed had surpassed the realm of 9-star Dou saints, nearly treading upon the threshold of half-emperors. As for the gap to the legendary Dou Emperor, it seemed no one could provide an answer. The Soul Emperor's countenance shifted slightly, for the first time since entering the battlefield. He sensed that the situation was slipping from his grasp. He could feel a wave of dread coalescing before him. Boom! At that moment, a colossal blood-red beam shot skyward, and before the astonished crowd, an ethereal figure slowly emerged from the light. The visage was obscured, yet the pair of crimson eyes exuded an aura of destruction and savagery. Those emotionless blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, accompanied by a whirlwind of crimson gales that howled around him. An indescribable pressure spread like a tidal wave, while blood clouds gathered in the high skies, ultimately transforming into a torrential downpour of blood, enveloping the entire realm. The inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent trembled uncontrollably, the sheer weight of the oppressive force threatening to unravel their sanity, their heels quaking as they teetered on the brink of submission. Meanwhile, countless voices of reverence and fervor resonated within the ranks of the Fire Demon clan, heralding the arrival of the Demon Emperor. A multitude of figures knelt in unison, their gazes fervently fixed upon the ethereal silhouette before them. This sight evoked a profound sense of awe and despair among the inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent. In the lower realm, an overwhelming aura emanated from the apparition, whose eyes scanned the surroundings. A faint, indistinct whisper escaped its lips. Even if you are a supreme being of the upper realm, what of it? Your descent is your gravest error. Witness as I cleave you into the path. The ominous utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd. Could this apparition possess consciousness? The Soul Emperor suppressed his inner turmoil, a sinister grin plastered across his face. With a mere wave of his hand, a brilliant crimson light surged downward, piercing the very earth beneath them. In an instant, onlookers beheld a multitude of blood-red beams radiating from the point of impact, spreading like veins throughout the land, reminiscent of the lifeblood of the central continent. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground of the central continent began to tremble violently, as colossal streams of blood light erupted skyward from various locations. These eruptions seemed to coincide with the spots where the Soul Clan had established the soul-devouring array. Medusa, astonished, remarked upon witnessing the blood lights. The positions of these formations, when connected, revealed a grand design that even Zhu Kuan comprehended at that moment, his expression tightening in surprise. These locations form an array, he exclaimed. Such a vast formation. The Soul Emperor has truly made meticulous preparations for his ascension. Zhu Ming remarked with a sense of awe. For this day, I have plotted for a millennium. No matter the circumstances, we are prepared. How could we allow a mere unforeseen occurrence to jeopardize our efforts? The crimson light enveloped the central continent, with pillars extending into the distant sky, transforming into an incomprehensibly vast and enigmatic array. An intriguing array. The Fire Demon Emperor finally acknowledged the formation before him, expressing his fascination without a trace of concern in his eyes. This array was transmitted by the first Dou Emperor of my clan, known as the Slaying Emperor Array. In ancient times, a Dou Emperor perished within this array. Today, another Demon Emperor shall join them. The Soul Emperor's gaze turned sinister as he regarded the Fire Demon Emperor, a cold smile gracing his lips. As his words faded, the Soul Emperor swept his sleeve, causing the space behind him to rend open. A torrent of blood surged forth from the fissure, flooding into the so-called Slaying Emperor Array. As the tidal wave of crimson entered the formation, it abruptly ignited with an eerie glow, the blood light coalescing until, under the multitude of gazes, it transformed into a colossal, translucent blood blade, exuding an overwhelming stench of sanguinity. This blood blade was peculiar, devoid of a hilt, its surface swirling with crimson light, as if it could sever the very heavens and earth themselves. As the eerie blood blade materialized, the moon in the sky dimmed, casting the world into profound darkness. Only the blood-red formation hovering above Zhongzhou radiated a crimson glow, illuminating the faces of the onlookers. The Soul Clan, heeding the command, prepared to sacrifice themselves for the blade. With the emergence of the blood blade, the Soul Emperor bellowed fiercely, inciting a stir within the distant ranks of the Soul Clan. Instantly, over 1,000 formidable warriors gritted their teeth and soared into the air. With a detached expression, the Soul Emperor altered his hand gesture, and the blood blade shimmered ominously. In an instant, the warriors who had surged forth from thousands of feet away found their heads severed, their blood gushing forth as their bodies withered rapidly, ultimately disintegrating into dust within the cosmos. As the blood of these warriors was absorbed, the strange blood blade became increasingly formidable. Feel the wrath of my Soul Clan. The Soul Emperor gazed fervently at the peculiar blood blade, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. As this essence fell upon the blade, a resonating hum echoed forth, heralding its deadly intent. The Soul Emperor laughed maniacally, as if possessed, grasping the blood blade, its razor edge slicing through his palm, causing blood to pour forth, which was then wholly consumed by the blade. With a single step, he traversed the void, the blood blade expanding dramatically in his grasp, positioning him directly before the Fire Demon Emperor. The blade transformed into a crimson beam, piercing the cosmos as it descended upon his foe, all eyes fixated upon the impending strike. Overreaching, a low murmur escaped the lips of the Fire Demon Emperor as he languidly extended a finger. At its tip, a flicker of flame ignited, and a fiery orb soared forth from his fingertip, morphing into a blazing projectile that sliced through the air towards the Soul Emperor. Boom! In an instant, the fiery ray collided with the blood blade. The resulting explosion resonated like the very collapse of heaven and earth. As the Soul Emperor looked on in shock, to his astonishment, the blade, which had once felled an emperor, shattered upon contact, unleashing an indescribable force that swept through the arena. Gasp! The Soul Emperor was instantly grievously wounded, crashing down to the earth, drenched in blood. What? Ancient Yuan and the others felt a jolt in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. The nearly ascendant Soul Emperor had been so effortlessly defeated by the Demon Emperor, who was merely a shadow. It was unfathomable to consider the terror that would ensue upon the arrival of his true form. Struggling to rise, the Soul Emperor's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at the Fire Demon Emperor in the sky. Though his stature was not imposing at that moment, he appeared monumental and invincible in the eyes of the Soul Emperor. How could I possibly be defeated? A wave of weakness coursed through him, yet his gaze remained fierce and unwilling as he glared at the Fire Demon Emperor above, hissing with a deranged grin. Soul Clan, heed my command. Sacrifice once more to the Bloodblade. As he roared with a fervor akin to madness, a ripple of unrest surged through the ranks of the Soul Clan, leading to an unexpected hesitance among its members to take flight. Traitors! At this sight, a flicker of malice ignited in the eyes of the Soul Emperor. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a blood-stained blade sliced through the void, plunging directly into the heart of the Soul Clan's army. Blood surged, and in the blink of an eye, countless heads soared into the air, leaving but a mere fraction of the forces standing. Soul Emperor. Observing the seemingly deranged figure of the Soul Emperor, Su Wu Tunyan's expression darkened as he cast a furious glare in his direction. The remaining soldiers, their faces pale with fear, gazed upon the Soul Emperor with trepidation. What? Do you intend to betray me as well? The Soul Emperor turned, his gaze icy as it pierced through Su Wu Tunyan. Chapter 232, The Arrival of the Yellow Sparrow. Su Wu Tunyan remained silent, sensing the insatiable greed in the Soul Emperor's eyes. Ultimately, he subdued the urge to strike. At this moment, the Soul Emperor was perilously formidable. He was not a match for him. Furthermore, should the Soul Emperor fall, the ensuing chaos would undoubtedly spell doom for him as well. If the Soul Emperor triumphed, Perhaps he might still cling to a thread of hope. In response, the Soul Emperor revealed a sinister smile, deftly manipulating the Grand Formation to swiftly absorb the blood essence of the strong from both the Central Continent and the Soul Clan, even drawing upon the energy of the fallen from the fiery evil clan within the Dou Qi Continent. Within the vast sea of blood, an endless tide of energy surged towards the Soul Emperor. Amidst the roiling blood sea, a vortex emerged, and from its depths, a colossal blood-colored lotus began to rise. Seated upon the blood lotus, the Soul Emperor was enveloped in a cascade of crimson hair that flowed like a waterfall, some strands even drifting into the blood sea, floating ominously as if the wings of a demon had unfurled. His power expanded rapidly within a brief span, and at one moment, a divine light flickered in his eyes, causing the blood sea to churn violently. What intoxicating power! A soft murmur escaped his lips, and in the next instant, an aura that seemed to transcend the very heavens erupted from his being, instantly stirring tumultuous waves throughout the boundless blood sea. The Soul Emperor had succeeded. Feeling the overwhelming presence that seemed to dominate the cosmos, Gu Yuan and the others were struck with terror, for they experienced a sensation that made their very souls tremble. Such an aura could only belong to a Dou Emperor. Su Wu Tun Yan's gaze flickered, decisively suppressing his inner thoughts. Simultaneously, a voice laden with the scent of blood resounded across the Central Continent, booming with authority. Today marks the ascension of me, the Soul Emperor. His laughter echoed. The gravest mistake you could make is to allow me to become emperor. The Dou Qi Continent is my domain, and it shall not be tarnished by the presence of foreign races. The Soul Emperor's gaze swept over Gu Yuan and the others, finally resting upon the fiery, evil demon emperor, a sinister smile gracing his face. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Yet your mere breakthrough to the realm of quasi-heavenly sovereign is rather disappointing. Upon sensing the gaze of the Soul Celestial Emperor, the fire evil demon emperor shook his head in disappointment. What do you mean, celestial sovereign? Semi-celestial sovereign? The words of the fire evil demon emperor caused a heaviness to settle in the Soul Celestial Emperor's heart, instilling a sense of unease as he gazed intently at his counterpart, speaking in a low voice. It seems you are unaware. The fire evil demon emperor chuckled with an enigmatic smile. Then, as the Soul Celestial Emperor grew increasingly agitated, he elucidated, in the vast universe, the celestial sovereign corresponds to the realm of our demon emperor. As for what you refer to as the fighting emperor, I had presumed it was the celestial sovereign. Yet it turns out to be merely a semi-celestial sovereign, possessing but a trace of the celestial sovereign's might, far from the true celestial sovereign. Is that so? However, does this not work to your advantage? The onlookers pricked up their ears, eager for insights from the upper realm, while the Soul Celestial Emperor regarded the fire evil demon emperor with confusion. Do you still not comprehend? In response, the fire evil demon emperor shook his head, stating, I have been stuck at the phantom demon emperor stage for many years. If I could obtain the blood of a celestial sovereign as sustenance, I would surely break through to the profound demon emperor. Celestial sovereigns are rare in the vast universe, but I never anticipated encountering one in the lower realm. Alas, you still fell short in the end. Upon hearing the fire evil demon emperor speak of himself as mere sustenance, the Soul Celestial Emperor's fury ignited completely. You seek death. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Emperor's form emerged, and at that moment, the torrential blood lightning diminished. Under the fearful gazes of those present, the Soul Celestial Emperor suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a tremendous pull that caused the blood clouds saturating the skies of Central Continent to transform entirely into streams of blood light, which surged into his mouth. The thick blood clouds, which had absorbed the essence of countless souls, were consumed in an instant by the Soul Celestial Emperor. As the engulfing blood clouds vanished, warm sunlight cascaded down, causing many to feel a surge of excitement. Yet, it was only when they sensed the impending doom that they truly grasped the preciousness of what had once seemed ordinary. Of course, there was no time for elation. The battle above held the fate of the fighting spirit continent. Crack! As the towering blood clouds were devoured by the Soul Celestial Emperor, his body swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal figure towering thousands of feet high. The bloodlight rapidly coalesced upon his form, ultimately shaping into a layer of crimson armor that enveloped his towering frame. The blood giant loomed over the world, casting a shadow across the entire sky. Under the terrifying visual impact, none doubted that a single punch from the Soul Celestial Emperor could rend the earth within a radius of thousands of miles into a deep abyss. Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of my Blood Emperor form. The Soul Celestial Emperor's enormous blood-red eyes fixed upon the fire evil demon emperor, and with each breath he took, the air crackled with energy, sending ripples through the entire realm of Central Continent. Is this truly the fabled body of the fighting emperor? The powerful beings of the fighting spirit continent gazed at the towering figure of the Soul Celestial Emperor, their expressions transforming dramatically. In the annals of ancient races, there exist records of the formidable Dou Emperor, a being capable of assimilating the essence of heaven and earth into their being. At that time, they embodied the very cosmos itself. With each gesture, they could shatter the firmament, their might both awe-inspiring and fearsome. This colossal form was not a mere manifestation of energy, but a tangible, corporeal body. Imagine, if you will, the terror of thousands of such immense figures. What a spectacle that would be. This extraordinary ability is referred to as the Dou Emperor's physique. For only those who ascend to the realm of the Dou Emperor can wield such power. As for the Supreme Law Body, in stark contrast, the Fire Demon Emperor, upon witnessing the Soul Emperor manifest his Blood Emperor form, remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with deep mockery. Do you think a mere embryonic form of the Supreme Law Body can stand against me? The Fire Demon Emperor gazed at the Soul Emperor, and with a flick of his fingertip, a stream of crimson light shot forth, swelling in the wind to transform into a massive, blood-red serpent. The serpent, fierce and menacing, devoured fragments of space itself as it lunged toward the Soul Emperor. In response to the approaching blood-red serpent, the Soul Emperor extended his palm, condensing bloodlight that magnified his already formidable hand to towering proportions. With a swift motion, he struck back, colliding fiercely with the serpent. Boom! A tempest of chaos surged across the sky, resembling a wind of annihilation, plunging the heavens into darkness wherever it swept. Roar! The storm raged on, the blood-red serpent letting out a furious bellow, its colossal form sent reeling. Simultaneously, the Soul Emperor staggered, a gaping wound piercing through his entire arm. He stumbled backward, ultimately crashing to the ground, compressing distant mountains into abysses. Could it be that even the Dou Emperor was no match for the Demon Emperor? Observing the Soul Emperor's predicament, the inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent turned pale, unable to deny the grim reality that the Soul Emperor was their sole lifeline. They shuddered to contemplate the fate that awaited them should the Fire Demon Emperor emerge victorious. Boom! How is this possible? I have become a Dou Emperor. I should be invincible. How could I possibly be outmatched by but a mere shadow? Amidst their turmoil, a colossal figure surged once more from the abyss, slightly disheveled as it faced the Fire Demon Emperor. Do you still not comprehend? The Fire Demon Emperor's blood-red eyes bore into the Soul Emperor. The chasm between us cannot be bridged by your means. As his words echoed, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying suction that transformed his maw into a black hole, drawing in the very fabric of the universe. Most of this terrifying force bore down upon the Soul Emperor's Dou Emperor form, and to his horror, the vast energy within him, no matter how he resisted, gradually succumbed to the insatiable pull, being slowly devoured by the Fire Demon Emperor. As the energy flowed into him, the Fire Demon Emperor's figure began to solidify, emanating an increasingly dreadful aura. Abominable. Upon witnessing this, the Soul Emperor let out a furious roar, his blade of destiny slicing down towards the earth of Central Continent with ferocious intent. In an instant, an endless cascade of blood spilled across the heavens, devoured greedily by the phantom of the blood-soaked blade, as countless innocent lives returned to the void beneath the weight of that strike. The anguished cries of the masses reverberated through the air, yet the Soul Emperor remained unperturbed, his countenance as frigid as ever. Though Xian and the others felt a twinge of sympathy, they stood by with cold indifference. They were not naive newcomers to the realm of cultivation, for such benevolence had no place here. Thud! The impotent howls of the weak failed to sway the Soul Emperor, who continued his relentless assault. As the phantom blade returned to its corporeal form, a blinding crimson radiance erupted from the towering blood blade. Buzz! With the infusion of countless lifeblood, the blade of destiny trembled uncontrollably, as if on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. In the skies above, the Fire Demon Emperor observed the transformation of the Soul Emperor, a flicker of intrigue passing through his blood-red eyes. He smirked indifferently, uttering slowly, "At last. This is becoming somewhat interesting. Ha ha ha. Today marks the ascension of this emperor. How could I possibly falter? I shall ensure the name of my soul clan resonates throughout the upper realms and shall not be thwarted by you." With a frenzied laugh, the Soul Emperor bellowed, "Kill," and lunged at the Fire Demon Emperor, wielding the blade of destiny with ferocity. The Fire Demon Emperor, gazing at the oncoming assault, inhaled deeply, bringing his hands together. His voice, cold and destructive as a deity of annihilation, thundered across the realm. Blood Fiend Fire Demon Thunder. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens erupted with the sound of thunder, and in the next moment, torrents of blood lightning rained down, engulfing the area where the Soul Emperor stood. Each bolt of crimson lightning carried with it the power of obliteration, shaking the very fabric of the universe upon impact. The Soul Emperor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate. With a fierce shout, he wielded the blade of destiny, striking down against the blood lightning with relentless ferocity. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy cascaded from the skies, causing figures like Zhu Kuan, Gu Yuan, and Lei Ying to retreat further and further, gradually distancing themselves from the domain of Central Continent. Yet, the exposed skin still felt a faint burning sensation. The onlookers were awestruck, fixated on the celestial battle above, unaware that at this moment, Xiaoyan sat quietly in a meditative pose atop a distant cliff. Countless points of light surged forth from the void, enveloping his form in a radiant cocoon. His consciousness was shrouded by these luminous orbs, plunging into the boundless void under the embrace of chaotic light. At this juncture, chaotic light continuously streamed into his being, causing his aura to surge at an astonishing pace, even more exaggerated than that of the Soul Emperor. Boom! The sky was ablaze as two crimson beams clashed violently, creating a surreal spectacle akin to the appearance of a dual sun. As the sanguine radiance gradually dissipated, the epicenter of the conflict re-emerged within the spectator's view. The Soul Emperor stood poised in the cosmos, wielding the blade of the Emperor, a long crimson scar traversing his chest, suggesting that with just a slight deepening, his form would be utterly torn asunder. How could this be? A sense of weakness emanated from within him, as the Soul Emperor, devoid of any fighting spirit, murmured in dismay. "You pitiful wretch, you are the weakest quasi-emperor I have ever encountered. Very well, my amusement has waned. I shall send you to your demise." The Fire Demon Emperor, though slightly dimmed compared to before, regarded the Soul Emperor with a shake of his head. Disappointment tinged in his tone. Yet, swiftly, that disappointment morphed into a chilling, bone-deep intent to kill, erupting from within him. "You wish to slay me? I shall not go quietly." The murderous intent of the Fire Demon Emperor snapped the Soul Emperor back to reality. He cast a deep glance at his adversary before transforming into a blood-red streak, soaring into the heavens. "Heh, a rare prize. How could I allow you to escape?" A peculiar smile crept upon the Fire Demon Emperor's face as he watched the retreating figure of the Soul Emperor. Boom! Before he could act, the very forces of heaven and earth began to tremble, and an overwhelming torrent of black beams surged forth, weaving a colossal formation across the sky, reminiscent of a spider's web. This familiar scene evoked expressions of unease among the survivors. Previously, the Soul Emperor had employed such a method to bloodily sacrifice countless lives and seize his imperial title. Was such a gruesome fate about to unfold once more? Who is it? The surviving warriors scanned their surroundings for suspicious figures, and even the Soul Emperor halted his flight, not out of desire to remain, but because this vast formation encompassed everyone, including the entirety of the eastern and northern regions, nearly dominating half of the continent of combat. Intriguing. Chapter 233, The Clash. That is, Yunyi. At the center of the formation, countless onlookers beheld a figure clad in white. Those familiar with him felt their eyes widen in shock, their gazes locking tightly onto the grand array. The individual was none other than the long-absent Yunyi, who now re-emerged, emanating an aura akin to an abyss. Many felt a disquieting realization that his strength surpassed even that of the Soul Emperor prior to his breakthrough. As for whether he had reached the current level of the Soul Emperor, that was beyond their comprehension. "You wretched being! Yunyi, you audacious little rascal! How dare you show yourself?" At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from the ranks of the Soul Clan, drawing the attention of the onlookers. They beheld the face of Su Wu Tunyen, typically impassive, now marred by an unusual fury. His eyes filled with malice as they fixated on a figure clad in white, as if an ancient grudge simmered between them. "Ah, it is the master. Shouldn't you, as a mentor, feel joy upon witnessing your disciples' accomplishments?" Within the formation, a gaze pierced through the clouds, directed towards the Central Continent, bypassing the throng, landing on Su Wu Tunyen. A faint voice resonated across the expanse of the Central Continent, carrying an undercurrent of terrifying pressure. Su Wu Tunyen's expression darkened. His hands clenched tightly, yet he remained silent. How absurd! The humiliation of being outsmarted by the mere Do Wang, Yunyi, was a stain upon his life. The resurgence of this old matter was akin to salt being rubbed into his wound. In an instant, his mind became engulfed by the flames of fury, his eyes flashing with a fierce light as his hands pressed against the void. A wave surged forth, and boundless black flames materialized from thin air, surging violently towards Yunyi. "Follow my lead." As he launched his attack, he issued a fierce command, rallying his loyal supporters within the Soul Clan to join him. Although uncertain of Yunyi's current strength, Su Wu Tunyen surmised that his opponent, bold enough to reveal himself, must have come fully prepared. Upon his command, the powerful souls surrounding him did not hesitate. They unleashed torrents of dense black flames, which swiftly coalesced into a bizarre formation, enveloping Yun-E from above. As a mentor, why not lend your student a final hand? Gazing at the black flames charging towards him, Yun-Yi's melodious laughter echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Then, with a simple opening of his mouth, a tremendous suction emerged, causing the encroaching black flame formation to transform into fiery tendrils, which he consumed whole. Subsequently, Yun-E regarded the dismayed Su Wu Tun-Yen and the others below him, extending his hand from within his robe and gently grasping. Boom, boom, boom. Before anyone could react, the shadows in the sky erupted into billowing clouds of blood mist. Those who had just attacked, whether Dou Zun or Dou Sheng, were abruptly reduced to nothing more than blood mist, their very souls obliterated in that fleeting moment. A multitude of gazes stared, stupefied, at the dispersing blood mist above. This scene was both bizarre and magnificent. As realization dawned, many felt a chill run down their spines. The rapid evolution of the Dou Qi Continent was astonishing. What was once deemed untouchable, the Dou Sheng, could now be effortlessly crushed. Where, then, could one find true safety? Crimson blood flowed before the void-devouring flames, sending a chill through his heart. Yun-Yi's strength had far surpassed his expectations, nearly rivaling that of the Soul Emperor. Come forth, lend your final support to your disciple. Yet, at that moment, the devilish whispers of Yun-Yi echoed in his ears. Instinctively, he attempted to flee, only to be horrified to discover that his body had entirely lost its ability to move. Soul Emperor, save me. A piercing cry for help escaped his lips. And as Yun-Yi's hand gently closed down, the latter's body erupted, transforming into a sky filled with black flames that desperately tried to escape. Alas, the black flames could not venture beyond a 10-meter radius. Boom. Suddenly, the space shattered, and a hand as white as jade emerged from the void, reaching out to grasp the scattered, void-devouring flames. Huh. My possessions are not to be tainted by you. A chilling laughter resonated from above, as a massive hand swiftly tore through the air, colliding fiercely with the pristine giant hand. Bang! The two forces clashed violently, unleashing a cataclysmic storm that tore apart the surrounding space. Have you broken through to the Dou Emperor? This is impossible. Repelled by a single strike, the Soul Emperor's blood-red eyes surged with intense agitation. His expression twisted into a grimace, and his voice transformed into a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies. It was no wonder the Soul Emperor lost composure. He had sacrificed immeasurable resources to reach this point. Yet, just as he attained his success, one after another, others ascended to imperial status. The Fire Demon Emperor was formidable, being a powerful being from the upper realm, capable of contending with the Dou Emperor even in phantasmal form. Yet, how could Yun-Yi, whom he had watched grow from a Dou Wang, also reach such heights? This was simply unacceptable to him, especially since not long ago, when the latter had defected from the Soul Clan, he had been nothing more than an ant easily crushed beneath his hand. The imbalance within him surged to its peak. Gazing at the pulsating, void-devouring flames, Yun-Yi chuckled at the Soul Emperor's roar and remarked, "Ah, this realm is not solely yours to enter as a Dou Emperor. Moreover, I never claimed to be a Dou Emperor." Not a Dou Emperor? The Soul Emperor's eyes momentarily widened in disbelief at Yun-Yi's outright denial. Who would have thought that in this lower realm, one could encounter a dignitary of the Holy Heaven clan? Truly unexpected. As the Soul Emperor stood bewildered, the Fire Demon Emperor finally spoke, observing Yun-Yi with a hint of surprise and a trace of respect. Enough of idle chatter. Now, I implore you all to lend me your strength. In response to the Fire Demon Emperor's words, Yun-Yi merely cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent, and instead spoke in an indifferent tone. As his words fell, before anyone could react, in a certain location within the eastern domain, a city loomed over the plains, bustling with throngs of people. Boom. In the next moment, a sudden black beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire city. Bang, bang, bang. Under the shroud of this ominous light, figures within the city spontaneously exploded, showering the surroundings with blood mist and shattered flesh. The unforeseen calamity rendered everyone momentarily paralyzed, as they gazed in horror at those nearby who had erupted into a cloud of sanguine mist. A profound sense of dread surged within them like a tidal wave. Amidst the terror, chaos erupted in the city, with all fleeing frantically towards the city gates. Some individuals of considerable strength even took to the skies. Yet before they could reach safety, the panic of self-detonation swiftly spread, engulfing the city in a haze of blood. The black beam loomed over this sea of blood, as tendrils of crimson energy rose slowly, ultimately transforming into a blood-red pillar that shot into the sky, merging into the vast array that shrouded the central continent. As the blood light surged forth, the black light dissipated, leaving behind a city steeped in a nauseating stench of death. What transpired here was not confined to this solitary place. It spread across the central continent, the northern region, and the eastern region, affecting much of the Dou Qi Continent. Who could have anticipated that the survivors, having evaded the massacre of the Soul Emperor, ultimately could not escape the blood sacrifice of Yunyi? Hiss! How ruthless! Gazing at the vast expanse of blood clouds, figures such as Zhu Kuan, Gu Yuan, and Lei Ying inhaled sharply. The formation of Yunyi surpassed even the Soul Emperor's devouring spirit array. He extracted every ounce of soul and blood from his victims, leaving no trace of life. However, before they could observe for too long, countless black beams of light rained down upon them, revealing that Yunyi would not spare even them. Act quickly to defend. In an instant, terrifying attacks surged skyward to counter the descending black beams, but before anyone could relax, an unending barrage of assaults followed. To avoid a fatal fate, they had no choice but to exhaust their limited Dou Qi reserves to withstand the onslaught. Little did they know, all of this was within Yunyi's calculations. His greatest distinction from the Soul Emperor lay in his ability to absorb all energy for his own use, including the attacks launched against him. How intriguing! You wish to offer the vitality of an entire realm as sacrifice to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens? Allow me to candidly state that this seems insufficient. Instead, let us join forces to draw forth the spirit of this realm, using the essence of its plane to facilitate a more prudent breakthrough. Regarding Yunyi's previous aloofness, the Fire Demon Emperor bore no resentment. Brilliance often comes with its own temperament. The other party, merely in the early stages of adulthood, was already on the verge of transcending to the heavenly sovereign, a feat that would make anyone a prodigy in any clan. Although the extraterritorial evil races revered strength, and the Demon Emperor received respect wherever he went, they were not ignorant beings. The scions of the 32 great clans, even he, must set aside the heirs of the Demon Emperor to curry favor, especially when the other stands nearly on par with him. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. Moreover, with Yunyi's identity as a member of the sacred celestial clan, his future undoubtedly extends far beyond the realm of the Nether Demon Emperor. He is destined to surpass even the profound Demon Emperor and ascend to the heavenly Demon Emperor. At this juncture, forging a cordial relationship with him presents an unparalleled opportunity for both himself and the Fire Evil clan. Indeed, the challenges are formidable. Thus, upon hearing the words of the Fire Evil Demon Emperor, Yunyi nodded slightly in agreement. The leap to the heavenly sovereign level is immense. And aside from becoming the master of a realm to facilitate a swift breakthrough, one must endure the passage of time. Therefore, I implore the esteemed Demon Emperor to lend this humble youth a hand. At that moment, Yunyi suddenly turned to the Fire Evil Demon Emperor, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The Fire Evil Demon Emperor's heart raced. In the next instant, a massive, pitch-black hand descended upon him, imbued with destructive power. Your Highness Yunyi, what is the meaning of this? The unexpected action left Leighton, who was below, utterly astonished as he rose in disbelief to gaze at Yunyi. Can you not perceive it? He intends to consume us both. The Fire Evil Demon Emperor's gaze turned frigid, his tone indifferent as he spoke. Upon hearing the Fire Evil Demon Emperor's words, Leighton was taken aback. Seeing the indifference in Yunyi's eyes, he could not help but accept his ancestor's words, extinguishing the last vestige of hope in his heart. To devour us, he must first demonstrate his prowess. The Fire Evil Demon Emperor regarded the descending dark hand with a cold demeanor, refraining from employing any arcane techniques. Instead, he merely stomped his foot, tearing through the void like a cataclysmic meteor, and unleashed a punch toward the massive hand. This strike was devoid of embellishment, yet under the surging malevolence within him, it manifested as a fist of annihilation. Boom! At the moment of impact, a piercing sound erupted, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, shattering mountains into rubble and leveling the terrain. Boom boom. Above, the tempestuous energy waves wreaked havoc. The sky itself was rent asunder, while the ground below fissured under the strain. Observing the battle between Yunyi and the Fire Evil Demon Emperor, the Soul Emperor sneered, preparing to flee into the distance. Soul Emperor, where do you think you are going? A dispassionate voice echoed in his ears, instilling a sense of unease within him. Whoosh! In the next moment, a white silhouette streaked across the sky, appearing as if summoned by thunder, abruptly materializing before the Soul Emperor. World of the Palm. Yunyi thrust his hand toward the Soul Emperor, as if conjuring a realm within his palm, dark and cavernous like a black hole, swiftly enveloping the Soul Emperor. The great hand swept across the sky, but the Soul Emperor's form had vanished. He was now ensnared within Yunyi's palm world. Boom boom. A dull sound emanated from the palm, revealing the Soul Emperor of Heaven frantically assaulting the surrounding space, producing a thunderous noise that destabilized the fabric of reality. Faintly, one could perceive cracks appearing intermittently. You are not of the Sacred Heaven clan. At that moment, a flash of crimson light darted through, as the Fire Demon Emperor approached. His gaze icy as he questioned Yun. "What makes you say that?" Yun replied with interest, countering the inquiry. "Though your energy resonates with our clan's malevolence. Not a single one of the abilities you wield is part of our lineage, nor does it belong to the profound arts of the Sacred Heaven clan. You merely employ a flame that is but a pale imitation. Who are you truly? From whence did you acquire this flame?" The Fire Demon Emperor analyzed slowly, his gaze intensifying as he scrutinized Yun. Chapter 234, Defeat. "Naturally, it was bestowed upon me by the Sacred Heaven Demon Emperor." Upon hearing the Fire Demon Emperor's desperate questioning, a faint smile graced Yun's face as he spoke slowly. At this revelation, the Fire Demon Emperor's heart trembled, plunging him into confusion once more. The Sacred Heaven Demon Emperor was an unparalleled figure among the outer evil clans, second only to the celestial evil god, revered within the clan with unmatched authority. If this flame was indeed a gift from the Sacred Heaven Demon Emperor, then Yun could not possibly escape his control, implying that he was affiliated with the outer evil factions. Yet, why then would he strike against him? An endless stream of questions left the Fire Demon Emperor utterly perplexed. Black hole annihilation. The Fire Demon Emperor's unanswered queries lingered as he observed Yun, who appeared indifferent, gazing down at the Fire Demon clan's army. With a mere lift of his fingers, he gestured towards them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sudden tremors captured the Fire Demon Emperor's attention, as four colossal black whirlpools abruptly manifested around the army, ensnaring them tightly, accompanied by the cold smile that emerged on Yun's face in the next instant. For torrents of voracious, devouring force erupted violently. This is not good. A sense of foreboding gripped the Fire Demon Emperor's heart. However, the speed at which Yun launched his attack was astonishingly swift. Before he could react, the air was filled with piercing cries of anguish. With a splutter, countless members of the Fire Demon clan simultaneously spewed forth blood, and in the next moment, the grand and formidable aura of the clan was abruptly severed, visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. The summoned apparition of the Fire Demon Emperor began to wane, his essence becoming ethereal, teetering on the brink of collapse. Truly a prodigious talent, you are not far from achieving the status of Demon Emperor. Why not consider this? I shall withdraw my forces from this realm and offer the entire continent as a sacrifice, sufficient for you to transcend into the realm of Demon Emperor. The Fire Demon Emperor, observing his fading form and feeling the frailty of his internal power, was momentarily shrouded in shadow. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, maintaining a stoic expression. He was not concerned for the safety of the Fire Demon clan below. Rather, this specter was summoned through the bloodline power of his kin, and should his form be vanquished, his true body far within the Fire Demon clan would inevitably be affected. At this moment, he was on the verge of a crucial breakthrough to transcend the Xuanma Emperor. He did not wish for trifles in this place to impede his momentous advancement. Should he fail this time, the prospect of another opportunity was uncertain, and he did not know how long he would have to wait. He chuckled softly, querying if such a scenario was even plausible. Upon hearing his words, Yun smiled coldly and replied. The Fire Evil Emperor's eyes flickered with a glint of frost as he raised his head, his gaze filled with malice directed at Yun. I merely retreated to avoid mutual destruction. Do you truly believe that I fear you? Furthermore, should I perish in this form, my original self within the clan will sense it. The news of your possession of the Holy-Demon Flame will inevitably spread, leading to a relentless pursuit by the entire Holy Sky clan and the vast demon domain. Even if you hide within the myriad worlds, you will find it impossible to escape. You would do well to ponder this carefully. Upon hearing the veiled threat in the Fire Evil Emperor's words, Yun merely smiled faintly. With a single hand gesture, ripples began to emanate from his surroundings, as if the very fabric of the universe were trembling. Observing the waves emanating from the sky, a trace of fear surged within the Fire Evil Emperor. The power within him had been significantly diminished after being devoured by Yun, while Yun's strength had seen remarkable advancement. In this exchange, he was already at a disadvantage, and the celestial phenomena conjured by Yun's divine powers filled him with an unsettling sense of dread. It was undoubtedly a superlative power capable of obliterating his own. He knew, without a doubt, that such a confrontation would lead to his inevitable defeat. Swish. Thus, with a flick of his sleeve, the Fire Evil Emperor conjured a raging sea of flames that erupted into existence, sweeping across the heavens to engulf Yun. Yet, he himself chose to abandon the survival of his kin, transforming into a streak of bloodlight as he retreated in haste. Could he truly escape? Watching the Fire Evil Emperor abandon his people without hesitation, Yun smirked in derision. He extended his palm and grasped at the surging sea of flames. Light radiated throughout the cosmos, and the space before him fractured, revealing a colossal maw formed of black flames that devoured the torrent of fire, converting it into the purest energy that coursed into his being. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he reached out towards the distant fire evil emperor. Boom! The very fabric of the universe shattered, morphing into a vast black hole spanning thousands of miles. Countless fragments of space coalesced under an unseen force, forming a transparent, colossal hand that seized the fire evil emperor's form within its grasp. Rumble! An endless surge of bloodlight erupted into the sky, and in the next instant, a massive blood-red demonic silhouette materialized, shattering the space hand and fleeing through the void. Swish! At this moment, a figure enveloped in a layer of black flames appeared above, its visage strikingly identical to Yun Yi's, revealing it to be Yun Yi's soul manifestation, the Empyrean soul. Upon witnessing this ethereal presence, a peculiar sense of oppression washed over Zhu Kuan, Gu Yuan, and the others, leaving them utterly astonished. This sensation was one they had only previously experienced from Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, Xiao Yan, and the Soul Emperor, and now they had to include Yun Yi as well. The black-clad Yun Yi remained silent and expressionless as he watched the Fire Demon Emperor swiftly soar past. With a mere gesture of his finger, a colossal pillar of flame, seemingly conjured from the very essence of the universe, materialized, crashing down with tremendous force to suppress the demonic shadow of the Fire Demon Emperor. In a fit of rage, the Fire Demon Emperor roared to the heavens and unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with the descending pillar. However, in the very instant of contact, the pillar dissipated into countless tiny flames, each one slicing through the Fire Demon Emperor's form, inflicting numerous wounds and weakening him further. For the Fire Demon Emperor, the impending sense of death was not the most agonizing aspect. Rather, it was the humiliation of being vanquished by a mere junior who had yet to attain the status of a celestial sovereign. The wounds he bore served as irrefutable evidence of his disgrace, though he might attempt to rationalize his defeat as a consequence of the Holy Demon Flame's might. The undeniable reality of being bested by an insignificant ant beneath a celestial sovereign filled him with seething rage. Before he could mount a counterattack, the figure of Yun Yi in black robes stepped through the air, his gaze indifferent and devoid of superfluous words. With a single, seemingly effortless palm strike, he disregarded the very fabric of space itself. When his hand descended, it landed squarely upon the chest of the Fire Demon Emperor. With a thunderous impact, the world seemed to tremble, and the Fire Demon Emperor was sent hurtling backward, collapsing under the force of the blow. In his agonized cries, he shattered into a torrent of malevolent energy, dispersing throughout the cosmos. Lord Demon Emperor, the remnants of the Fire Clan, witnessing their leader's catastrophic demise at the hands of Yun Yi's Holy Demon Flame, were engulfed in sorrow, howling towards the sky. This sorrow quickly morphed into profound terror, as they contemplated how the one who had vanquished their ancestor might treat them. Lord Yun Yi, you are the one who led our clan here. I am the first of the Fire Clan to have met you. You cannot slay me. I would serve you loyally, enduring any hardship. Leighton trembled in fear, kneeling in the void, beseeching the figure of Yun Yi above. Since you are willing to do anything for me, then lend me your strength. Unfortunately, Leighton's plea stirred not the slightest ripple within Yun Yi's heart. Observing the Fire Clan below, he spoke with cold indifference. In the next instant, a colossal hand appeared, harboring an overwhelming power of devouring. A piercing scream echoed, and in that moment, countless members of the Fire Evil Clan erupted into a torrent of demonic energy, dissipating into the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth. Now it's your turn, murmured Yun Yi, gazing down at the immense waves of demonic essence. Bang! At that moment, a sound of shattering space reverberated, and the figure of the Soul Emperor emerged from the palm world. I never expected you would manage to escape, Yun Yi remarked with a light chuckle, observing the Soul Emperor, drenched in blood and continuously ablaze. The Soul Emperor trembled, his eyes burning crimson as he looked at Yun Yi. To break free from that alternate dimension, he had resorted to igniting his own Dou Emperor body, barely managing to escape. Even if he had successfully fled, restoring his self-ignited Dou Emperor body would require centuries, or perhaps even longer, to recultivate. Sometimes, he might not even succeed in that endeavor, a price that was exceedingly heavy. Since you are so eager, let us begin with you. Yun Yi, indifferent to the Soul Emperor's furious roar, regarded him expressionlessly, then raised his hand and pointed. The Soul Emperor, upon witnessing this, was taken aback and swiftly retreated. However, as Yun Yi pointed, a dark flame surged forth, forming chains of ebony around him, constructing an extraordinarily profound formation. Upon seeing the fiery formation, the Soul Emperor's complexion turned ashen. From it, he sensed the breath of death, prompting him to hastily retreat. Whoosh! Just as he withdrew, the massive fire formation tore through the void, pursuing him like a relentless poison, and soon after, The formation swept over, engulfing the Soul Emperor within. Boom. After a millennium of planning, my Soul Clan has met such a fate. I am unwilling, utterly unwilling. His anguished roar resonated throughout the cosmos. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the multitude of chains surrounding the formation ensnared the Soul Emperor's form, and his body rapidly melted under the fiery bindings, ultimately transforming into a radiant sphere of crimson energy. As the sphere emerged, it was refined by the Holy-Demon Flame, converting into the purest energy that flowed into Yuan Yi's being. The Soul Emperor was dead. Not only the Soul Emperor, but the outer evil clan had been annihilated as well. On the ground, numerous individuals beheld the demise of the Soul Emperor and the Fire Evil Clan's might, momentarily forgetting their own predicament, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The apocalyptic despair had finally come to an end. The expressions of the ancient figures like the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan were complex as they gazed at the empty void, witnessing the once indomitable Soul Emperor fall before their eyes. If even the Dou Emperor could not achieve immortality, what meaning remained in their arduous pursuits? However, one must not rejoice too soon. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the inhabitants of the continent of combat, the ancient dragon clan's Zhu Kuan gazed solemnly at the figure of Yuan Yi in the sky, gravely remarking, "Indeed, we still have a significant dilemma yet to resolve." Zhu Ming, equally serious, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Yuan Yi might pose an even greater threat than the Fire Evil Clan and the Soul Heavenly Emperor. "Has that rascal Jiang Yin shown any signs of movement?" Zhu Kuan inquired, casting a concerned glance at Yuan Yi before turning to Ziyin and Medusa for answers. The two women exchanged looks before simultaneously shaking their heads. They had yet to receive any news from Jiang Yun. Qing Lin and the little medical fairy remained in seclusion together, and no updates had emerged, suggesting that Jiang Yun would require more time before re-emerging. This complicates matters. Zhu Kuan sighed, rubbing his hands together with a hint of frustration. Jiang Yun had mentioned delivering the Emperor-grade seed pill to the Soul Heavenly Emperor as part of his plan. Now, with the Soul Heavenly Emperor having been refined by Yuan Yi, was this also part of his strategy? Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's inquiry, Ziyin and Medusa shook their heads once more, revealing that they only knew Jiang Yun had instructed them to provide the Emperor-grade seed pill to the Soul Heavenly Emperor, as utilizing the Emperor pill for a breakthrough carried significant risks. They understood that Jiang Yun had grander schemes requiring the Soul Heavenly Emperor to ascend to the Dou Emperor level. However, they were unaware that Jiang Yun's intent was to empower Yuan Yi after the Soul Heavenly Emperor's breakthrough. Now, given the current situation, both women felt an acute sense of urgency. Seeing their negative response, Zhu Kuan muttered under his breath, "That scoundrel, keeping secrets even from his wife and father-in-law. Truly a little rascal." Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, jolting the jubilant crowd back to reality as they beheld the massive formation in the sky, instantly plunging them into despair. It became evident that they had not yet escaped the crisis. With one Soul Heavenly Emperor fallen, another even more terrifying figure, Yuan Yi, loomed before them. Who would come to their aid now? The sky darkened as torrents of demonic energy surged outward, tainting the once vibrant Dou Qi of the continent of combat wherever it spread, extinguishing life and transforming the land into a lifeless demonic domain. This exemplified the tyrannical nature of the outer evil races. In contrast to the spiritual energy of the myriad worlds, their malevolence was far more invasive. Once a region fell victim to such corruption, restoration was nearly impossible. Chapter 235. Do you have a choice? The thick, viscous demonic energy erupted from the depths of the earth, rendering the heavens and earth devoid of color, dimming the sun and moon. At this moment, Yuan Yi's consciousness seemed to merge with this new realm, his thoughts traversing freely through countless mountains, rivers, and plains, only to eventually dissolve into the void. His consciousness was exceedingly domineering. Despite the extreme repulsion of the surrounding space, he forcefully shattered certain barriers. At one moment, his awareness seemed to waver, spreading into the void, while the entire cosmos reflected his consciousness. He surveyed the world from above, witnessing the emergence of chaotic light within the abyss. Meeting you is indeed no easy feat. Yuan Yi gazed ahead at the embryonic realm, letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, the embryonic realm shimmered ominously under chaotic radiance, revealing dark, demonic runes, an aftermath of the corruption inflicted upon the Dou Qi Continent by Yuan Yi himself. A hum reverberated through the air as the spirit of the realm trembled violently upon sensing Yuan Yi's presence, enveloping the entire space with an overwhelming sense of rejection, as if it were about to expel him from this dimension at any moment. Sensing this, Yuan Yi turned his gaze toward a familiar figure deep within the chaotic sea. Chuckling lightly, "Is this truly your choice?" Above Xiao Yan's head, the chaotic light coalesced into a spirit embryo, roughly the size of a palm, which hovered there. emanating a hazy consciousness. "Outsider, depart from here. This realm does not welcome you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi let out a cold laugh, responding, "Had you chosen me from the very beginning, I would not have encountered such troublesome circumstances, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Now that I have entered, I shall not leave so easily." As he spoke, his hand swiftly reached out toward the embryonic realm, and at the moment his palm made contact with the spirit embryo. Radiant spiritual light engulfed the surroundings. In the haze, Yuan Yi's soul consciousness seemed to brush against the very essence of the world and the mountains, rivers, and all living things of the Dou Qi Continent rapidly flashed through his mind, bestowing upon him an overwhelming sense of dominion over all existence. However, this sensation was fleeting. As the spiritual light dissipated, the spirit embryo vanished before him, leaving his grasp empty. Bang! Sitting cross-legged, Xiaoyan gradually opened his eyes and struck out with his palm. "Yuan Yi, leave the Dou Qi Continent. This is not a place for your kind," Xiaoyan bellowed in fury. Recalling the countless figures who had perished beneath the onslaught of demonic energy, a blazing inferno igniting within his heart. "What a joke. There is no corner of this universe I cannot traverse." Yuan Yi retorted with a chilling laugh, his domineering voice echoing through the dimensional space, stirring waves of turmoil. "Do you not fear the repercussions of slaughtering countless beings on the Dou Qi Continent?" Xiao Yan inquired, struggling to contain his rage as he fixed his gaze upon Yuan Yi. "Repercussions?" Yuan Yi seemed to find the notion amusing, a sneer curling upon his lips. "In this world, strength is the only form of retribution. Their deaths merely signify their inadequacy. The weak can only survive under the laws of the strong. When I ascend to the pinnacle of power, who could bestow upon me retribution? You wretch, face the wrath of the Dou Qi Continent." Yuan Yi's words ignited the fury within Xiao Yan, who clasped his hands together, transforming them into an ancient seal. As this seal was formed, the space around them resonated with a deep, thunderous hum. Swish! Chaotic light surged from the 8 cardinal directions, ultimately enveloping Xiao Yan's form. Under this radiant cocoon, ancient patterns emerged upon his skin, reminiscent of the very textures of the universe, mystical and natural. With a firm grip, he summoned a heavy ruler, suffused with a chaotic hue, which he wielded with a powerful swing. In an instant, a fierce and otherworldly flame surged forth, transforming into a blinding beam of light that shot outward. Futile struggles ensued. Observing the impending attack, Yuan Yi let out a cold snort as boundless demonic energy surged from his palm, erupting with ferocity in the next moment, devouring the malevolent beast. The demonic energy roiled and rapidly expanded, morphing into an unimaginably enormous dark creature with a sinister radiance enveloping its form. Its eyes were filled with wrath and bloodlust, as if bent on annihilating all existence and consuming everything in its path. As the luminous beam approached, the dark beast opened its cavernous maw, akin to an abyss, and swallowed the attack whole. Heaven-slaying hand. Seizing the moment, Yuan Yi stamped his foot down once more. Boom! The surrounding space shattered in layers, and countless tendrils of demonic energy surged skyward. From within that tumultuous energy, an indescribable colossal hand emerged from the depths of the earth. This hand, pitch black and exuding an overwhelming sense of malevolence, could likely obliterate an entire imperial dynasty with a mere strike. Beneath this demonic hand, even the towering blood body of the Soul Emperor appeared minuscule. Within its palm lay a gaping black mouth, resembling a black hole, which seemed to devour everything in its vicinity. Should one fall into it, even the most formidable beings, such as the 9-star Dou Saint, would be reduced to nothingness in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan regarded the descending demonic hand with calmness. He raised his palm, and radiant flames surged forth, coalescing in his grasp into a resplendent fireball. This brilliant fireball, exuding a chaotic hue, seemed to contain myriad colors. Yet beneath its flickering beauty lay a terrifying power that evoked dread. The might of Xiao Yan's flame rivaled that of the top-ranked Emperor Flame on the. Should this flame descend upon the Dou Qi Continent, it would likely transform the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles into an inferno, obliterating all living beings within its reach. The resplendent flames roiled, each flicker causing the very fabric of space to collapse, with fragments of space cascading downwards, consumed by the flames into nothingness. The magnificent fireball surged in Xiao Yan's hand before swiftly compressing. Moments later, a delicate fire lotus emerged, a signature technique known as the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Holding the fire lotus, Xiao Yan regarded Yuan Yi with a chilling smile. With a flick of his finger, the splendid fire lotus floated gracefully towards Yuan Yi. Boom! The fiery lotus spun gracefully, tracing a magnificent tail of flames in the void. Confronted by the ominous hand that obscured the sun, the lotus showed no sign of hesitation, transforming into a blaze of fire that surged forward. At the moment of contact, The lotus erupted in its most exquisite form, followed by an endless torrent of flames, akin to the simultaneous eruption of countless volcanoes, filling the entire space with vibrant fire. Clang. Xiaoyan, you are still lacking. Within the sea of flames, Yuan Yi remained unperturbed. With a sudden grip of his palm, an infinite darkness converged, ultimately manifesting into a menacing black halberd. Whoosh! Yuan Yi brandished the halberd, unleashing a surge of demonic energy. In the next instant, the spearhead quivered, and shadows of the halberd roared forth like a dragon, aimed directly at Xiaoyan's vital points. In response to Yuan Yi's onslaught, Xiaoyan's silhouette erupted from the flames, his voice ringing out as he conjured a massive fire, the air around him igniting with terrifying flames. Flash! The descended, as if cleaving open the very heavens, the heat radiating throughout the realm. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated, followed by a storm-like impact, as the fabric of space itself began to collapse within sight, even the fragments of space unable to withstand such force, shattering into pieces. Boom! 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 In a matter of minutes, the two figures had clashed over 1,000 times. Bang! In an instant, a flash of black light streaked through the void, and their figures came to a halt. From the depths of that space, a silhouette emerged, impaled by a grotesque halberd of considerable length. It was Xiaoyan, yet his form was marred by cracks, resembling a shattered porcelain doll from a distance. Truly tenacious. Yuan Yi observed the fractured Xiaoyan, who was surrounded by swirling tendrils of chaotic energy that surged into his body, mending his broken form. However, this is where it ends. As the words fell, a pitch-black light in Xiaoyan's eyes grew ever larger until his vision was engulfed in darkness. In the outside world, within a certain mountainous region of Zhongzhou, Xiaoyan sat quietly in meditation. The chaotic light surrounding him intensified with the passage of time, as if the entire heavens and earth were trembling at that moment. At a certain point, his body began to tremble violently, black demonic runes flickering momentarily in the air. Suddenly, Xiaoyan opened his eyes wide, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his previously harmonious state with the universe forcefully expelled by an extraordinarily terrifying power. He clearly understood the nature of this force. Lying on the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit, he gazed at the blood-red formation in the sky, murmuring, "I have lost. All is lost." After a brief moment, disregarding the frailty within him, he summoned a flicker of fighting spirit and slowly rose to his feet, making his way towards the distant army of the ancient clan. Even if death awaited him, he was determined to be with the most significant person in his life. At that very instant, while Yuan Yi and Xiaoyan engaged in a fierce battle within the dimensional space, a soft chuckle echoed from some mysterious realm. "It appears that you have lost." There, amidst a sea of flames, a young man clad in black sat calmly, and at this moment he opened his starry eyes, gazing into the distance as he spoke softly. Surrounding him was an expanse of vibrant flames, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, stunning to behold. This was a sea of fire composed of the extraordinary flames from the Dou Qi Continent, with various unusual fires clustering around him, seemingly drawn close, yet keeping a respectful distance for reasons unknown. Deep within the fiery abyss, flames coalesced into a massive flower bud of fire, which gradually unfurled, revealing an ancient figure clad in dark robes seated within. The young man was none other than Zhang Yun, who had entered the ancient emperor's heritage space. While the elder was the last Dou emperor of the Dou Qi Continent after countless ages, Dou Qi Ancient Emperor. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's voice, Dou Qi Ancient Emperor opened his eyes and gazed at the young man not far away, letting out a deep sigh. A miscalculation in the game. "It seems I ultimately cannot best you." In response, Zhang Yun displayed no hint of arrogance, rather speaking with calmness. "I could have broken through to Dou Emperor long ago. Had it not been for my desire to swiftly ascend to the heavenly sovereign, I would not have had to go through such elaborate preparations. I have laid the groundwork. To say the least, 99% of it is ready. If I were to fail against you now, how could I ever hope to realize my aspirations?" Dou Qi Ancient Emperor cast a complex glance at Zhang Yun, sighing softly, "If only you were not of that realm." Zhang Yun fell silent. His origins were beyond his control. He merely wished for the evil spirit clan to free themselves from the clutches of the extraterritorial malevolence and live freely within this universe. Though the goal seemed daunting, he persisted in his efforts. "If you succeed, how will you treat the beings of the Dou Qi Continent?" Dou Qi Ancient Emperor seemed to accept the impending fate he faced, looking at Zhang Yun with intense scrutiny. Upon hearing this query, Zhang Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the elder, his deep eyes resembling black holes, obscuring his thoughts. Observing Zhang Yun's reaction, Dou Qi Ancient Emperor sighed once more, speaking softly. "Very well, I am but a remnant of consciousness now, struggling to preserve my own existence. The fate of the beings in the Dou Qi Continent lies in their own hands. When I achieved the emperor's title through the burning formula, I only learned of its origins after becoming an emperor. Little did I expect that after 10,000 years, this technique would fall into the hands of my enemies. Such is the unpredictability of life. However, I believe you are not that kind of person. Entrusting this legacy to you does not betray the original intent of my being. As the voice faded, the ancient Emperor Dou Qi flicked his fingers lightly, causing the boundless and magnificent sea of flames to suddenly writhe and surge. Ultimately, a fire dragon twisted and coalesced in midair into a radiant lotus seed, about the size of a fist, with numerous flames dancing upon its surface. My inheritance requires a heart as steadfast as rock, as long as a single thought remains. It shall not perish. Emperor Dou Qi gazed at Jiang Yun with a faint smile, then flicked his fingers once more, causing the resplendent flame lotus seed to gently descend and finally hover above Jiang Yun's crown. Seeing this, Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh and tilted his head to gaze at the strangely luminous fire lotus. Within him, the black and white flames transformed into two demonic dragons that soared skyward, devouring the lotus seed whole. Observing the dazed expression of Emperor Dou Qi, Jiang Yun scoffed. Old man, what are you pretending for? Do you really have a choice? Chapter 236. Jiang Yun emerges. As the fire lotus was consumed, Jiang Yun's scornful words echoed in the air. Emperor Dou Qi, with a vacant expression, opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, a bitter smile adorning his face. After a considerable pause, he looked at Jiang Yun ahead and sighed. So be it. My mission is finally coming to an end. His tone carried a subtle sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, he had fulfilled the tasks entrusted to him by Emperor Dou Qi, and within him stirred a peculiar feeling of liberation. Reflecting on the moment Jiang Yun first entered, their exchange filled Emperor Dou Qi with awe and regret. Jiang Yun had stepped into this inheritance space during the battle at the ancient emperor's cave, where he could have seized power through brute strength. However, upon learning that Emperor Dou Qi possessed information regarding the great emperor of 10,000 flames, he restrained his greedy impulses and proposed a wager. The wager revolved around the outcome between Yun Yi and Xiao Yan, and it seemed that he had come out on top. I truly wish to see if you can break through to that level. It appears now that there will be no opportunity. Emperor Dou Qi lamented, observing his own form beginning to wane into the ethereal. When he broke through to the Dou Emperor stage, he had merely reached the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign. Ultimately, he never transcended that celestial barrier. As for whether he succeeded after ascending to the higher realms, he could not ascertain, at least within the memories left behind. Emperor Dou Qi had not crossed that threshold, thus he did not witness Jiang Yun's final outcome, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Unbeknownst to Emperor Dou Qi's sentiments, Jiang Yun was immersed in the vast reservoir of energy within his own being. At the moment the flame lotus seed entered his body, his form instantly flushed crimson, as the immense energy surged through him at a terrifying pace. In the blink of an eye, his meridians became filled to the brim with this energy, an insatiable sensation emanating from within. Jiang Yun dared not to delay. He controlled the holy demonic flame within, allowing his techniques to operate frantically, absorbing the overwhelming energy that coursed through him. As he entered a state of cultivation, his body gradually sank beneath the vibrant magma. Suddenly, a tremendous wave surged forth, the terrifying energy fluctuations permeating every corner of this spatial realm. Even the mightiest of fighters, the Dou Saints, would be consumed by the exceedingly pure primordial energy present here. Centered around Jiang Yun, the magma began to swirl, coalescing into a vortex that rapidly took shape, channeling immense primordial energy towards him. In no time, Jiang Yun's form became enveloped in the mist of energy emanating from within, and as time passed, the density of this energy mist increased, ultimately resonating with the energy within him to form a luminous cocoon. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Yun sensed that the power within him was approaching a critical threshold. Then, at a pivotal moment, he transcended this limit. Within the stone statue's heart, the once rich essence of the emperor had vanished without a trace, and simultaneously, the ancient Emperor Dou Qi also dissipated from existence. With the depletion of primordial energy, he lost all support and dissolved into the cosmos. Little medical fairy, the statue of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi has vanished. Jiang Yun's sister, who had been vigilantly waiting by his side, exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing the disappearance of the statue. Jiang Yun, brother. Qing Lin, who had also been watching over him, gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with profound concern. Qing Lin, have faith in Jiang Yun. He will succeed. The little medical fairy urged herself to remain calm, dismissing the worst outcomes. She turned to Qing Lin and spoke gently. Just as her words fell, a powerful imperial aura enveloped the surroundings. The forces of space bowing before him, even the dust within the air, seemed to yield to this overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of the supremacy of the heavens. Upon sensing this formidable presence, the little medical fairy and Qing Lin, disregarding their discomfort, gazed in awe at the source of the force. Jiang Yun, he has succeeded. The imperial might manifested swiftly, and just as quickly, it receded. In the next moment, Jiang Yun's figure gradually materialized before them, causing both women to beam with joy. Brother Jiang Yun, congratulations on becoming a Dou Emperor, they exclaimed delightfully, intertwining their arms and smiling radiantly. Well, it seems the time has come to conclude this matter. Jiang Yun remarked with a gentle smile as he felt the softness between his arms. He then embraced both women, their figures beginning to blur in this space. In the central state, the land lay in desolation, with an overwhelming aura of malevolence spreading relentlessly in every direction. Above, a colossal formation pulsed with a blood-red glow, ceaselessly drawing crimson light towards its center. Every time the crimson light flickered, it sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it, each ray symbolizing the demise of countless lives. The peak experts, such as the Dou Saints, sensed the breath of a destructive figure within the formation expanding rapidly, reaching an unfathomable realm beyond their comprehension. Countless individuals exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. None could predict when the sudden catastrophe would descend upon them. The continent of Dou Qi had already succumbed to pollution in nearly half of its expanse. In that moment, Xiaoyan lifted his gaze, his countenance grave as he looked skyward and spoke slowly. Beside him, Gu Suner, with a heart full of concern, supported Xiaoyan. At present, Xiaoyan's soul and body had suffered severe damage, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Were it not for the abundance of advanced alchemists within the alliance, providing ample ninth-grade elixirs, Xiaoyan would scarcely be able to stand. What would happen then? Gu Yuan gazed at Xiaoyan, unable to suppress his inquiry. The assembly had come to understand the reason behind Xiaoyan's sudden surge in strength. It turned out he had been chosen by the spirit of the plane, destined to become its master. With the spirit's aid, it was no wonder Xiaoyan's power had escalated so swiftly. Envy was inevitable. After all, he was to become the master of the plane. Had not the malevolent beings from beyond craved the spirit's favor? Yet, that was a bygone era. Now, Xiaoyan had been forcefully expelled from the spatial realm by Yun Yi, erasing any chance of him becoming the plane's sovereign. They were now left to fret over the spirit potentially falling into the hands of this external demon, Yun Yi. Thus, when Xiaoyan spoke, the crowd could not help but turn their attention towards him. After all, the concepts of the spirit of the plane and its master were entirely new to them, existing in a realm of the unknown. The secrets therein could only be elucidated by Xiaoyan, who had engaged deeply with the entity. The spirit of the plane inherently resisted outsiders, and the notion of gaining its approval seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan regarded the assembly and spoke slowly. Is there truly no solution? Ziyin inquired, her brow furrowed as she voiced her concern. Aware of Jiang Yun's origins as an outsider, she wondered if that meant he too had no opportunity. Not meeting her gaze, Xiaoyan withdrew his eyes. Cognizant of Jiang Yun's background, he recalled his first encounter with the spirit of the plane, realizing how vastly inferior he had been compared to Jiang Yun at that time. If one were to become the master of the plane, Jiang Yun would indeed be more fitting. Yet, the spirit had chosen him. This exemplified the spirit's malice towards outsiders. For an outsider to earn the spirit's recognition, one must make significant contributions to the plane or resort to a more nefarious method, forcefully polluting the land to compel submission. This was precisely the tactic employed by Yun Yi. As Xiaoyan's words echoed, the crowd shuddered involuntarily. Did this imply that once over half the territory was tainted by demonic energy, the spirit would lose its capacity to resist? Yao Chen glanced at the encroaching malevolent aura, his face pale with horror. Indeed, Xiaoyan nodded with difficulty at his mentor's words. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew somber. Were they to merely await their demise? By the way, where had Jiang Yun gone? Just as despair enveloped the group, Gu Suner suddenly fixed her intense gaze upon Ziyin, Medusa, and the others, inquiring eagerly. Upon hearing Gu Suner's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd, compelling them to gaze towards the ancient dragon clan's camp. Indeed, Jiang Yun hailed from the upper realm. He must possess a means to navigate this predicament. At the very least, he should have a method to depart from the continent of Dou Qi, regardless of the outcome. This was a strategy worth considering, far superior to passively awaiting fate. Faced with the inquiring gazes of the assembly, Medusa and Ziyin exchanged a glance. After a moment's contemplation, Ziyin spoke solemnly. Xiao Yun has received the legacy of the ancient emperor, and there has yet to be word of his emergence. The mention of the ancient emperor's legacy sent ripples of astonishment through the allied forces as they absorbed this revelation. They had speculated on Jiang Yun's absence from the battlefield, and now it became clear that he was bestowed with the ancient emperor's inheritance. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's mind sparked with insight, recalling the ancient dragon clan's earlier conduct at the ancient emperor's cave. And he could not suppress a cry of realization. It was the statue of the ancient emperor, the one from the Dou Qi cave. Within it lies the legacy of the ancient emperor. Hearing Gu Yuan's words tinged with regret, the crowd felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. They had not anticipated that beyond the imperial-grade embryo pill, the ancient emperor's space harbored such a treasure. Many were slow to realize. No wonder the ancient dragon clan had exhibited such formidable prowess. Numerous gazes shifted past Xian and Medusa, resting upon the silent figure of Zhu Kuan. And an unbidden envy for Jiang Yun stirred within them. This crucial information regarding the ancient emperor's legacy seemed to be known only to Zhu Kuan, the venerable ancient dragon emperor, and not to the Soul Heaven Emperor or the ancient imperial clans. Noticing the attention of the crowd, Zhu Kuan could not help but let out a disdainful snort. Do you think the ancient emperor's legacy is so easily acquired? Back when the statue was right before you in the ancient emperor's cave, none of you sensed it. That signifies your lack of affinity with the legacy. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan felt a stir within. He had not been devoid of sensation. Indeed, he had felt an echo of the ancient emperor's legacy, though he had been oblivious to its intricacies. Taking a deep breath to dispel his regrets, Xiaoyan addressed the crowd. It seems we can only hope that Brother Jiang Yun hastens his efforts. Otherwise, he left the sentence unfinished, yet the unspoken weight of his words hung in the air, rendering the atmosphere somewhat somber. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as vibrant flames erupted from the void, cascading in brilliant waves. These flames, seemingly emerging from nowhere, consumed the endless demonic energy in their wake, reducing it to nothingness. Simultaneously, a profound pressure emanated from the heavens, permeating the entire continent of Dou Qi. In an instant, the allied forces gazed upwards in astonished delight, their hearts racing with anticipation. Having previously sensed the auras of the Soul Heaven Emperor and the Ancient Emperor, they recognized this presence. Only a Dou Emperor could wield such power. Coupled with Xian's earlier words, their hearts swelled with excitement. It is Xiao Yun. He has succeeded. Xian exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling as she sought the familiar figure within the sea of flames. Upon witnessing the scene, Medusa's lips curled into a breathtaking smile. Her gaze gentle as she shared a glance with Xian. You little rascal, it's not too late. Zhu Kuan observed, a smile upon his face. Yet his words were laced with a playful reprimand. In a flash, the blurred figures before the crowd solidified, revealing the presence of Qing Lin and the little medical fairy beside Medusa and Xian. The hearts of Zhu Kuan and the others surged with certainty. It was indeed Jiang Yun, who had transcended to the Dou Emperor realm. You lot remain as insufferable as ever. With me here today, you shall not succeed. A tempest of flames surged forth, culminating in a figure enveloped in resplendent fire. Jiang Yun regarded the blood-red array with a serious expression. Above, the previously howling demonic energy was subdued by the flames, rendering it somewhat tranquil. As Jiang Yun's voice resonated, a beam of demonic light descended, within which the silhouette of Yun gradually materialized. He gazed at Jiang Yun and sighed. I never anticipated you would acquire the legacy of the ancient emperor. In this final moment, it is once again you who stands before me. Indeed, compared to these insignificant creatures from lower realms, only one from the vast expanse like you is worthy to be my adversary. You ought to be grateful to me, you know. Observing Yun Yi's smiling countenance, Jiang Yun's heart stirred, and he retorted with derision. Grateful to you? This world does not belong to you. Wherever you came from, return there. Jiang Yun's eyes lowered slightly, his tone indifferent. Do not be so quick to draw conclusions. Were it not for my pushing the Dou Qi Continent to such extremes, would you have had even the slightest chance of gaining the recognition of the plane's essence? Yun Yi, unfazed by Jiang Yun's demeanor, spoke on. Do not pretend you are not coveting the plane's essence. This is the shortcut to becoming a heavenly sovereign, and no one would refuse such an opportunity. Upon concluding, Yun Yi regarded Jiang Yun with a smile in his eyes, as if to imply they were of the same ilk. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, amidst Yun Yi's discourse, could not help but divert part of his consciousness to re-establish communication with the plane's essence. Chapter 237, The Hidden Ones. Jiang Yun's consciousness effortlessly traversed into the plane's space. His gaze fixed upon the chaotic light ahead, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The essence of the plane remained quietly adrift in the sea of chaos. The chaotic light seemingly imbued with boundless vitality, an overwhelming life force that captivated the soul. As the essence of the plane pulsed, the entirety of the realm trembled in response. With each breath it took, storms converged, tides ebbed and flowed, and the sun rose and set. However, compared to the last time Jiang Yun encountered it, this occasion presented a troubling sight. Upon the chaotic light sphere, he discerned some blood threads clinging to its surface, entwining like maggots in flesh, rendering the chaotic sphere exceedingly discordant. Though these threads were entirely under Jiang Yun's control, he felt no shame whatsoever. With Jiang Yun's arrival, an urgent consciousness echoed in his mind. Devil, the demonic energy must be extinguished. Jiang Yun observed the scene with a cold gaze, his hazy consciousness once again resonating with the thought. To safeguard the realm and eliminate all intruders from this world could perhaps lead to their refinement. The essence of the plane's spirit echoed in his mind, prompting a cold smile to grace Jiang Yun's lips. This entity truly embodied the phrase "no rabbit, no hawk." The essence of the plane was also a peculiar form of life, yearning for freedom as all beings do. They would not acknowledge a master until they had reached the brink of despair, nor would they recognize outsiders as their dominators. Thus, one should not easily trust the messages emanating from the essence of the plane, for they could well be a bait set by the adversary. In the neighboring Tianxian continent, the symbol ancestor had fallen prey to the deceptive words of the Tianxian plane spirit, believing that by collecting enough primordial spiritual light, he could gain the spirit's recognition. However, the results were far from satisfactory. With the symbol ancestor's missteps serving as a cautionary tale, Jiang Yun was resolute in avoiding futile endeavors. He had expended a considerable portion of his life force to resolve the crisis in the Dou Qi Continent, only to find himself bereft of acknowledgement. From the very beginning, he had devised an exceedingly domineering plan, leaving the essence of the plane with no alternatives. Contemplating this, the figure of Yun gradually approached from the depths of the plane's space, bringing with him a surging wave of demonic energy. Within the plane, chaotic light shimmered, resisting the encroaching demonic aura. I shall assist you in expelling the extraterritorial evil clan, allowing this world to overcome its crisis. However, I require your strength. Jiang Yun intended to be forthright, directly stating his purpose to the essence of the plane. As Jiang Yun's words fell, the essence of the plane seemed to quiver slightly, yet remained unresponsive. Observing this, Jiang Yun understood that the entity was not from the Dou Qi Continent, hence it exhibited some resistance. Had Xiaoyan been present, he would have likely secured the latter's assistance long ago. Even Medusa, Xian, Zhao Yixian, and Qing Lin would have held an advantage over Jiang Yun in such a scenario. Recognizing the situation, Yun skillfully intensified the encroachment of demonic energy, prompting the essence of the plane to respond with a surge in its chaotic light. A toast not accepted is met with a penalty drink. With this realization, Jiang Yun lost all patience for negotiation. He let out a cold snort, seated himself cross-legged, and unleashed the holy demonic flame within him. The billowing white flames transformed into a colossal fire dragon that surged toward the essence of the plane. Opposite him, the black mist roiled, giving rise to a black dragon that spiraled forth. Externally, the two dragons appeared nearly identical, yet their intrinsic attributes were starkly opposed. These contrasting properties, however, intertwined in a marvelous union, forging a peculiar connection that amplified their combined might. The essence of the plane, sensing their movements, trembled with increasing fervor. At this moment, it became clear that Jiang Yun and Yun were allies, and the current state of the Dou Qi Continent was a consequence of Jiang Yun's actions. Naturally, it would unleash its most vehement resistance. The essence of the plane erupted with a dazzling chaos of light, amidst which celestial melodies seemed to resonate, revealing faint silhouettes of countless beings within the vastness of chaos. With a disdainful snort, Jiang Yun and Yun simultaneously reprimanded. Only now do you realize? It is far too late. As the words left their lips, Jiang Yun's thoughts ignited, merging the sacred demon flame into a singular entity, resulting in the emergence of an enigmatic yin-yang taiji diagram within the spatial realm, descending upon the spirit of the plane below with a suppressive force. In an unknown dimension, a profound eye slowly opened, observing the fierce clash between Jiang Yun and Yun, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Let them fight. I shall not shy away from claiming this plane's essence. The prospect of obtaining the essence of the plane and ascending to the rank of Demon Emperor filled the onlooker's heart with unrestrained exhilaration. A raucous laughter erupted, echoing through the mysterious space as the figure silently swept towards the interior of the Dou Qi Continent, facing no hindrance whatsoever. It is well known that outsiders face natural repulsion when entering this realm. However, the absence of any resistance suggested that the spirit of the plane was indeed preoccupied, lacking the energy to oversee the Dou Qi Continent. Upon the youth's entrance into the Dou Qi Continent, Jiang Yun and Yun, seated in meditation within the planar space, felt a slight tremor in their tightly shut eyes. In the next moment, they returned to their tranquil state, continuing their amicable discourse with the essence of the plane. Meanwhile, in the external realm, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yun advanced steadily towards the grand formation where Yun Yi stood. While the duo joined forces against the spirit of the plane, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Yun Yi as a pitch-black halberd materialized, radiating an aura of terrifying power. An oppressive force, as if transcending the very heavens and earth, enveloped the surroundings, causing tremors among the numerous powerful beings on the Dou Qi Continent below. Jiang Yun clasped his palms together, summoning pure white flames that surged from within him, transforming into a long sword. With a fierce strike, he aimed it at Yun Yi. Instantly, the vast expanse crumbled under the sheer might unleashed, an overwhelming force capable of shattering even a peak 9-star Dou Saint into mere fragments. Boom, boom. The two fearsome attacks shattered the space they traversed, as black fissures rapidly spread across the sky. The heavens and earth quaked in response. The collision was beyond terrifying, with the unleashed energy rendering the faces of the Dou Saint experts pale, as they understood that even the slightest touch could lead to their utter annihilation. In the skies above, two figures suffused with a dreadful pressure wielded their formidable powers, striking fiercely against one another. With each clash, the very fabric of space threatened to shatter. The world around them became a tempest, trembling with the ferocity of their combat, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Jiang Yun and Yun Yi have both ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, achieving the status of Dou Emperor. They command the elemental forces of the Dou Qi Continent with ease. Thus, even amidst their fervent clashes, neither exhibits a hint of fatigue. With a resounding chime, a longsword ablaze with pure white flames surged forth, radiating an overwhelming brilliance, colliding with the demonic halberd in a flash. In that fleeting moment, their gazes turned icy and sharp, as resplendent light and malevolent energy surged wildly behind them. A roar erupted. Behind Jiang Yun, a stunning radiance coalesced into a colossal purple-golden dragon phoenix, soaring and letting out a cry that echoed through every corner of the heavens and earth. Not to be outdone, a towering demonic shadow manifested behind Yun Yi, equally grand, adorned with countless demonic arms, each possessing a sinister mouth glimmering with a cruel sheen. With a thunderous impact, they charged at one another, colliding fiercely in the sky, unleashing an indescribable wave of force that sent massive waves of stones soaring into the air, which then reverberated throughout the land of Zhongzhou. Energy ripples cascaded outward from their clash, causing both figures to stagger and retreat several hundred zhong, each step shattering the very fabric of space beneath them. If this battle continues, do you think we will determine a victor first? Or will the Dou Qi Continent collapse before that? Yun Yi gazed coldly at Jiang Yun. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers below were instantly struck with fear, their hearts trembling at the sight of the desolate landscape all around them. Then I shall have to eliminate you. Jiang Yun, sensing the gravity of the situation, appeared resolute, as if preparing to unleash some secret technique. In response, Yun Yi tightened his grip on the halberd, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light, as terrifying demonic energy surged forth from his being. In the next instant, Jiang Yun enveloped himself in a layer of white gauze, stomping down with such force that the void beneath him crumbled. His form transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Yun Yi in a flash. The purple-golden fist, imbued with destructive power, descended, causing the space around it to collapse like shattered glass. Unyielding in the face of Jiang Yun's tyrannical assault, Yun Yi enveloped his fist in devouring energy, clashing fiercely with Jiang Yun's devastating blow. A deep thud resonated, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if succumbing to their dreadful might. Thud, thud, thud. In midair, the sound of their intense collisions echoed, the two figures entangled in a frenzied dance, their speed so rapid that onlookers could scarcely discern the details of their confrontation. Only through the waves of tumultuous shockwaves could they grasp the ferocity of the battle. Across the Dou Qi Continent, many stood agape, eyes wide with astonishment at the two entwined figures. No one had anticipated that the conflict would escalate to such a fervent degree. This Yun Yi was indeed formidable, proving to be a match even for Jiang Yun. Zhu Kuan stared in astonishment at the clash unfolding in the sky, his tone laced with surprise. In his memory, Jiang Yun was still synonymous with unparalleled genius, an invincible presence among the younger generation. Although Zhu Kuan outwardly regarded Yun Yi with seriousness, he remained dismissive. Having encountered the most extraordinary talents before, how could this Yun Yi possibly surpass Jiang Yun? It seemed impossible. However, upon Yun Yi's entrance, he was met with profound shock. Compared to Jiang Yun, Yun Yi exuded an even greater indifference, viewing all living beings as mere ants, with life and death resting solely on his whims. Now, witnessing the fierce battle against Jiang Yun, it became clear that this was an exceedingly dangerous individual. What kind of person is the most terrifying? A being with no taboos, especially when that being is an extraordinary prodigy. Who could claim that little Yun was not a rival? Did they not see that Yun Yi was already at a disadvantage? Upon hearing Zhu Kuan praise Yun Yi and compare him to Jiang Yun, Ziyin became displeased, pointing to the sky and earnestly correcting Zhu Kuan, asserting that while Yun Yi was indeed formidable, her elder brother Jiang Yun undoubtedly held the advantage of familiarity with the battlefield. Xiao Yan's discerning eye was fearsome, and coupled with his knowledge of the secrets surrounding the plain spirit, he understood the stark differences between the two. At Xiao Yan's words, those present instinctively felt a sense of relief. Although both Jiang Yun and Yun Yi had the same objective, focusing on their own divine artifact, Jiang Yun naturally left a more favorable impression on them than Yun Yi. In the void, Jiang Yun delivered a powerful punch that sent Yun Yi staggering back. Gradually, he brought his hands together, and the energy tides surrounding him surged forth, not merely tides, but an ocean of energy. As the hand seals shifted, the ocean beneath him began to churn violently, as if an endless holy light radiated from his feet, enveloping the energy sea within a radius of thousands of miles. The handprint of life and death. Jiang Yun's deep voice resonated ominously. Suddenly, the sea was ripped apart, and all present were astonished to witness a colossal hand, adorned with ancient runes, slowly emerging from the depths, brimming with boundless vitality. As this ancient hand appeared, it seemed to freeze time and space beneath its palm. While others could not perceive the terror of Jiang Yun's strike, those at the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint level, Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan, along with Xiao Yan, recognized the hidden, seemingly boundless death energy lurking beneath its overwhelming vitality. How had he accomplished this? Witnessing this technique firsthand, a profound question arose in the minds of Xiao Yan, Zhu Kuan, and Gu Yuan. How could the principles of life and death, so fundamentally opposed, be so perfectly intertwined? It seemed utterly preposterous to the three. With a thunderous roar, the ocean of energy surged forth, as a sacred and ancient giant hand broke through the surface, shattering space as it reached towards Yun Yi. Under its shadow, even the void seemed to solidify, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Yun Yi. The devouring gate. Yun Yi equally sensed the terror of this colossal hand of energy. He immediately bellowed, slamming his palm against the emptiness before him. A surge of pitch-black demonic flames erupted forth, transforming into a massive dark portal towering thousands of feet high, upon which a grotesquely fierce demonic visage seemed to manifest. With countless eyes upon them, the two forces clashed violently, unleashing a fearsome energy storm that surged wildly from the heavens, sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. Bang! Chapter 238. Seamless transition of fighting spirit and spiritual power. Bang! The enormous handprint struck heavily against the menacing black portal, instantly fracturing it with numerous cracks. Jiang Yun, moving like lightning, darted toward Yun Yi as if teleporting, the essence of life and death swirling around him, piercing through the giant gate with sheer force. Swish! As he broke through the dark portal, a flash of silver light appeared, and Jiang Yun, wielding a sharp sword, suddenly emerged behind Yun Yi, delivering a merciless blow to his back. Clang! Sparks flew as Yun Yi, in a moment of urgency, swung his black spear just in time to block Jiang Yun's strike. However, the terrifying force still sent him reeling backward, leaving a deep scar from the fierce flames upon his back. Boom! Jiang Yun rapidly formed hand seals, and with a firm grip, an ancient light array surged forth from his hands, swelling in size to thousands of feet. The ancient formation began to operate slowly, emanating a pure and archaic power. As the ancient array activated, a peculiar light curtain cascaded down, and the oppressive demonic aura began to dissipate. With Jiang Yun's hand seals slowing, an immense surge of primal energy radiated outward, the hand of heaven and earth. In the sky, the ancient array trembled violently, unleashing a vast expanse of strange light that coalesced into a gigantic hand, thousands of feet in size, adorned with ancient luminous patterns. The colossal hand reached out, piercing through space, and descended heavily upon Yun Yi. In a moment of urgency, flames of darkness burned in Yun Yi's eyes. The next instant, everyone witnessed a beam of malevolent energy, seemingly the most wicked light in existence, erupting from his eyes, colliding fiercely with the hand of heaven and earth. Hiss! Upon contact, no dreadful waves of energy emerged. Instead, the beam quivered violently, fissures appearing before it was utterly obliterated by the colossal hand. Crack! After the shattered malevolent beam, the hand's momentum remained unyielding, tearing through the air and striking Yun Yi with the swiftness of lightning. Thud! A muffled groan escaped Yun Yi's lips, as the sound of shattering resonated throughout his body. His chest caved in, dark blood covering him, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Boom! In the sky, the clouds swirled around Yun Yi, as pure white flames ascended, swiftly engulfing the black flames that had pervaded the heavens. These white flames formed intricate patterns, unexpectedly coalescing into a grand formation that ensnared Yun-E. You wish to refine me? Yun-E cast a wary glance at the rising formation, his eyes nearly bursting with fury as he glared at Jiang Yun, who manipulated the array from above, sneering, "Aren't you afraid of choking on your own ambitions?" Hearing Yun-Yi's derision, a warm smile graced Jiang Yun's face as he replied, "This formation is called Heavenly Seal, Earthly End. I have prepared for this moment for a long time. Now, simply enjoy your final moments." With his words, the formation began to rotate, unleashing a terrifying sealing power that exuded an oppressive aura, suffocating all who felt it. As the battle in the sky gradually became clearer, even the Dou Zong and Dou Zun recognized that Yun-E had reached a dead end, with Jiang Yun holding absolute control over the battlefield. Many believed this chaotic war would finally come to an end. Initially, they thought Jiang Yun, like the sole heavenly emperor, a fellow Dou emperor, would not stand a chance against Yun-E, and the ultimate outcome would merely delay the inevitable for the masses. With Jiang Yun's breakthrough to Dou emperor, all that remained was a flicker of hope resting on him, yet uncertainty loomed in everyone's hearts. After all, the sole heavenly emperor had just been defeated. Now, it was evident that Jiang Yun surpassed the sole heavenly emperor in talent, demonstrating to all that there are distinctions among Dou emperors. Just because the sole heavenly emperor faltered does not imply that he would as well. Perhaps they need not face demise. Countless individuals trembled with excitement at this spectacle, as the once despair-inducing figure of destruction was finally on the brink of being subdued. Xiao Yin and his companions could not suppress their joy as it surged within them. Ji Kuan, witnessing this scene, quietly exhaled in relief, then chuckled at Jiang Yun, teasing, "You've done well, you rascal." The four women, Zi Yin and her companions, looked at Jiang Yun, who was displaying immense power in the sky, their eyes sparkling with pride. The rebirth following despair brought tears of joy to many, as countless individuals trembled and knelt, bowing in reverence to Jiang Yun. Their fervent shouts reverberated, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. At that moment, Jiang Yun seemed oblivious to the cries of the crowd below, wholly focused on confronting Yun-E within the formation. "You will never succeed in refining me." Sensing the imminent danger, Yun-E erupted with a fierce roar. In the next instant, a torrent of pitch-black demonic flames surged forth from within him, cascading endlessly and swiftly engulfing the entire sky. Boom! The black and white flames collided violently before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Previously harmonious in the dimensional space, the two entities now resembled ferocious dragons, battling fiercely to tear apart a bloody morsel and devour it whole. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh and sat cross-legged at the center of the grand formation, manipulating the undying sacred flame to launch a fierce assault on Yun-E, who was ensnared within the array. With the advantage of the formation and Yun-Yi's grievous injuries, Jiang Yun found himself in an invincible position. Above, a colossal formation rotated slowly in the sky, where the ominous black flames clashed violently with the sacred white flames, engulfing the expanse of heaven and earth. Each distinct and incompatible, the once dreaded power of devouring seemed to falter before the life force of the undying sacred flame, as if they were destined to clash. Their confrontation maintained a delicate equilibrium. It was as though they bore an intense grudge against each other, akin to sworn enemies meeting face to face, eager to annihilate the other to prevent future retribution. The ferocity of the elemental flames was merciless and brutal. The weak would be ruthlessly consumed by the strong. And when two formidable forces collided, one would inevitably fall. This fierce struggle sent shivers down the spines of those watching below. In the shadows, a pair of deep-set eyes quietly observed the unfolding spectacle, glimmering with a restless light. An endless void appeared before Jiang Yun, devoid of any distinction between up and down. It was a realm of nothingness. In the next moment, a glimmer of light emerged as the figure in a white robe, Yun-E, slowly approached Jiang Yun. His demeanor was tranquil, devoid of any trace of the life and death struggle that had just transpired with Jiang Yun. Had this been witnessed by outsiders, they would surely be astounded. That fellow is indeed cautious. Even in such a dire situation, he refrains from making a move. Yun-E stood beside Jiang Yun, positioned behind him, quietly gazing into the dark expanse ahead. Before them, the void was no longer an impenetrable darkness. Instead, it vividly displayed the current actions of the outside world. Among those visible were the excited expressions of Ji Kuan, the astonished countenance of Xiao Yin, the worried features of Ziyin and Medusa, all captured within their sight. The individual in question must be a familiar face. The sense of familiarity suggests he belongs to either the Heart Demon clan or the Flame Demon clan, though Jiang Yun was uncertain which one it might be. Calmly observing the unfolding scene, Jiang Yun spoke slowly, "Regardless of who it is, We must ensure he does not uncover our identities. Otherwise, we will face considerable difficulties ahead. Then let us ensure he does not return. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Yun's composed gaze. Both the Heart Demon Clan and the Flame Demon Clan are among the 32 major clans of the extraterrestrial evil races, and they undoubtedly know of the existence of the Evil Spirit Clan. If Jiang Yun's identity were to be exposed, it would likely lead to dire consequences. As it stands, he lacks the strength to confront the Holy Sky Demon Emperor and liberate the Evil Spirit Clan from the shackles of fate. I am indeed curious. Do you not harbor any regrets? Have you never considered resisting? Jiang Yun inquired curiously, shifting his gaze to the side where Yun Yi stood. It is essential to understand that his fire spirit clone possesses an autonomous consciousness. After experiencing the freedom of a sentient being, can he truly relinquish that hard-won liberty and return to his original form? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Yun Yi was momentarily taken aback, turning to Jiang Yun with a bemused smile and shaking his head. I am merely a clone, and not to mention my limited potential. I have already reached the apex of this body's capabilities. Even if I were to grow further, what difference would it make? The challenges we face cannot be surmounted by my strength alone. Only you hold the chance to succeed. Surprised by Yun Yi's perspective, Jiang Yun regarded him with astonishment, not anticipating such thoughts from his counterpart. Observing the surprise in Jiang Yun's eyes, Yun Yi smiled warmly, for the first time since transforming into this fire spirit form, revealing a genuine smile. What, are you surprised? Do not forget, I share the same will as you. I am merely the embodiment of your darker side. Nevertheless, even in this shadow, our aspirations remain unchanged. For this purpose, I am willing to pay any price, including my freedom. Therefore, you must succeed, advancing with the goals of both of us. After hearing Yun Yi's words, Jiang Yun stared at him in a daze before finally breaking into a smile and softly saying, You will not vanish, we are one. On the path to the pinnacle, neither of us can be absent. Now, let us first address this old acquaintance. With that, Yun Yi turned his gaze towards the scene ahead, where, in a distant corner of the vision, a wisp of black mist quietly dispersed into the world. Within the grand formation, Jiang Yun sat in tranquil meditation, his face serene. He formed hand seals, and a ghostly light surged from his storage ring, ultimately hovering before him. It was a pitch-black scroll, the very one he had obtained initially, the burning technique, as well as the remnants of the unquenchable fire body cultivation. Jiang Yun had no intention of practicing the unquenchable fire body. It was not his path. However, he could draw upon its profound insights and integrate them into the understanding he had cultivated. As the burning technique materialized, Jiang Yun altered his seals, and black and white flames erupted from within him. The instant the Holy-Demon Flame manifested, the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space began to expand continuously, producing a sound reminiscent of crashing waves, a manifestation of the overwhelming energy reaching a terrifying magnitude. Gazing at the flames that had come to define him, Jiang Yun's heart was as calm as still water, as if even the fighting spirit within him had quietly receded, resembling a bottomless abyss. Yet, within his dantian, a tempest began to churn. Amidst the vast black and white cyclone, colossal waves surged, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, as an immense fighting spirit coalesced within. Suddenly, the fighting spirit within the dantian began to rotate quietly, and as it spun, the energy became increasingly dense, transforming into a more advanced form of energy. If Xian and Medusa were present, they would undoubtedly recognize the familiar spiritual energy that Jiang Yun had briefly cultivated in the ruins continent. It was utterly inconceivable that he could transform his battle chi from the Dou Qi Continent into the spiritual energy of the vast world. Yet, this improbable feat had indeed been accomplished by Jiang Yun. A continuous influx of spiritual essence filled his body, and at that moment, a subtle distortion suddenly emerged at the center of his battle chi cyclone. As the distortion reached its zenith, a small black dot abruptly appeared, minuscule yet emanating a peculiar wave of energy, as if it concealed a unique microcosm within. Upon the emergence of this tiny black dot, a terrifying gravitational force erupted, drawing Jiang Yun's battle chi gradually towards it. This was the manifestation of his Supreme Si. Only by establishing the Supreme Si and condensing the Supreme Law Body could one truly enter the realm of supremacy. Boom. At that instant, the space behind Jiang Yun began to twist, revealing an expanse of black and white ocean. This vast sea of spiritual energy, imbued with vibrant life and eerie death intertwined, appeared profoundly enigmatic. As Jiang Yun successfully entered the Supreme Realm, he still possessed an immense amount of battle chi yet to be transformed. He estimated that once fully converted, he could easily break through to the Earth Supreme level, or even further beyond. Jiang Yun's ability to achieve such a high cultivation level after transformation stemmed from the exceptionally solid foundation of his battle qi, which was nearly on par with spiritual energy. This allowed him to cultivate within the spiritual energy system, providing him with a robust basis to ascend to greater heights. However, before he could condense the supreme law body, he needed an enormous, almost terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Jiang Yun glanced at Yun Yi beside him and nodded, asking, "Are you prepared?" With a light laugh, Yun Yi replied, "I can hardly wait to witness its emergence." He waved his hand, and behind him, a vast lake of pitch-black energy slowly materialized. Chapter 239, The Reappearance of Xin Kuei. To refine the supreme law body, a colossal amount of energy was required. And the dark ocean behind Yun Yi was composed of the malevolent energy refined from the fallen members of the Fire Evil clan. As a member of the Evil Spirit clan, Jiang Yun possessed a unique advantage. He could absorb both spiritual energy and malevolent energy, utilizing them as sources of cultivation energy. With the ability to switch freely between the two, the Fire Evil clan had produced numerous Earth Supreme-level powerhouses, and the malevolent energy extracted from their bodies was sufficient for Jiang Yun to achieve a seamless transition between battle qi and spiritual energy, eliminating the drawbacks typically encountered when first entering the vast world and beginning to cultivate spiritual energy. Amidst the surging expanse of the Supreme Sea, a violet radiance gradually coalesced, taking the form of a figure seated amidst the waves. This was none other than Jiang Yun's soul. His essence had long since ascended to the imperial realm, enveloped in an immortal sheen. At this moment, the countenance of the diminutive soul figure of Jiang Yun was etched with gravity. With a breath, infused with purple's flames mingling with spiritual power, he exhaled slowly, and his gaze sharpened, as he swiftly formed a complex and unique seal with his hands. Boom! At the instant Jiang Yun completed his seal, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Supreme Sea, as colossal columns of spiritual energy erupted violently from within. Thud! 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 The columns surged skyward, only to dive back down abruptly, resembling mighty dragons, culminating in a breathtaking collision. The entire Supreme Sea was shaken, generating towering waves. As a chaotic interplay of black and white hues spread through the air, while at the epicenter of the clash, the ferocious spiritual energy distorted the very fabric of space. Jiang Yun gazed intently at the resplendent sight, then formed another seal with his small hands. Boom! The Supreme Sea trembled once more, as countless strands of spiritual energy surged upward like water serpents, all howling towards the chaotic light, a sight reminiscent of a great whale siphoning water, truly magnificent. The immense spiritual force continued to converge there, and as it poured forth with such grandeur, the chaotic area grew increasingly radiant. Within that brilliance, a colossal silhouette seemed to take shape slowly. This marked the initial phase of cultivating the supreme Dharma body, whereby one refines their essence into the nascent form of the supreme body. This step relied solely upon one's own spiritual power. In the vastness of the Supreme Sea, immense columns of spiritual energy surged upward in tandem with Jiang Yun's hand gestures, ultimately infusing into that colossal silhouette. The originally abundant spiritual energy in the Supreme Sea was evidently consumed at an astonishing rate. However, for Jiang Yun, this posed little threat, merely a trifling matter. As this infusion persisted for approximately 10 minutes, the tumult within the Supreme Sea gradually subsided, enveloped in the profound chaotic light. There stood a gigantic silhouette of chaotic hue, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. The nascent form of the supreme Dharma body had been realized. Observing this silhouette, Jiang Yun nodded, then turned to glance at Yun Yi, who returned the look. No words were necessary, as a mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to understand their next course of action. This tacit understanding was such that even Zi Yin would feel inadequate in comparison, for they were, in essence, one and the same. Boom! In the next moment, a fierce black flame erupted from Yun's body, transforming him into a figure enveloped in an eerie, obsidian blaze after just a few breaths. Under Jiang Yun's command, the black flames, infused with a torrent of dark energy, began to cascade from the chaotic light in the sky, descending gradually upon the crown of its head. Upon entering its body, the black flames swiftly claimed half of it. Yet at that instant, the spiritual energy and malevolence within the supreme law body turned into adversaries, clashing fiercely as they vied for dominance. Then, a terrifying heat radiated from within the supreme law body, as its vast energy was consumed at an astonishing pace. The colossal silhouette began to shrink rapidly. At this rate, it would not take long before Jiang Yun's condensed form of the supreme law body would collapse entirely under the strain of their conflict. Observing this, Jiang Yun remained composed. He flicked his finger, causing the tranquil Supreme Sea to surge once more. transforming the overwhelming spiritual energy into a torrent that surged towards the diminishing form of the supreme law body. Boom. Streams of spiritual energy soared into the heavens, inundating the supreme law body. Hiss. With the addition of such immense spiritual energy, the rate of the supreme law body's shrinkage showed no signs of abating. However, as the two forces clashed, wreaking havoc upon the supreme law body, the spiritual torrent incessantly mended its form. Naturally, Jiang Yun would not remain idle in such a situation. He pointed once more, sending forth the pure white, undying sacred flame towards the supreme law body, which joined the fray in an instant. The contrasting flames of black and white engaged in an unending struggle between spiritual energy and malevolence, a process that also served as a purification. As half a day gradually slipped away, sensing that the malevolence and spiritual energy within the supreme law body had ceased to be purified, Jiang Yun recognized that the moment had arrived. In the next heartbeat, a vertical line suddenly split open at his brow, and a drop of purple blood descended slowly. The previously turbulent supreme sea fell curiously silent, ripples beginning to undulate across its surface. A drop of purple radiance cascaded from above, enveloping the entirety of the supreme sea. The resplendent purple light subtly descended upon the supreme law body, and a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Upon the purple light touching the center of the supreme law body's brow, the spiritual energy and malevolence within it eerily calmed, ceasing their conflict. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun altered his hand seals, and the form of the supreme law body began to dissolve, appearing as though it were composed of spiritual liquid, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. In the next moment, his law body shattered abruptly, transforming into countless droplets of spiritual liquid suspended in midair. Strangely, amidst the fragmented law body, there existed a peculiar connection, emanating an ancient and indomitable aura. In the next moment, a towering skeletal form materialized from the void, and as it took shape, an ancient and indomitable aura intensified. The ethereal liquids that had previously floated around began to drip onto the skeleton, and with each droplet, strands of life essence were birthed from within. Instantly, the meridians were reconstructed, and flesh and blood were reborn. Moments later, the reappeared in the heavens, its visage indistinguishable from that of Jiang Yun. Those who could glimpse within would discover that the skeleton of this was suffused with a swirling interplay of black and white luminescence, seemingly exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Yet amidst that deathly essence, a flicker of vitality emerged, life and death intertwined, a profound mystery unfathomable. In his eyes, two flames of black and white danced in opposition, consuming each other, while a mysterious purple pattern on his brow radiated an enigmatic light. This amalgamation rendered Jiang Yun's countenance imbued with an air of otherworldly intrigue. The, formed and seated serenely in the sky, remained silent, enveloped by an indescribable ancient grandeur. At this moment, he felt the immense power surging within him. Having prepared extensively, he had successfully ascended to the realm of the Upper Earth Sovereign. More alarmingly, half of the fighting spirit and the malevolent energy he had gathered remained unabsorbed and untransformed. Once he assimilated these into his new framework, Jiang Yun was confident he would once again reach the realm of the semi-heavenly sovereign. Could he endure this? Seated in meditation, Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes, gazing outward, murmuring softly. The members of the unknown extraterrestrial evil clan indeed possessed remarkable concealment abilities. Even now, he had yet to uncover their precise location. Jiang Yun had not anticipated their remarkable patience, which caught him off guard. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he focused on a particular point in space. Why had there been no activity for so long? Could Xiao Yun be in danger? During the days that Jiang Yun had been refining his sovereign, both he and Yun Yi had vanished from the sight of others, with only the grand formation in the sky slowly rotating. Now, with Jiang Yun still absent, the women closely connected to him could no longer hide their worry. Given the earlier battle, it was evident that Yun Yi had fallen into Jiang Yun's formation, which he controlled. Thus, it should not have gone awry. Moreover, Yun Yi was no ordinary individual, and it was not uncommon for such situations to extend over time. In contrast to Xian, though Medusa harbored concerns, she maintained her composure. Sister Xian, Sister Medusa is right. We must trust Brother Jiang Yun. He is the strongest. Qinglin gently spoke from the side, while she too felt anxious. Her eyes brimmed with confidence in Jiang Yun. Hearing the comforting words from her sisters, Xian felt a measure of relief, yet without sight of Jiang Yun, she could not entirely set her heart at ease. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming malevolence surged forth from the heavens, manifesting as a colossal skull, towering and ominous. The skull emitted a piercing shriek as it lunged toward the formation where Jiang Yun stood. Who dares? This is perilous. A formidable foe approaches, Jiang Yun. The sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard. None had anticipated the presence of a powerful entity from the outer realms. The ominous aura radiating from the skull enveloped them like an icy grip, akin to the presence of a combat emperor, indicating that it was a being of equal caliber to Jiang Yun and Yun Yi. Yet, some among them, undeterred by the oppressive force, boldly launched an assault against the skull. It was none other than Xian and Medusa along with her companions. They cared not for the strength of their adversary, only that Jiang Yun was in a critical moment. An interruption could spell disaster. A massive, iridescent serpent suddenly streaked across the sky, transforming into a colossal 9-colored devouring python, followed by dozens of 7-colored devouring pythons, all converging upon the gigantic skull in a vicious onslaught. Yet, the celestial serpents, despite their ferocity, could not halt the advance of their adversary. As they neared, a surge of malevolence erupted from the skull, swiftly eradicating the 9-colored and 7-colored serpents with ease. A furious dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and soon a magnificent purple-gold dragon seal manifested above the foe, descending with great force. Bang, bang, bang. All attacks proved futile. Nothing could impede the descent of the skull. Whether it was the 9-colored devouring python, the supreme dragon phoenix, or the 9-headed celestial serpent, an endless forest was shattered effortlessly. All could do was watch in horror as the immense skull gaped open its abyss-like maw, aimed at the formation where Jiang Yun resided. Just then, a low chuckle interrupted their cries, and a familiar voice resonated from within the formation. It has truly been a challenge. You have finally emerged. After years of absence, Brother Xinkue has bestowed upon me a grand greeting. In that instant, the origin of the approaching threat became clear. It was none other than Xinkue, the prodigy from the Heart Demon clan, encountered in the Ruins continent. With the utterance of this voice, flames erupted from the void, enveloping the sky in a terrifying heat. Underneath this blaze, the malevolent energy saturating the fighting spirit continent began to evaporate at an astonishing rate. The despairing colossal skull shrieked in response, its body igniting in flames that swiftly consumed it into nothingness. The abrupt turn of events astonished everyone, prompting them to look up in astonishment. Their eyes filled with hope as they gazed upon the enigmatic formation. At this moment, the array began to crack open, unleashing an endless torrent of flames that surged forth, displaying an extraordinarily vibrant hue, yet simultaneously emanating a chilling aura of peril. Faced with Xinkue and exercising caution, Jiang Yun temporarily set aside the sacred demon flame, opting instead to wield the imperial flame. Having inherited the legacy of the ancient Dou Qi emperor, he naturally grasped the laws governing all exotic flames across the Dou Qi Continent. Although he had chosen a path that suppressed myriad others, forsaking all but the sacred demon flame's life and death doctrine as sustenance for the former, he was still capable of utilizing the imperial flame. Within the grand formation, a slender figure advanced with deliberate steps, each footfall seemingly causing the very fabric of space to tremble, as though it could hardly bear his presence. Chapter 240. Is there a backup plan? With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Yun gazed into a particular expanse of the void. A resplendent flame enveloped his form, rendering him akin to a deity commanding fire, radiating an inexplicable aura of authority. Before his emergence, the malevolent energy that had shrouded the realm due to Xinkhue's arrival began to dissipate rapidly. The proud scion of the Heart Demon clan resorting to underhanded tactics. Should word of this circulate, it would surely tarnish the esteemed reputation of such a formidable lineage. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the eyes of all present sparkled with unrestrained elation. His appearance heralded a flicker of hope. It was Jiang Yun. He had emerged from seclusion. With his return, salvation was at hand. The previously unseen Yun Yi had likely been dealt with by Jiang Yun, a relief indeed, as it spared him the burden of confronting two foes simultaneously. Jiang Yun's sudden presence eased the earlier panic, and myriad gazes lifted toward the heavens, ultimately coalescing upon the familiar silhouette encased in vibrant flames. In an instant, expressions of excitement and joy illuminated nearly every face, as deafening cheers resonated throughout the realm. Many were so overwhelmed that they knelt, tears of joy streaming down their faces, a stark contrast to the despair they had previously endured. After the relentless torment inflicted by the Soul Emperor, Yun Yi, and the Fire Evil clan, Jiang Yun stood as the singular beacon of hope in the hearts of the people, an unparalleled figure in their eyes. In moments of utter hopelessness, individuals often seek a pillar of support, and Jiang Yun's emergence perfectly filled that void. Thus, even those unfamiliar with him prior now displayed expressions of exhilaration. As Jiang Yun's sisters, Ziyin and Medusa, beheld his arrival, they immediately ceased their attacks, gazing at him with astonished delight. Truly, if one intends to fish, they ought to inform us beforehand to spare us the needless worry. Once this turmoil concludes, I shall ensure he faces the consequences of his reckless joy in the aftermath. Reflecting on Jiang Yun's earlier words, Ziyan's heart brimmed with resentment as she clenched her silver teeth, her face suffused with indignation. The sunlight glinted off her small tiger teeth, casting a glimmering chill. Ziyan, brother Jiang Yun was merely trying to deceive the other party. Had we been informed beforehand, we might not have been able to convey such emotions, Qing Lin interjected, defending Jiang Yun from his perspective. Yet, it was still his fault. Causing me to shed tears in vain, Ziyan retorted, her expression resolutely blaming Jiang Yun. It is unexpected that it was that fellow who was hiding. If he were aware of the truth, we might truly fall prey to his discerning gaze. Medusa, her focus unwavering, fixed her gaze on the ethereal figure of Xin Kuei. Her demeanor grave. It is indeed him, Ziyan remarked, her tone serious as she regarded Xin Kuei with realization. Seeing Medusa and Ziyan seemingly recognize one another, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin inquired further, prompting them to recount the tale of their accidental venture into the ruins, to achieve the greatest outcome with minimal cost. No matter the means, in my eyes, bears no distinction, Xin Kuei remarked calmly as he stepped forth from the shadowy void, his gaze icy as it fell upon Jiang Yun. Upon finishing his statement, he turned his attention to the Dou Qi Continent below, scanning it briefly before declaring, I had not anticipated that you were indeed a being from a lower realm. This lower realm is quite remarkable. Not only has it produced a human genius like you, but it also harbors the 9-colored devouring python, the true dragon lineage, and numerous bloodlines of the celestial sovereigns. Truly, an extraordinary lower realm. Then why not remain here? So we may explore this remarkable continent together? Jiang Yun suggested with a light chuckle, his tone amicable as if genuinely inviting Xin Kuei to converse leisurely on the Dou Qi Continent. Intriguing, indeed, Xin Kuei responded, his gaze appraising as he scrutinized Jiang Yun with his pale, haunting eyes. After a moment of an inscrutable smile, he coldly stated, while I am uncertain how you transform the energy of the lower realm into the spiritual power of the great thousand world, surpassing the earth's sovereign, do you truly think you can keep me here? You may not possess that qualification. Qualification, you shall determine through trial, Jiang Yun replied, appearing unfazed, then continued. I see you are on the brink of breaking through to the Demon Emperor as well. I suspect you would not easily relinquish the opportunities presented by this realm. If you do not hasten, I may succeed first, and then, boom. Before Jiang Yun's words could fully resonate, Xin Kuei erupted in fury, launching an aggressive assault. Transform the world into demonic chaos. His thunderous cry echoed as he took a decisive step forward, unleashing a tidal wave of black ripples that surged from beneath his feet. The earth below rapidly darkened, as viscous demonic energy ascended, transforming the land within a radius of thousands of miles into a realm of demonic soil in mere moments. Within that vast expanse, all the energies of heaven and earth were tainted by malevolent forces. Should anyone from the Dou Qi Continent attempt to absorb this energy, their own fighting spirit would inevitably succumb to corruption, gradually transforming them into a demonic entity, an embodiment of unrestrained malevolence. Gazing at the ever-expanding realm of darkness, Jiang Yun merely smiled, extending his finger into the air with a flick. With a single gesture, an immeasurable sea of flames erupted, vibrant and resplendent in hues beyond imagination. As this magnificent inferno surged forth, the sinister black soil emitted a harsh hissing sound, accompanied by faint screams of despair. Where the flames passed, the cursed ground was unceremoniously reduced to charred earth. In a mere span of mere moments, nearly half of the tainted terrain, transformed by the heart of Kuei, was annihilated under Jiang Yun's casual flick. Witnessing this spectacle, Xin Kuei could not help but twitch slightly. Throughout his life, he had encountered many formidable practitioners of fire. From the boundless realms teeming with fire elemental warriors to the formidable clans among the alien evil races, such as the Holy Celestial Clan and the Flame Demon Clan. He had seen many who had mastered the art of flame to perfection. Yet, even those masters paled in comparison to the raging inferno before him. Despite witnessing the destruction of half the cursed earth, Xin Kuei's gaze remained icy as he contemplated Jiang Yun, his heart devoid of panic. Instead, he drew a deep breath and began weaving intricate hand seals. Heart Demon Art, Soul Annihilation Technique. Boom. At that moment, the vast expanse of tainted earth shattered, the ground splitting apart as countless tendrils of demonic energy surged skyward. From the depths of the earth, an unfathomable giant hand emerged. This colossal hand, pitch black and radiating an aura of unfathomable evil, was vast enough to eclipse the sun and moon, emanating a sense of world-destroying power. Wherever the immense hand passed, the very fabric of space crumbled into an abyss of darkness. Observing this, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, having long desired to unleash this technique. Today, he would test its might. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the crowd looked on in bewilderment, and as they witnessed his subsequent actions, astonishment lit their faces. They then turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan, who stood nearby. In the high heavens, as Jiang Yun's voice resonated, he raised his hand, summoning a dazzling flame that coalesced into a brilliant sphere of fire within his palm. This orb was breathtakingly beautiful, as if it contained a myriad of colors. Yet beneath its shimmering allure lay an overwhelming and terrifying power. As the radiant flames surged, each flicker threatened to collapse the surrounding space, causing fragments of the very fabric of reality to fall away, consumed by the insatiable fire. In the next moment, Jiang Yun extended his hand and gently grasped at Di Yan, causing him to disintegrate before the astonished crowd, transforming into 22 distinct forms of otherworldly flames. The myriad flames swirled in Jiang Yun's grasp before swiftly condensing, and after a brief interval, a meticulously crafted fire lotus appeared in his hand. This fire lotus was resplendent, exquisite as a work of art, with vibrant colors that dazzled the eye. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that each petal of the lotus exhibited a unique hue. Each petal was formed from a distinct type of otherworldly flame, possessing immense destructive power. However, at this moment, they lay remarkably docile in Jiang Yun's hands. Furious Buddha Fire Lotus, Jiang Yun and the astonished Xiaoyan below simultaneously uttered the name of this technique. The continent of Dou Qi has been wantonly ravaged by you. Now prepare to feel its wrath, Jiang Yun declared with righteous indignation, gazing steadily at Xian Kuei while holding the fire lotus. As soon as his words fell, Jiang Yun flicked his fingers, and the exquisite fire lotus soared forth. Its pace was neither hurried nor slow, yet it seemed to defy distance, appearing before the colossal demonic hand with just a mere wave. Compared to that massive hand, the fire lotus appeared minuscule, akin to a speck of dust. Yet this seemingly insignificant lotus caused Xian Kuei's expression to shift drastically, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Without hesitation, he retreated explosively, conjuring hundreds of demonic barriers of energy before him. Boom! The fire lotus collided with the demonic hand, unleashing an indescribable eruption of flames. The very fabric of the heavens and earth warped under the force, as the overwhelming demonic energy was evaporated in an instant. The monstrous hand was violently shattered by the terrifying inferno. Following the destruction of the hand, the sea of fire surged forth, relentless in its power, rushing towards Xian Kuei. An endless cascade of radiant flames swept across, obliterating the myriad demonic barriers in its path. The shockwave pierced through space, enveloping the retreating Xian Kuei. Boom! In that instant, the heavens trembled, and the space where Xian Kuei stood was violently shattered into countless fragments. The surging demonic energy was thoroughly evaporated, leaving the area in a state of collapse, shrouded in darkness for thousands of miles, as if any existence within had been annihilated by the explosion. The boundless and vibrant waves of flame ravaged the surroundings, the unleashed power causing the very heavens to shudder. Observers from afar, powerful beings of the Dou Qi Continent, could not suppress their gasps, their eyes filled with dread. Clearly, Jiang Yun's display of power had instilled profound fear within them. Previous engagements had not stirred such a tumult. It was evident that the visual impact of the furious Buddha Fire Lotus was far more astonishing. They harbored no doubts that if the flames were to touch them, they would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Gulp! Xiaoyan could not help but swallow hard. As the originator of the Buddha's Fury Lotus, he was astonished to discover the terrifying power of this technique. The notion that Jiang Yun could fuse 22 different types of flames was almost fantastical. How could he possibly control such a feat? It was well known that his limit was 10 flames. 22? He could hardly fathom the immense strength required for that. Oh, but the opponent was a battle emperor, so perhaps it was inconsequential. Surely, Xian Kuei had perished? Gazing at the collapsing space, Xiaoyan could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. Faced with such a formidable assault, it was reasonable to assume that even the talented warrior of the outer evil clan, Xian Kuei, would suffer a critical blow. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen nodded, acknowledging that such a terrifying attack should suffice to eliminate the opponent. Countless individuals on the Dou Qi Continent anxiously observed the collapsing space, their gazes suddenly sharpening as a figure faintly emerged from the depths. This figure's body was covered in cracks, resembling a shattered porcelain doll from afar. Yet, despite this, it still emanated a formidable aura, reminding everyone that their adversary was alive. He had not succumbed to the recent onslaught. You outer evil clan members may lack strength, but your vitality is remarkably tenacious, Jiang Yun remarked with a smile as he recognized Xian Kuei. With a hoarse voice, Xian Kuei gritted his teeth and replied, his eyes a furious crimson, clearly enraged. How could a proud genius of the Heart Demon clan, one of the 32 great clans, repeatedly suffer at the hands of a being from a lower realm? What infuriated him further was that this insignificant creature, whom he could have easily crushed years ago, had now ascended to the same level as him. How could he, a prodigy, possibly tolerate such an affront? Do you think you have won? Wounded. Xin Kuei felt the oppressive aura locking onto him and knew that Zhang Yun would not let him escape today. His gaze gradually turned vicious. Chapter 241, Decapitation. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Xin Kuei glared at Zhang Yun with malice in his voice. Zhang Yun narrowed his eyes, regarding Xin Kuei with a smile that hinted at understanding, as if he could see right through him. This gaze sent a chill down Xin Kuei's spine, causing his previously confident strategy to falter. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to dispel the unsettling thoughts. How could a mere native from a lower realm possibly comprehend the terrifying capabilities of his clan? The other party must have been attempting to intimidate him, such a cunning individual, disturbing his peace of mind. As he pondered, Xin Kuei cast a fierce glare at Zhang Yun, biting his tongue and spewing forth a spray of vital blood that soared towards the heavens. Within that sanguine torrent, a blood-red talisman materialized, which, upon its detonation, shattered the very fabric of the void. Summon the demons. Let all fiends descend. With Xin Kuei's chilling proclamation echoing through the air, the once bright expanse succumbed to darkness, forming a spatial passageway whose destination remained shrouded in mystery. From the depths of this abyss emanated an aura of unspeakable malevolence. Witnessing this, the inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent felt a shiver run down their spines. It seemed that the end of the passage was the very source of all wickedness. Was this the stronghold of their adversary? The thought sent a wave of dread through their hearts. If a mere clan could nearly bring the Dou Qi Continent to its knees, what hope did they have against the full might of an invading army? Just as Xin Kuei's victorious smirk began to grace his features and despair enveloped the multitude once more, a deep, resounding thud reverberated through the air, as though a colossal hand had swept across the expanding spatial rift, ushering forth a chaotic brilliance. To Xin Kuei's astonishment, the fissure in the realm began to mend itself. Realm power. You have already mastered the essence of the realm. Regaining his composure, Xin Kuei's furious roar echoed throughout the heavens, betraying the astonishment that lay beneath his wrath. He had initially believed that Zhang Yun was merely beginning to grasp the realm's essence, leaving room for competition. However, the revelation that Zhang Yun had refined it was a bitter pill to swallow. What hope had he of competing now? His ambition was to seize the realm's essence to ascend to the rank of Demon Emperor, yet pursuing one that was already claimed was tantamount to courting death. Unbeknownst to all, as the spatial passageway opened, a green light enveloped the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent. This was the Qingming Tower springing into action. Zhang Yun had anticipated all of Xin Kuei's stratagems, most notably the summoned demon talisman, which posed the greatest threat. Thus, he had preemptively concealed the Qingming Tower within the void beyond the Dou Qi Continent as a contingency. With the dual protection of the Qingming Tower and the power of the realm, he successfully thwarted the summoned demon talisman's outward extension. At this moment, Zhang Yun was shrouded in a veil of chaotic light, his robes billowing with the wind. His handsome visage was adorned with an ethereal glow, and his obsidian eyes, deep as the cosmos, ensnared onlookers, drawing them into an inescapable trance. The gazes of the crowd were riveted upon Zhang Yun, acutely aware of the profound difference emanating from him. Moments ago, he had radiated an overwhelming and formidable energy, even in repose, exuding an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon others. Yet now, that sense of oppression had vanished. He stood aloft with a serene smile, as if the vast energies within him had dissipated entirely, leaving no trace of fluctuation behind. Although the naked eye could perceive Zhang Yun standing there, within their perception, the void around him appeared ethereal, devoid of any trace of presence. Ziyin and the others exchanged glances, and a surge of joy illuminated their faces. The stronger Zhang Yun grew, the more elated they became, for they were intrinsically united, sharing in each other's triumphs and tribulations. At this moment, Zhang Yun approached Xin Kuei with a gentle smile, and with each step he took, it felt as though heaven and earth resonated in unison. An indescribable sense of majesty emanated from his being. As he advanced, the malevolent aura that had once permeated the heavens and the earth was gradually forced to retreat, as if the very realm itself was rejecting its presence. Xin Kuei began to withdraw, his imposing aura somewhat diminished. I have stated before that the Dou Qi Continent is a picturesque resting place, Zhang Yun remarked with a smile, yet his words plunged Xin Kuei into a chilling despair. His tone was calm, yet imbued with infinite authority, resonating as if the universe itself echoed his sentiments. Then, he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of chaotic light that coalesced into a chaotic halo, enveloping Xian Kuei. Alarmed by this sight, Xian Kuei was taken aback, but before he could react further, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, immobilizing his body. In the next instant, the halo constricted rapidly, binding him tightly. With a sharp sound, as the halo settled upon him, his body stiffened abruptly, and a dazzling flame invaded his being, swiftly transforming him into a burning figure. The flames were exceptionally fearsome, and even Xian Kuei could not withstand them. Anguished cries erupted from him, and within mere moments, his form began to exhibit signs of melting. Jiang Yun, if you slay me today, in the future, when you enter the vast expanse, my kin shall ensure you meet a grim fate. He screamed amidst his torment. In an instant, Xian Kuei was reduced to a pool of dark liquid. With a resounding thud, the flaming halo trembled, and that dark liquid disintegrated into dust, scattering into the void. It was over. As they gazed at the shattered black mist in the sky, myriad expressions of confusion and shock flickered across the faces of the onlookers, momentarily leaving them dazed. Soon, they regained their composure. Trembling with excitement as they beheld the scene above, the young man in a black robe, his handsome visage striking against the backdrop. Jiang Yun, the Heavenly Emperor, the savior of all, shall never be forgotten by the masses. Countless individuals, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy, trembling as they knelt in reverence. Their sincere and fervent voices coalesced, resonating throughout the cosmos. What had initially been a contention among the Soul Clan, Ancient Clan, Thunder Clan, and Medicine Clan for the Imperial Pill had unexpectedly transformed into a grand battle for the defense of the Dou Qi Continent. This battlefield was fraught with twists and turns, and unforeseen events unfolded, culminating in the emergence of several Dou Emperors. Of course, several also perished, leaving the inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent utterly unprepared. Yet, this great battle, this cataclysm of realms, ultimately reached its conclusion with the fall of Xian Kuei. Such an outcome plunged the world into unbridled jubilation, as hope surged forth from the depths of despair, evoking an exhilarating and uncontrollable ecstasy. Sensing the will of the masses, Jiang Yun bore a smile, yet within his heart, tranquility reigned supreme. He remained indifferent to the spectacle before him. He could embody the savior, liberating all beings, or transform into a harbinger of destruction, obliterating an entire realm. For him, regardless of the path taken, the soul desire was the ultimate result. Under the watchful gaze of countless souls, Jiang Yun slowly settled into a meditative posture, his eyes gently closing as his spirit once again immersed itself in the realm space. Xian Kuei had gravely erred. He had never truly grasped control over the essence of the realm. His breakthrough to the heavenly sovereign was merely a fleeting moment of initial control, a mere utilization of a fraction of the realm's power, with the true process of refining the essence yet to commence. Though the multitude remained oblivious to Jiang Yun's actions, they patiently awaited the directives of this supreme being of the Dou Qi Continent. At this moment, Jiang Yun undoubtedly stood as the spiritual leader of the people. Were he to raise his arm and call upon them, it is likely that the Dou Qi Continent would swiftly unite. Jiang Yun now found himself amidst a chaotic ocean, where the vast and boundless power of chaos surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a radiant beam of chaotic light that gradually infused into his crown. Boom. This chaotic light represented the primordial force birthed at the inception of the realm, vast and profound. In terms of great, it could be deemed among the pinnacle forces even within the vast cosmos, though its rarity meant it could only be found in realms that had given rise to their own spiritual essence. Feeling the torrent of immense power surging within him, Jiang Yun immediately activated his cultivation technique. Instantly, his flesh and blood trembled, akin to a ravenous maw, devouring the vast strength that flowed into his being. In mere moments, Jiang Yun sensed his power ascending rapidly, plunging him into a profound state of cultivation, his form as steadfast as a boulder, utterly motionless, even his breath gradually fading to imperceptibility. This was a dim and shadowy realm, where the sun and moon were obscured, casting a pallid light that enveloped the endless expanse. Buzz! Suddenly, an unusual wave of energy rippled through this world, and a colossal spatial vortex swiftly formed. However, in the next instant, the vortex collapsed, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. But where was this place? It was the stronghold of the outer evil clan, guarded by countless formidable beings. Although that fluctuation vanished in an instant, it nevertheless caught the attention of many powerful entities within this realm. Eyes pierced through space, seeking the source of the vanishing vortex. Eager to trace its path, it appeared that someone had activated the demon summoning talisman. The nature of that disturbance hinted at the progeny of the Heart Demon Clan. Heart Demon Clan. The Heart Demon Clan, one of the 32 major clans of our realm, has unexpectedly been compelled to utilize the demon summoning talisman. What transpired? Oh, judging by that recent reaction, it must have encountered a formidable adversary in the lower dimension. Otherwise, why would the passage have been severed so abruptly? This talisman can only summon a single demon emperor, and with the clan leader and several elders absent, coupled with the adversary's swift response in erasing all traces, the situation seems dire. A multitude of demonic thoughts exchanged across the heavens, yet none of the demon emperors truly intended to take action. The opponent's methods were decisive. To investigate further would require the intervention of a few top-tier heavenly demon emperors. Originally, the clan leader could have handled it, being among the top 10 of the malevolent clans from beyond the realm. However, it appears that the adversary is in collusion with several heavenly demon emperors, and they have been out of sight for quite some time. After a lengthy period, the myriad demonic thoughts began to dissipate. Without the intervention of those formidable figures, they were unable to trace the origin of the disturbance and could only offer prayers for the adversary. Fortunately, it was merely a small demon cub yet to attain the status of emperor. While its demise is somewhat lamentable, it is not of grave concern, especially since it is not of our clan. After the multitude of demonic thoughts had scattered, an ancient figure gradually materialized in the vicinity. His murky gaze fell upon the spot where the passage had vanished. After a prolonged silence, a glimmer flickered in his cloudy eyes, and he murmured, "Is it the power of the Qingming Tower? Is it you, Yuna? Ah, Yunar, 20 years have passed. You must have grown strong. I hope you become powerful, yet not overwhelmingly so." The elder was none other than Zhang Hong, who sensed the anomaly here. Unlike those demon emperors, he comprehended far better the source of the power, for it was the very life weapon he had forged. No one knew it better than he. With no demon emperor taking action, Zhang Yun's safety was no longer a cause for concern. He fervently wished for Zhang Yun to grow strong and thrive, yet equally hoped for him to safely navigate life in an unknown lower dimension. In essence, his feelings were exceedingly complex. Alas, ultimately, the air fell silent, devoid of Zhang Hong's voice, save for a complex sigh that lingered. In his cultivation, time seemed to stagnate, with only the chaotic light continuously infusing into Zhang Yun's spiritual crown. This state persisted until a moment arrived when a transformation finally occurred. In that instant, Zhang Yun's statue-like form appeared to tremble slightly, and as if on cue, his tightly shut eyes gradually opened. Buzz! At the moment his eyes opened, a brilliant light erupted from within, so dazzling it was beyond description, piercing through the chaos and soaring into the vast, chaotic void beyond the continent of Dou Qi, ultimately vanishing into the boundless chaos. Zhang Yun's body trembled slightly, as if countless thunderbolts had erupted within him. He felt an indescribable potent spiritual energy coursing through every part of his flesh, every bone, and even every drop of blood. Bang! Ah! The sudden transformation of Zhang Yun left the onlookers below in a state of shock and disbelief. Xian and others gazed at the scene with eyes wide in horror. Yet, before they could fully grasp their sorrow, Zhang Yun's body unexpectedly shattered into countless fragments. Strangely, no blood was shed. Instead, it disintegrated into a myriad of sparkling dust particles, each glimmering with ethereal light, gently floating in the air. As billions of luminous specks drifted aimlessly, an ephemeral breeze began to gather, howling and pulling at the countless fragments of spiritual light, seemingly striving to reconstitute them. As time elapsed, the shimmering particles gradually coalesced, and within their midst, a shadowy figure began to emerge, as if on the verge of reassembling its corporeal form. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the chaotic realm beyond the Dou Qi Continent, a sound so extraordinary that it caused Zhang Yun's disintegrating form to tremble. Was it the Heavenly Sovereign's tribulation? Despite his body being shattered, his soul remained undying. Sensing the tremor, he lifted his gaze through the layers of void, peering into the outside world, murmuring softly. Before him, in the midst of chaos, dark clouds billowed forth, pulsating with sinister light, shrouded in mystery as they absorbed the chaotic radiance, growing ever deeper and more enigmatic. It was said that when one sought to transcend the heavenly barrier, calamity would inevitably ensue. Known as the Heavenly Sovereign's Tribulation, a terrifying ordeal that even true heavenly sovereigns would regard with trepidation. The Dou Qi Continent, part of the vast universe, meant that even Zhang Yun, breaking through to the level of heavenly sovereign within its bounds, could not escape this fate. What was it? Was it indeed the Thunder Tribulation? Must one endure such trials even for a breakthrough in cultivation? Zhang Yun had now ascended to heights beyond imagination. Perhaps this further elevation necessitated such tribulations. As the Thunder Tribulation surged forth, even those on the Dou Qi Continent perceived the terrifying aura emanating from beyond the skies. Despite the vast distances separating them, they felt an unsettling dread, as if calamity loomed just a heartbeat away, leaving them restless and anxious. Xian and her companions, having just traversed the tumultuous spectrum from despair to elation, found their hearts racing again with the arrival of the tribulation. Their recently settled hearts now surged with anxiety as they fixed their worried gazes upon Jiang Yun in the heavens. They knew that even if he were to overcome this heavenly sovereign's tribulation, the tribulations awaiting him at home would remain etched in his memory. Heavenly sovereign's tribulation. The path ahead for you, Yunner, must be walked by yourself. A faint glow flickered at Jiang Yun's neck, and a complex sigh echoed in his ears. As a witness to Jiang Yun's initial forays into cultivation, observing his gradual ascent to the current pinnacle of the supreme realm, Qing Ming found himself enveloped in a myriad of complex emotions. The once fledgling eagle had now fully matured, capable of soaring freely across the vast stage of the world without his protection. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Senior Qing Ming. Mere tribulations of the supreme realm shall not hinder my progress. Hearing Qing Ming's words, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, his figure transforming into a streak of flowing light as he ventured into the void beyond the Dou Qi Continent. In the place he had just vacated, an ancient seven-layered stone tower began to rotate slowly, and in the next moment, unnoticed, it gently settled into Ziyan's hands. The tribulations of the supreme realm were a trial Jiang Yun had to face alone. They could offer no assistance, and should they involve themselves, it might trigger an anomaly in the tribulation, leading to irreversible changes. Boom. As the ominous clouds of calamity churned, bolts of pitch-black thunder descended with a resounding crash, wielding an apocalyptic might akin to giant serpents dancing wildly across the sky, transforming the realm into a prison of thunder. The instant Jiang Yun materialized, he found himself ensnared amidst the flickering black lightning from all directions. Yet, he walked leisurely through the sea of thunder, devoid of any panic. And gazing at the furious dragon coiling in the sky, he laughed heartily. Come forth. Just as Jiang Yun braced himself, dark clouds surged above, and a stream of black liquid cascaded from the heavens. Though it appeared light, it was composed of highly concentrated thunder essence, and as it fell, even the void was crushed under its weight. In response, Jiang Yun erupted with a dazzling radiance of chaotic black and white, summoning a colossal supreme Dharma form. With hands forming a seal, the dual streams of black and white energy coalesced into a chaotic shield that loomed above him. Boom! The black liquid struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently. Each droplet of the black water was as heavy as a mountain, descending with the force of countless peaks crashing down, an overwhelming might. Under the onslaught of the black liquid, cracks began to appear on the chaotic shield, yet fortunately, it did not shatter, enduring until the black liquid dissipated into thin air. As the black liquid vanished, the tumultuous clouds above rolled anew, and in the next moment, the temperature of the world surged dramatically. As a spark of fire rained down from the sky, the supreme thunder tribulation showed no intention of granting Jiang Yun a moment's respite. Waves of relentless attacks cascaded one after another. Sizzle! The black spark landed upon the shield, and rather than erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, it behaved like a highly corrosive venom, swiftly dissolving the shield with a hissing sound. Observing this, Jiang Yun's mind raced, and he cast aside the remnants of the shield. Moments later, what had once defended him from two attacks was reduced to molten sludge by the black spark. Passive endurance was not Jiang Yun's nature. Thus, before the third wave of lightning could strike, he formed another seal with his hands, releasing a profound surge of energy from his palms. In an instant, the world around Jiang Yun ignited, flames swirling in an ethereal dance, yet possessing an undeniable reality, as if even spiritual energy could be consumed by their fire. With a mere thought from Jiang Yun, serpentine flames coalesced into magnificent fire dragons, surging toward the thunderclouds above. A thunderous roar erupted as the fire dragons ascended, causing the dark clouds to roil once more. A black meteor gradually emerged from the depths of the clouds, ultimately hurtling downward with a deafening rush. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the fire dragon collided fiercely with the black meteor, causing it to tremble momentarily before being reduced to nothingness by the insidious flames that clung to it. Thunder rumbled as the fire dragons danced wildly, obliterating the darkness of the meteorites one after another, their numbers dwindling with the passage of time until they vanished completely. Once the black meteors had fallen, the dark clouds above fell into a brief silence, evidently brewing a more formidable assault. However, Jiang Yun remained unfazed, his hand gestures shifting once more as a serene voice resonated through the realm, akin to a celestial chant, reaching the ears of all present. Life and death reversed, devouring heaven and earth. As the void trembled, a colossal avatar, towering tens of thousands of feet, materialized. Its visage clear and its body entwined in swirling black and white flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all creation. Subsequently, this immense form opened its mouth and, to the horror of onlookers, swallowed the vast clouds of calamity whole. Thunderous roars emanated from within the avatar, indicating that the calamity clouds were not easily digested. Yet, under Jiang Yun's command, countless sacred demonic flames surged forth, refining the thunderclouds within the avatar's form until they gradually dissipated. With the passage of the Heavenly Sovereign's tribulation, Jiang Yun successfully transcended into the realm of the Heavenly Sovereign, and due to the substantial energy he had accumulated, along with the refinement of the essence of the plane, he ascended further into the mid-stage of the spirit-grade Heavenly Sovereign, effectively saving years of arduous cultivation. In the midst of chaos, a tall youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a mysterious robe, surrounded by a shimmering aura of chaos. Each flicker of this light caused the very heavens to tremble and the winds to rise. His piercing black eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the universe, profoundly deep, and a mere glance sent ripples through the void. Having officially ascended to the Heavenly Sovereign rank, his physical form radiated a jade-like luminescence, achieving a state of absolute purity and incorruptibility, for at this moment, his flesh and spiritual essence had become one. Henceforth, even if his physical body were to be utterly destroyed, as long as there remained spiritual energy in the world, he could, with but a thought, reconstruct his form, truly resembling an undying entity. At this moment, he was acutely aware of the messages resonating within his mind. As he fully entered the realm of the Heavenly Supreme, his 9 divine meridians were completely activated, giving birth to the supreme divine ability that had been nurtured within him. Unlike Mu Chun, who had achieved 3 supreme divine abilities upon breaking through to the Heavenly Supreme, he had cultivated only 1 to date, yet he did not perceive this ability as inferior. Immunity of magical force. This was the supreme divine ability he had manifested, allowing him to be impervious to all spiritual energy attacks from opponents of equal rank. In essence, only physical and soul attacks could inflict genuine harm upon him. All other energy-based assaults would be rendered ineffective against him, even those coming from opponents of higher realms, whose power would be significantly diminished by his supreme divine ability. In his eyes, this ability surpassed all legendary divine powers in the vast world. I, Jiang Yun, am known as the little no despair of the great thousand world. Reflecting on the invincible titan of another universe, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, waving his sleeve as his form gradually dissipated within the void, and the chaotic expanse around him began to disperse. Under the gaze of countless individuals on the Dou Qi Continent, Jiang Yun slowly materialized above the skies of Zhongzhou. Upon witnessing this, expressions of ecstasy bloomed on innumerable faces, as those who had survived beside him were overwhelmed with joy, unable to suppress their laughter. This time, their mirth was unrestrained. They had truly overcome this celestial crisis, and all credit was due to that youthful figure in the sky. Little Yun, Jiang Yun. With a chorus of delighted exclamations, 2 graceful figures dashed forward, crashing into Jiang Yun's embrace, while not far away. 2 more figures gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Zhu Kuan, accompanied by the formidable beings of the ancient dragon clan, approached Jiang Yun, his face alight with joy. My son-in-law is a heavenly supreme, which holds far greater prestige than merely being the son-in-law of a Dou emperor. In that moment, he was filled with a curious longing for the great thousand world, eager to embark on a journey there. Next time, do not let anyone worry. A muffled voice emerged from Jiang Yun's embrace, the source of which was uncertain, perhaps a blend of both sentiments. Hearing this complaint, Jiang Yun sighed softly, a flicker of remorse crossing his eyes. He then turned to the tearful little medical fairy, offering a gentle smile before addressing Zhu Kuan. Uncle, are you prepared? In due time, I shall assist you in becoming an emperor. At this, Zhu Kuan's heart surged with excitement, his breath quickening involuntarily. Although he had anticipated this moment, the reality of it overwhelmed him with uncontainable joy. This was the long-held aspiration that had troubled him for millennia. Jiang Yun spoke without lowering his voice, causing those who dared not approach, such as Gu Yuan, to feel their hearts race. Particularly Gu Yuan, whose gaze was fixated on Jiang Yun, his eyes brimming with unmistakable desire. Good, good, good. Zhu Kuan continuously expressed his approval, unconsciously stating, my matters are not urgent. It would be preferable for you and Xian to marry first, and then I shall retreat to break through. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, Xian, nestled in his arms, finally lifted her gaze, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yun with a blissful expression. Jiang Yun, taken aback by her words, softly replied, on the day of your breakthrough, uncle, Xian and I shall wed, thus bringing forth a double celebration. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Medusa and the quietly waiting Xiao Yixian, Qinglin. Observing this, Medusa huffed lightly, turning her head away with a proud demeanor, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Qinglin and Xiao Yixian also lowered their heads, their cheeks tinged with a blush, though their eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Very well, let it be a double celebration. It seems I must make an effort. Lest I miss this auspicious occasion, Zhu Kuan chuckled heartily at Jiang Yun and Ziyan. He completely failed to discern the subtle distinction between Jiang Yun's words and his own. Subsequently, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted towards the imperial clan and the various powers of Zhongzhou. Salutations to the Emperor Jiang. As Jiang Yun's gaze swept across, the crowd grew tense and bowed before him. Jiang Yun, now the sole Dou Emperor of the Dou Qi Continent, stood as its absolute sovereign. With a mere command, he could unify the continent, prompting the assembly to kneel without hesitation. Observing their submission, Jiang Yun waved his hand, and a gentle breeze rose, aiding everyone to their feet. He addressed them softly. I harbor no ambition to unify the continent. Let things remain as they were in the past. Though Jiang Yun held the title of Realm Master, he wished not to exert his mind over the future arrangements of the Dou Qi Continent. Such matters could be entrusted to Xiao Yan once he ascended to the Dou Emperor and then to the Heavenly Sovereign. Indeed, in Jiang Yun's view, Xiao Yan's ascension to the Heavenly Sovereign was an inevitable outcome, merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's declaration, many present displayed expressions of surprise. Yet a collective sigh of relief washed over them. They were accustomed to ruling and had no desire for an overlord above them. In this recent conflict, all major sects had suffered losses. Now that it had concluded, it was time for everyone to return and recuperate. Chapter 243, The Imperial Pill. As an unprecedented war drew to a close, it left behind a scarred Dou Qi Continent, its former splendor diminished. The central battleground of Zhongzhou was now cleaved in two by a vast chasm, thousands of feet deep, bisecting the land. The remnants of the terrifying laws from Jiang Yun's battle with Xin Kuei lingered above, as long as this rift existed. None would forget the cataclysmic conflict that had transpired in the Dou Qi Continent. Though the grandeur of Zhongzhou had faded, fortunately, the members of the great imperial clans emerged from the ancient realm to engage with the remaining forces in Zhongzhou. Upon hearing that Jiang Yun had once been a titan of the Alchemy Tower, those from the surrounding devastated regions began to flock towards Zhongzhou. It is believed that in the near future, Zhongzhou will once again rise to become the heart of the Dou Qi Continent. In a remote and nameless mountain range, Jiang Yun is poised to concoct an imperial-grade elixir to assist his father-in-law, Zhu Kuan, in transcending to the Dou Emperor realm. As for the rare herbs required for this exalted potion, he owes a debt of gratitude to Xin Kuei. As a prodigy of the Heart Demon clan, Xin Kuei possesses an extensive collection, thereby fulfilling Jiang Yun's need for the necessary ingredients. Suddenly, a colossal formation materializes in the sky, drawing the energies of heaven and earth into its center. The crafting of a 9th-tier elixir demands the extraction of energy from an entire ancient realm, let alone that of an imperial elixir. At this moment, Jiang Yun establishes the grand formation, siphoning energy from the void beyond the Dou Qi Continent. He harbors doubts about whether the current energy of the continent can sustain even a single imperial elixir. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Yun sends a torrent of herbs cascading into the formation. An impressive multitude of at least 100,000 spiritual herbs blankets the sky, creating a canopy that obscures the sun, while a rich aroma of medicinal essence permeates the air, transforming the desolate mountain range into a veritable ocean of fragrance. Meanwhile, far away in the void, Ziyan, Medusa, Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian, and Zhu Kuan stand united, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Yun's every move. So many herbs. Ziyan gasps, her voice tinged with awe as she beholds the herbal canopy. The imperial-grade elixir is the pinnacle of potions within the Dou Qi Continent. Scarce even in ancient times, the method of its crafting remains a mystery. However, based on the 9th-tier elixirs, the quantity of herbs here is undoubtedly substantial. Zhu Kuan remarks gravely, a rare hint of anxiety crossing his features. After all, this endeavor is crucial for his ascension to the Dou Emperor. How could he not feel the weight of the moment? Though he has faith in Jiang Yun, uncertainties linger, should failure strike. The prospect of gathering the necessary herbs again could stretch into an unfathomable future. If that were to happen, he would be left to absorb source energy at a gradual pace, a process that would consume an inordinate amount of time. Indeed, while Jiang Yun could procure the required source energy post-breakthrough, Zhu Kuan's own absorption would inevitably demand extensive periods. The ancient emperor Tuoshi, after assimilating the 21st flame from the, spent a millennium in seclusion before achieving the Dou Emperor rank. With such time, the vast world could reach a conclusion. Thus, the necessity for elixirs at this juncture is paramount. High in the skies, Jiang Yun waves his hand, and an unending stream of holy demon flames surges forth from within him, ascending toward the heavens. This flame, having been refined through his cultivation, embodies principles that differ entirely from when he first received it from the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor. It has evolved into a new flame, harmonizing with his own essence. As he cultivates the profundities of life and death, this flame possesses the ability to reverse the cycle of existence, earning it the name of Reincarnation Demon Flame. As the Reincarnation Demon Flame writhes and transforms in the celestial expanse, a colossal, intricately woven cauldron of black and white fire coalesces above the heavens. Converge the flames into the cauldron. One by one, the precious herbs were cast into the fire cauldron by Jiang Yun, where they were immediately engulfed by flames. The terrifying Reincarnation Demon Flame swiftly drained the medicinal essence from the herbs within mere moments, and under the impetus of the Reincarnation Demon Flame, the essence seemed to transcend to an extraordinary level. Each herb was refined into a drop of spiritual liquid, radiating an incredibly pure wave of energy, akin to a resplendent pearl shimmering with a gentle glow. Such a formidable energy fluctuation was beyond comprehension, surpassing even the might of the 9-star fighting saint. And even that of the imperial-grade embryonic pill paled in comparison. Could this truly be the legendary imperial pill? Witnessing this unprecedented and awe-inspiring alchemical scene, several onlookers stood with mouths agape, entranced by the spectacle. The surging energy resonated through the void, and the extraordinary phenomena seemed to emanate an overwhelming divine might. Even the fighting spirit within the peak 9-star Zhu Kuan was but a fraction of that energy. As time flowed on, Jiang Yun transformed into a vortex of energy, drawing forth the surrounding energies from all directions. This ethereal flow of spiritual energy extended for miles, continuously expanding. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately. Otherwise, the already severely injured fighting spirit continent would have been drained entirely. Upon sensing this unusual disturbance, crowds began to flock toward the region, as none could fathom another capable of creating such a commotion aside from Jiang Yun. Since the great battle, Jiang Yun had vanished with the ancient dragon clan, leaving everyone in suspense regarding his whereabouts. Now that he re-emerged, curiosity surrounded his endeavors. Perched high above in the clouds, the cauldron stood amidst an abundance of countless herbs, exuding a rich fragrance of medicinal materials. Jiang Yun sat upon the clouds, commanding vast spiritual energy to propel the herbs into the cauldron. He refined them with the Reincarnation Demon Flame, his mastery over the process as effortless as eating and drinking. Even while multitasking, he meticulously extracted the medicinal essence from each herb, elevating it to its utmost potential. In the passage of a single day, as the sun set and the moon rose, Jiang Yun successfully refined 100,000 herbs, akin to a myriad of dazzling pearls scattered across an infinite starry river. Observing this scene, Jiang Yun smiled softly, his expression turning serious as he formed intricate hand seals. The rapid transformations of his handprints created afterimages, and the surging spiritual energy spread forth like a tidal wave. Congeal. With a low command, the grand formation began to operate at an accelerated pace, as the energies in the void surged towards the cauldron, swirling like a tempest, drawing in the star-like spiritual liquid. Each drop of spiritual liquid contained a tumultuous medicinal power, and under Jiang Yun's control, they gradually merged together. Boom, boom, boom. As if stars were colliding, boundless spiritual energy erupted at this moment. Each droplet of spiritual liquid orchestrated a scene of apocalypse, epitomizing the collapse of the world. Despite their fervent resistance, under Jiang Yun's terrifying control, the elixir merged with unwavering precision. Each point of light, every droplet's structure, trajectory, and fusion method were executed with utmost accuracy, devoid of the slightest error. At this juncture, the center of the cauldron seemed to birth a microcosm, with each point of light resembling a star, revolving around a singular core, akin to the galactic dance of the Milky Way. With each integration of the elixir, it felt as though countless stars perished, only to give rise to new ones. Buzz. With the resonant hum, the myriad of spiritual liquids within the cauldron vanished, leaving only a radiant sun floating within, imbued with an extraordinarily terrifying wave of spiritual power. This dread force caused the void to tremble, stirring the cycles of demonic flames that encircled it, forming a ring of interwoven black and white flames. At that moment, a formidable consciousness awakened within the cauldron, and amidst the shifting light and shadow, a hazy figure emerged, unleashing boundless might, disintegrating space itself, only to be reborn anew. For an instant, it seemed even the cauldron could not contain this presence. The formation of the elixir. In an instant, the consciousness of the imperial elixir stirred as if awakened, drawing forth an endless stream of spiritual essence from all directions, converging from the heavens. The heavy clouds pressed down like lead upon the firmament. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar echoed with celestial might, permeating the cosmos, as a potent aura of destruction spread forth, as if the heavens themselves would not permit such consciousness to exist. This aura was no less formidable than that of the Soul Emperor at the moment of his ascension. The true imperial elixir possessed the strength of a battle emperor. Such a monumental disturbance naturally drew the attention of formidable beings, who, upon sensing the aura of this imperial elixir, were rendered agitated and pale with astonishment. Zhu Kuan's eyes burned with fervor as he murmured, "This is the manifestation of the imperial elixir. I never expected to witness such a scene in my lifetime. Given the current circumstances, this elixir shall surely elevate me to emperor. My ancient dragon clan is on the verge of welcoming a new dragon emperor." No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Kuan vigorously shook his head, glancing at the enchanting figure beside him, whose eyes were fixated on Jiang Yun, and chuckled. "It is 2 dragon emperors, no less, and they are the legendary Dragon Phoenix Battle Emperor. My ancient dragon clan is destined for great prosperity." Boom! In the high heavens, with a resounding thud from the alchemical cauldron, an energy storm surged forth in all directions, even with the grand array shielding it. This terrifying commotion rippled through the central continent and beyond, reaching the northwestern continent and the northern lands. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the realm, as boundless energies converged upon the cauldron, creating a tumultuous energy storm that roared madly across the cosmos. In the distance, countless formidable beings gazed in awe at the sky, witnessing the terrifying energy storm. Each individual could perceive the immense energy contained within, as the alarming waves of energy continued to spread. The fearsome energy storm instilled a sense of dread, even among the assembled saint-level fighters, many of whom felt a subtle indication that their own fighting spirit was on the verge of breaking free. "Retreat. Quickly, move away from here. If we remain too close, our fighting spirit may well become part of the imperial pill." This bizarre scene sent shivers down the spines of numerous powerful warriors, who, in a state of panic, shouted and hastily retreated from the grand formation. Boom! Layers of calamity clouds piled upon one another. Amidst the towering peaks, dark thunderbolts surged forth like rampaging dragons, revealing glimpses of their terrifying power, radiating an aura of utter destruction. At a certain moment, a pitch-black lightning dragon burst forth from the calamity clouds, striking toward the towering medicinal cauldron in the sky, tearing through space and leaving a ghastly rift suspended in midair. Roar! Within the cauldron, the imperial pill sensed the impending thunder and was on the verge of shattering the cauldron to escape the annihilation brought by the lightning. However, in the next instant, intricate threads of mystic flame ensnared it fiercely, and its terrifying spiritual energy gradually dissipated under Jiang Yun's suppression. Although the imperial pill was comparable to an emperor in terms of energy level to Jiang Yun, who had crafted it, the imperial pill held no advantage whatsoever in his eyes. Jiang Yun forcefully suppressed the trembling cauldron and then looked up at the heavens, where the lightning dragon seemed to be almost within reach. Wherever the thunder passed, the void twisted violently, revealing web-like patterns. Roar! The lightning dragon roared, and the thunder rumbled, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction as it descended upon Jiang Yun. Dispense. Gazing at the descending lightning dragon, Jiang Yun seemed to embody the celestial essence, as profound syllables emanated from his lips, creating ripples in the fabric of space. Crack! As Jiang Yun's words were uttered, the lightning dragon became as if immobilized by a binding spell, suspended in midair. Then, under the bewildered gazes of onlookers, cracks began to appear across its form, and the dragon shattered like exquisite porcelain. After shattering the lightning dragon, Jiang Yun did not pause. In an instant, a towering avatar materialized behind him, bearing a visage identical to his own. Even the strands of hair were distinctly visible. The avatar gazed at the thunderclouds above, opening its mouth wide, and unleashed a scorching and domineering aura that swept forth, engulfing the thunderclouds in its maw. Boom! After consuming the thunderclouds, fine strands of black lightning coiled around Jiang Yun's avatar, wreaking havoc from within. However, with each instance of damage, writhing flames repaired it, and this cycle continued until it gradually approached the threshold of nothingness. The pristine Dharmakaya re-emerges in the firmament, exuding a terrifying aura that surpasses its previous manifestation. This imperial elixir has indeed succeeded. After vanquishing the celestial thunder, Jiang Yun chuckles softly and gradually extends his hand. The colossal cauldron rapidly contracts, all the energy converging into his palm, ultimately transforming into a pill the size of a longan, adorned with intricate patterns of purple and gold, resembling a masterpiece of art. Buzzing incessantly, even at this moment, the cauldron trembles violently, the imperial elixir within remaining restless, striving to break free from its confines. It possesses sufficient sentience and is acutely aware that, aside from the impending calamity of the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Yun harbors ulterior motives, merely coveting its essence. Now endowed with consciousness, How could it willingly submit to being consumed once more? It yearns for freedom. Be still. Jiang Yun senses the commotion emanating from his palm. His gaze shifts to the cauldron, and he speaks softly. Boom. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy surges from within him, flooding into the cauldron, which instantly radiates a resplendent light. The cyclical demonic flames within boil violently, coalescing into azure dragons that entwine around the rampaging figure. No, cursed wretch, having created me, you now seek to annihilate me. You alchemists shall not find peace. Within the cauldron, the imperial elixir emits a mournful wail, grasping the azure dragon that coils around its form, roaring in fury. Even as its flesh is seared and torn, it disregards the pain, bellowing defiantly at the mouth of the cauldron. Jiang Yun's gaze remains indifferent, entirely unconcerned with the elixir's lamentations. With a sweeping gesture, the flames within the cauldron surge dramatically, howling toward the imperial elixir. Amidst the cries of despair, the elixir begins to transform within the blazing cyclical demonic flames, ultimately morphing into a crimson spiritual pill, flickering between light and darkness, seemingly pleading for mercy, exuding a distinct sense of sentience. Observing the pill amid the flames, Jiang Yun murmurs, "You are correct. Alchemists are indeed ruthless. Yet, who can deny that this is a cruel world? We are all compelled to become increasingly merciless." Witnessing Jiang Yun's success in refining the elixir, Zhu Kuan trembles with excitement, as if he were beckoned by an emperor of fighters. What is this rascal up to? Suddenly, Zhu Kuan voices his confusion. Noticing that Jiang Yun, having completed the imperial elixir, does not cease his endeavors, but instead waves his hand to summon thousands of medicinal ingredients, embarking on yet another grand alchemical venture. Father, even consuming a 9th-grade profound elixir requires the aid of an 8th-grade pill. Do you truly believe you can refine the imperial elixir on your own? Observing Zhu Kuan's evident impatience, Ziyan rolls her eyes playfully and softly critiques him. In response, Zhu Kuan is momentarily speechless, awkwardly scratching his head, laughing nervously. Ha ha ha. I wasn't in a moment of haste. I merely overlooked that detail. Auxiliary pills are indeed important. As Zhu Kuan finds himself in an embarrassing predicament, Medusa, Qing Lin, and Xiao Yixian burst into laughter, while the others, including Zhu Ming, are compelled by Zhu Kuan's authority to stifle their amusement, presenting a comically strained visage. So many medicinal herbs. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor intends to concoct an imperial pill? In the distance, the formidable beings of the Dou Qi Continent, having just indulged in a visual feast, gasped in astonishment at Jiang Yun's actions. One imperial pill after another. Was such fervor truly necessary? Witnessing their long-cherished aspiration of becoming Dou Emperors materialize through Jiang Yun's craft left them profoundly disheartened. Realizing Jiang Yun's intentions, some powerful figures below were momentarily rendered speechless. The alchemical creation of imperial-grade pills is hardly trivial. One must be a master alchemist to achieve such feats. Yet, a group of enthusiastic onlookers, the alchemists of the Dou Qi Continent, were captivated by Jiang Yun's every move. In this era devoid of golden pill masters, to witness an imperial-level alchemist at work is a rare honor. Should they glean even a fragment of knowledge, it would serve them well for a lifetime. Chapter 244, Rising Prominence. Jiang Yun methodically cast all the herbs into the sea of flames, leaving those who had not witnessed his imperial pill creation in awe. Where is the logic in this alchemical process? The temperature required for the extraction of each herb varies, and the sequence is of utmost importance. Knowing when to add each ingredient and when to raise the temperature is a delicate art. One misstep could ruin the entire concoction. Yet here was Jiang Yun, recklessly tossing everything into the fire. It was utterly astounding. But Jiang Yun is a Dou Emperor. Therefore, all is permissible. Such strength commands respect. As time passed, the heavens echoed with the crackling sounds reminiscent of burning firewood. It felt as though the Heavenly Emperor was merely kindling a fire for cooking. I share the same sentiment. Ahem, the truth lies in simplicity. The Heavenly Emperor's alchemical skills have reached a profound level, embodying the essence of returning to simplicity, which is why it appears so remarkably ordinary. Upon hearing this, the crowd regained their composure, marveling at Jiang Yun, whose process of crafting imperial pills seemed as effortless as producing low-grade pills. What an eye-opening experience. Initially, everyone hoped to observe Jiang Yun's alchemical techniques and learn a trick or two, but alas, they found themselves utterly bewildered. His method resembled that of a first or second-grade alchemist, leaving them at a loss as to where to begin their learning. In less than an hour, Jiang Yun had refined tens of thousands of herbs, completing the task far more swiftly than during the imperial pill creation, as a 9th-rank golden pill was now well within his grasp. With a resounding shout, Jiang Yun summoned boundless celestial energy, which surged like waves from the void surrounding him. From afar, It appeared as though towering cataclysmic waves were rising on the horizon, threatening to engulf the world. Under Jiang Yun's command, this celestial energy transformed into the purest essence, merging seamlessly with the alchemical cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the half-day had elapsed, and suddenly the flow of celestial energy ceased. The sky began to warp, as if something were coalescing within. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the thunderclouds in the sky took shape, though not as grand as the birth of the deity. The 9 profound golden thunder danced wildly, still leaving the world in awe. However, no matter how immense or powerful the 9 profound golden thunder was, it merely represented the level of a Dou saint, and Jiang Yun paid it no mind. With a mere wave of his hand, flames surged skyward, charging towards the thunderclouds, and in the blink of an eye, the 9 profound golden thunder was completely consumed by the reincarnation demon flames. Once the tumult subsided, within the medicinal cauldron in Jiang Yun's hand emerged several perfectly round pills, totaling 6, all of which belonged to the 9th rank of golden elixirs. Observing Jiang Yun cease his actions, Dou Qi, accompanied by Zi Yin and others, hurried over. Gazing at the small suns radiating from the cauldron in Jiang Yun's palm, Dou Qi couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling somewhat flustered. His eyes burned with fervor as he beheld the elixirs. A profound stirring resonated deep within his soul, whispering to him that consuming such a pill would undoubtedly elevate his power. Son-in-law, these elixirs, Dou Qi began, chuckling. Uncle had them refined specifically for you. This emperor pill, along with the 6 9th-rank golden elixirs, will surely allow you to break through to the Dou Emperor level. At that time, you must officiate the grand wedding between Zi Yin and me, Jiang Yun remarked with a light chuckle, extending the cauldron towards Dou Qi. A fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, and as he inhaled the fragrant scent, he distinctly sensed a stirring in powers that had remained stagnant for millennia. Ha ha ha, splendid. I agree. Let's choose an auspicious date and celebrate grandly. But I must warn you, do not mistreat her. Otherwise, once I break through to the Dou Emperor, you will have much to answer for. Dou Qi exclaimed, flustered yet jubilant as he accepted the cauldron. Hearing this, Zi Yin leaned happily against Jiang Yun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed upon him. The ancient void dragon is extraordinary. The supremacy of the beast realm shall soon herald a new era. A thought flashed through the minds of the powerful beings observing from a distance on the Dou Qi Continent. Gu Yuan's gaze fixated intently on the cauldron in Dou Qi's hands, feeling the same stirring that Dou Qi had experienced. With a tinge of envy, he glanced back at his own daughter and Xiao Yin, sighing inwardly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Xiao Yin was no less impressive, having already reached the 9-star Dou Saint level, and it would not be long before he too would break through to the Dou Emperor, at which point he could also obtain the Emperor Pill. Within the Dan Tower faction, Xian Kongzi withdrew his astonished gaze, observing his disciple gazing dreamily at Jiang Yun and the Dragon Sovereign. He sighed, his tone complex. Fate is indeed wondrous. It cannot be forced. Let go of what must be released, for ultimately, some are fated to be apart. Upon hearing Xian Kongzi's words, Chao Ying trembled slightly, her gaze lingering on the lone figure that had penetrated her heart. With a slight tremor in her voice, she replied, Indeed. We are ultimately not of the same world, are we? Jiang Yun has ascended to the rank of Dou Emperor, surrounded by formidable women, all of whom are at the level of Dou Saint. As for her, she remains merely a Dou Zun, not yet even a 9th-grade alchemist. While they might engage in seclusion for years, they hail from worlds apart. The outcome was already anticipated. Why insist upon it? Yet, how could her heart ache so profoundly? Chao Ying gazed at Jiang Yun from a distance, her eyes betraying an indescribable complexity of emotions, as if she wished to etch Jiang Yun's visage into her memory. It was not only Chao Ying who felt this way. Those around her, Dan Xun, Yao Ling, Hu Jia, Yao Yi, and Yao Yu, among others who had crossed paths with Jiang Yun, also looked at him with similarly intricate expressions. This was not to say that they were infatuated with Jiang Yun to the point of devotion, but rather that such a striking figure, endowed with both beauty and power, would inevitably stir ripples within their hearts. In their youth, encountering someone as dazzling as him could render it difficult for others to penetrate the walls around their hearts. Unless fate intervenes, it seemed that after this moment, their paths would drift apart like parallel lines, forever lacking intersection. With Dou Qi in seclusion, Jiang Yun found himself enjoying a rare respite. Aside from discussing wedding arrangements with Zi Yin and the others, he relished in leisurely days. One day, seated in a bamboo grove, he gazed down at a jade vial in his palm, within which a drop of golden blood pulsated. As the blood revealed itself, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth began to stir violently. Within a radius of 100 feet from him, all energies seemed to retreat in alarm. This was the blood of the Huangquan demon saint. After acquiring it, he had utilized part of it to aid Medusa in her breakthrough, while preserving another portion for himself. He had long intended to explore the mysteries of life and death through the indomitable and eternal nature of the Huangquan demon saint's soul. Unfortunately, due to his previous limitations in strength, he had been unable to resurrect him. However, now that he had attained the status of Dou Emperor, he had gained fresh insights into the path of life and death, enabling him to bring the demon saint back to life. With this thought, Jiang Yun raised his hand, summoning a flame interwoven with black and white, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Under his command, the flame morphed into an object resembling a pitch-black coffin. With a flourish of his hand, he placed the demon saint's blood and the remnants of his soul, extracted from the Huangquan stone tablet, into the coffin. Instantly, a torrent of black and white light surged frantically into the coffin. Time passed quietly. 7 days later, a sound erupted as a gaunt figure clutched its head, sitting up unsteadily from within the coffin. Where am I? The familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette stirred memories within Jiang Yun. Despite the figure's apparent strength being at a mere one-star Dou Saint, Jiang Yun could not help but chuckle softly. Do you remember me? Senior Demon Saint. I have come to fulfill the promise I made. Upon hearing his words, the Huangquan Demon Saint turned to look at Jiang Yun, and as the realization dawned upon him, his pupils constricted sharply, staring blankly at Jiang Yun's figure, lost in silence. Half a year later, the continent of Dou Qi suddenly began to tremble, as vast expanses of the void collapsed. Subsequently, a surging tide of energy emerged, enveloping much of the continent, rendering it a paradise with dense clouds of energy. In the heavens, delicate droplets of energy rain cascaded down, igniting a frenzied growth among the myriad plants below. All living beings bathed in the rain felt a profound sense of ease and refreshment. In the ancestral land of the ancient void dragons, a towering pillar of light erupted, seemingly piercing through the heavens, dominating the skyline of the beast domain. This was the manifestation of a newly ascended emperor, as the venerable dragon emperor of the ancient void dragons had succeeded. With the emergence of this celestial pillar, numerous powerful beings appeared across the Dou Qi continent. Sensing the shift in the world, reflecting on the remarkable events stirred up by Jiang Yun half a year prior, they gazed enviously and with reverence toward the direction of the beast domain. At that very moment of transformation, the bloodline power within the ancient void dragon clan began to surge. Although Zhu Ming, Zhu Yu, and Zhu Zhou were unaware of how many generations separated them from Zhu Kuan, many members of the ancient Void Dragon clan still benefited from Zhu Kuan's legacy, experiencing varying degrees of enhancement in their strength. The one who gained the most was none other than the Dragon Emperor's own daughter, Ziyan, who ascended from a 7-star Dou Saint to the pinnacle of an 8-star Dou Saint, saving years of arduous training. In the unique rules of the Dou Qi continent, any powerful individual who breaks through to become a Dou Emperor bestows immense benefits upon their blood-related kin. When one achieves enlightenment, the entire clan ascends, thus forming various imperial lineages. The benefits of the Dou Emperor bloodline increase in proportion to the closeness of the blood relation to the emperor, with the offspring of a Dou Emperor receiving even greater advantages, potentially rising directly to high-ranking Dou Saints, embodying exceptional bloodlines, and easily achieving semi-emperor status. Ziyan, already a high-ranking Dou Saint, and the legendary Supreme Dragon Phoenix, found that while the advantages of a divine bloodline were abundant for others, they did not necessarily surpass the nobility of her own Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Thus, at this moment, she had merely broken through to the peak of 8 stars, still a step away from 9 stars Dou Saint. Above the beast domain, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a colossal ancient void dragon materialized, exuding a rich imperial might. I, Zhu Kuan, have ascended to the emperor today, witnessed by heaven and earth. The resounding voice reverberated in the hearts of every individual on the Dou Qi continent. Filled with boundless majesty, the Dou Qi continent welcomed a new Dou Emperor, a Dragon Emperor. Hail the return of His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Dragon Island had transformed into a sea of jubilant cheers, as Zhu Kuan's return elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. Resounding dragon roars echoed through the void of Dragon Island. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on finally achieving your long-held desire. Zhu Ming gazed at the approaching Zhu Kuan with heartfelt joy, his eyes glistening with tears, as this ancient being, who had lived for 10,000 years, trembled slightly at the sight of Zhu Kuan. Ha ha ha, Zhu Ming, I have ascended to the throne now, and you shall not perish. We still have conquests to undertake in the upper realms. Zhu Kuan chuckled heartily as he patted Zhu Ming on the shoulder. At that moment, Zhu Kuan noticed the Huangquan monster saint in the distance. Although merely a trifling 3-star Dou Saint, there was an imperial aura about him that Zhu Kuan found striking, reminiscent of the imperial-grade embryonic elixir he had once encountered. His instincts informed him that this individual was anything but ordinary. "Greetings, I am Huangquan. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your ascension," the Huangquan Monster Saint proclaimed, bowing respectfully. This is the Huangquan Monster Saint, a former semi-imperial powerhouse, resurrected by Jiang Yun 6 months ago. Zhu Ming introduced to Zhu Kuan. The identity of the Huangquan Monster Saint was no secret. Over the past half-year, he had become well acquainted with this formidable figure who had dominated an era. "So it is the Huangquan Monster Saint. My apologies for my earlier ignorance," Zhu Kuan exclaimed, his pupils narrowing. Even now that he had become an emperor, he could not afford to look down upon the Huangquan Monster Saint, the Pure Lotus Monster Saint, or Shao Xian, all of whom were semi-imperial powerhouses who had once overshadowed an entire era. Their innate talents were not necessarily inferior to those of a Dou emperor. They simply lacked a source of energy. "Congratulations, father, uncle, on your ascension." At that moment, Jiang Yun approached with Zi Yin and others to extend their congratulations. "You have arrived at the perfect time. I have become an emperor, and it is time to arrange your grand wedding. This occasion must be celebrated extravagantly," Zhu Kuan declared, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, this matter should be prioritized. Zi Yin, Medusa, and I have already discussed it," Jiang Yun replied softly, nodding his head. "Wait a moment." However, before Jiang Yun could finish, Zhu Kuan raised his hand to interrupt, gazing sternly at Jiang Yun. "How many do you intend to marry?" Jiang Yun, smiling, responded, "Naturally. All 4 of them together. We have already made arrangements." Upon hearing the answer he dreaded most, Zhu Kuan erupted in anger, launching a fist toward Jiang Yun's insufferable face. He had assumed that Jiang Yun meant to marry only Zi Yin, and he would have been delighted by that. It was not that he opposed Jiang Yun marrying Medusa and the others. As a father, Zhu Kuan simply wished to provide Zi Yin with a flawless wedding. Yet now, Jiang Yun informed him that he intended to hold the wedding for all at once. This was an outright disregard for his authority as a father. Moreover, Zi Yin must have been swayed by Jiang Yun's sweet words. Her soft-heartedness had left her unable to resist that little scoundrel. Thus, it fell upon him, her father, to take action. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of blows, Zhu Kuan ultimately found himself moved by Jiang Yun's affection for Zi Yin and consented to the plan to celebrate together. There was no denying Jiang Yun's sincerity, which earned Zhu Kuan the distinguished title of father-in-law throughout the myriad realms. Chapter 245, The Grand Wedding, The Dimensional Passage. 3 months later, on ancient Dragon Island. On the occasion of Jiang Yun's grand wedding, his betrothed included the esteemed Xian, the daughter of one of the 2 Dou emperors of the Dou Qi Continent, along with the enchanting Medusa, Qinglin, and the tender-hearted Shao Yixian, who are all his cherished confidants. Despite Jiang Yun not having extended invitations to numerous factions, leaders of the continent's most significant powers gathered to offer their blessings. The ceremony was graced by the presence of 2 venerable elders seated at the dais, one being the Dou Emperor, Xian's father, Zhu Kuan, and the other, the esteemed Grand Elder Su Qian, who stood alongside the Dou Emperor as a Dou Zun. It was Su Qian, who had nurtured both Jiang Yun and Xian since their youth, that drew envious gazes from all in attendance, for such immense wealth and prestige would leave anyone spellbound. As the resplendent wedding festivities drew to a close, Jiang Yun found himself reveling in the bliss of companionship, indulging in the tender joys of marital life, which caused him to remain sequestered for a full week. On the 8th day following his nuptials, he emerged from his chamber for the first time. Reflecting on the days of indulgence that had passed, he chastised himself for neglecting his cultivation after attaining the pinnacle of the Tianzun realm, resolutely setting a new goal to strive towards dominion. However, this fervor proved fleeting, as by nightfall, Jiang Yun found himself ensnared once more in the web woven by the affections of several women, his earlier resolve crumbling within a day. "Is this the place?" Jiang Yun inquired softly, observing the rugged mountains that exuded a primal aura, glancing at the petite Shao Yixian beside him. "Indeed, this is where I felt the stirring," she replied, her eyes sparkling with delight after a moment of closed-eyed contemplation. Nodding, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, unleashing his vast spiritual energy to sweep across the region. A month had elapsed since his wedding, during which time he had diligently concocted elixirs, significantly enhancing the powers of the women and the ancient Taishu dragon clan. Xian had already ascended to the rank of 9-star Dou Saint, while Medusa reached 8-star Dou Saint, and both Qinglin and Shao Yixian attained 7-star Dou Saints. Just moments ago, while engrossed in her training, Shao Yixian had suddenly proclaimed that she felt a resonance, reminiscent of their first encounter with the Bodhi ancient tree. Instantly, Jiang Yun guided her to this very location. The Bodhi ancient tree, a treasure of wood attribute, piqued Jiang Yun's interest greatly, as he had intended to attempt to take it with him upon departing the Dou Qi Continent. To his astonishment, it had been sensed once more by Shao Yixian ahead of time. Indeed, this treasure was meant to be intertwined with their destinies. At that moment, Jiang Yun appeared as omnipotent as the heavens themselves. The entire region lay bare before his gaze, every detail visible even from the depths below. This was the privilege of a sovereign of the realms, akin to possessing a divine perspective. With a thunderous rumble, as if sensing the arrival of Jiang Yun and Xiao Yixian, the ground began to tremble, and a barrier, both tangible and intangible, shattered before their eyes. Subsequently, a towering Bodhi ancient tree emerged before Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy. Its vast trunk and lush canopy exuding an aura of profound tranquility that seemed to transform the very essence of the world. The Bodhi ancient tree, upon witnessing its presence, Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy exchanged smiles, reminiscing about their initial encounter when they were merely Dou Zun and Dou Zong. Now, they had ascended to the realms of Dou Sheng and Tian Zun, a transformation that represented a chasm of difference. Since breaking through to Tian Zun, despite Jiang Yun's ability to harness the forces of the Dou Qi Continent as the sovereign of his realm, he had not felt any advancement in his cultivation over the past 6 months. Moreover, the sense of constraint imposed by the Dou Qi Continent had grown increasingly suffocating, akin to an infant gradually outgrowing a diminutive crib that could no longer contain his expanding form. Jiang Yun understood that the time had come for him to depart from the Dou Qi Continent. His battlefield lay within the vast universe, beyond the confines of the outer evil races. "Senior Tree, we meet again," remarked the little medicine fairy, her smile radiant as she beheld the Bodhi ancient tree. Her ability to progress alongside Jiang Yun and Zi Yin was undoubtedly aided by this tree. Jiang Yun mirrored her smile, acknowledging that the cycle of reincarnation had continued to benefit him even now. The Bodhi ancient tree rightfully earned its reputation as the Tree of Wisdom, ranking among the top 3 treasures of the Dou Qi Continent. Upon the arrival of the little medicine fairy, the Bodhi ancient tree swayed gently, seemingly responding to her with a joyful and lively spirit. Ever since it had completely purged the resentment of the Dou Emperor with Jiang Yun's assistance, the tree had remained hidden within the earth's veins, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to restore itself. However, due to the environmental barrier it had established, outsiders were oblivious to the tree's movements. Throughout the ages, the Bodhi ancient tree had soared to heights of 10,000 zhang, its power rivaling that of the Dou Emperor, albeit hindered by its lack of intelligence and inability to harness its strength. During the entanglement with the Dou Emperor's resentment, it had expended too much energy, leading to its regression to a mere few thousand zhang. Now free from the clutches of that resentment, it instinctively absorbed the energies of the cosmos to seek restoration. As Jiang Yun led the little medicine fairy closer, they appeared diminutive in comparison to the towering Bodhi ancient tree. Yet, the regal aura emanating from Jiang Yun bore no inferiority. When they first met, Jiang Yun was but a fledgling Dou Zun, while the Bodhi ancient tree, despite being ensnared by the Dou Emperor's resentment, remained a sovereign of the universe. Now, Jiang Yun had reached an equal height, perhaps even surpassing it. When 2 celestial sovereigns encountered one another, the very heavens bowed in reverence. Fortunately, neither harbored thoughts of contention. Otherwise, this place would transform into a battleground, with the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Yun gazed at the Bodhi ancient tree, chuckling softly as he pointed a finger toward it. Without sensing any malice from Jiang Yun, the Bodhi ancient tree stood quietly, swaying gently in the breeze. A spiritual luminescence emanated from Jiang Yun's hand, swirling gracefully before merging into the ancient Bodhi tree ahead. In an instant, a hazy azure radiance enveloped the colossal trunk, which soared thousands of feet into the sky, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The surrounding energies of heaven and earth began to stir. Yet under the calming presence of the Bodhi tree, the tumultuous upheaval abruptly subsided. Once tranquility was restored, the Bodhi tree remained unchanged in size. Yet the ethereal glow surrounding it had intensified, emanating a palpable sense of joy. Jiang Yun observed this with a faint smile, recognizing the inevitability of fate. Although the Bodhi tree granted him its heart due to his assistance in dispelling the resentment of the Emperor Dou, the support it provided was undeniably genuine. Now that he had ascended beyond the heavenly sovereign, he would not forget the aid rendered to him. Having completed his task, Jiang Yun stepped closer to the ancient tree, gently caressing its bark as he spoke softly. "Esteemed ancestor, I must take my leave, departing from the Dou Qi Continent to explore the vast expanses of the greater 1,000 worlds." The Bodhi tree emitted a soft sound, infused with a sense of reluctance, as a vine flickered forth, resting upon Jiang Yun's head and tenderly brushing against him. Though the tree possessed limited intelligence, it was capable of simple emotions, and its fondness for Jiang Yun naturally led to feelings of attachment. Jiang Yun looked up at the Bodhi tree and asked, "Do Do you wish to accompany me? The Dou Qi Continent is but a constraint for you. This land's limited capacity and the suppression of the heavenly laws prevent you from truly manifesting a soul. Only in a broader realm can you fully extend your being. At this, the Bodhi tree trembled slightly, hesitating to accept Jiang Yun's proposal. Although it held a positive regard for him, it had yet to reach a level of trust sufficient to entrust its freedom to another. Observing this, the little medical sage stepped forward, gently stroking the Bodhi tree as she spoke softly. Esteemed ancestor, I too must depart with Jiang Yun. Upon reaching the higher realms, I cannot predict when we may meet again. With that, she lowered her gaze in sadness, quietly caressing the trunk. And a wave of sorrowful farewell enveloped the three of them. If Jiang Yun alone had caused the Bodhi tree to hesitate, the presence of the little medical sage proved irresistible. The tree began to sway gently, emitting a soft sound of assent. The little medical sage held a position akin to a cherished daughter to the Bodhi tree, making it difficult for the tree to refuse her. Esteemed ancestor has agreed. Upon hearing the gentle sound from the Bodhi tree, the little medical sage turned to Jiang Yun with excitement. Indeed, Elder Qi has consented, Jiang Yun replied with a smile, reflecting inwardly on the effectiveness of a cherished daughter's words. With a rumble, the Bodhi tree began to vibrate, its immense trunk slowly lifting from the ground. Remarkably, as it ascended, it caused no damage to the earth of the Dou Qi Continent below. Upon the surface of the earth, there exists a profound essence of the earth's veins, self-regulating and adapting to the departure of the ancient Bodhi tree's roots. Shortly thereafter, the colossal Bodhi tree completely detached from the ground, its immense stature soaring towards the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the two, the Bodhi tree erupted in a vibrant green light, gradually diminishing in size until it transformed into a mere 3 feet, finally resting in the hands of the young healer. As she beheld the palm-sized Bodhi tree, her eyes sparkled with delight, mirroring the gentle gaze of Jiang Yun, who looked upon her with warmth. With the Bodhi tree by her side, the path to her supremacy was assured. It was time to prepare for the journey to the vast world beyond. Time flows like water, and the years weave by. Unbeknownst to them, 3 years have passed since the turmoil in the Dou Qi Continent. During this span, the continent has risen from its ashes, giving birth to numerous prodigies, enriching the stage of the Dou Qi realm. In the central region of the Dou Qi Continent, within the sacred pill city of the Dan Domain, the pill tower once served as Jiang Yun's sanctuary. He even ascended to the rank of a candidate among the 3 titans of the pill tower. Although this position offered him little advantage, he chose not to withdraw from the pill tower. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Yun's studies there, the pill tower instantly became revered as the holy land of alchemy, surpassing even the esteemed status of the medicine clan in the hearts of many alchemists. Furthermore, the pill tower maintained a cordial relationship with Xiao Yan, who, alongside Jiang Yun, emerged as the most formidable prodigy in the Dou Qi Continent, having produced 2 prominent figures of the realm, elevating the pill tower's reputation to unprecedented heights. Today, atop a towering stone edifice of the pill tower, countless powerful beings hovered around, their gazes fervently fixed upon the summit, where a young man clad in black sat serenely in meditation. After a significant interval, Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes, surveying the multitude below, and spoke in a resonant tone. The absence of a Dou emperor in the Dou Qi Continent for millennia has stemmed from the lack of source energy in this realm. Now, I shall reopen the dimensional passage to summon source energy, paving the way for all beings. The celestial beings in attendance bowed in reverence, paying their respects to Jiang Yun. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Yun then raised his gaze towards the void, extending a finger from his sleeve and calmly pointing forth. Instantly, the air quivered with strange fluctuations, which intensified over time until a colossal pillar of energy surged forth, piercing the heavens, witnessed by countless eyes. As the pillar struck the heavens, the atmosphere became increasingly tumultuous, giving rise to a luminous vortex that seemed to shatter the confines of dimensional space. Appearing above the sacred pill city, as this vortex manifested at the zenith of the city, figures such as Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan, Ziyan, and Zhu Ming instinctively tensed, acutely sensing the stirring of their own cultivation. The source energy, a once vanished force in the continent of fighting spirit, has finally re-emerged in this realm today. At this moment, the entire universe stood still, yet within Gu Yuan's heart, tumultuous waves surged. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his gaze burned fervently upon the luminous passageway. Deep within his soul, an overwhelming tremor resonated, igniting an irresistible urge to enter. Ah, the vast world of the Great Thousand, how I have missed you. Jiang Yun gazed upwards at the void passage in the sky and spoke with a tone laden with nostalgia. That place is his homeland, the Great Thousand World, which is also part of the Great Thousand Universe. After descending from the Great Thousand World and traversing over 2 decades, he was finally destined to return to that cherished abode where people awaited his homecoming. He sensed that the passage stretched infinitely to a coordinate, where various realms in the universe resembled countless stars scattered across the cosmos. Without precise spatial coordinates, reaching one's destination becomes exceedingly difficult. Not every ascendant from the lower realms possesses the strength of a Dou Emperor from the continent of fighting spirit. Many powerful ascendants, lacking coordinates, may become hopelessly lost in the tumultuous currents of space. The terminus of the passage from the continent of fighting spirit is aligned with a coordinate in the Great Thousand World. As long as one advances along the passage, they will safely arrive in the Great Thousand World.